Chapter 1. My name is Lanlin. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the forest, instantly turning a vast expanse of buildings into ashes. Amidst the raging inferno, countless figures clad in black scoured the ruins in search of Zero. Alongside Zero, there were other gifted children who had also escaped from their cages. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Lanlin, and Zero will become a thing of the past, declared Lanlin, dressed in a black tactical jacket, as he awaited the opportune moment to flee. Outside, chaos reigned. The ground was strewn with the bodies of those who had perished in the explosion. The last time he had managed to keep Zero under control had been a fortuitous convergence of time, place, and circumstance. On a distant hillside, three individuals clad in combat attire observed the unfolding scene from afar. "Brother, when did you become so formidable?" inquired a man in white. "Foolish Baiju, Brother Yuanzong has always been impressive," retorted the woman beside him. Yuanzong then interjected, "Minyu, do not say that. I, too, find it rather perplexing my wind blade should not possess such devastating power." After exchanging glances, the three could only shake their heads in disbelief. "Never mind, let's focus on rescuing those children first," Yuanzong concluded. With that, the trio dashed towards the ruins, joined by other ordinary members of the Heavenly Network. "Not good. It's the Heavenly Network. Our position has been compromised. Everyone, retreat. Where do you think you're running?" Yuanzong, at the forefront, decisively moved to restrain the remaining personnel. Typhoon Surge. This was Yuanzhang's most frequently employed skill. Compared to the more localized tornado attack, the output of Typhoon Surge was much easier to control, allowing him to incapacitate without causing fatalities. "What's the situation?" Yuanzong inquired. "All is well. Let's withdraw. Well, leave the rest to the others. By the way, brother, should we investigate that unusual explosion? I've been contemplating that, but there's no immediate rush." "Understood." 5 days later, Lanlin strolled alone down the street. Having made his way towards the home, he remembered. "This should be the place. It's quite far. It took me so long to arrive." "Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there?" Lanlin called out in a youthful voice. Though Zero was not a child, Lanlin was indeed an 11-year-old boy. For Zero, this physique still felt somewhat small, yet he held no disdain. After all, it was a rare blessing that Lanlin had agreed to relinquish his body. "Who is it?" A middle-aged woman opened the door. "Mother, you Liner." Overcome with emotion, the woman embraced Lanlin, tears streaming down her face. Hearing the commotion, his father rushed in from the living room. Lan Tinka took Lanlin into his arms, expressing his gratitude towards the Heavenly Network. For the first time, Lanlin experienced the warmth of familial love, a truly beautiful sensation. "Father, I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Lan Tinka promptly set Lanlin down, muttering, Right, you must have been in the vehicle for quite a while. Your mother and I will prepare something to eat right away." Thus, the family resumed their ordinary, yet blissful life together. 6 years later, in Lanlin's room, the family was engaged in discussion, with Lan Tinka speaking first. "Lanlin, is it true? Did you score exceptionally high on your talent test?" "Yes, if I recall correctly, I should be the top scorer in Yang City." Lan Tinka was elated. Such a score meant Lanlin could attend the prestigious Jingwu Academy in the capital, where generous subsidies would alleviate any concerns regarding tuition fees. "Lanlin, do you wish to attend Jingwu?" "It's not merely a matter of desire. I have compelling reasons to go." Though Lan Tinka and Yujia were unaware of the reasons behind Lanlin's urgent need to attend, they understood that he was now a 17-year-old young man deserving of personal space, thus refraining from probing further. "Since you've made your decision, then let's go to Jingwu. Our family is producing a genius. If fortunate enough to take the front lines, you can slay more energy-eating beasts and contribute to humanity." Lan Tiang's expression was animated. While Yujia harbored a different sentiment, she merely hoped Lanlin could live a joyful life, yet she would not interfere with his choices. "Remember, I won't stop you, but you must prioritize your safety, as you may face numerous dangers ahead." "I understand. I will enroll in Jingwu Academy." "Go ahead." After completing the enrollment forms, all that remained was to await the commencement of classes. Lanlin's motivations for attending Jingwu were straightforward. He needed to gather intelligence about the front lines and perhaps uncover information about that girl from long ago. 6 years prior, Lanlin had searched tirelessly amidst the ruins, but had been unable to find her. Yet he firmly believed she was still alive. After all, Before inheriting this body, he had heard her say she was quite formidable and of similar age to himself. Therefore, the most likely place to find her was Jingwu. 2 days later, in the capital, Lanlin disembarked from the plane, wheeling his suitcase towards Jingwu Academy. Jingwu Academy was established in response to the abnormal world order to combat the energy-eating beasts born from mutations. It was a school dedicated to cultivating powerful individuals, supplying high-caliber talent to the military and the heavenly network. Lanlin had no desire to become one of those so-called powerful individuals after all. He already considered himself the strongest. At the entrance of Jingwu Academy, numerous new students gathered to complete their enrollment procedures. Wow, this group of brothers and sisters is quite enthusiastic, arriving early to register, Lanlin remarked. While he was still reflecting, a girl approached him and asked, "Are you a new student this year? I'll help you with the enrollment process." She took his hand and led him towards the campus. "Wait, senior, shouldn't the enrollment office be over there? Everyone is in line. Where are you taking me?" Lanlin hurriedly protested. "Those aren't new students, they're your upperclassmen. They're probably here to scout for fresh faces, as having a low assessment score in the academy can be quite detrimental," she explained. "And what does standing at the school gate have to do with that?" With a mischievous smile, the senior replied, "Naturally, it's to spot any easy targets for future exploitation." Lanlin was left speechless, thinking, is the school culture this aggressive? They're already hunting for prey. After this brief interlude, Lanlin arrived at his dormitory. The staff member informed him, "Student, please refrain from unpacking any delicate items just yet. This dormitory is temporary. Once all the new students have arrived, a class assessment will be conducted, and only then will you be assigned to your permanent dormitory." "Understood," he acknowledged. In the following days, new students gradually arrived, and coincidentally, they all chose to stay at local inns, leaving Lanlin as the sole occupant of the temporary dormitory. September 19th. With the new student registrations complete, the class assessment began. All gathered at the training ground, where the principal commenced his address. "Students, welcome." After some pleasantries, he proceeded with the assessment. The evaluation method was straightforward, a written exam assessing knowledge from high school. The newcomers were taken aback. The inaugural exam at a martial arts academy was a reenactment of the college entrance examination. There was no escaping this trial. Before long, the results were announced, and classes were successfully formed. Naturally, most classrooms were filled with disheartened faces, as few had confidence in their academic standing at this juncture. "All right, everyone, please settle down." With a clear voice, all eyes turned to the classroom door, where a tall woman entered and stood at the podium, adjusting her glasses. "I'm the homeroom teacher for this class. My name is Wenjoi, and we will be learning together from now on. Everyone, make sure to do your best." Following the customary introductions, Lanlin listened to his classmates share their backgrounds while gazing out the window, momentarily lost in thought. Is this the life you were meant to experience? Hey, were you just daydreaming about the future? Huh? Stop zoning out. It's your turn to introduce yourself. "All right, I was just distracted." "It's fine, come on up," Ms. Wen said kindly. As he stood at the podium, Lanlin introduced himself, mentioning where he was from and his previous hobbies, preparing to step down. "Wait a moment, student," Ms. Wen called out to him. "What is it?" Lanlin asked, puzzled. "You need to state your name during your introduction. Did you forget?" "All right, how could I forget?" Lanlin chuckled. "Everyone, my name is O. I am Lanlin." As for what follows in this tale, first and foremost, this story will not be abandoned, even if the later chapters do not perform well. I have no intention of making a fortune from this book, however. If some pocket money comes my way, that would be wonderful. So, for those of you who wish to let this book sit on your shelf, rest assured it will not perish, though a gentle nudge for updates or reminders to keep it in mind would be greatly appreciated. This is my inaugural endeavor in writing a novel, and I conceived this story quite some time ago, approximately half a year back, including its conclusion. I do not harbor any expectations for this book to yield financial returns. My primary desire is to articulate this narrative. Otherwise, keeping it confined within my mind feels rather stifling. Regarding my writing proficiency, I would not dare claim it to be commendable, as even my reports for specialized courses are often lacking. Let alone crafting a narrative of this nature, I have never scored a perfect 100 in Chinese throughout my 3 years of high school, including the college entrance examination. That is all I wish to convey mainly. I find myself at a loss for words, yet I sincerely hope that this story will bring satisfaction to those who encounter it. Chapter 2. Ability Assessment? Better to keep a low profile for now. During the theoretical class, Teacher Wen imparted some foundational knowledge to the newcomers. In essence, the upheaval in the world order has led to transformations in our reality, with certain regions reportedly harboring mysterious spaces deep underground, currently referred to as the underground world. Furthermore, some individuals awaken specific abilities, which they begin to fully perceive around the age of 18, and these individuals are known as ability users. Similarly, certain animals have undergone mutations, referred to as energy-eating beasts, and they thrive at the boundary between the underground world and Earth. To ensure future safety, most ability users typically enlist in the military or the Skynet after graduation to combat energy-eating beasts in the underground world. Everyone, tomorrow the Academy will conduct ability assessments. Do not forget. Teacher Wen reminded. Lin Moran, what do you think my ability is? Is it something catastrophic, capable of annihilating the world with a mere gesture? Huh? Huang Lin exclaimed excitedly. What are you imagining? Annihilating the world? If you truly possess such power, you would likely be the root of calamity in this world, Lin Moran replied, regarding Huang Lin as if he were a simpleton. Whatever, such a buzzkill. I'm not asking you anymore. Lanlin, what do you think your ability is? I probably don't possess anything particularly special. What nonsense! How could you pass the talent assessment without any ability? Come on, confess. Have you discovered that your ability is too formidable and are opting for a low profile? Huang Lin said, grinning mischievously at Lanlin. Unable to tolerate Huang Lin any longer, Lin Moran shoved Huang Lin's head aside. Enough of the nonsense. During the talent assessment, we likely all unconsciously utilized our abilities without realizing it. Tomorrow, they will probably amplify that sensation. Everyone should rest well today. We will address the rest tomorrow. The next day, everyone gathered at the training ground. Students, remain calm. Today, we are merely defining our abilities. It's nothing monumental. Do not feel inferior to others as long as an ability exists. It holds value. Now, let us commence the assessment. The testing proceeded swiftly, and soon it was Lanlin's turn. Student, just place your hand on this device. Lanlin placed his hand on the instrument, but there was no reaction. However, the testing instructor did not comment further and simply called the next student to continue the assessment. Upon leaving the training ground, everyone engaged in discussions about their abilities. Some claimed to be able to manipulate objects, while others asserted they could generate electricity. Only Lanlin walked towards the classroom in silence. Hey look, isn't that the one everyone is talking about? What's her name again? She's incredibly impressive. Lanlin turned towards the commotion, spotting a girl with a high ponytail and purple hair moving through the crowd. She's so beautiful. Do you think I could win her over as my girlfriend? What are you thinking? She's an aloof goddess who rarely speaks. If you rush over, you'll likely be seen as a fool. Besides, she's renowned as the most talented. She scored the highest in the talent assessment in Jiang City. What do you have to offer her? The voices in the crowd continued on, predominantly discussing how remarkable the girl was. At that moment, Huang Lin suddenly placed his hand on Lanlin's shoulder and said, Aren't you going to make a move? She's stunning, and you aren't bad-looking yourself. Who knows? It might just work. Get lost. Hey, have you all heard? It seems Lon Good doesn't have any abilities. What? Are you joking? I remember his roommates saying his talent assessment score was quite high. How could he not have any abilities? Exactly. It can't be true. Such exchanges proliferated. Yet Lon Lin remained unfazed. Lon Go, do you really lack abilities? That can't be. Lu Zhikang inquired. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's attention shifted to Lon Lin. And then when Joey called Lon Lin aside, saying, the principal wants you to visit his office after class. I don't know what it's about. All right, I understand. After class, some speculated. What could the principal want with Lon Lin? Could it be regarding his abilities? Perhaps. Could it be that Lon Lin won't return after the National Day holiday? Shut up, everyone retorted, exasperated. In the afternoon, Lon Lin arrived at the principal's office, where the door was ajar. Upon entering, he discovered another individual present, none other than the genius girl who had been the subject of his classmates' fervent discussions. All right, you both are here. I won't waste time. Is there an issue with your assessment results? The principal inquired. Jiang Chenmin, I recall that the device malfunctioned during your assessment, correct? The principal said with a smile. Jiang Chenmin asked, do you know the reason, principal? Of course, it's simply that there were no prior records of abilities similar to yours. Both students responded with confusion. Afterward, the principal turned his gaze to Lon Lin and asked, did you conceal your abilities? Huh? Lon Lin feigned a look of bewilderment. The principal continued, "Did you think you lacked abilities?" Lanlin replied, "Yes." The principal displayed a look of resignation. "The situation with the device is a result of your abilities." "Ah." Lanlin continued to feign ignorance. "The device clearly indicates the absence of abilities, yet it failed to react when testing you. That can only mean your abilities are at play." Lanlin chose not to elaborate further, merely responding with MM. The principal, not wishing to prolong the matter, asked directly, "Can you now manifest your abilities?" Jiang Chenmin replied, "Yes." "Good. Please demonstrate your abilities. I need to gauge what I'm dealing with." As soon as the words left his mouth, a mist coalesced in Jiang Chenmin's hands. The substance resembled both ice and fire. The principal examined it and stated, "It appears to be a type of ice flame ability. Theoretically, it should have been detectable. It seems there is something unique about your ice flame. Be mindful of it in the future." "And you? Can you manifest yours?" Lanlin responded directly, "I probably cannot. I don't even know what my ability is." Lanlin was indeed aware of his abilities, but that power was far too enigmatic for them to comprehend, so it was better to keep it concealed for the time being. He thought it best to learn some other skills to manage the situation. As he exited the office, Lanlin called out to Jiang Chenmin, saying, "Fin Yuan." Chapter 3. On the journey home, I casually collected 3 cases of hydrocephalus. Lanlin, what does the principal want with you? Huang Lin inquired eagerly. "Indeed, we are all quite curious," the others chimed in. Lanlin, not one to withhold information, responded directly, "The principal mentioned that my abilities caused the instrument to malfunction, but as for the specifics of my abilities, I remain in the dark. Is that so?" "Well, as long as you possess some ability, that's what matters," Lu Zhikong remarked, and the others nodded in agreement. As long as it was confirmed that he had capabilities, they believed the nature of those abilities would eventually reveal itself. After a casual chat, they dispersed, awaiting the conclusion of the day's classes. By this time, most had already begun their combat training, and time passed swiftly. Soon, they arrived at the final class before the holiday. Excitement was written all over each student's face, especially given the grueling intensity of the recent combat drills. Yet, Lanlin's thoughts were entirely different. Logically, a holiday should be quite appealing to him, but the events that transpired in the principal's office that day haunted him. He vividly recalled that fleeting moment when Jiang Chenmin utilized her abilities. Although it lasted mere seconds, too brief for even the principal to notice, Lanlin had seen it. Amidst a blaze of white flames, a flicker of red-black fire glimmered unmistakably, emanating from the caged organization's inferno, representative ability granted to them by their master. For Jingwu, this could signify an extremely perilous situation, as the one deemed the brightest star of talent might indeed be an undercover agent for the caged organization. Yet, upon reflection, caged, inferno, the strongest talent, could it truly be you? The mere thought sent a wave of dizziness through Lanlin. Surely, this isn't the harbinger of the end to my tranquil life? Although he had been mentally prepared since his arrival, he reassured himself, "Never mind. I am merely a student. If something significant were to happen, the higher-ups would handle it. It is not my concern. I shall focus on my own matters." Intriguing. Can't resist, can you? Lanlin pondered as he strolled into a sparsely populated alley. After a short while, he abruptly halted and addressed the empty air behind him. "Since I disembarked from the plane, you've been lurking about, haven't you? I commend your perseverance." As his words faded, 3 middle-aged men emerged from the shadows, weapons in hand. One of them remarked, "How peculiar. You actually detected us. How did you manage that?" Lanlin smiled and replied, "How I did so is of no concern to you. Now, tell me, will you surrender to the Tianwang authorities voluntarily, or shall I escort you there?" At this, the 3 men could no longer contain their laughter. "Do we appear so utterly unthreatening? Very well, let's get to it." Without warning, they charged at Lanlin. Yet, in the next instant, the man wielding the knife found his wrist seized by an unseen force. And before he could register shock, he was brought down to the ground. The other 2 wasted no time, swiftly turning to retaliate. Lanlin grasped the gun's handle with his left hand while using his right palm to deflect the sword. Executing a swift turn to position himself behind the gunman, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. The last remaining assailant, upon witnessing this spectacle, turned pale with fear and hurriedly exclaimed, "Wait, we are..." But before he could finish his sentence, Lanlin's fist connected with his face, leaving him unconscious on the floor. The first man, equally dazed from his defeat, attempted to speak but was similarly knocked out with a single punch. How has school life been? Nothing particularly special, just more combat training. Upon returning home, life resumed its usual calm, yet Lanlin sensed that this tranquility was nearing its end. Meanwhile, in the Jingwu monitoring room, two composed gentlemen observed the surveillance footage. One was Principal Xiang Feng, who had recently conversed with Lanlin and Jiang Chenmin, while the other was Director Luo Yin. Old Luo, have you noticed? That girl, Jiang Chenmin, is still training on the field, remarked Xiang Feng. I'm not blind. Of course, I can see that. By the way, isn't this little girl's talent the best we've seen since the establishment of Jingwu? It should be. After all, I couldn't wield my abilities with such proficiency at her age, replied Luo Yin. The two men watched the girl on the screen, akin to gazing at a rising star, their faces betraying their delight. Suddenly, Luo Yin interjected, but this child is rather reclusive. I wonder what the reason is. Xiang Feng responded, indeed, I looked into her background briefly. It's quite ordinary. Her family treats her decently enough, so she shouldn't have such a demeanor. He then glanced at Luo Yin. Luo Yin, unable to contain himself, urged, spit it out already. Don't keep me in suspense. Xiang Feng, no longer holding back, continued, I had her homeroom teacher investigate and discovered that she was one of the children rescued during the Tianwang No. 1 operation 6 years ago, which undoubtedly left her with lingering shadows from the caged organization. Luo Yin pondered this, acknowledging the possibility, but, suddenly, the ringing of a mobile phone interrupted their conversation. Hello, this is Luo Yin. What is it? Director Luo, the assessment plan for students who scored lower in the previous evaluation will have to be postponed, came the voice on the other end. What happened? Luo Yin inquired. Xiang Feng, intrigued, added, Old Luo, what's going on? You look troubled. Luo Yin sighed. The postponement of the plan is due to 3 individuals who got themselves beaten into the hospital. They haven't recovered yet. Xiang Feng appeared astonished. What? The caged organization's people have become so brazen? Luo Yin wore a bemused expression, akin to observing a foolish dog. No, don't overreact. Those 3 were taken down by a student named Lanlin, the one you summoned to the office a few days ago. What? 3 combat academy instructors were bested by a new student? Xiang Feng questioned incredulously. Impressive. If he can take down 3 instructors, is it due to some unique ability? I must inquire further upon his return to school. He mused with a smile. Indeed, it appears that the abilities of these 2 are evidently above the norm. I wonder if it will surprise the Yawu Alliance. Chapter 4. Preparing to board the island. But I shall not go on October 8th. The students had largely returned to the academy, and the principal intended to address them about the impending island expedition scheduled for a week later. Registration? Isn't participation mandatory for everyone? I've heard that island is an underground world. Is it not dangerous? Will I die if I go? How can an underground world be an island? Shouldn't it be another realm? Where have you been during class? The teachers explained that the underground world refers to places inaccessible to ordinary people, a conjectured world situated deep beneath the ground. That island likely connects to the depths below, hence the presence of formidable energy-devouring beasts. Various opinions flew around until the principal spoke again. All right, I understand that many of you have questions. Let me emphasize a key point. This trial is indeed voluntary, as there are genuine dangers present on the island. The personnel sent to protect you cannot guarantee your safety, and there have been precedents of students getting injured or even losing their lives during past trials. Upon hearing this, many students began to reconsider whether to participate in the training. In truth, it seems wiser not to go. I agree. Back in the classroom, Teacher 1 elaborated on the trial's details and asked who wished to register. I'll go. Huang Lin was the first to speak up, followed by others who gradually expressed their desire to join. When Joey glanced at the list, let me see, quite a number of participants. It seems everyone is confident in their abilities. This time, I shall certainly receive guidance from my seniors on the island and emerge as a formidable force within the academy, Huang Lin declared with a hearty laugh. Observing Huang Lin's confidence, Lu Zhikong doused his enthusiasm with cold water. With that attitude, don't end up meeting your demise on the island. Hey, watch what you say. Do you believe that Grandpa Huang could teach you a lesson right now? Is that so? Let's have a little spar. With that, Lu Zhikong and Huang Lin resumed their usual scuffle. Meanwhile, Qiu approached Lanlin, inquiring, are you really not going? Almost everyone in our class has signed up. Yeah, I'm not going. I have little interest. Lanlin replied calmly, He didn't press further and began to turn away. Wait a moment. May I shake your hand? Lanlin called out to Yu. Sure. Thus, they casually shook hands as if getting to know a new classmate, even though school had been in session for quite some time. However, during the handshake, Lanlin left a mark on her, which he could use to gauge the situation on the island. Not only Yu, but Lanlin also marked others intending to board the island through various methods. After class, Lanlin gazed out of the window alone, feeling quite conflicted. He had no intention of attending, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that if he chose not to go, the worst outcome might be the loss of his classmates on this expedition. In the training ground, Luo Yin was still preparing the students who were set to embark on the island journey. In this trial, there are a total of 241 participants. You are to survive on the island alongside ability users from other nations for a duration of 15 days, amidst both peril and opportunity. The outcome is entirely dependent on your own capabilities. Now, rest well, for tomorrow we shall embark. In the principal's office, Luo Yin and Xiang Feng lamented. This fellow actually chose not to participate. What a pity for such a splendid performance to go to waste. Never mind that. As long as Jiang Chenmin is going, she is the one to watch closely. By the way, have the three of them recovered? They are supposed to be our escorts, Xiang Feng inquired. They should be fine. Who knows what situations might arise during this trial? Luo Yin replied leisurely, then asked, do you think there might truly be some unforeseen events? Could that fellow possibly know something? This time, Xiang Feng displayed an expression of exasperation towards Luo Yin. What are you thinking? Even if that guy is formidable, he cannot predict the future. He probably just lacks interest. The next day, aboard the ship heading to the island, everyone stood on the deck, gazing at the ocean. So this is what the sea looks like. It's my first time seeing it with my own eyes. I should take in as much as I can now, lest I never see it again. Hey, can you speak? Stop. Don't run. The passengers on the ship were largely exhilarated, releasing the pent-up stress accumulated at the academy, except for one girl who stood alone, letting the sea breeze tousle her hair, staring into the distance, exuding an air of aloofness. Isn't that Jiang Chenmin? Should we go greet her? Lin Morwen suggested. Better not. She is clearly not from our world. Lin Ku interjected. I heard she has mastered the art of channeling ice flames into her sword for combat, while I can barely manage a continuous water blast. How can the disparity be so vast among girls? Lin Ku lamented. At that moment, Huang Lin approached Lin Ku and said, why put so much pressure on yourself? I'm not that far behind her either. There will be opportunities in the future. We must look forward. Look at our Huang Gu, turning into a comforter. How delightful! Lu Zhikong remarked with a mischievous grin as he walked by. Thus, amidst the vibrant energy of the new students, the ship gradually sailed towards the isolated island. That night, Lin Morwen found himself unable to sleep and decided to step onto the deck to feel the sea breeze. Really? Am I going to get seasick? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Chenmin sitting alone at the bow of the ship. Just as he contemplated whether to greet her, the ship began to sway violently, nearly knocking him off balance. The resting passengers were jolted awake and hurried to the deck to see what was amiss. The turbulence persisted as the vessel entered a thick fog, raising concerns about potential mishaps. At that moment, the voice of the supervising teacher echoed through the ship's speakers. Students, we are about to reach our destination. As the swaying gradually subsided and the fog began to lift, an enormous island came into view. Once the ship docked, the students disembarked. After all had stepped ashore, the captain swiftly departed, leaving the bewildered students behind. It begins now. This is too much. It's the middle of the night, someone in the crowd complained. When suddenly, a booming voice resonated from the shore. Welcome to Despair Island. Ability users from other countries have landed elsewhere. I hope that all of you can leave here alive after 15 days. Now, let the games begin. Chapter 5. The first signs of crisis. The heartfelt voice faded, leaving a group of bewildered students staring at one another in the darkness. What do we do next? Someone tentatively asked. I don't know. Let us wander into the island a bit. But don't go too deep. If it gets too dangerous, we can just stick to the coastline, a boy wearing a hat suggested. All right, it seems everyone might still be in shock. This trial is a competition, so let us all take a moment to gather ourselves, and once we're ready, we can venture into the island for the trial, whether alone or in groups. Gradually, The new arrivals along the shore calmed down and began to enter the island for the trial, yet none noticed the pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. Observing their every move, sir, they have begun entering the island one after another. Should I wait for an opportunity to strike? A man clad in a black cloak cautiously reported on the students' whereabouts. Go ahead, eliminate whomever you wish, but remember to compare them with the photos I provided. The individual in the photo is your primary target for this mission. Others are lying in wait on the island as well. The reward goes to those who strike first, came the voice from the communicator, though the smile on his face was increasingly sinister. Then came a chilling and terrifying utterance, at last, I have found you. The only experiment that escaped my grasp. Meanwhile, as time passed, everyone had tentatively entered the island, with Jiang Chenmin opting to remain solitary, weaving through the trees. Observing this scene, she hesitated not for a moment, dashing forward and swiftly slaying the magic wolves that had surrounded several students. Before they could react, Jiang Chenmin was already preparing to leave in search of new prey. One of the students finally caught his breath and, switching to Chinese, asked, I'm Pinji Chuan. May I know your name? Jiang Chenmin, she replied before swiftly departing. The remaining students inquired, Did you just speak Chinese? Yes, he affirmed. How did you know she is from Shenxia? What if she was a student from another country? Wouldn't that be awkward? A girl questioned in confusion. What is so hard to discern? Thomas, aren't you an exchange student from M country? The boy responded. So what? I still don't understand how you figured it out, Thomas replied, puzzled. Because just now, I saw an M country person standing here, and she clearly displayed disdain towards us, he explained in English. Huh, Thomas replied in surprise. We can't elaborate further. You are rather naive. If those in power above were to hear what you just said, it could lead to a diplomatic incident, the boy chuckled, leaving the others perplexed. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenmin continued to navigate through the forest like a shadowy assassin, relentlessly hunting down monsters. She paid no heed to whether she would receive guidance from the experienced veterans. She merely sought to hone her skills within the island's environment. For Jiang Chenmin, this island expedition was simply a 15-day hunting game. In a certain gorge on the island, several students were embroiled in a struggle against mutated lizards. Yet their coordination was evidently lacking. Stop just watching and attack, urged a boy trying to hold the giant lizard at BYM. Why fire 1T ignite? Exclaimed the only fire element user among them. A girl. The other two students, upon seeing the lizard, were so frightened they fainted on the spot. What a blessing it is to be stuck with you three, the girl exclaimed. Take those two away and keep your distance. I'll handle this, but, no buts, I have no intention of playing the martyr here. This lizard is as agile as I am. Just take them away to avoid being chased when I make my retreat. The boy shouted, boom. Before the boy could react, a sword-wielding girl landed atop the giant lizard, piercing its skull with a single strike, swiftly severing its head. Without exchanging a word, the girl departed, leaving the two boys utterly bewildered. The boy was the first to speak. Chen Ling, could it be that our country's sword princess has truly manifested? I've actually encountered a sword princess. The girl, equally speechless, at least felt relieved that the crisis had been temporarily averted. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenmin continued her rapid movement, but this time, the situation had changed. She was being targeted by someone from the cage. That persistent pest, if you seek death, come at me. Jiang Chenmin altered her course and dashed into the dense forest. The man, witnessing this, began to smile, believing that his combat prowess in a complex environment surpassed that of an open space. Deep within the forest, Jiang Chenmin concealed herself behind a tree, awaiting the arrival of the person from the cage. Astonished by the current circumstances, the presence of someone from the cage within the trial indicated that there might be a traitor within the Yuwulian. More importantly, there were certainly more than one from the cage. All students on the island were in peril. Various thoughts swirled in Jiang Chenmin's mind, yet the immediate priority was to deal with the individual before her. The man swaggered through the woods, taunting, "Stop hiding and come out. You must have realized by now that our target is you. But I'm not the only one who came here. Not everyone is as singularly focused as I am. Among my companions, there are many who are bloodthirsty demons. The longer you delay, the more lives will be lost on this island." Seeing that Jiang Chenmin remained unresponsive, he continued, "It seems you truly are as cold as the rumors suggest. Let us see how long you can endure while others perish because of you." The man gazed in disbelief at the charred remnants of the grass and uttered, still reeling from shock. When Jiang Chenmin appeared behind him, with swift precision, she unsheathed her sword and, in the blink of an eye, severed the man's right arm. The excruciating pain rendered him unable to stand, forcing him to kneel before Jiang Chenmin. Ha ha ha, it seems we are kindred spirits. That strange noise earlier was the sound of the wood you burned with your hellfire, wasn't it? Jiang Chenmin regarded him with an impassive demeanor. The man, however, grew increasingly animated. Speak? A genius capable of wielding hellfire. What a pity I shall soon perish and miss witnessing the shocked expressions of those hypocrites in the heavenly net. Ha ha ha, he sighed, only to be silenced as the blade sliced through his throat. Wiping the blood from his weapon, Jiang Chenmin turned to depart, leaving behind a remark, "Annoying fool." Chapter 6. A change of circumstances, the appearance of Lanlin. After dispatching the member of the cage, Jiang Chenmin did not pause. She was acutely aware that many others from the cage remained on the island. She needed to relay information to the authorities outside while simultaneously diverting the attention of the cage to ensure the safety of her fellow students. Damn it, there's no signal on this island. How do those ruffians communicate? Jiang Chenmin navigated swiftly through the dense forest, her mind racing with thoughts. What would you do in this situation? In her moment of desperation, a memory from 5 years prior surfaced, of the mysterious figure who had single-handedly rescued her from the clutches of order. No, now is not the time to be distracted. Meanwhile, in Jingwu, Xiang Feng was conversing with Luo Yan. Perhaps you should inform the people from the Ya Alliance and send some individuals to the island. I have an ominous feeling, Luo Yan expressed, concern etched on his face. Yet, Luo Yan remained resolute, and Xiang Feng, unable to sway him, ultimately relayed the message to the Ya Alliance. Just as they were about to catch their breath, a voice called from outside, "Is the principal in?" "Come in," he replied. Lanlin pushed open the office door and entered. "What brings you here, Lanlin?" Xiang Feng inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lanlin responded, "Principal, could you assist me in going to that island? The sooner, the better." Xiang Feng was perplexed, glancing between Lanlin and Luo Yan. What is going on? At the same time, Huang Lin and his companions were aimlessly wandering the island. Why are we so unfortunate? Huang Lin lamented. We've seen neither the seniors nor a trace of any monsters. Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced the air, and Jiang Chenmin appeared in their line of sight. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the group, Jiang Chenmin urged, "Hide and wait for an opportunity to escape." Before Huang Lin could respond, he pulled him into the nearby bushes. "What are you dawdling for? Trust her. It's the right call." No sooner had she spoken than several figures darted through the air, and Huang Lin immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. "Oh no, those individuals are pursuing Jiang Chenmin. I just noticed she seemed injured." In the distance, Jiang Chenmin was sprinting for her life, having already taken down several members of the cage, but fatigue was setting in. Ultimately, her strength waned, and she was struck by an arrow that grazed her left leg. Forcing her to halt, a man clad in black landed before her, observing the panting Jiang Chenmin. "Impressive, a mere student managing to evade me for so long. You're quite the..." Before he could finish, Jiang Chenmin drew her sword, attempting to ambush him, but he reacted just in time. Dodging her strike, instead, he inflicted a deep gash on her thigh, blood trickling down her fair skin, the agonizing pain causing her to drop to one knee. Raising her gaze to meet the man's, determination flickered in her azure eyes. Struggling to her feet, she brandished her sword once more, preparing to launch another attack. The man, witnessing the sword pointed at him again, couldn't help but laugh. "If you had encountered any of the remaining members of the cage, you would already be a corpse. Little girl, I have a peculiar penchant for tormenting others, especially someone like you. You make me want to bully you," he taunted, stepping closer and delivering a powerful punch to her chest. Jiang Chenmin swiftly raised her sword to block the blow. The force sent her stumbling back several meters, and as she struggled to regain her footing, another attack came without warning. The man kicked her several dozen meters away, and Jiang Chenmin lay gasping on the ground, while he looked on in disappointment. "Is this it? You can't be serious. There's still plenty of time." He approached her and delivered a kick to her abdomen. "Ugh!" Jiang Chenmin cried out in pain, tears streaming from her eyes due to the agony. The man seized Jiang Chenmin by the throat, lifting her. Hey, are you really that fragile?" Gazing at the disheveled girl before him, he suddenly froze. Hadn't he noticed before? but with your purple hair and blue eyes, you bear a striking resemblance to someone from my past, a person I've longed to kill. If you're going to strike, do it quickly, Jiang Chenmin gasped. All right, no need to rush, he replied, drawing a dagger from his waist and plunging it into her left shoulder, adding mockingly, oh dear, I intended to stab your heart, but it seems I miscalculated. As he twisted the blade embedded in her shoulder, Jiang Chenmin stifled groans of pain yet clung desperately to his wrist. Suddenly, she whispered, do you know where you faltered? The man was caught off guard, and before he could react, an eerie frost rapidly spread from her wounded shoulder down her arm, encasing his entire limb in ice. Instinctively, he released his grip on her throat, attempting to shatter the ice. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chenmin thrust her sword into his abdomen. The unexpected turn of events overloaded his mind, yet he quickly retorted. You think that? Before he could finish, flames ignited upon Jiang Chenmin's sword, consuming his insides with hellfire. The man's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Impossible, you actually? His astonishment was cut short as the flames devoured his life essence, leaving a gravely injured Jiang Chenmin kneeling weakly on the ground. She addressed the man's lifeless body. You lost because you didn't take my sword when you had the chance to uncork the champagne. Minutes later, clutching her bleeding shoulder, Jiang Chenmin dragged her weary body away from the scene. With the remaining members of the cage on the island, the ever-looming threat of energy-eating beasts, and her own injuries, she mused, I might truly die this time. As she wandered alone through the forest, she lost track of time before ultimately collapsing. Just before losing consciousness, she gazed into the encroaching darkness. I have yet to find you. And with that, Jiang Chenmin fainted alone in the perilous wilderness. On the other side, at the edge of the island, Lin Ku and her companions spotted a vessel docked on the shore. Disembarking were the members of the Ya Alliance. Along with Lanlin, what brings you here? Lu Zhikong was the first to speak. Chapter 7. The emergence of Lanlin's terrifying abilities. Lanlin's sudden arrival on the island took Lin Ku and Lu Zhikong by surprise. Typically, during such isolated excursions, outsiders were not permitted to land, save for a few covertly assigned to protect the test participants. Have you encountered any attacks? Lanlin inquired. Yes, you two go aboard the ship. The rest of us will handle things here. What is happening? How did this come to pass? Lu Zhikong began to question when a battered figure approached them. There are members of the cage on the island? He uttered before collapsing, leaving the group in stunned silence. Luo Yin reacted swiftly, relaying the information to the Alliance personnel on the ship. Luo Yin, take people to the island to rescue them. I'll deal with matters here and join you shortly, Xiang Feng instructed. At that moment, Lanlin, standing nearby, remarked to Xiang Feng, I'll head to the island first before departing without delay. What incredible speed! Luo Yin marveled, as both he and Xiang Feng experienced firsthand the extent of Lanlin's abilities. Simultaneously, the Alliance personnel aboard the vessel informed Xiang Feng and the others that the island's dedicated communication lines remained operational and that they had alerted the island's staff. Strangely, however, they had not detected any significant anomalies, suggesting that the number of cage members present was limited and their activities minimal. Throughout the island, several figures clad in black received the same notification. Everyone, they become aware of our presence, but I have yet to receive news of her demise. Time is of the essence. We must act decisively, the voice of the mastermind echoed. Upon hearing this, the black-clad figures simultaneously erupted in laughter. Let us add some spice to this game. They unleashed their hellfire, indiscriminately incinerating everything in sight. In an instant, flames erupted across the island, inciting the lurking, energy-eating beasts into a frenzy. This is bad. The energy-eating beasts are becoming agitated. We need to leave. Thomas quickly alerted the group. On a cliff, Huang Lin and his companions gazed at the rampant fires engulfing the surroundings, suddenly realizing. Those ruffians are desperate. Huang Lin, let us move. The group of individuals undoubtedly acted in such a manner due to the actions of their teachers, Linimo Ran remarked. And what about Jiang Chenmin? I recall she was being pursued by those imprisoned. He said anxiously, I do not know. But all we can do now is to alleviate the burden on our teachers. Let us move swiftly. Linimo Ran interjected. She is exceptionally capable. She should be able to escape. Huang Lin added. At that moment, students scattered across the island began to sense the unusual circumstances and gravitated toward the coast. Deep within the island, Chao Yu and Li Huilin were searching for students who had not yet departed. As they ran, a figure suddenly darted out from behind, leaving a remark, "I will handle this direction." You two head the other way swiftly. Is that someone from Tianwang? Chao Yu exclaimed in surprise. I at her. On an open expanse, a girl, battered and bruised, lay unconscious, seemingly resigned to her fate of death. Fortunately, however, it was Lanlin, a fellow classmate, who first discovered her, rather than the captors or monsters. Lanlin rushed to Jiang Chenmin's side, assessed her injuries, and whispered, "She is gravely wounded. I hope her bones are intact." With that, he scooped Jiang Chenmin into his arms and sprinted toward the coast. Yet, their moment of reprieve was short-lived, as several arrows suddenly whizzed past them. Lanlin leaped into the air, cradling Jiang Chenmin, narrowly evading the lethal assault. Upon landing, Lanlin found himself face to face with three individuals clad in black, who began to applaud. "Impressive. You managed to evade us," one remarked. Faced with these adversaries, Lanlin felt a wave of revulsion and muttered, "You lot really seem to be everywhere." With that, he gently placed Jiang Chenmin on the ground and activated the token that Luo Yin had previously bestowed upon him. As flames flickered, Luo Yin, still searching for students in the distance, received Lanlin's message. "Over there, move quickly." Upon receiving the alert, Luo Yin swiftly advanced toward Lanlin's location, accompanied by several others. Meanwhile, the three figures, observing the firelight, understood the situation and wasted no time in attacking. In the blink of an eye, the four figures became entangled, surrounded by the whistling sounds of weapons slicing through the air. After a brief struggle, the trio suddenly realized something was amiss. Their combined force was insufficient to subdue the boy before them. Consequently, they decisively altered their strategy, shifting their focus to the unconscious Jiang Chenmin, for she was their primary objective. The fastest among them broke away from the skirmish, aiming to strike Jiang Chenmin. However, before he could execute his move, his gaze fell downward, and he was horrified to discover that his lower body had vanished without a trace, devoid of even a drop of blood. Thus, this member of the captors succumbed to an inexplicable demise. The remaining two, witnessing this scene, immediately distanced themselves, unwilling to continue the confrontation. Lanlin, observing the grim expressions of the two, couldn't help but smile and softly remarked, "It seems I was too cautious before. This level of backlash is indeed inconsequential." The two were filled with dread at the sight of the smiling boy. For those mad enough to join the captors, fear was an unfamiliar sentiment. Yet at this moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of terror. It was not merely due to the boy's nonsensical words, but, more critically, his gaze. Those crimson-hued eyes seemed not to regard them as living beings, but as mere dust that ought not to exist. They were certain that if they fell victim to that eerie power, they would surely perish, leaving nothing behind, as if erased from this world. Seizing the moment while Lanlin was momentarily distracted, one of them hastily drew a bow, trembling as he aimed at Jiang Chenmin, stammering, "Let us leave, or I shall shoot her with an arrow." Observing the man's theatrics, Lanlin replied with keen interest, "How about we have a race to see who is faster?" "What?" The archer barely had time to register the words before Lanlin mimicked a gun gesture at him. Bang! A seemingly simple utterance, yet the effect was explosive. The archer's entire upper body, along with the bow and arrow, vanished, leaving only his legs sprawled on the ground. After executing this, Lanlin turned his gaze and smiled at the last remaining adversary, saying, "You're next." Chapter 8. "You look quite charming when you smile. This is impossible. You were all ready." The man before him had not finished his sentence when Lanlin raised his right hand and activated his ability once more. Again, without any warning, the man was obliterated, leaving behind only a pair of inconsequential footprints where he had stood. After all this, Lanlin found himself utterly spent, collapsing onto the ground, supporting himself with his hands while gasping heavily. Reflecting on the earlier events, Lanlin couldn't help but think, thank goodness the first two strikes intimidated him. Otherwise, it would have been the end. Only Lanlin understood that after employing his ability a second time, his body was nearly incapacitated by the backlash. However, given the urgency of the situation, he had to put on a brave face, hoping the adversary would not dare to act recklessly. Yes, it turned out, he had indeed won that gamble. The man was so frightened by the bizarre power that he was rendered incapable of functioning. granting Lanlin the precious time needed to recover and muster the strength for a third strike. Erasing and rewriting the rules of this world at will. How did you ever dare to covet this power? Lanlin muttered to himself as he sat on the ground, casting another glance at Jiang Chenmin lying nearby. He marveled, how remarkable! She managed to endure for so long against such adversaries. However, my abilities are indeed peculiar. During the first strike, I thought the backlash from erasing a living being would be manageable. Yet the second strike nearly cost me my life. It seems I must adopt a different approach to combat in the future. After regaining some strength, Lanlin sat beside Jiang Chenmin, contemplating directly using his ability to erase her injuries. But then he reconsidered, thinking, what if I exert too much force and erase her instead? Thus, he opted to remain by her side, awaiting Luo Yan's support. After a while, an elderly gentleman approached, prompting Lanlin to inquire, "Who might you be?" "I am responsible for guiding students during this trial. You may call me Shui Bai Chiu," he replied. "I see. What brings you here?" "Elder Shui?" Lanlin asked. Noticing considerable commotion in the vicinity, I surmised that something was amiss on the island. I have been searching for the scattered students to escort them to the coast. Aside from the two of you, there should be no other students left on the island, Shui Bai Chiu explained. Upon hearing this, Lanlin felt somewhat reassured. By the way, why are you two still here instead of leaving? Aren't there people waiting for you on the coast? And it seems you are not a student from our country participating in the test, correct? Shui Bai Chiu inquired. You possess quite the strength at such a young age. The future is indeed formidable, Shui Bai Chiu remarked with a smile. Only Lanlin understood that his presence was merely a pretext to justify remaining in this body. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated for so long before choosing to leave a mark on his classmate instead of disregarding her entirely. Observing the surroundings, Lanlin pondered before saying to Shui Bai Chiu, "Elder Shui, when my teacher arrives, could you say those individuals were dealt with by you, and I merely assisted from the sidelines? Would that be acceptable? And why is that? Primarily because, in my teacher's eyes, I have not yet reached a level where I can simultaneously confront 3 captors. Explaining this would be cumbersome," Lanlin explained. Shui Bai Chiu chuckled. "I do not quite believe this explanation, but since you wish to proceed in this manner, I shall not scrutinize it further. I shall gladly take credit for this achievement." At that moment, Luo Yan finally arrived, somewhat late. "Lanlin, are you unharmed? And this gentleman is, Elder Shui is also here." Luo Yan surveyed the environment before turning to the two and stating, "Elder Shui, thank you for your efforts, but it seems this trial cannot allow you to guide those students." As he spoke, Luo Yan helped the exhausted Lanlin to his feet. It was a minor matter. "It hardly qualifies as guidance, merely sharing some experiences. I shall take my leave now," Shui Bai Chiu said, turning to depart, leaving Lanlin and Luo Yan standing awkwardly together. Director Luo, why not allow Elder Shui to accompany us?" Lanlin asked casually to ease the tension. "It is nothing. He has his own plans. But you, how did you manage to deal with those captors?" Luo Yan gazed at Lanlin with a mischievous glint, causing Lanlin to shiver under his scrutiny. Before long, the flames on the island had been preliminarily controlled by the personnel of the Asia Martial Alliance. On the ship, as Lanlin watched the students gathered at the coast, he turned to Luo Yan and inquired, "Are they all freshmen from other countries?" After exchanging a few words, Luo Yan cut to the chase. "Those individuals were taken down by you, weren't they? Then why did you not admit it earlier and instead attributed the actions to Elder Shui?" Luo Yan pressed that it's nothing. "I simply did not wish to invite trouble," Lanlin replied. "Not wanting to seek trouble? Yet you came to save people," Luo Yan teased. Lanlin remained silent, merely gazing at Jiang Chenmin's resting quarters. Noticing this, Luo Yan chose not to pry further and turned to leave. The sea was calm. And apart from the sea breeze, there was nothing else to feel. The cabin echoed with the students' fervent discussions. Much of the conversation revolved around the recent trial journey. Lanlin arrived at the room where Jiang Chenmin was resting and knocked on the door. "Come in." Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of a young girl lying on the bed. Unlike her usual aloof demeanor, this girl appeared to have softened, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Compared to her previous high ponytail, she now resembled a friendly neighborly elder sister. Jiang Chenmin looked at Lanlin and gently said, "It was you who saved me, wasn't it?" "Thank you." Lanlin remained silent, simply observing her. Jiang Chenmin smiled and continued, "When I was very young, I was captured and confined for many years before managing to escape. Since then, I have always reminded myself to become stronger. Strong enough to eradicate the cage, though the flames of karma are what you gained while imprisoned, correct? Lanlin pondered for a long while before voicing this question. You? Upon hearing Lanlin's words, Jiang Chenmin displayed a rare expression of unease, fearing the repercussions if this matter were to become public. Don't be anxious, my perspective on the flames of karma differs from that of others. I won't divulge this matter, so rest assured. Is that so? Thank you. Lanlin gazed at the girl before him and smiled, saying, You looked lovely when you smiled just now. Smile more often. Don't keep that serious face. I'll take my leave now. Jiang Chenmin watched Lanlin depart. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Chapter 9. You're putting me on the hot seat after leaving Jiang Chenmin's resting quarters. Lanlin found himself alone on the deck, gazing out at the endless sea. Memories of the scenes he witnessed at the moment of his own birth flooded back. An infinite void, during which he felt he could control everything. It was as if all things in the world revolved around him, but that feeling of omnipotence quickly faded, replaced by an indescribable sense of dissonance. It felt as though he should not exist in this world. In his most painful and confused moments, Lanlin chose to escape, ultimately living on in the guise of Lanlin. He had resolutely decided not to involve himself in this matter, yet he found himself uncontrollably drawn to the island. It seems your influence on me is truly profound, Lanlin mused to himself. I've decided. I will no longer ponder such trivial questions about my identity, since you have bestowed this name upon me. From today forth, I shall be known as Lanlin, he silently reflected, a smile forming on his lips, one he did not even notice. Are you just going to stand here alone and not take a break? Came a gentle female voice from behind. Lanlin turned slightly, surprised, and saw Jiang Chenmin approaching him. Leaning against the railing, he smiled and replied, If even the injured aren't resting, what is the point of me taking a break? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chenmin smiled faintly and moved closer to Lanlin, inquiring about the circumstances of his rescue. When I fainted, there must have been others from the cage who noticed me. You defeated them, didn't you? Yes, while I was running you to the coast, 3 members of the cage pursued us, Lanlin replied. Jiang Chenmin looked astonished. Not only had Lanlin managed to defeat 3 masters from the cage, but he also appeared entirely unscathed from the struggle. You are the second strongest person I have ever encountered. Oh, who was the first? The one who rescued me from the cage. He was truly formidable. I have always wanted to find him, but I have yet to succeed, Jiang Chenmin added with a hint of disappointment. Yet, she thought to herself, she was rescued by someone. I seem to have helped a few along the way. Was she one of them? If so, why didn't I recognize her? Is it because I haven't fully inherited Lanlin's memories? Perhaps. The sea breeze swept around them as the two, who had never opened their hearts to others before, engaged in conversation with an unprecedented sense of ease. All right, but you must be careful. I am quite strong in one-on-one battles. How strong? Biffed. Jiang Chenmin couldn't help but laugh. You overly confident, aren't you? The title of strongest is not something one can casually claim. Don't believe me? Lanlin said offhandedly. I'm willing to believe. In a nondescript corner, 2 boys were utterly shocked. Hey, Lao Tang, did you see that? Jiang Goddess walks just like a girl in love. Lao Tang, Lao Tang. One of the boys turned to see his companion biting his collar, staring vacantly. After a long while, he finally got a response from Lao Tang. I saw it quite clearly. The island journey incident had temporarily come to a close. Fortunately, statistics showed that this unexpected event had not resulted in any student casualties. Nevertheless, many personnel who had secretly protected the students had sustained varying degrees of injuries. The Uwillian also provided compensation to the involved parties and began investigating internal personnel to swiftly identify any potential traitors. Hey, did you receive this? During the break, those who had participated in the island journey received a sum of money and a notification. The notification contained an apology letter from the leadership regarding the incident and details of the compensation. To be honest, I didn't do anything this time. I just played on the outer island for 2 days. I feel embarrassed to take this compensation. Haha. Come on, you're the one laughing the hardest. Hey, the money is in hand. How could I refuse it? Everyone was engrossed in discussing the unexpected gains from the incident as they looked at the information on their phones. In a corner, Lanlin glanced at the message on his phone and flipped through his course schedule. Aside from the basic combat course, I haven't teachos in any other classes, so I have quite a bit of free time. I wonder when she will have time. Probably the weekend. Still contemplating the sparring session, Lanlin suddenly received a message from Jiang Chenmin Saturday, training room 4. Hey, Lanlin, smiling so brightly, are you in love? Huang Lin suddenly appeared beside him, patting Lanlin's shoulder. Let me see who your girlfriend is. Wait, what? You've saved her as Jiang Chenmin? You really are fearless. I mean, even if you have feelings for Jiang Goddess. You shouldn't do that. If word gets out, that woman will surely beat you up. Seeing Huang Lin's mischievous expression, Lanlin felt utterly speechless. First of all, I'm not in love. Secondly, this is Jiang Chenmin. She wants to spar with me. Upon hearing this, Huang Lin stood there, dumbfounded in his mind. He could only hear 7 words. In love. It's Jiang Chenmin. You really got together with Jiang Chenmin? As soon as those words were uttered, the surrounding crowd was shocked and rushed over to join the commotion. Thus, what began as a trivial matter was thoroughly distorted by Huang Lin. Lan Gu? How did you do it? Share some tips with your brothers. I didn't see that coming. Lan Lin, you've been like a transparent person all this time. Who knew you were actually quite the catch? As the crowd began to incite more excitement, Lan Lin looked at these troublemakers and felt an unprecedented urge to utilize his abilities. I say, did your ears miss some parts? Especially you, Huang Lin. How did you interpret I am in love with Jiang Chenmin from what I said? If that reaches her ears, you'd surely be split in two. Upon hearing this, Huang Lin wore a sly grin. Claiming he was merely joking to lighten the mood, it was a rare opportunity to help Lan Lin bond with his classmates, so he had to stir the pot a bit. Standing nearby, Lin Mo Ran also understood. After all, Lan Lin rarely interacted with his peers, and this opportunity was indeed rare. But as always, the unexpected can happen. Chapter 10. Sparring time always slips away so suddenly. Before they knew it, the date for Lanlin and Jiang Chenmin's sparring had arrived. Really, I forgot to ask what time to go to the training ground. I should head over early. So she doesn't have to wait for me. On weekends, students could either rest or take on tasks released by the academy to earn some credits. I wonder how many tasks Jiang Chenmin has completed by now. It must be several times more than mine. While walking alone, Lan Lin's gaze wandered until he spotted Jiang Chenmin coming out from the task office. It was evident that she had seized the opportunity during her free time on Friday afternoon to complete a task released by the academy. Lan Lin? Jiang Chenmin approached briskly, eyeing the laid-back Lan Lin. Are you really going to fight me like this? Why not? Lan Lin replied, puzzled. Where is your weapon? What about the healing medicine? I don't use weapons in battle. And as for injuries, 3 masters from the cage couldn't harm me. Do you think you can? Lan Lin replied casually. It seems you truly have confidence in your abilities. Of course, I've said it before. In one-on-one battles, I am the strongest. Jiang Chenmin turned to look at Lan Lin, who displayed genuine self-assurance regarding his strength. With such certainty, do you possess some powerful techniques? She asked, intrigued. I don't have any. I primarily rely on improvisation during battles. No powerful techniques? Then how did you defeat those people? Jiang Chenmin asked skeptically. To put it simply, my stats are quite high. The path was sparsely populated with students. And similarly, the training ground was not crowded. The two found an isolated room and began preparing for the sparring session. Jiang Chenmin placed the sword from her back beside a chair and walked toward the combat zone. Lan Lin looked puzzled and asked, aren't you going to use your sword? There is no rush. Let me first attempt to engage you in unarmed combat. The two individuals positioned themselves at the center of the battleground. Devoid of any superfluous dialogue, Jiang Chenmin decisively initiated the encounter, launching her right fist in an effort to seize the advantage. Lan Lin, quick to react, intercepted the incoming punch with his left hand, grasping her wrist and executing a wrist lock to pull back, causing Jiang Chenmin to lose her balance. However, Jiang Chenmin was equally swift, tightening her grip and performing a backflip to escape Lan Lin's hold. Following it up with a kick, thus commenced a fierce exchange of blows, with Jiang Chenmin's coordination of her limbs being remarkably flawless, each strike directed towards her opponent's vulnerabilities. Yet, Lan Lin's prowess was even more formidable. He defended against Jiang Chenmin's assaults with impeccable timing, revealing no weaknesses, and even found the leisure to comment, your speed is quite impressive, and your strength is commendable. Jiang Chenmin replied, you are indeed powerful. Allow me to demonstrate this. Quite remarkable, Lan Lin mused, glancing at his left hand, which still shimmered with a white mist. Had a weaker opponent been struck, they would likely have been incapacitated for a considerable time. Upon recognizing the effect of this technique, Lanlin dissipated the cold aura from his hand. Jiang Chenmin, witnessing the vanishing mist on Lanlin's palm, expressed her surprise. "Did you just employ your ability?" "Indeed," he acknowledged. "So why did you not use it during our earlier skirmish?" "There's no rush. This ability will inevitably be employed against you," he declared, swiftly moving to strike, appearing before Jiang Chenmin in an instant with a powerful palm strike. "Impressive speed," Jiang Chenmin exclaimed, hastily crossing her arms to shield herself, barely managing to deflect the blow. However, she was still propelled several meters backward, acutely aware that Lanlin's speed and strength had doubled since their previous exchange. "Come on, let us continue." "Wait, I shall resort to using a weapon," Jiang Chenmin responded, moving to the side to retrieve her sword. "Be cautious. Blades are unforgiving," Lanlin warned just as Jiang Chenmin lunged towards him. Sword in hand, she gripped the hilt. A frigid mist enveloped the blade. With a mighty swing, a thunderous sound erupted as Lanlin vanished from his original position, leaving only a cloud of white smoke in his wake. Jiang Chenmin stepped back, sword held defensively, acutely aware that her previous strike could not have harmed him, as anticipated. A figure surged forth from the smoke, moving with unprecedented speed. Jiang Chenmin strained her concentration, attempting to pinpoint Lanlin's location. The real Lanlin had already positioned himself directly above her. Observing Jiang Chenmin's strike aimed at thin air, he smiled slightly before executing a knee strike he had seen on television. Fortunately, Jiang Chenmin reacted just in time, leaping aside. The resounding crack of destruction echoed throughout the training ground as a massive crater formed at the spot he had struck, cracks radiating across the surface for dozens of meters, rendering the ground above akin to a shattering glass pane. Observing this scene, Jiang Chenmin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This was a surface constructed from synthetic diamond. Could he truly shatter it using mere physical strength? "Don't lose focus." Lanlin's voice snapped her back to reality as another assault began. Once again, he moved with a velocity that took her breath away. Faced with a multitude of indistinct afterimages, Jiang Chenmin realized that pinpointing Lanlin's position was nearly impossible, and being on the defensive was not an option. Thus, she infused her sword with icy elemental power, bracing one hand against the ground to unleash a torrent of mist, hoping to seize victory amidst their obscured vision. Indeed, Lanlin's speed diminished within the icy fog, allowing Jiang Chenmin to accurately gauge his position. With a powerful swing, she unleashed a decisive strike, while Lanlin, fully aware of the unfolding scenario, presented a confident smile and countered with a knife-hand strike. With a resounding crash, the icy mist dissipated, leaving both combatants facing one another. Jiang Chenmin's sword now splintered in two. Gazing at the scene before her, Jiang Chenmin chuckled lightly. "You truly are formidable, whether it be shattering the ground, cleaving my sword in twain, or your unreasonably swift speed. I did mention, my attributes are rather elevated." Lanlin responded, scratching his head in embarrassment. "This time, I've incurred quite a loss. I'll have to compensate you for a new sword and for repairing the floor." Jiang Chenmin smiled. "That's unnecessary. I had long wished to acquire a different weapon, and you've provided me with a perfect excuse. As for the floor, let us split the cost." Meanwhile, the 5 individuals monitoring the surveillance screens appeared utterly aghast. Luo Yin further fanned the flames. "What's the hold-up? Can't we just fight now?" "He.s. right there in the training ground." Upon hearing this, the 3 replied hastily, "What are we looking for? We re-teachers, how could we possibly hold a grudge against a student?" They exchanged nervous smiles as they distanced themselves from the monitoring room. "Lao Luo, what's your take on this?" Though Jiang Chenmin's strength is formidable, it remains manageable. After all, the strongest among the 4 blades at this age is roughly at this level. However, Lanlin is a bit exaggerated. He operates on an entirely different plane compared to Jiang Chenmin. Should we delve deeper into this? Forget it. I promised him I wouldn't pry into his secrets. Besides, isn't it a good thing for a student to be strong? Chapter 11. A small interlude. All right. As she observed Lanlin departing, Jiang Chenmin couldn't help but smile. She felt an emotional flow within her, a sensation that had been absent until she met him. It was truly a remarkable feeling. Back in her dormitory, Lanlin sat in a chair, retrieving his phone to check for any noteworthy happenings. The military's early admissions were about to commence, and the four blades were gathering once more, preparing to venture into the depths of Death Valley. Upon reading about the four blades, Lanlin felt a flicker of interest. Death Valley, is it truly such a unique place that it necessitates the simultaneous mobilization of the four blades? He scrolled through the screen, continuing to peruse the latest information. Unsurprisingly, aside from the initial tidbits of interest, the remainder was merely marketing fluff. Forget it. I'll just watch some videos, Lanlin decided, reclining comfortably on his bed, ready to relish the joys of solitary living. Huang Lin and Lu Zhikong have gone on a mission, and Lin Murin is likely busy outside as well. I'm the only one left here, lounging around. Knock, knock, knock. Is Lanlin in there? HM? Who is that? Lanlin opened the door to find two individuals standing at his dormitory entrance. Hello, I am Tang Xiao, and this is Fang Zhe. We are here to challenge you, the student named Tang Xiao began. Lanlin was at a loss for words. Jiang Chenmin was one thing, but why were these strangers seeking to spar with him? Sorry, I'm not in the mood for a spar right now. Lanlin replied, attempting to close the door, but Tang Xiao quickly caught it. Please don't misunderstand. We're not here to cause trouble. We simply wish to gauge the prowess of someone who has caught Jiang Chenmin's attention. Are you two her classmates? Yes, Tang Xiao affirmed. I've been pursuing Jiang Chenmin, but she has completely ignored me. Recently, we saw you two spending time together, so we thought we might learn how to interact with her. Fang Zhe chimed in, and Tang Xiao nodded vigorously in agreement. Understanding their intent, Lanlin realized that these two were merely here to learn how to approach Jiang Chenmin. So, by your own admission, you wish to observe my capabilities that have garnered Jiang Chenmin's notice, correct? Precisely. Apart from that, we have no ulterior motives. At that moment, an idea struck Lanlin. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to tease these two. What if I were to say that Jiang Chenmin is already my girlfriend? You wouldn't seize this opportunity to give me a beating, would you? Impossible. Upon hearing this, the two looked as though they had been struck by lightning, nearly losing their composure, though they managed to maintain their expressions. How could that be? We've seen you two together. You must have considered this scenario? Then all is well. I'm planning to go out for dinner with her shortly, and it would be unfortunate if I were to get injured. Lanlin said this nonchalantly. But at that moment, the two were on the verge of breaking. You've already dined together. A simple statement brought forth the most direct of wounds. Lanlin couldn't help but feel delighted. It was rather amusing to tease others. He noted that he might try this tactic on Huang Lin and Hiyu next time. However, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. If he didn't restrain himself and retaliated against them too harshly, would they be left permanently disheartened? Oh well, they did come to me first. I can't overthink this. HM? You're still here. Lanlin waved as he made his way towards Jiang Chenmin. Jiang Chenmin? We classmates. Please don't ignore us, Tang Xiao pleaded, but upon closer inspection, he noticed the ground behind Jiang Chenmin was cracked beyond recognition, resembling the aftermath of a bomb detonation. What happened to the ground? Oh, that was from when I was sparring with Jiang Chenmin. Upon hearing this, the two instantly lost their composure. What sort of sparring could cause such destruction to the training ground? Yet, having already spoken, they felt compelled to engage in combat. Jiang Chenmin, witnessing the unfolding scene, began to piece together the circumstances and prepared to leave the training ground. Lanlin, I'll head out first. Come find me at the school gate when you're done. Oh, all right. At this point, the expansive training ground was left with only Lanlin and the two others. Hey, you just sparred with Jiang Chenmin, right? How did it go? Fang Zhe inquired. It was a draw. We didn't go all out. Lanlin replied. Seriously? This guy fought to a standstill with Jiang Chenmin? I didn't notice anything particularly remarkable about him. Tang Xiao and Fang Zhe thought, their minds racing with astonishment, as a tie with Jiang Chenmin was sufficient to speak volumes. Moreover, gazing upon the cracked ground, it seemed evident that Jiang Chenmin had not held back intentionally. Yet, a confrontation was inevitable. Fang Zhe struck first, launching a punch towards Lanlin, who remained unperturbed, effortlessly catching the blow. Is this real? Fang Zhe thought, astonished, but he tilted his head, unleashing a long spear from behind his head. Seizing the opportunity created by Fang Zhe, Tang Xiao aimed to employ an unexpected maneuver for victory but was ultimately unsuccessful. With a slight exertion, Lanlin repelled Fang Zhe to the side, simultaneously stepping forward, gripping the spear with his left hand and delivering a swift palm strike with his right. This strike, though restrained, sent Tang Xiao staggering back several meters. After executing this series of actions, Lanlin calmly examined his left hand, which bore no marks in terms of both speed and strength. He was clearly at a disadvantage compared to Jiang Chenmin. Yet their coordination was commendable. Lanlin observed the two and inquired, "Are you both from the same school? It seems you complement each other remarkably well." "Thank you for the compliment, but our sparring is far from over," Fang Zhe declared, re-engaging. Tang Xiao, unwilling to be outdone, immediately charged at Lanlin with his spear. The two positioned themselves to envelop Lanlin, who smiled faintly and accelerated, vanishing from their line of sight in an instant. Where did he go? Before they could comprehend the situation, both found themselves on the ground. "What just happened? I've been taken down," Tang Xiao exclaimed, unable to mask his shock. Fang Zhe was no better off. His mind was still in disarray when Lanlin appeared above them, replicating the same scene, the same knee strike. Observing this, Tang Xiao pushed Fang Zhe aside and moved out of the way, allowing Lanlin's strike to land on the ground instead. However, this time, Lanlin did not exert force. He merely feigned the action, unwilling to damage the floor once more. After a brief exchange, both were drenched in sweat. Having experienced Lanlin's formidable prowess for the first time, they could sense that Lanlin had not truly unleashed his full potential. Otherwise, they would have been in the infirmary, if not the morgue. "All right, we both understand now that it is your strength that drew Jiang Chenmin's attention. There is no need for further conflict. I have no desire to visit the hospital." With that, the two departed the training grounds. Chapter 12. The gluttonous girl is innocent. The streets were bustling with people on the weekend, and Jiang Chenmin stood outside the throng, awaiting Lanlin. After concluding his sparring, Lanlin headed directly toward the school gates. "I am here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Did you give them a hard time?" Jiang Chenmin casually inquired. "Not really. We merely exchanged a few blows before parting ways." The two engaged in a brief conversation before leaving the school. Although it was still early and the streets were crowded, most restaurants remained empty. Lanlin glanced at Jiang Chenmin, who maintained her icy demeanor, or more accurately, appeared uncertain about what to do next. "It is still early. Should we not wander around a bit?" "Where to?" "The destination is inconsequential. What matters is the journey. If nothing else, we can just circle the school." "You truly are carefree," Jiang Chenmin remarked. Thus, a boy and a girl strolled aimlessly down the street. For Jiang Chenmin, it was of little consequence, as she rarely ventured out or interacted with others. Thus, the location or activity held no significance. However, for Lanlin, this casual wandering could easily be misinterpreted. Despite his assertion that the destination mattered not, it was inappropriate to meander without purpose. They were uncomfortably close yet silent, resembling a couple embroiled in a quarrel. Creating an awkward impression. "Shall we sit in this restaurant for a while? We can order first and have the chef serve it later." "All right." As a result, they settled into the eatery, but Lanlin soon realized the situation had become even more awkward. Sitting face to face, Jiang Chenmin gazed at him, making it difficult for him to even check his phone. Sitting side by side might have seemed a bit intimate. "Do you drink anything? I could fetch us some beverages," Lanlin ventured, attempting to alleviate the tension. "Just water for me," Jiang Chenmin replied. Lanlin felt somewhat bewildered. He had never been in a romantic relationship and was particularly unsure how to interact with someone like Jiang Chenmin. He retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water and returned to his seat, feeling trapped in silence. Noticing that the owner was not paying attention to them, Jiang Chenmin finally asked, "When did you realize I could wield the flame of industry?" Jiang Chenmin was somewhat taken aback, as she had consciously suppressed the flame during her use of the ice flame, believing no one would notice. After all, even she had not detected the flame hidden within her ice flame. "How did you see it?" "I didn't even sense it myself. Perhaps I am simply more perceptive. Since you noticed, why didn't you say anything at the time?" To the modern eye, the flame of industry symbolizes confinement. Jiang Chenmin pressed, eager to ascertain Lanlin's true stance on the matter. Lanlin, however, casually retorted, "I'm not human. What I mean is, I really don't wish to involve myself in those troublesome matters." Jiang Chenmin was unconvinced by this reasoning. "If you didn't want to get involved, why did you go to the island later?" "Oh, when the principal was preparing to leave, he happened to catch me and said I had to go. He did give me credits. I thought it sounded appealing, so I followed him to the island." Lanlin delivered this with such a nonchalant demeanor that Jiang Chenmin found it difficult to counter his words. Meanwhile, Xiang Feng suddenly sneezed. Strange, Can I possibly catch a cold? By the way, why didn't Jiang Chenmin take on any tasks today? Wasn't she finished with her sparring? In the restaurant, after a casual exchange, the two fell back into an uncomfortable silence, but fortunately, this persisted until mealtime. Although Jiang Chenmin was a girl, her dining manners were remarkably graceful, which did little to conceal her substantial appetite. Observing the empty plates before Jiang Chenmin, Lanlin was left in shock. Goodness, her appetite is astonishing, nearly double mine. Jiang Chenmin noticed Lanlin's gaze fixed upon her and quietly inquired, "Why do you keep staring at me?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just curious why you eat so much. I never said there was anything wrong with eating a lot." Jiang Chenmin thought to herself, realizing he was merely observing her dining habits. Given her history of scarcity, she had grown accustomed to eating enough in one sitting to last several days. The flame of industry? Yes, go ahead and eat. I'll settle the bill. Lanlin rose to approach the counter. The restaurant's prices were reasonable and the portions generous, which meant it was bustling at meal times, forcing Lanlin to wait in line to pay. "Excuse me, I'd like to settle my bill." "Sure thing, table 3, right? That will be 54. Here's the QR code," the owner indicated. "Young man, remember, gluttonous girls are often innocent. Don't let this opportunity slip away." "Hey, isn't this just leading to romance?" Lanlin thought, hurriedly paying and leaving. Wow, this uncle really knows how to speak. Jiang Chenmin continued eating as Lanlin returned to his seat, yet he felt an odd discomfort. "Are you free tonight?" Upon hearing this, Lanlin felt a surge of panic. This was an unexpected turn of events. Just as he was about to refuse, Jiang Chenmin lowered her head and pleaded in an almost desperate tone, "Please." This left Lanlin utterly speechless. A typically aloof girl was beseeching him to venture out together at night, a request he found incredibly difficult to navigate. All right, he managed to force out, a foolish smile gracing his face as he exited the restaurant. Jiang Chenmin, watching Lanlin's retreating figure, revealed a relieved smile, as if she had obtained something she had never possessed before. Back at the dormitory, Lanlin was still reeling from the encounter when a phone call interrupted him. Upon answering, he was met with Huang Lin's frantic voice. "Hey, Langu, I need your help." Huang Lin's distressed shout startled Lanlin. "Why are you shouting?" "I'm in a bit of trouble with my task and need you to assist me." "I can't. I have plans tonight that it won't take long. It's just over in the southern part of the city. If you come, I guarantee it'll be done in an hour." Huang Lin continued to press for Lanlin's assistance. Unmoved, Lanlin reiterated his refusal. After all, it wasn't his task. "Once I finish, I'll let you play my game account, and oh thanks. How about I buy you a drink?" "I don't drink." "Then how about I let you use my water card? Just send me the location," Lanlin replied before hanging up, preparing to leave. Meanwhile, Huang Lin was left bewildered. That worked. Chapter 13. Speedy Factory. Mysterious person? Lu Zhikong regarded Huang Lin, who wore a confused expression. "Did you manage to convince him?" "Yeah, he said he'd come shortly." Huang Lin smirked, realizing that a simple water card had sufficed. Thankfully, he hadn't suggested anything more outrageous as compensation. Like foot massages. It's a minor issue. Worst comes to worst, I want to pay. Huang Lin shrugged, exuding nonchalance. Lu Zhikong observed his attitude and cautioned, "You better be careful. He might just decide to take your head off." "No way. He is not that formidable." Huang Lin maintained his air of confidence. Lu Zhikong, disinterested in further discussion, watched Huang Lin revel in his self-satisfaction. After a while, Lanlin finally arrived at the designated location, a factory that was as ordinary as it could be, albeit in a somewhat remote area. Huang Lin's current mission involves capturing the unscrupulous boss hidden within this factory and delivering him to the authorities. As for Lu Zhikong, he was brought in as free labor, but neither of them anticipated that the opposing force would be slightly more formidable than they had expected. They had previously attempted an arrest, only to be met with a beating and subsequently thrown out of the factory. Fortunately, their adversaries merely regarded them as lost delinquents. Otherwise, they might have fled. After hearing Huang Lin's explanation, Lanlin could no longer contain himself. "What do you mean you can't complete such a trivial task? You don't even need to investigate, just engage him directly. Worst case, we'll end up fighting." Huang Lin, equally exasperated, retorted, "Did you hear me? I said I genuinely can't take him on, and neither can old Lu." "That's indeed the case. We've already tried," came the reply. "So you think I can handle it just because I showed up?" "I don't know. but it's better to have more hands on deck. After all, 3 heads are better than 1, Huang Lin confidently asserted. Upon hearing this, Lanlin was ready to lose his temper. Who said anything about being a head? Do you even realize I have urgent matters tonight? What could possibly be so urgent? Forget it. We're here for this factory, right? A few figures peeked out from the grass, gazing at the dilapidated factory before them. There were not many people inside, perhaps around 20 in total. This mission was likely filtered through the military, ensuring it wasn't overly difficult. Otherwise, another Huang Lin might stumble in unwittingly. Lanlin meticulously assessed the distribution of abilities within the factory. They were quite scattered and weak, however. The few near the entrance appeared formidable, likely hired thugs for the boss. It seemed he was about to make a hasty exit. After all, with both of them clearly intent on capturing him. He had no reason to linger. Huang Lin, acting like a fool, leaned on Lanlin's shoulder. That makes sense. So do you have a plan? Lanlin disdainfully pushed him away. What plan? You expect me to come up with ideas for your mission? Then what do we do? Should we have old Lu draw those thugs away while we rush in and create chaos? Dream on. Stop arguing. You're giving me a headache. You two stay here. I'll handle them. Lanlin declared, preparing to act. Huang Lin quickly grabbed him. Are you out of your mind? You think you can take them on alone? Lu Zhikang chimed in, advising Lanlin against being impulsive. I'm the one you hired. If you want to accomplish this mission, you need to listen to me. With that, Lanlin dashed inside. The 2 onlookers gasped in astonishment. Wow, he is fast. Intruder. I repeat, intruder. Shut up. You're making a racket. We need backup. We need support at the main entrance on the 1st floor. Suddenly, the factory erupted into chaos, filled with cries of distress and the sounds of intense physical confrontations. Who is this kid? What S with his bizarre strength? Retreat. Before the sentiment could fully escape his lips, Lanlin's fist again connected with the faces of the remaining assailants. Those with less luck were left wondering where the blows had landed. The turmoil within the factory continued, leaving the 2 outside utterly dumbfounded. Is Lanlin really this strong? I had no idea. This is bad. If I back out now, he might actually kill me. I think he just might. After about 3 minutes, the factory gradually fell silent. Lanlin emerged, nonchalantly holding a bruised and battered middle-aged man by the collar, as if he had merely stepped out for a quick restroom break. Approaching Huang Lin and Lu Zhikang, he casually tossed the man to the ground. Is this the guy? Yes, that's him. Huang Lin exclaimed excitedly, as though he had just received a reward for completing the task. Lanlin cast a glance at the still-stunned Lu Zhikang, too lazy to engage in further conversation, and promptly presented his payment code to Huang Lin. What is this for? What do you mean? What is it for? Reimbursement for travel expenses, Huang Lin replied, wearing a face that begged for a punch. It's just a few bucks. Are we really quibbling over this? Upon hearing this, Lanlin leaned in close to Huang Lin, bearing a classic expression of disbelief. All right, I'll send it right away. Or at least, it would be nice if I could make him as incapacitated as the man lying over there. I've dealt with the others in the factory. Don't worry, they won't wake up anytime soon. About 20 of them. Don't forget. With that, Lanlin prepared to head towards the bus station. Oh, right, Lanlin. Huang Lin called out once more. What now? There's a big job during the winter break. Are you interested? Winter break? I'll see when the time comes. With that, Lanlin swiftly made his way towards the subway station. It was evident that he couldn't afford to run through the city. So he seized the opportunity while still outdoors. Hopefully, he would make it in time. Meanwhile, Huang Lin and Lu Zhikang were left to tidy up the aftermath. Oh, you think Lanlin will be selected for the upcoming military pre-recruitment? Based on what just happened, he will definitely be chosen, provided those instructors witness his capabilities. However, whether he accepts is another matter. As the 2 conversed, a knife suddenly flew past them, embedding itself in the ground ahead. My apologies. I merely wanted to test your reaction, a woman, concealing her face, stated. Are you responsible for this scene? If not, do you know where he is? Pardon the interruption. With that, she rushed toward the fallen men at the entrance, scooping one up and departing the scene. Chapter 14. The appointment. Lu Zhikang wore a troubled expression as he watched the woman leave. This is bad. Hurry and call the mission office. I'm on it. Stop hurrying me. What did the mission office say? Lu Zhikang was visibly anxious. After all, no one knew what that woman intended. All right then. Meanwhile, Lanlin had just arrived at the subway station and was fidgeting anxiously. The screen displayed that the next train would not depart for another 5 minutes. Thus, he paced back and forth on the platform, finally relieved when the train arrived. Checking the time, he realized there would be no opportunity for dinner. So he sent a message to explain the delay. "Ding, it's all right, I'll wait for you." Did I truly hold such significance in Jiang Chenmin's heart? About an hour later, the subway stopped at the midpoint of the journey. The staff announced that the train had reached its final destination, urging passengers to transfer. What the hell? Why did I have to catch this half-route train? This is a disaster. Though Lanlin felt like he was about to explode from the heat, he still needed to maintain his composure, especially since he was wearing his school uniform. If he embarrassed himself in public, who knew what Feng would do with that opportunity? After all, he had sensed Feng's interest in him for quite some time. So he needed to tread carefully. However, waiting idly was not a viable option, so he pulled out his phone to browse videos. As they say, time flies when you're watching videos. Why are they all abstract works? Am I somehow an abstract person? Just then, something interesting caught his attention. The content displayed on his phone was a notification regarding a military-civilian collaboration task set to take place during the winter break. The significant job Huang Lin mentioned must be this. Let's see what this is about. The notification detailed the tasks for non-military personnel, but Lanlin felt something was off. Why release such information so early? Wouldn't he that give the other participants time to prepare? Or perhaps this was a hidden test set by the military, and those involved would affect their chances of joining in the future? Whatever the case, he didn't want to overthink it. As long as he could reap the benefits, that was enough. At that moment, the subway arrived at the station, and his priority was to make it to the appointment. In the principal's office, when Zhou and Wang Bin were listening to the principal speak, it was evident that Xiang Feng had an agenda, and with Luo Yin absent, there was no one to rein him in. Isn't this inappropriate? What's inappropriate? We're merely observing his attitude. That kid has extraordinary strength, and we must ascertain his stance. What stance could a student possibly have? As long as he doesn't end up in a cage. It shouldn't matter. That's not the same. I have a feeling that the secrets he harbors might be linked to something significant, so we must clarify his stance and guide him if necessary. Very well, then let us act tonight on the other side. Lanlin remained oblivious to what awaited him, but he understood that if he didn't hurry to the appointment, it would be a disaster. He had envisioned arriving at school around 6:40, yet it was now 7 o'clock as he exited the subway station. He had no choice but to inform Jiang Chenmin of the situation once more. At this moment, even Lanlin was unaware that he subconsciously placed great importance on Jiang Chenmin's affairs. "I'm waiting for you at Riverside Park." Taking out his phone and scanning the map, Lanlin quickly located a likely spot for Riverside Park and prepared to set off when a voice called out from behind him. "Let us go." Turning around, he found Jiang Chenmin standing there, gazing at him with warmth, surrounded by a bustling crowd, each person preoccupied with their own affairs. The two stood there as if they belonged to a different realm, oblivious to the hurried world around them. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" "I haven't either. Let's find something to eat first." "Oh, all right. By the way, weren't you at Riverside Park?" "I was merely teasing you. There is no Riverside Park. I've been waiting here for you. And it just so happened that I received your message." When this remark reaches Lanlin's ears, it is bound to sound exceedingly amiss, but now is not the time for contemplation. Let us first address our hunger. There should be numerous food stalls nearby. Shall we take a look? Thus, the two of them strolled along the street, as ordinary as a couple devoid of any special abilities, never having encountered those with power before. Their promenade continued while the sun gradually descended below the horizon, and the city's lights began to twinkle into life. Upon reaching the riverbank, Jiang Chenmin clasped his hands behind his back, striding forward confidently, while Lanlin followed closely, hands tucked into his pockets, both of them admiring the nocturnal cityscape along the riverbank. "Do you find me peculiar at this moment?" Jiang Chenmin inquired. "To be honest, yes, just a tad," Lanlin replied. Jiang Chenmin halted, leaning against the railing by the river, gazing silently at the scenery across the water. "Since I can remember, I have been confined in that dark, dismal place. Even when I was allowed outside, it was merely to partake in experiments within the cage. I never experienced the childhood that other children did, until I was rescued 6 years ago." Jiang Chenmin paused briefly before continuing. "However, life was not particularly kind even after my rescue." "Were your parents unkind to you?" Lanlin questioned, puzzled. They are tolerable, but only as long as I can showcase my worth. What do you mean? What are your plans? That hardly qualifies as care, does it? Yet they did provide me with a place to stay, did they not? Are you truly their biological daughter? It is possible that I am not. Chapter 15. I will be your strongest, huh? The mere phrase "it is possible that I am not" caused Lanlin's mind to momentarily freeze. Such a statement could not be uttered so nonchalantly. Observing Lanlin's astonished expression, Jiang Chenmin smiled. No, it is your attitude towards this matter that astonishes me. I ask that so? Regardless, they are indeed treating me well now. The teachers must think the same. Jiang Chenmin concealed his smile, returning his gaze to the opposite bank of the river, while Lanlin realized that his previous words might have been inappropriate. Do you know why I treat you differently from others? Is it because I am handsome? Piffed. Spare me your narcissism. It is because you have never regarded me as the so-called strongest. Lanlin looked perplexed, and now, still the same, but because of your presence, I faintly see the answer. And I am no longer fixated on being the strongest. Some ethereal things become liberating when relinquished. I once feared being surpassed by my peers, yet I longed for that very person to appear. I did not wish to bear the burden of being the strongest, yet contrary to my desires, more and more people began to notice me, venerating me as the strongest and a genius. I could only walk further down that path until you arrived. Back on the isolated island, I believed I could handle the cage on my own, but nearly lost my life. You, however, are different. You can genuinely defeat them through your strength. The sparring during the day further made me aware of your power. Do you know how exhilarating it was when I heard you confidently declare yourself as the strongest? I have always wished for a peer to completely surpass me, and you are that person. Lanlin smiled slightly. It sounds like you are passing all the pressure onto me, huh? Unfortunately, not many are aware of my strength. In the eyes of the vast majority, you remain the strongest. That is inconsequential. Your existence is sufficient for me. In the past, I had to win every battle, but now I need not force myself, for I acknowledge that what I cannot achieve, others can. I am no longer the pinnacle of excellence. At this moment, Jiang Chenmin felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had cast off a heavy burden, and Lanlin understood Jiang Chenmin's sentiment. Then let it be so. You shall become the strongest in the eyes of the world, and I will be your strongest. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. So if I find myself in dire straits again, can I expect you to save me? Of course. The two exchanged smiles, Lanlin feeling joy for Jiang Chenmin, while Jiang Chenmin rejoiced in the temporary release of his burdens. Let us take a photograph to commemorate this significant day, Jiang Chenmin suggested. Click. After leaving the riverbank, Lanlin headed straight back to the dormitory, while Wen Zhouyi and Wang Bin began executing their plan. The first step was to lure Lanlin to a less populated area. The second step involved Wang Bin posing as a member of the cage and launching an attack on Wen Zhouyi. The third step was to observe Lanlin's reaction and see if he would rush to assist. It was likely that one moment he would be watching from a distance, and the next, a fist would be flying towards his face. However, Wang Bin had already prepared for this, donning a specially designed mask. This way, even if he were struck, he would not lose consciousness immediately. With everything in place, they commenced their action. He's coming. Prepare yourself. In the distance, Lanlin continued to walk while listening to music. Not long after he entered the woods, Wen Zhouyi suddenly appeared before him, shouting, "Cage member, you have quite the audacity to act outside Jingwu Academy." Emerging from the shadows, Wang Bin joined in. Who are you to dictate how the cage operates? Get down with that. The two engaged in a scuffle. After a few seconds, realizing Lanlin had not intervened, they discreetly checked his position. Where did he go? The atmosphere grew tense. Lanlin's disappearance indicated he could strike at any moment. Wang Bin felt the pressure mount, as he had to control his strength to avoid genuinely injuring Wen Zhouyi while remaining vigilant against Lanlin's potential assault. The back and forth left Wang Bin drenched in sweat. However, at that moment, Lanlin stood with his hands in his pockets, headphones on, leaning against a tree shrouded in shadow. Show me your strength, teacher. When on the other side, Wen Zhouyi and Wang Bin sensed something was amiss. While they continued to fight, Wen Zhouyi remarked, "Is it possible we've been exposed?" It shouldn't be. Perhaps he believes you are not in danger, which is why he hasn't intervened. But his hesitance, does that truly mean his allegiance is not steadfast? Wang Bin expressed concern. After all, someone with Lanlin's abilities could pose a severe threat if led astray. Use your powers and escalate the intensity. Understood. when Zhou summoned a gust of wind, creating distance and launching several wind blades. Wang Bin was not to be outdone. He activated his ability, blending into the shadows and successfully evading when Zhou's attack. Seeing this unfold, Lanlin's heart raced. If that individual possessed such abilities, when Zhou's situation was perilous, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Lanlin decisively sprang into action, instantly positioning himself at the center of the battlefield. With a swift motion, he struck the ground with his right hand, sending Wang Bin, who was concealed in the shadows, flying. He then raised his left hand, poised to unleash his power. Die, erase. Wait. When Zhou interjected, stepping in front of Lanlin, while the fallen Wang Bin hastily called out, Lanlin, wait, it's me. As he removed his mask, Lanlin's expression darkened. What do you mean, teachers? Chapter 16. I know quite a bit at that moment. Wang Bin approached. Apologies, Lanlin. We were testing my stance? What's so difficult about discussing it? Realizing the purpose behind Wen Zhou and Wang Bin's actions, Lanlin's somber expression softened. I was momentarily dazed. I had anticipated this situation, yet it slipped my mind. It seems that walking with Jiang Chenmin has made me a bit daft. Wen Zhou cautiously inquired, since you were prepared to rescue me, does that imply your stance aligns with us? Seeing Wen Zhou's cautious demeanor, Lanlin could no longer contain himself. Teacher, I am your student. I cannot accept this tone when you speak to me. Wang Bin, witnessing the exchange, struggled to suppress his laughter. What are you laughing at? Had I not intervened, you would have lost your life. Indeed, you are my savior. Observing the light-hearted banter between the two, Lanlin calmly remarked, as the two continued their playful jabs. They paused upon hearing Lanlin's words, responding in unison, all right, you should go rest. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Zhikong and Huang Lin were already reviewing the afternoon's mission. The conclusion was that Lanlin was exceptionally formidable. The execution of the mission offered no reference value. Lan God? Is that not the case? One person sent over 20 ability users fleeing, including several exceptionally powerful individuals. I must address you as Lan God. As Huang Lin began to spiral into excitement again, Lu Zhikong slapped him on the face. Speak seriously. Oh right. Lanlin. Our names are listed for next week's military pre-selection. Have you seen it? Lin Mo ran through the list as well. In other words, most names from our school are on there, so, do you feel confident? Isn't that obvious? After all, Lanlin just defeated you this afternoon. Lu Zhikong could no longer endure Huang Lin's insightful questions and directly asked, Lanlin, if you pass the pre-selection, will you join the military? It is likely so, as individuals with abilities generally tend to remain within the military. However, I find myself more intrigued by the concept of the Skynet. Lu Zhikong and Huang Lin expressed their agreement with this sentiment, as they too shared the same thoughts. Having completed the formal inquiries, it was only natural to indulge in some gossip. Hey, what did you do last night? Why should I tell you? We're buddies. Is there anything that you can't share? Come on. I didn't do much, just went out for a meal that lasted until now. Do you take me for a fool? You were already foolish to begin with. Do you believe that I? Huang Lin rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate, but upon reconsideration, he thought better of it, realizing he couldn't win that argument, so he decided to change the subject. At that moment, Lu Zhikong spoke up. I heard you had a sparring match with Jiang Chenmin. How did it go? She is indeed formidable. We did not reach a conclusion in our bout. Upon hearing this, both Lu Zhikong and Huang Lin were left utterly astonished. It was known that Lanlin could effortlessly defeat over 20 individuals with abilities alone, and since Jiang Chenmin was on par with Lanlin, it indicated that she too could easily triumph over a similar number of opponents. This exemplified the terrifying strength of the most gifted prodigy. However, Lanlin certainly had kept her capabilities well hidden. Although she recognized that these two might have misunderstood the context, she pondered that if it were indeed Jiang Chenmin, she could likely achieve such feats with a little effort, so she opted not to elaborate. The following day, the school remained unusually quiet, with everyone engaged in their respective tasks outside. Lanlin, who relished this scenario, awoke from her slumber at her leisure and decided to pay a visit to the principal's office to discuss the events of the previous night. Passing by the training hall, she noticed it was as bustling as ever, with only a few students who had not received tasks refining their skills, accompanied by sporadic, indescribable sounds. Hearing these noises, Lanlin couldn't help but reflect on their exuberance. At the principal's office, she knocked. Knock. Come in. Since you regard me as one of your own, I shan't stand on ceremony." Upon hearing this, Xiang Feng felt a touch of awkwardness, as it was he who had initiated the conversation. "All right, since you are here, let us discuss. To be honest, I am uncertain what there is to discuss. You may ask me directly, and I shall respond to whatever you inquire. Indeed, without any reservations." "Very well, first question. What is your perspective on individuals with abilities and those energy-devouring beasts?" "It is quite simple. They are merely unintended products of the mastermind behind the cage scheme." This statement caused Xiang Feng to sputter his tea all over Lanlin's face, as that was not the question he had intended to pose. Yet, Lanlin's words were evidently far more explosive than Xiang Feng's original intent. "What do you mean by that?" Xiang Feng regained his composure and continued with his questioning. "The literal meaning. The mastermind behind the cage aspires to become the sole deity of this world, thus attempting to usurp the power of the world's order. However, they ultimately lost control, leading to a leakage of power that resulted in some individuals awakening their abilities, and the energy-devouring beasts are similarly affected." "How do you know this?" "Because I was once captured by the cage and heard them speak of it firsthand." "You were captured by the cage?" "Indeed. Did my profile not mention that?" Never mind, let us return to the earlier topic. That is a lengthy tale, not suitable for expansion at this moment, and I fear you may be frightened by what you hear," Lanlin remarked with a mischievous grin. "All right, then allow me to pose a different question. What do you plan to do in the future?" "Whatever comes my way. Most likely, I will follow the path of others, either remaining in the military after graduation or attempting to join the Skynet personnel. Rest assured, I shall never become one of the cage." "Do you possess knowledge that we are unaware of?" "Well, I cannot ascertain what exactly you know. However, I am certainly aware of a great many things. Would you like me to recount them one by one?" "That won't be necessary. I am no longer young, and I do not wish to be frightened to death. You may disclose such matters in the military or Skynet at a later date." "Last question. How strong are you, really?" "In terms you can comprehend, I should be on par with Jiang Chenmin. Whatever she can accomplish, I can achieve as well at this juncture." Xiang Feng dared not press further. It was evident that Lanlin was not being entirely truthful. He was convinced that her true power surpassed what she had claimed. However, he feared that if he probed deeper, Lanlin might very well eliminate him. Especially since if her previous statements were accurate, her identity was decidedly extraordinary. Nevertheless, this was merely Xiang Feng's own anxiety, for Lanlin herself was unconcerned. Whether she spoke or remained silent made little difference to her. Ultimately, those in high places would learn of these matters sooner or later. Perhaps they already knew, but chose not to disclose them. Furthermore, Lanlin understood that as long as the status quo was maintained, in a few hundred years, the mastermind would naturally be corrected by the world's order, requiring no intervention from anyone. Chapter 17. New Combat Abilities Principle. Unless there are further matters, I shall take my leave. "Yes, go on with your business." After this exchange, Lanlin rose to depart, but after taking a few steps, she abruptly halted. "Given your remarkable abilities, why do you not take the initiative to engage in something meaningful?" Lanlin, noticing his hesitation, added, "Principal, do not misunderstand. What I mean is that I am rather lazy and do not particularly enjoy instigating events. However, should you require my assistance with any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out, but do ensure that my credits are not diminished." Observing the somewhat mischievous grin on the face of the student before him, the principal understood. Rather than worrying that he would stand in opposition to humanity, it was more prudent to be concerned about whether he might become lethargic and languish at school. "All right, should any significant matters arise, do not refuse when I come looking for you." Yes, they conversed. Xiang Feng's expression shifted to one of discomfort. "Principal, what is it now?" "It's nothing. I was merely contemplating how I should perceive you in the future. That is simple. Just regard me as another Jiang Chenmin, known only to a select few. Fine. I shall consider you and her as the two trump cards of Jingwu. She is in the light, while you remain in the shadows." As Lanlin walked towards the door, she raised her hand to signal an okay. "Absolutely." As Lanlin exited, Xiang Feng suddenly stood and called out, "Remember to perform well during Wednesday's military pre-recruitment. Do not bring shame upon me." Following this, a loud voice echoed from the staircase. "Understood." Having concluded the conversation, Xiang Feng relaxed into his chair, taking a hearty sip of tea. Thank goodness this lad is on our side. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. With one Jiang Chenmin and one Lanlin, this year's new students are formidable indeed. As he mused. Xiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Although I said to contact me for any arduous tasks, I doubt the principal would truly assign me to handle them alone. At the very least, it should be alongside Jiang Chenmin. It's nothing particularly daunting. Besides, barring some urgent circumstances, the military would unlikely delegate exceedingly challenging tasks to the school. As Lanlin strolled along the empty campus pathways, she felt a tinge of boredom. With Jiang Chenmin occupied with her tasks, she mused that she couldn't afford to be idle. First, she decided to check the training ground for any exercises to undertake. And afterward, she would visit the task office to see if there were any minor assignments available to earn some pocket money, particularly since she had recently depleted her funds due to damages incurred on the flooring. Within the training area, Lanlin casually selected a spot and began to explore methods for utilizing her abilities at a distance. Her prior range of ability was approximately 15 meters, in the event she encountered someone who could unleash their skills from hundreds of meters away while lurking in the shadows. It could prove troublesome. Furthermore, she could not employ her current physique to unleash large-scale erasure. Consequently, Lanlin commenced her investigation into how to execute long-range strikes within the limits of her physical capabilities. Ultimately, she concluded that by diminishing the effect of erasure to direct damage, the surplus power could be utilized for propulsion, thereby achieving a form of ranged area attack. While such an assault would not possess the same indiscriminate nature as erasure, it would suffice for the majority of combat scenarios. The next phase was to practice how to precisely execute attacks with her current body. The training ground reverberated with the sound of shattering weaponry, prompting the managing uncle to hastily rush over. Who is causing such a commotion? Ah, it's you again. A few moments prior, within the training hall, a striking figure was engrossed in discovering how to initiate long-range assaults. Directly applying the backlash from erasure on living beings could potentially be fatal. Thus, it was imperative to keep the effect below the critical threshold, allowing it to be categorized as a powerful attack. At this moment, Lanlin experienced a moment of enlightenment. Goodness, previously, I had no intention of engaging in combat, and thus had not thoroughly researched this ability, leading me to only now grasp the correct methodology for its utilization. Raising her hand towards a distant wall, she declared, An almost imperceptible strike instantaneously marked the wall, leaving a trace of her attack. Witnessing this, Lanlin was overcome with elation. Indeed, by adjusting the effect of the attack from erasure to inflicting damage, she could significantly enhance her attack range without enduring the backlash from erasure. Contemplating this, Lanlin couldn't help but engage in self-deprecation. After all, it was her own ability, yet her prior usage had been utterly ineffectual. Had she continued employing it as before in significant battles, she might have inadvertently brought about her own demise. Since the intensity could be controlled, it stood to reason that the quantity of attacks per instance could also be increased. Boom. Numerous slashes erupted forth, similarly marking the wall, with results that were quite satisfactory. Next, she aimed to elevate the intensity of her strikes. Lanlin raised her hand to gather energy, but upon observing the marks left behind on the wall, she reconsidered. Better not to risk obliterating the wall entirely. Turning her gaze around, she noted, that wall appears quite sturdy. It seems designed specifically for students to practice long-range assaults. That will do. With a swift motion, he raised his hand to launch an attack. The sound of a thunderous crash echoed, leaving Lanlin with an unsettling feeling in his heart. As he had anticipated, the intensity of the strike was excessive, shattering the training wall designed to withstand the blows of top-tier abilities. To make matters worse, the room behind the wall housed training equipment, though fortunately, it was unoccupied. Oh no, that rascal. First he dismantled the floorboards, and now he is wrecking the weapons. Is he planning to tear down the training grounds next? The imposing figure of the management uncle charged towards Lanlin, radiating an aura that suggested he was intent on giving Lanlin a stern reprimand. Sensing the impending trouble, Lanlin took off running, shouting as he fled, "Uncle, you truly cannot blame me. That wall was merely for practice. I want to hold you accountable for destroying the training wall. That reflects your prowess. However, the damage to the weapons is entirely on you." The uncle called out while pursuing him in a state of panic. Lanlin exclaimed, "I'll pay for the damages. Uncle, please stop chasing me. Paying for the damages is just the beginning. Do you have any idea how much time I spent finding someone to repair the floorboards last time? It's barely been a week, and you've already caused me more trouble. If I don't give you a good thrashing today, how will I vent my frustration? Uncle, please, no. This uncle is truly ruthless. He has left my face all askew. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lanlin discovered Huang Lin already preparing for the upcoming pre-qualification assessments. Noticing Lanlin's disheveled appearance, Huang Lin immediately abandoned his seat, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he teased, "Oh dear, what happened to our divine Lanlin's face? Did Jiang Chenmin give you a beating? What are you doing right now? What else? Reviewing the previous pre-qualification assessment content, Lanlin, have you not made any preparations at all?" Chapter 18. The twin stars of Jingwu. Is there anything to prepare for? Lanlin asked, somewhat puzzled. Aren't you all reviewing the previous assessment videos? Yes, just a brief glance to understand the variations in difficulty. All right, then I'll take a look as well. The subsequent hours were spent in the dormitory watching videos, attending classes, and slowly honing their slashing techniques outside until Wednesday's pre-qualification examination arrived. 8:09 in the morning. All students listed gathered at the training grounds, ready to depart. Everyone, silence, a commanding voice boomed from the entrance. Following this, 6 coaches appeared outside the school gates, each accompanied by an instructor exuding a distinct military aura, so impressive, that presence almost rivals mine. What audacity to utter such words! Some students participating in the assessment murmured as they gazed at the instructors. At this moment, the principal began to address the students. Do not be anxious, everyone. While this assessment will influence your future entry into the military, it is not the sole determining factor. Relax and do your best. Class 1, Board Vehicle Number 1, Class 2, Board Vehicle Number 2, Class 3. Thus, the classes boarded their respective vehicles. Jiang Chenmin was on Vehicle Number 1, while Lanlin was on Vehicle Number 3. After nearly half a day of travel, the group arrived at the military headquarters in Kyoto. The instructors had already provided a brief introduction to the assessment content on the BUS. It was straightforward. First, they would assess the strength of their abilities in the testing room. The nature and duration of the test would vary, but each class would generally be allocated around an hour. Although each class had an instructor, their actual involvement in the students' subsequent processes was minimal. They primarily ensured discipline, while the class teachers bore the main responsibility. After completing today's tests, students could rest and prepare for the forthcoming practical assessments, with the top 100 achieving a formal pre-admission status, approximately a 1/3 acceptance rate. When Joey also addressed the class, specifically cautioning Lanlin, I am aware of your capabilities. Do not overexert yourself during the test. Understood, I will exercise discretion. Some classmates who were not particularly close to Lanlin expressed confusion, wondering if he was truly that formidable. All right, go ahead. The first up should be you. The assessments commenced, comprising 10 rooms, each featuring distinct testing content. Students were free to choose which room to enter based on their abilities. In the monitoring room, various examiners observed the situations within the rooms. Sir, you have arrived. Yes, I came to see if there are any noteworthy aspects among this year's freshmen. There's a girl named Jiang Chenmin. The instructors from Jingwu hold her in high regard, saying she possesses a four-edged demeanor. Understood. When she enters, please alert me. Certainly. Inside the testing room, each student was fully engaged with their respective tasks, and judging by their performances. Everyone appeared to be managing quite well, eliciting satisfaction from the observing officials. Sir, she has begun in the combat testing room. Jiang Chenmin wielded a temporary weapon, preparing to attack a dummy in another room. Lanlin commenced his test as well. Is this the test content? Lanlin mused, surveying the room, which was equipped with surveillance camera-like devices and a dummy. Suddenly, a voice announced, assessment time. 2 minutes. Task, evade attacks while simultaneously striking the randomly appearing dummy. The moment the voice faded, the camera-like devices began their assault. Seeing this, Lanlin immediately began to dodge while casually unleashing a slashing attack. The strike landed firmly, yet the dummy remained intact. It didn't cleave through. Just one strike. It seems this dummy possesses extraordinary resilience. That blow, though casual, equates to the full force of an average student. Lanlin rolled to the ground and executed another slashing attack. This time, the increased intensity of his strike successfully severed the dummy in half. It appears this intensity will suffice. Lanlin felt reassured, now needing to consider how many dummies Jiang Chenmin could eliminate within the 2-minute time frame. Matching her performance would suffice. Based on his expectations, Jiang Chenmin would undoubtedly be capable of destroying a dummy with a single strike. And indeed, She executed just that eye in another room. Jiang Chenmin nimbly maneuvered through numerous attacks, gracefully approaching the dummy. With a swift draw of her sword, she severed the dummy. While practicing her agility, Jiang Chenmin simultaneously honed her close combat skills. For those dummies positioned at a distance, she infused her blade with ice elements, launching a chilling slash from afar. In the monitoring room, several instructors lauded the performances of both students. This girl named Jiang Chenmin exhibits remarkable agility and decisiveness. Truly a prodigy from Jingwu. That Lanlin is also impressive. His killing efficiency rivals that of Jiang Chenmin. Sir, do you think these two children could become the pillars of strength in the future? The commanding officer, standing aside, fixated on the screen showing Jiang Chenmin, muttered, "This girl, she resembles too much. Sir, is something the matter? Lanlin? He doesn't seem to be exerting his full strength. Does he?" When Zoe observed the screen, puzzled by the commanding officer's statement. Beside her, when Zoe felt even more perplexed, as Wang Bin and others had informed her that Lanlin primarily engaged in hand-to-hand combat, never using his abilities except for that one instance when he attempted to save her. Yet, he was clearly utilizing his abilities now. Why was the officer suggesting he wasn't giving it his all? At this moment, both students began to sense mounting pressure. In the final 30 seconds, the frequency of attacks from the launchers noticeably intensified, and the dummies became more resilient. Jiang Chenmin now required close-range attacks infused with ice elements to destroy the dummies, while Lanlin elevated the intensity of his slashing strikes. In the last 5 seconds, both students had destroyed 11 dummies. Lanlin turned to target the final, noticeably sturdier dummy, raising his hand to initiate an attack. Simultaneously, Jiang Chenmin deftly maneuvered past the projectiles and lunged at the dummy, delivering a decisive blow as the assessment concluded. Lanlin successfully cleaved through the last dummy, while Jiang Chenmin, using a temporary weapon, merely left a gash in the dummy without completely severing it. Chapter 19. Because I like you. Did you see that? Lanlin destroyed one more dummy than Jiang Chenmin, indeed, but his were all distant strikes, while Jiang Chenmin primarily executed close-range attacks. The efficiency of the two methods differs. Those observing the testing session exclaimed in surprise. While the commanding officer stood nearby, conversing with Xiang Feng. "Yes, I understand that I will go and gather more information shortly." On the other end of the line, Xiang Feng sighed. Lanlin, I did my utmost. Who told you not to keep a low profile?" At the entrance of the testing room, Lanlin and Jiang Chenmin exited together. Lanlin spoke first. "How did it feel? My task was to destroy dummies. It wasn't particularly challenging. Same here, but I found this sword rather unwieldy. I only managed to destroy 11.0, so I outperformed you by one, just one. You weren't even giving your all, were you? Close enough suffices. Just one more is enough to draw attention. Look, here they come." Not far ahead, Commander Yangzhou approached, addressing them. "Students, I have a few questions for you. Is that all right? What could be wrong with that? Let us go." The three entered a small room where Yangzhou invited them to sit before beginning his inquiries. "I'll get straight to the point. The results you just achieved cannot be your absolute limit, can they?" Jiang Chenmin countered. "Not at all. That was already the best I could do. If I had a different sword, I might have managed to destroy one more. Is that so? How about you, Lanlin? I must admit, I did not exert myself to the fullest. I merely observed your testing situation for a few seconds and decided to call Xiangfeng for some insight. At first, he was quite reluctant to share, but I managed to extract a confession from him. Lanlin, are you quite powerful? Why have you refrained from showcasing your abilities until now?" "Well, I do possess considerable strength. The reason I have not showcased it is simply that I wish to avoid unnecessary complications." "What do you mean?" "Demonstrating excessive strength inevitably draws attention, and one might find themselves assigned to perilous missions. In the worst-case scenario, one could be subjected to moral coercion. Though I am not particularly concerned about such matters, it is preferable to navigate life with a degree of ease. Then why choose to reveal your strength today? Firstly, what I displayed today does not even approach my true capabilities. Secondly, I have a premonition that it won't be long before I am ensnared in the eye of the storm, so there is no need to remain concealed for much longer. Sooner or later, the truth will come to light, and I trust that the military will not disseminate my information indiscriminately. At most, there will be some internal communication." Upon hearing this, Yangzhou found merit in Lanlin's reasoning and turned to Jiang Chenmin. "Classmate, would you be interested in joining Four Blades?" "Huh? Why are you asking me this now? As you know, Four Blades represents the pinnacle of our nation's superhumans. Yet they will eventually ag.it is my responsibility to seek suitable successors. You are exceptionally talented and youthful. Learning from them would greatly benefit you, and we are in urgent need of individuals who can take up the mantle, if it involves particularly challenging missions. I am willing, but to be a candidate for 4 blades right now. Jiang Chenmin appeared somewhat conflicted. There's no rush. I was merely inquiring. Take your time to consider your response. All right, both of you, go take a rest. The main event is yet to come. After the conversation concluded, Lanlin and Jiang Chenmin exited the room. Something felt amiss. The urgency in seeking successors seemed excessive. Superhumans typically enjoy a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, often living up to 200 years. Moreover, considering the establishment of 4 blades, the current members are likely only in their 40s, so there is truly no need for haste. Could it be that Jiang Chenmin has connections with 4 blades? Wait, hey, Jiang Chenmin, how old are you this year? 17, soon to be 18. Jiang Chenmin, walking ahead, was puzzled by Lanlin's question. Point 17. Could it be that she is the daughter of a 4 blades member? Lanlin's sudden hypothesis emerged, based on previous conversations. The age gap between Jiang Chenmin and the current 4 blades members is approximately 23 or 24 years, a rather ambiguous figure. Lanlin, why are you asking this? It seemed that due to the earlier remarks from the elder, she had not yet grasped the peculiarity of the situation, or perhaps she had but chose not to express it. Nothing much, just curious whether I should refer to you as sister or younger sister in the future. How trivial, never mind. We can discuss this later. In a swift motion, Lanlin appeared beside Jiang Chenmin, captivated by the icy beauty before him. Wait, what am I thinking? After uttering those words, Jiang Chenmin's face flushed, reminiscent of that day by the riverside. Because I like you. Without a moment's hesitation, Lanlin's mouth instinctively uttered this confession, leaving him no time to ponder his intended message. The air thickened with tension. Lanlin felt a surge of panic, at a loss for how to explain himself, and could only stand there awkwardly. I feel the same way. Yet, unbeknownst to Lanlin, Jiang Chenmin was contemplating her response. However, considering how direct he had been, she, with her character, would likely express her disinterest outright if that were the case. But she had only smiled before departing. Perhaps there was hope after all. After all, who at that age hasn't fantasized about a beautiful romance? Although he was not technically human and could not form a romantic relationship with Jiang Chenmin, upon arriving at the dining area, the two naturally took a seat at the same table, surrounded by the sounds of other students discussing their test results. Which room did you choose? I opted for the support class test. That test was absurd. I had to find opportunities to rescue the injured on a simulated battlefield, and the dummies were dispatched faster than I could save anyone. IT was exhausting. What about you? I selected the combat test. Those dummies were ridiculously tough. I could barely take down 3. Similar conversations echoed around them until a familiar voice rang in Lanlin's ear. Hey, Lan bro, you really struck gold. What a catch. It was unmistakably Huang Lin's signature teasing. Lanlin shot him an exasperated glance, and Huang Lin was about to continue his banter when another girl's voice interjected. Huang Lin, hurry up. Okay, coming right away, Lan bro, he used calling me. So I won't chat longer. As Huang Lin took a few steps away, Lanlin casually remarked, Huang Gu is quite impressive too, leaving Huang Lin with a face full of disbelief. Jiang Chenmin, observing the exchange, remained silent, continuing to eat while occasionally glancing at Lanlin. Chapter 20. An unexpected death afterward. Lanlin resolved to investigate Jiang Chenmin's background at a later time. He sensed that if he were to confront the puppeteer behind the cage, Jiang Chenmin would undoubtedly play a crucial role, especially since she likely had ties to 4 blades. Turning to gaze out the window, he noted the inky darkness beyond, devoid of light. Opposite the darkness lay the ultimate testing ground. At 3 in the morning, a whistle shattered the tranquility of slumber. Gather. Prepare to depart. What the hell? Why can't we sleep at this hour? Silence. The monsters on the front lines won't allow you a peaceful rest. Ugh, get up, get up. Hey, old Huang, hurry up. Thus, all students reluctantly vacated their beds, donned their attire, and boarded the transport. At 6 o'clock. All arrived at the final testing location. To maintain an air of mystery before the test. The windows of the transport were sealed, leaving no one aware of their destination. Wake up, sleepyheads. This is your testing ground. The armlets you wear will record the number of monsters you slay. Beyond that, They serve no other purpose. Allow me to introduce you to K-32, a subterranean world site captured by the military 13 years ago. The unique magnetic field here disrupts all signals, meaning we will be unaware of your status post-examination, and you will remain oblivious to each other's circumstances. There are numerous energy-devouring beasts within. Your mission is to eliminate them by any means you prefer. With rankings based on kill counts, support-type superhumans will face even more challenging assessments. Enjoy, and a friendly reminder. Do not perish within. After the chief instructor concluded his address, all students were left standing in place as he departed with the other instructors and teachers. One student, eager to break the silence, remarked, "Isn't this just a domestic version of Island Adventure 2.0? Let us go. Since it's a domestic test, there shouldn't be any real danger. The instructor was probably just trying to frighten us." "I think so too. Come on, everyone, charge." With some impassioned speeches igniting enthusiasm, all students rushed into K-32. They were blissfully unaware that an unforgettable experience awaited them ahead. In the monitoring room, Wang Zhe intently focused on the screens, hoping to catch a glimpse of Jiang Chenmin and Lanlin. After receiving a message from the chief instructor, Wang Zhe calmly remarked, "You're still as oblivious as ever. Clearly, K-32 is filled with our personnel, yet you claim we won't know their status. Are the actors in position? Rest assured, they are all set. The one responsible for creating illusions has also arrived. This time, it promises to be quite a spectacle." Deep within K-32, the remnants of fractured buildings and bizarre flora painted a scene reminiscent of a city ravaged by disaster. In unseen corners lurked various types of energy-devouring beasts, alongside military personnel ready to assist, who could also masquerade as humanoid monsters to add some excitement to the students' experience. On a dilapidated street, several students searched for signs of monsters, oblivious to the lurking beasts that had already set their sights on them. "Get ready to intervene. These students are about to die." Understood. Upon witnessing this, the others were instantly paralyzed with fear. Die? Dead? Isn't this just a test? Before they could finish their thoughts, the energy-devouring beasts launched another assault. The students' vision blurred, and they faintly glimpsed their companions being torn asunder. "Help! Help me!" The anguished cries resonated in the ears of other students. "Help? What is happening?" Almost simultaneously, various students within K-32 fell victim to attacks. And the outcome was death. Oh, how tragic for these students. The energy-devouring beasts showed no mercy, swiftly transporting the deceased students to a waiting area. I heard this test involves some formidable participants. On the other side of K-32, a group of students fleeing for their lives collided with Huang Lin and his companions. "Quick, run. This isn't a test." Beside them, he reassured, "Calm down, classmate. Speak slowly. There are monsters chasing us. We've already lost several people." Nearby, Lin Moran was taken aback. "What? Students have died? Indeed. Let us hasten." In the midst of their conversation, a colossal spider materialized before the gathered crowd. "It is the very one." Huang Lin and his companions immediately assumed a combat stance, determined to vanquish it before addressing the remaining matters. Chapter 21. If this continues, I shall take action. With a command from Lu Zhikong, the group swiftly dispersed, launching their assault on the spider from various directions. The crackling sound echoed as my electric strike, though insufficient in damage, served to incapacitate it momentarily, allowing you all to finish it off in midair. Huang Lin raised his hands, conjuring a massive boulder above his head and hurled it at the spider. The tremendous impact elicited a tormented scream from the creature, which, sensing imminent danger, attempted to scurry away into the woods. However, Yu, standing nearby, would not permit its escape and gathered power in one hand. "Ice Point, be cautious. The spider silk is venomous." A student who had narrowly escaped shouted, but it was too late. Yu and Lu Zhikong found themselves ensnared by the silk, and the toxin swiftly rendered them weak. Fortunately, the spider, having sustained significant injuries from the earlier onslaught, chose not to engage further with Huang Lin's group and turned to make its escape into the forest. "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, Lin Moran, who had been lurking in the shadows, lunged forward, striking at the spider's wounded area. "Not dead yet? Then allow me another strike." As Lin Moran unleashed a flurry of attacks, the spider ultimately succumbed, leaving this world in defeat. Once the aftermath was dealt with, Lin Moran hastened towards Lu Zhikong. "Old Lu, are you all right?" Observing the approaching individuals, Lu Zhikang spoke slowly. I'm fine, still able to walk, but he is in a more serious condition and may not be able to move for a while. Damn it, what kind of test is this? Huang Lin cursed, then turned to the fleeing students. Where did you encounter the attack? Just not far from here. Amidst the ruins, there's a horde of these spiders. The revelation astonished everyone. A horde? Indeed. Otherwise, Zhang Lin and the others wouldn't have perished. Huang Lin surveyed the surroundings. For now, let us find a place to rest. My abilities should be sufficient to fend off those creatures. Agreed. With that, the group proceeded towards the outer regions of Area K32 to in the central area. Lanlin, having rushed in earlier, found himself devoid of any targets and could only wander aimlessly. What's going on? Why can't I find a single devourer beast? Just as he voiced his frustration, a humanoid creature leapt down from above. Lanlin swiftly evaded the attack, glancing at the wild man before him. Pondering, he's likely an instructor in disguise. I won't waste time with him. Lanlin turned to leave, but the wild man charged at him without restraint. I can't believe it, old man. This is too much. Lanlin pivoted to block the assault, attempting to reason with him, explaining that he merely sought real monsters and had no intention of harming those pretending to be monsters. Yet, the wild man remained relentless, launching another attack, forcing Lanlin to continue dodging while shouting, Old man, there is truly no need for this. I don't want to fight you. The outcome remained unchanged, with the wild man pressing on, utterly ignoring Lanlin's words. Each strike aimed at vital points. If this continues, I shall not hold back any longer. Growing impatient, Lanlin watched as the wild man charged once more. Grabbing his swinging fist, he declared, Since reason does not penetrate your mind, I shall resort to physicality. Why apologies? With a single punch, he sent the previously vigorous wild man flying several meters, leaving him kneeling on the ground. Unable to rise for some time, why apologies? That punch was merely to help you regain your composure. I shall take my leave now. Lanlin departed. The wild man finally spoke. You are quite the lad. You shattered my protective gear with a single blow. The individuals in the monitoring room were utterly astonished by the spectacle. Is this truly his strength? Indeed, it is formidable. General Yangzhe observed Lanlin's performance, contemplating that if he chose to join Four Blades, he might very well become the successor to the depths of the abyss. Thus, amidst the ruins, several enormous primate-like creatures weaved around a seemingly diminutive girl, creating a rather comical scene at first glance. A flaw. Moments later, the giant apes dashed towards the central area, leaving Jiang Chenmin perplexed. Are they attempting to lure me in? Regardless, Jiang Chenmin resolved not to pursue. The recent battle had revealed the abnormality. These creatures possessed strengths beyond what ordinary students could contend with, let alone defeat. For now, she sought a place to rest and observe if any unusual occurrences would unfold. At last, I have caught one. Scatter slash. Countless slashing strikes tore through the air among the horde of giant apes, transforming them into a mass of ape remnants. Chapter 22. The arrival of Meng Yui performed admirably. Though perhaps with a bit too much power, I shall seek additional monsters to hone my skills. Having completed his task, Lanlin swiftly vacated the ravaged area. Scatter slash differed from an ordinary slash primarily in its range. While a standard slash delivered a single blow, controlling it was significantly simpler in comparison to scatter slash. However, finding sufficiently sturdy targets to practice on proved challenging. Seizing the opportunity to train in the testing area was an opportunity Lanlin would not squander. At this moment, Lanlin's body flowed like a streak of light, weaving through the central area in search of a second practice target, yet regrettably, during the daytime, he was unlikely to find one. In the outer region, Huang Lin and his companions discovered a makeshift shelter, intending to rest there for the time being. Don't rush. I'll check for any dangers, Lin Moran suddenly spoke. Huang Lin quickly realized, indeed, if we were to be attacked again, it would spell disaster. Typically the most carefree, Huang Lin now exhibited a newfound maturity, understanding the gravity of their situation. Among the group, he and Lin Moran were the definitive mainstays. Responsible for ensuring the safety of the remaining members, Lin Moran transformed into a shadow, slipping underground to survey the surroundings. No monsters nearby. He then inspected the interior of the shelter. There are none inside either. After assessing the situation, Lin Moran beckoned to the group. It's safe. Come in. Upon hearing Lin Moran's words, The group entered the shelter to rest with a sense of relief. Could it be the work of those imprisoned in the cage? Unlikely. This is a military-controlled area, so it should be that the military has scarcely monitored this place, unaware of the aberrations occurring within. What shall we do? We currently have no idea how long we will be trapped here. Shall we venture outside? Damn it, what now? Huang Lin expressed his anxiety. After all, if this continued, casualties were inevitable. At that moment, Lu Zhikong, who had been resting nearby, proposed a solution. What about Lanlin? He is here too. And even if he can't navigate through the mist, he should be able to handle those monsters. The issue is that we cannot contact him from within here. How? Boom! A loud explosion resonated. The source being Lanlin's scatter/unleashed upon the giant ape horde. However, the group remained oblivious, mistaking the sound for that of a powerful monster. Damn it! What is that noise? At that moment, Lin Moran spoke. Stay here. I'll investigate. Huang Lin quickly grabbed him. No, what if it's indeed a formidable creature? You could be in danger if I don't check. What if that being approaches stealthily? Rest assured, my ability to escape is quite formidable. You stay here and keep watch over them. With that, Lin Moran ventured forth to assess the situation. While hidden in the shadows, military personnel expressed their confusion. Old Zhang, what was that noise just now? Has anything that powerful been deployed above? I don't know. I'll go take a look. You keep guarding these students. After exchanging words, a shadow rushed towards Lin Moran's direction. Inside the monitoring room, individuals remained intently focused on the ongoing test. As of now, 39 students had perished, all placed in a holding area under the vigilant eyes of medical personnel. At that moment, a woman clad in combat attire entered the monitoring room. General Yang. Long time no see. Mengyu? What brings you here? I've completed my mission and came to see if there are any noteworthy new students this year. The woman conversing with the general was none other than Mengyu, a member of Four Blades and the illusion creator for this test, who had previously extracted individuals from the factory. There are indeed those without abilities, but there are also capable individuals. Who? This young lad. His name is Lanlin. He has quite a formidable character. General Yang pointed at a screen. Mengyu glanced at the screen, unable to discern anything particularly special about Lanlin, then scanned the rest of the display. That girl is. Mengyu's reaction was anticipated by General Yang. You sense it too, don't you? Her name is Jiang Chenmin, the most gifted among the new students at Jingwu that I see. And I happen to have some free time these days. Perhaps I could visit Area K32 for a while. What do you intend to do? To test that fellow named Lanlin and, while I'm at it, to engage with this Jiang Chenmin girl. Very well, but you must disguise yourself as a devourer beast to enter. No problem. I'm not picky about appearances. After concluding their conversation, Mengyu gazed at the screen depicting Jiang Chenmin, a flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes. Chapter 23. The reunion. Having collected her emotions, Mengyu changed into her attire, preparing to probe Lanlin. In the heart of the core region, Lanlin darted about like a headless fly, scouring the skies above and the ground below, both within the confines of structures and in the open air, desperately seeking the elusive, energy-devouring beasts. Why can't I find them? The terrain of the core area was exceedingly intricate, teeming with a myriad of energy-devouring creatures, yet most shared a singular trait. They only ventured forth under the cover of night. Coupled with the high residual concentration of spatial energy in the core region, the landscape transformed dramatically from day to night. Thus, even for Lanlin, without utilizing his abilities on a grand scale, it was nearly impossible to detect these beasts during daylight hours. Cursing under his breath after an exhaustive search, he resigned himself to seeking a place to rest before nightfall. Lanlin stumbled upon a dilapidated ruin that seemed relatively decent and decided to make it his temporary refuge. First, he needed to gather some firewood. Otherwise, the encroaching darkness would render him unaware of any passing energy-devouring beasts. With this thought in mind, he plunged once more into the thicket. A sense of unease began to pervade the hearts of his companions. How did I end up here? Nearby, Hiyu, who had been unconscious for an extended period, finally awoke, surveying the surroundings with a hint of confusion. You're awake. We're currently resting in a ruin. One of them informed that I see. Are you able to use your powers now? Hiyu inquired. Let me try. Raising his right hand, he managed to coalesce a small shard of frost before it dissipated under strain. It seems to be similar to what old Lu experienced earlier. Lu, what level of electric shock can you produce now? Approximately one-third of my usual strength. As the group conversed, two figures approached slowly from outside the ruins. A sight that caught Hu's attention. Who is that? Is it Lin Mo Ran? But why are there two figures? Huang Lin exclaimed with a mix of excitement and caution, prompting Lu Zhikong and the two rescued individuals to stand ready for confrontation. As they drew closer, it became apparent that the two figures were Jiang Chenmin and Lin Mo Ran. The group rushed to assist Lin Mo Ran, and upon entering the ruins, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled. You all? Jiang Chenmin inquired. Right, we were ambushed by monsters. I'm Lanlin's roommate. My name is, I know you, but who are these two? I am Su Zian, and this is Tang Shui. We encountered Huang Lin and the others while fleeing. It seems this test is indeed problematic. While I was searching for a place to rest, I witnessed him battling a mutated wolf. I went to assist him, but after the fight, he was unable to move due to injuries sustained prior to my intervention. However, he mentioned you had found a resting place, so I brought him along. Thank goodness you were there. Otherwise, Lin Mo Ran would have been doomed. Doomed? Yes. Didn't you say this test was abnormal? In fact, there were casualties in the previous team. They were part of Is it truly that perilous? Why would the military orchestrate such a test? Huang Lin erupted, slamming his fist into the ground in frustration. This is not a test at all. It's clear that the military failed to detect the changes in this area. The others fell silent, knowing that in their midst, death had indeed visited. At that moment, Hu spoke up. Sister Jiang Chenmin, could you join us in our endeavors? We urgently need a powerful ability user like you. And we may encounter other students along the way. Having someone to look out for us would enhance our safety. Hearing Hu's plea, Lu Zhikong nodded in agreement. Indeed, the situation is dire. Our primary objective is survival and we will not hinder you. That's not what I meant. I am also searching for someone. There's nothing wrong with joining forces, with Jiang Chenmin's reassurance. Everyone felt a modicum of relief, for her strength surpassed that of the others present, undeniably bolstering their security. By the way, are you looking for Lanlin? Yes, I believe he should know how to handle this situation. I just hope he isn't in danger. Meanwhile, as night descended, the environment surrounding Lanlin began to shift. The moment he noticed this change, he understood why he had struggled to locate the energy-devouring beasts. As darkness enveloped the area, the beasts gradually emerged, eliciting an expression of excitement from Lanlin. Surely, you are not the military's designated targets? Perfect. I shall assist the military in exterminating you. A resounding explosion echoed through the core region, signaling the commencement of Lanlin's grand battle. Chapter 24. A fiery hunt. Boom. In the core region, a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into a distant ruin, immediately followed by an onslaught of energy-devouring beasts. This is intriguing. Lanlin emerged from the debris, brushing off the dust, ready to continue his fight against the overwhelming tide of beasts. Initially, he intended to hone his control, but given the current predicament, it was far more expedient to amplify his destructive power. Lanlin gathered his strength. Waves of slashing attacks emanated from him, indiscriminately assaulting everything within reach. Positioned at the epicenter of these strikes, Lanlin remained active, unleashing widespread attacks while swiftly navigating the core region. For those targets that resisted his slashes, Lanlin personally intervened, dashing forth and pulverizing them with a powerful punch. After completing this onslaught, he sought a place to rest. Even he felt fatigue after such a ferocious bout. Upon discovering another ruin, Lanlin stepped inside, allowing himself a moment of calm to contemplate the absurdity of the situation. Logically, even if the military had been negligent, they could not possibly overlook such a perilous area. As for the notion that the military had fabricated this scenario, that was even more implausible. The sheer number of monsters present alone constituted a disaster, and each possessed remarkable strength. Should any students inadvertently wander in, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. Not to mention, even military personnel might struggle to escape unscathed. After much deliberation, only one possibility remained. The military was entirely unaware of this region's existence. Or perhaps the existence of this particular space. If they were aware, they would never permit students to undergo assessment here. Had the military never ventured into the core region? That seemed unlikely. After all, they had deemed this location suitable for testing, indicating their control over the entire K-32 area. Unless they were entirely ignorant and unable to access it, the thought lingered. With this realization, Lanlin rose to conduct an experiment. taking time to reach the boundary of the core region. Indeed, what lay beyond was not the depths of K32, but a hazy darkness. Erase. Lanlin raised his hand, utilizing his abilities to create an opening before him, revealing the normal K32 region outside. There's definitely something amiss. Next, he needed to ascertain the conditions for entering this area. Lanlin speculated that the entry requirement was to step into this region before the transition between day and night. Unfortunately, he could not test this theory at present, especially with new energy-devouring beasts emerging within this space, their numbers greater and strength formidable. Just my luck. I'm already swamped, and now you choose to stir up trouble. The second battle commenced, and this time, Lanlin had no intention of wasting time. He unleashed his full firepower, once again releasing indiscriminate slashing attacks. Swiftly weaving through the densely packed beasts, the anguished cries of the energy-devouring creatures echoed throughout the space. Where Lanlin tread, not a blade of grass remained. In a mere few minutes, he eradicated the entire second wave of beasts. Simultaneously, Lanlin sensed a new dissonance. Those beasts bore the scent of that individual. If that were indeed the case, this space might have been specifically crafted for him, intended to ensnare him here. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, the puppeteer behind the cage, Order, felt the barrier he had set up being breached. At last, you have appeared. It was worth my while to lay so many traps. Ha ha ha. As for Lanlin, although he sensed he might have fallen into a trap, he resolved to face whatever came next. No matter, first ensure that this area does not endanger others, and then I will address the rest. Worst case scenario, I'll just have to battle that individual. I'm not incapable of winning. Yet, he still had to wait for dawn, ensuring that the transition between day and night would not inadvertently draw others into this space, all the while practicing against those energy-devouring beasts to hone his combat prowess for future encounters. On Jiang Chenmin's side, the group sat around a campfire, with all but her having succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, Jiang Chenmin sensed movement outside the ruin, prompting her to grasp her weapon in readiness for combat. After several minutes of silence, she detected no signs of disturbance. Preparing to investigate, she roused Huang Lin, advising him to remain vigilant. Are you going outside? Be careful. Chapter 25. A slip into chaos. Beneath the cloak of night, the entire K32 region exuded an aura of a deathly forbidden zone. The heavy cloud cover intermittently obscured the moonlight, as Jiang Chenmin stood on guard, sword in hand, vigilantly advancing toward potential hiding spots. Huang Lin, nestled within the ruins, remained alert to Jiang Chenmin's movements, poised to awaken the others at the slightest hint of danger. The surroundings were eerily quiet, the only sound being Jiang Chenmin's footsteps as she meticulously examined the suspicious areas. Yet found nothing amiss. As I was preparing to make my move, she suddenly appeared, effortlessly dispatching that wolf in a matter of moments. To be honest, if it had come down to a one-on-one duel between us, the outcome would have been far from certain. Is it really that exaggerated? Indeed, this girl possesses remarkable prowess. The two of them maintained a careful distance from Jiang Chenmin while discussing matters regarding her when, all of a sudden, a blade of energy hurtled toward them. Goodness, we've been spotted. Quick, let us flee. The energy swept across their previous hiding spot, carving a massive gash into the terrain. Had they hesitated for even a moment longer, Jiang Chenmin might have caught them. Did it miss? A few individuals who had been resting were abruptly awakened from their slumber, glancing around in a flurry of panic. No need to be alarmed. Jiang Chenmin is merely searching for potential foes lurking nearby. It seems she hasn't found anyone, so you all can resume your rest. Lu Zhikong, ever straightforward, immediately turned over and fell back asleep after hearing Huang Lin's words. Aren't you going to rest? Huang Lin expressed concern, for Jiang Chenmin was no mere statue, and they had no way of knowing how long they would remain trapped here. If anything were to happen to Jiang Chenmin, their chances of survival would plummet. No need. I can't seem to sleep. All right, I'll rest first. If you feel like sleeping, just wake me. I'll keep watch. Thus concluded the small interlude at the ruins. While things were considerably more tumultuous on Lanlin's side. Damn, I was just thinking of confirming something. But now it's clear that old Coot has prepared this for me. Lanlin's figure darted swiftly through the core area, pursued relentlessly by a horde of energy-devouring beasts. This marked the 100th wave of beasts attempting to take his life tonight, all the previous ones having been sent to their demise by Lanlin. Yet, Even someone of Lanlin's caliber couldn't withstand such depletion indefinitely. He could no longer unleash large-scale attacks to clear the area as he had at the start. He could only evade while striking back. Fortunately, Lanlin's single strikes remained potent, effectively taking down these beasts without failure. Despite this, he was nearing his limit, needing to hold out until dawn to escape this place. Ideally, he would eliminate all these beasts before leaving. Should he force his way out at night, these monsters could unleash havoc on other students. In the dead of night, the other students were likely resting, and releasing these creatures would undoubtedly spell disaster, making him the villain in the end. However, Lanlin was acutely aware that even in daylight, the situation might not improve significantly, although it would at least afford others a chance to prepare. Yet, he was uncertain how much longer he could endure. If daybreak did not arrive soon, he might not become a criminal but a casualty instead. Just you wait, old coot. I will annihilate you eventually. As Lanlin cursed the shadowy mastermind behind the cage, he fought to maintain his combat readiness. At this point, he could barely execute even basic strikes in succession, having to pull and seek opportunities to land a blow. Finally, after half an hour of relentless effort, he vanquished this wave of energy-devouring beasts, just as dawn was approaching. Sensing that another wave was imminent, he hastened to the edge of this realm. I hope I won't faint. Erasure! Lanlin's ability activated, tearing open a significant gap at the edge of the space. After using his power, he felt as though his body had multiplied in weight several times over and was on the verge of collapsing. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and escaped this accursed place, falling unconscious immediately upon his exit. Elsewhere, students who had narrowly escaped disaster on the first day began to stir, seeking a way out. Jiang Chenmin and her group also set out to find Lanlin. How did he end up lying here? Chapter 26. The first battle of dream and language at the edge of the core area. Mengyu was wandering, hoping to encounter the errant Lanlin. Remarkably, just as dawn broke, she stumbled upon him. However, the scene was quite different from what she had envisioned. Hey, are you still alive? Mengyu poked Lanlin's head lightly. Seeing him unresponsive, she had to abandon her efforts. According to the commander, Lanlin was supposed to be an exceptionally capable student. Why, then, was he collapsed here? Could it be that the military had deployed some advanced forces in this area? Unable to figure it out, Mengyu decided not to dwell on it and resolved to drag him out to safety, lest he be devoured by the energy-devouring beasts. Thus, she seized the back of his collar and began to pull him toward their exit. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenmin's group had finished resting. Lu Zhikong had nearly recovered, and he could now utilize his abilities. After a brief adjustment, they prepared to set off in search of Lanlin. Walking through the forest, Jiang Chenmin led the way deeper into the woods. What's that? Lin Murin suddenly spoke up, noticing a wounded girl staggering toward them, each step appearing to be an immense struggle, as if she might faint at any moment. Lin Ke? Lin Murin shouted her name, rushing forward to support her. Upon seeing Lin Murin, Lin Ke burst into tears. Murin, many of my classmates who were with me have died. The remaining ones have scattered. I am truly terrified. It's all right. As long as we stick together, we'll be safe. Lin Murin reassured her. It seems the situation for the other students is dire as well. Indeed, one wonders when the military will notice the abnormalities here. In the shadows, military personnel tasked with protecting the group were also engaged in conversation. That girl really held on until she found her companions. Under normal circumstances, one would expect her to have fled long ago after such an attack. You two are here as well? A strange voice interjected. Are you responsible for protecting that girl? Yes, her resilience is quite remarkable. She managed to hold out all night without collapsing. Indeed, at that moment, Jiang Chenmin sensed the commotion from their conversation and cast a glance in their direction. Goodness, that girl is far too perceptive. She almost caught us again. Enough with the idle chatter. Let South stick close to them. The surrounding environment remained unervingly quiet, but given that their group was now adequately armed, and with Jiang Chenmin present, they did not feel overwhelming fear. Only a sense that a fierce battle might soon ensue. In the monitoring room, several instructors were vigilantly observing the movements of the students when Yangzhe pushed the door open and entered. Has anything unusual occurred? Not for the moment, but the number of casualties has increased significantly, reaching a total of 66. Understood, keep a close watch. Wait, zoom in on that screen. That Lanlin? The one dragging him should be Mengyu, right? Could it be that he was knocked out by her? The instructor monitoring the situation looked puzzled. Commander, do you truly think Mingyu cannot handle this student? Frankly, if it were a direct confrontation, I would find it difficult to say, especially since Mingyu is currently expending most of her power maintaining the outer fog, Yangzhe replied with a smile. But he quickly added to the other instructors. I am unsure whether Mingyu can defeat Lanlin, but given her trajectory, she is likely to encounter that girl named Jiang Chenmin soon. I suspect we're in for quite a show. Deep in the K32 region, Jiang Chenmin and her group continued their search for Lanlin, and fate proved to be whimsically unpredictable, not only for Mingyu but also for Jiang Chenmin. The group halted, gazing toward a humanoid, energy-devouring beast in the distance. Is that a savage? Huang Lin was the first to speak up. It seems so. Several others concurred, realizing they may be facing an energy-devouring beast. The group readied themselves for battle. As they closed the distance, shock spread across their faces. That is Lanlin, Huang Lin exclaimed. This creature managed to defeat Lanlin. We must tread carefully, Lu Zhikong added. At that moment, one individual was seething with rage. Jiang Chenmin drew her sword, addressing the group. You all stay back with that. She advanced toward the savage. Don't be reckless, Jiang Chenmin. Jiang Chenmin ignored the warnings from her companions and strode forward. Her murderous intent unmistakable. It's fine. If I can't have a chance to fight Lanlin, this will suffice. Mingyu casually discarded Lanlin behind her, and upon witnessing this, Jiang Chenmin closed the distance, thrusting her sword toward Mingyu. However, Mingyu, being a member of the Four Blades, managed to catch the strike even without a weapon in hand. Die. Chapter 27. The Duel of Ice and Dreams. A whisper echoed as Jiang Chenmin's sword glimmered with a white light, frost rapidly spreading along Mingyu's arm. Realizing the imminent danger, Mingyu quickly relinquished her grip on her sword and distanced herself, her mind racing to devise a strategy. Due to her disguise, Mingyu was unable to utilize her abilities and could only rely on hand-to-hand combat. However, she felt the pressure from Jiang Chenmin's earlier strike. It would be unrealistic to expect to defeat her solely with physical prowess. In an instant, Jiang Chenmin's blade struck again. Having felt the sensation of being frozen once, Mingyu opted to evade rather than block this time. Yet, Jiang Chenmin's speed was formidable, and Mingyu found herself continually hit by frost as she attempted to dodge. To turn the tide, Mingyu had no choice but to secretly employ her abilities. Dream Mirage. In a fleeting moment, Mingyu seized the opportunity, launching a phantasmic strike at Jiang Chenmin. Under the influence of the illusion, Jiang Chenmin momentarily appeared dazed, exposing a vulnerability that Mingyu swiftly capitalized on, delivering a powerful blow that sent Jiang Chenmin staggering backward. Fortunately, Jiang Chenmin regained her composure just in time, deflecting the attack with the blade of her sword. The outcome is less than ideal, Mingyu murmured softly. Due to the majority of her strength being expended on the fog, even if Mingyu could employ her abilities now, she found it impossible to fully ensnare her opponent within the realm of illusion. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenmin, observing from the sidelines, sensed something amiss. For a brief instant, it felt as though she had lost her consciousness. Was it the result of Mingyu's powers? Following a round of exchanges, both parties found themselves in a phase of cautious probing, as the uncertainty surrounding each other's capabilities rendered them reluctant to act recklessly. In the distance, Lin Moran, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of concern as he set Lin Ku down. Huang Lin, what are you doing? He inquired. Without further ado, Lin Moran transformed into a shadow, moving towards Lanlin's direction. The two adversaries engaged once more, with Jiang Chenmin opting to imbue her sword with ice elements, seeking to employ long-range attacks against Mingyu. Mingyu, having sensed this shift, found herself in a precarious situation, forced to evade the icy blasts while inching closer to Jiang Chenmin, hoping to find an opportunity to secure victory in one decisive blow. Unbeknownst to Mingyu, a bolt of lightning in the distance had already locked onto her. Go. Lu Zhikong raised his hand, releasing a bolt that struck the unsuspecting Mingyu with pinpoint accuracy. Although this maneuver did not inflict significant harm, it nonetheless rendered her briefly incapacitated. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chenmin coated her sword with frost and swiftly closed the distance, delivering a fierce slash that echoed through the air. Shrouding their battleground in a thick mist of ice as the frost dissipated, Jiang Chenmin gazed into the white fog, acutely aware that her strike had not claimed Mingyu's life. Mingyu, clutching the scratch on her left shoulder, soon realized that Lanlin had been taken away by several individuals in the distance. This is for the best. He should be out of immediate danger, she concluded, preparing to depart, for the earlier strike had compromised her disguise. And continuing the fight risked exposure. Jiang Chenmin, noticing the energy-consuming beast attempting to flee, wasted no time in pursuing her. However, against Mengyu, Jiang Chenmin's pursuit proved somewhat lacking, ultimately forcing her to watch as Mengyu slipped away. In the monitoring room, the onlookers were engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. Jiang Chenmin is indeed formidable. She nearly triumphed over the unrestrained Mengyu. Indeed, to possess such prowess at this age is truly exhilarating. Igniting visions of her promising future, amidst the discussions, only Yangzhe detected a discrepancy. Based on the earlier confrontation, it appeared that Mengyu could barely hold her ground against Jiang Chenmin. Given that Lanlin's strength was on par with Jiang Chenmin's, it was unlikely that Mengyu had been responsible for his incapacitation. But if not Mengyu, then who? Could it be that Lanlin had truly met an unfortunate fate? Once he regained consciousness, he would likely remain in the K32 area, rendering communication impossible. Sister Min, you are truly impressive for having driven that individual away. Let's not dwell on that for now. Lanlin was likely not defeated by that person. Let's focus on finding a secure location until Lanlin awakens before deciding on our next course of action. During their return journey, Lin Moran suddenly spoke up, everyone must be hungry. I'll go look for something to eat. Huang Lin opposed this, stating, now is not the time for individual actions. Fear not, I will search nearby and won't stray far. Just be careful and don't end up in a situation like last time. Chapter 28. I shall grant you merely 20 minutes. After departing the battleground, Mengyu examined the scratches on her body with a sense of awe. How remarkable to have inflicted marks on the military's protective gear. Her surroundings remained as desolate as ever. However, this time Mengyu opted to conceal herself in the shadows, hoping to ascertain the resting place of Lanlin and his companions, though communication was not feasible at present. Observing from the shadows posed little risk, especially since Mengyu found it impossible to ignore Jiang Chenmin's visage. Outside the ruins, Huang Lin reinforced the periphery with his abilities, erecting several earthen walls to provide additional fortification against potential assaults. What shall we do next? Lu Zhikang inquired. I propose we fortify our position, He suggested, but Jiang Chenmin, unusually, voiced her opinion. No, that mist is far too perilous. The fact that those individuals managed to emerge after entering was likely a stroke of luck. We absolutely cannot afford to take further risks, as the group conversed. A voice of complaint echoed from outside the ruins. It has been arduous. Regardless, we must repair the surrounding environment. The military likely established a duration for the testing. And if all else fails, we shall endure here until it concludes, Lu Zhikang remarked. Old Lu is right. There will be a solution, especially now that Lanlin has been found. Once he awakens, our combat capabilities should pose no issues. I share your sentiments. Jiang Chenmin, what are you contemplating? Lu Zhikang curiously inquired. Observing Jiang Chenmin lost in thought that I am pondering what entity could drive Lanlin to such extremes. With a single statement, Jiang Chenmin dispelled the group's sense of reassurance. Indeed, Lanlin's strength was beyond dispute. Yet the current predicament involved an exceptionally formidable energy-consuming beast within the vicinity, and judging by Lanlin's state, Jiang Chenmin doubted her ability to vanquish such a creature. Ugh, what a relief. Lanlin awkwardly scratched his head, glancing around at the others. Old Huang, Old Lu, Old Lin. All three of you are here. He Yu and Lin Ku are also present. Along with two unfamiliar classmates. Dado, is that Jiang Chenmin? Even you are here. It seems I missed quite the spectacle. Gazing at the revitalized Lanlin, Jiang Chenmin felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her. Why were you captured by the energy-consuming beast? What rendered you unconscious? She could not help but inquire. Wait, let me gather my thoughts. Lanlin began to assess the current situation. As for why I was ensnared by the energy-consuming beast. It seems I mistook someone for my savior. You asked what knocked me out. Evidently, I must have clashed with my rescuer, and it appears they lacked the strength to incapacitate me. Truly, I am a genius. Regarding my capture, there may be some misunderstanding. That individual was affiliated with the military. As for why I was unconscious, it was simply because I miscalculated within the core area. Ha ha ha. Observing Lanlin's demeanor, Huang Lin could not resist commenting. Lanlin, your captor was undoubtedly not a drill instructor. Why not? Because this is not a testing phase. We are striving for survival. What do you mean? Lanlin asked, bewildered. Since entering the K-32 area, many students have perished, and throughout this time, no military personnel have appeared. Impossible, Lanlin exclaimed, astonished. He distinctly recalled encountering a military officer disguised as an energy-consuming beast upon entering the K-32 area. How could there be no military presence? Lanlin, he speaks the truth. Many have perished, Jiang Chenmin interjected. How could this be? Then why haven't you all vacated this place? Lanlin remained incredulous. Could it be that the energy-consuming beasts from that space have escaped? But how did they manage that? Lanlin felt overwhelmed, and the others recognized his distress but were unsure how to broach the subject. It is impossible to leave. A veil of mist encircles the outer perimeter, and once one enters, there is no escape. Those who managed to exit the mist were likely fortunate. I will venture out to take a look. No. What if you encounter trouble again? Jiang Chenmin vehemently refused. The others were equally startled. They had never witnessed Jiang Chenmin exhibit such intense emotions. Fear not, last time was merely an accident. I want to be incapacitated again. Chapter 29. I am in urgent need. Upon hearing about the fatalities from Jiang Chenmin and her group, Lanlin immediately set out to uncover the truth behind these events. He refused to believe that military personnel could be responsible for such actions. After some time, Lanlin arrived at the edge of the K-32 area. He observed that the entire perimeter was shrouded in an unusual mist. The more he examined it, the more he became convinced that this mist was a creation of the military. A stark contrast to the surrounding environment, undoubtedly artificially conjured. Uncertain of the mist's nature, he decided to conduct a preliminary test. Approaching the edge of the mist, Lanlin raised his right hand. Slash! A cutting strike surged into the mist, followed by the sound of impact resonating from within. Strangely, the moment the strike entered the mist, the targeted area exhibited no signs of disturbance. It was as if the strike had been entirely devoured. Resolute to explore further, Lanlin took a step into the mist. As he crossed the threshold, he immediately sensed something was amiss. He had expected to take just a single step, yet the mist seemed boundless in every direction. An anomaly that defied normalcy. It appeared that the essence of this mist was some sort of illusion. The next step was crucial: erasure. Given that the backlash from erasing such a presence would be minimal, Lanlin maintained his abilities in an activated state and began walking outward through the mist. To his astonishment, after only a short distance, he found himself emerging from the other side, greeted by the landscape beyond. It seems we find ourselves amidst a mountain range. As Lanlin gazed at the surrounding scenery, he couldn't help but express his sentiments, estimating that this veil of mist spans no more than 30 meters in width. It must be the illusion within that has led Jiang Chenmin and the others to feel as though they cannot escape. However, for Lanlin, such a degree of deception is akin to child's play. What follows is the truth behind the student's demise. How could this fellow so effortlessly unravel my abilities? Not only dream language, but the onlookers in the monitoring room were collectively astounded. How is this possible? Dream language's powers failed to affect him. On the side of the mist, observing the humanoid energy-devouring beast before him, Lanlin slowly inquired, "Are you human, or an energy-devouring beast?" Dream language remained silent. As she felt that her powers left behind in this place had been disrupted, and she had not anticipated colliding with Lanlin so forcefully, "I shall ask once more. Human, or energy-devouring beast?" Dream language still offered no response, preparing instead for battle, as she was currently masquerading as an energy-devouring beast. Yet, she never expected Lanlin's third query. Dream language sensed the oppressive aura emanating from this youth. Fleeing was no longer an option, leaving her with the choice of death or revealing the truth. 3, 2, 1. Wait. In that final moment, dream language chose to speak, and Lanlin refrained from directing his strike towards her. Having established her identity, Lanlin approached her to offer an apology. "I apologize, Senior. Due to the urgency of the situation, I was compelled to act inappropriately." Though his inquiry was straightforward, dream language could still detect an underlying threat. In that moment, she was acutely aware that she was no match for Lanlin. The sensation was akin to a mortal standing before a supreme deity, devoid of any options. At this juncture, dream language no longer wished to test Lanlin's strength. They were simply not on the same level. "They are not dead," dream language stammered. still contemplating how to elaborate further, I see. Upon hearing her words, Lanlin retracted his murderous intent and smiled anew at dream language, saying, I understand now. Thank you for your efforts, senior. With that, Lanlin casually strolled away, leaving dream language standing there alone. She remained shaken, acutely aware that despite not being enemies, every word Lanlin had uttered had dripped with an unbearable malice. Who exactly is he? On the way back to the ruins, Lanlin pondered the current situation. Firstly, it was certain that the military personnel had always been present. Secondly, the individual had claimed that the students were not dead. Although he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he chose to believe it. For the military had no reason to allow students to perish. Regardless of how they accomplished this, Lanlin surmised that the final test was intended to provide the students with a first-hand experience of death, whether their own or that of those around them. Chapter 30. The Eve of Death. Have you gleaned any insights? None. Is that so? Even you could not manage it, given that his previous actions had already crossed a line. The somber atmosphere began to spread among the crowd as Lanlin's words faded. Though they had been prepared, the arrival of bad news was still unavoidable, leading to a sense of despondency. Observing the scene, Lanlin felt a pang of sympathy, yet there was no way to disclose the truth at that moment. Hey, it's not as if we can't get out. Let us just stick around here. Occasionally venturing outside to find something to eat will surely last until the military arrives, right? Huang Lin fervently expressed his viewpoint, recognizing that if the current gloomy atmosphere persisted, who knew what problems might arise. Lu Zhikang chimed in. Exactly. I refuse to believe that this cursed place can truly trap us. Up we go. Let us move around and find something to eat. Indeed, the world is vast, but food is paramount. Let us get moving. The atmosphere in the vicinity was successfully invigorated, and everyone began to regain their spirits, preparing to face their current predicament with renewed vigor. Lin Morwen, keep an eye on Lin Ku. She has just awakened and appears somewhat weak, Huang Lin instructed. All right, old Lu, let us go. We're off to find food, and you too, stop lounging about and join us for a stroll. Responding to Huang Lin's enthusiastic invitation, Su Zian and Tang Shui felt compelled to shake off their despondency and rose to join the group. Meanwhile, Lanlin observed their spirited demeanor, feeling a myriad of emotions, as it was no small feat to regain composure under such conditions. If he were in a similar situation, he knew he would struggle to adjust swiftly. With their brief yet effective conversation concluded, the group divided into two teams to commence their tasks on Lanlin's side. He stood idly, gazing at Lin Morwen and Lin Ku, contemplating how the military would react. After all, they had just managed to stabilize their mindset, and if the military were to act immediately, how would they cope? Sister Min, I'll scout over there. You can search around here. All right. The group ventured a distance away from the ruins into the woods, commencing their search for edible items. Old Lu, have you found anything? None. What about you? Neither. Damn, this is proving tricky. Su Zian and Tang Shui had also not achieved any success, and just as they were about to finish searching this area, Huang Lin suddenly shouted, Found it. There's a fruit tree here. Everyone, hurry up and pick. Upon hearing Huang Lin's words, the group rushed over excitedly. However, during their approach, Jiang Chenmin detected an unusual aura. This is an energy-devouring beast. Hey, you all need to move quickly. There might be a pack of energy-devouring beasts nearby. What? Everyone, move it. The group hastened their pace, intent on gathering the fruits, but fate had other plans. Jiang Chenmin's instincts proved accurate as a swarm of mutated spiders emerged around them. This is, Su Zian and Tang Shui were all too familiar with such a scene, having encountered Huang Lin's group because of these very spiders. Run, do not engage them, Su Zian shouted. The others wasted no time fleeing, but in the forest, the spiders' agility was overwhelming. Hey, prepare yourselves, they may be about to die. At that moment, the military personnel lurking in the shadows remained on high alert, as encountering a swarm of spiders in such an area typically offered no hope of survival. Observing the unfolding situation, Jiang Chenmin spoke up, You all retreat. I'll hold them off and away. We leave together. Lu Zhikang firmly rejected Jiang Chenmin's suggestion. But there was no time for debate, as the spiders lunged forward. Jiang Chenmin drew her sword and engaged in battle with the swarm, but to everyone's surprise, her efficiency in dispatching the spiders was remarkably high, even creating an illusion that fleeing was no longer necessary. Yet, the unpredictability of life prevailed. No matter how skilled Jiang Chenmin was, amidst such surroundings, she could not evade the spider's assaults indefinitely. Ultimately, she was ensnared by a web, and although she promptly severed it, the venom had already begun to take effect, rendering her movements sluggish and her ability to contend with the spiders increasingly arduous. "Why aren't you leaving yet? If you truly wish to assist me, go find Lanlin." Given the circumstances, they were unable to do much and could only hasten their departure, hoping to locate Lanlin for help as swiftly as possible. "You follow them. I'll keep an eye on this girl." "All right." Chapter 31. The death of Jiang Chenmin in the woods. Jiang Chenmin continued to struggle against the spiders, but no matter her strength, being besieged in such an environment left her with no escape. After enduring the battle while dragging her poisoned body, she inevitably approached her demise. Lanlin quickly saved Jiang Chenmin. Huang Lin, running ahead, shouted, fearing that Lanlin might not hear. Within the ruins, upon hearing the commotion, Lanlin immediately prepared to set off, never anticipating that the next to perish would be Jiang Chenmin. With no time to inquire about the reasons, he sprang into action, racing towards Jiang Chenmin's location at a speed so swift that Huang Lin's group could barely catch a glimpse of him. "It's all right. She is Jiang Chenmin. She will be fine. Besides, this isn't a true death. There's no need to worry," Lanlin reassured himself as he hurried onward. He was so consumed by his thoughts that he did not notice the strange emotions welling up within him, nor why he cared so much for Jiang Chenmin. At last, Lanlin arrived at the site where Jiang Chenmin had fought. The area was littered with fallen trees and many carcasses of mutated spiders. However, amidst the gruesome scene, Lanlin found no trace of Jiang Chenmin. He scoured the vicinity repeatedly, anxious about missing even the most inconspicuous corner. Regrettably, it was now impossible for him to locate her. All he could do was eliminate the remaining spiders. Ultimately, behind a tree, Lanlin discovered Jiang Chenmin's sword, shattered into 2 pieces, with a faint smear of blood on the hilt. It was evident that in this test, Jiang Chenmin had met her end. "Don't lose hope. She is still alive, merely temporarily out of reach." Lanlin forcefully slapped his face, attempting to dispel the extraneous emotions and thoughts clouding his mind. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, those inexplicable feelings and thoughts re-emerged. "A test? Jiang Chenmin is dead. Did you not claim you could save her when she was in dire straits? You were so close this time. Yet where is she? Wake up. You are not even human, and yet you wish to live among them, still harboring delusions of protecting them? Stop deceiving yourself. You merely seek a justification to remain in this wretched body." A myriad of negative emotions and thoughts surged through Lanlin's mind at that moment, as he stood there, staring vacantly at the broken sword lying on the ground. "Hey, Lanlin, are you all right? Did you make it?" The few who followed closely began to inquire about Lanlin's condition, but their voices reached his ears like taunts mocking his incompetence. When they approached him and noticed the shattered sword on the ground, they fell into a heavy silence, fully aware that Lanlin had not succeeded. Simultaneously, they regretted their own lack of strength, yet it was Huang Lin who took the initiative to shatter the silence. However, Huang Lin intended to say more, but Lu Zhikang interrupted him. One by one, they departed, leaving Lanlin standing alone. After a considerable time, Lanlin began to mutter to himself, "What is going on? I know she is fine. Why am I still affected by that voice? This is unacceptable." Lanlin continued to attempt to persuade himself while aimlessly wandering deeper into the woods. After Jiang Chenmin disappeared, Lanlin suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do next. Initially, he had intended to see if he could survive alongside Jiang Chenmin until the end, but now that hope was lost. As night fell, the woods, shrouded in darkness, appeared far more terrifying than during the day, where one could sense that the next moment, they might be consumed by the unknown shadows. Hiss, what was that noise? Lu Zhikang suddenly became alert. Is it Lanlin? No, wait. It's the energy-devouring beasts, and there are many. 10 minutes earlier, in the monitoring room, Yangzhe glanced at the time. It should be about time, right? If we exclude Lanlin, they can last at most 30 minutes. Do you hold this boy, Lanlin, in high regard? Humph. At the ruins, Huang Lin and the others were already prepared to fight to the death. Even Lin Ku, who had yet to recover, was forcing herself to use her abilities in battle. If we die, we can't let them off the hook. We'll come back as ghosts to find them. Lu Zhikang added. The group cheerfully exchanged their last words, ready to embrace the final battle. Let us go. Chapter 32. Annihilation. Although the mindset of the group remained remarkably positive in their final moments, it did not alter the fact that they were outmatched. Even without using their abilities, the military personnel easily overwhelmed Huang Lin and the others. From a bird's-eye view, it was evident that the formation of Huang Lin and his companions was dismantled in a mere 10 seconds. Positioned at the center, Lin Ku naturally became the primary target of their concentrated assault. A military personnel, taking advantage of Lin Mo Ran's inattention, stealthily approached Lin Ku, aiming to deliver a lethal blow. Thankfully, Lin Ku reacted in time, utilizing her water barrier to evade disaster, but in her current condition, continuing the fight was impossible. Thus, she decided to channel all her remaining strength into protecting Lin Mo Ran, hoping the water barrier could shield him from a few more attacks. Lin Ku, what are you doing? I no longer have the strength to fight. You are strong in the dark. I hope you can lead them out of here. After speaking, Lin Ku dissipated the water barrier around her and concentrated her remaining energy near Lin Mo Ran. Meanwhile, the assailant who had previously missed their opportunity launched another attack on the unprotected Lin Ku, who accepted her impending fate with calm resignation. Ultimately, from Lin Mo Ran's perspective, Lin Ku was pierced through the abdomen by a fierce strike. Lin Ku, I'm sorry, the rest is up to you. This was Lin Ku's final message. In that moment of distraction, military personnel launched another surprise attack, targeting Huang Lin's vital points. However, as an Earth Elemental ability user, Huang Lin had a considerable degree of resilience and successfully withstood the blow. I'll make you pay for this. Shoving aside the attacker, Huang Lin quickly summoned a massive stone, aiming to crush his assailant with a single blow. Yet, just as he finished gathering his strength, an attack struck from behind, swiftly incapacitating Huang Lin. How is this possible? The second casualty had already occurred, and it was the current powerhouse. The remaining few could only hold out as long as possible, hoping to create an opportunity for others to escape. With a hiss, blood once again splattered into the air, and this time, the victim was Tang Shui. Witnessing this scene, Su Zian felt a surge of panic. Unaware that he was next. In the very next moment after Tang Shui's demise, Su Zian was taken down from behind and lost consciousness. On the battlefield, only He Yu and Lu Zhikong remained, desperately trying to create an escape opportunity for each other. Alas, their combined strength could only delay their demise for a little while. Suddenly, the situation shifted dramatically. A military personnel collapsed to the ground, the assailant being none other than Lin Mo Ran. Although his protective gear prevented an instant kill, the strike indeed shocked the military personnel present. In the enveloping darkness, Lin Mo Ran could conceal his form at will, moving swiftly across the battlefield like a ghost. Thanks to Lin Mo Ran's unexpected ambush, the pressure on Lu Zhikong and He Yu lessened considerably, but before they could rejoice, He Yu coughed up blood. During the previous skirmish, He Yu had been accidentally injured, and combined with not fully recovering before forcibly using his abilities, he ultimately suffered from physical overload. This minor incident caused Lu Zhikong to momentarily lose focus, allowing a military personnel to seize the chance to land a crushing blow. As Lu Zhikong fell to the ground, he realized his chances were gone. On the other side, He Yu, suffering from overload, had already been dealt with by several others. Currently, Lu Zhikong believed only Lin Mo Ran had a chance to escape, so he unleashed a massive lightning strike against the surrounding military personnel, attempting to delay their advance. Lin Mo Ran, go! Following a flash of lightning, the surrounding area fell silent, and Lu Zhikong was subdued by military personnel. Now, the most challenging opponent in the darkness remained, Lin Mo Ran. The military personnel quickly formed a circular formation, but this very tactic alerted Lin Mo Ran to something unusual. They are employing strategies, could it be? Yet, the current situation did not allow Lin Mo Ran to ponder extensively. He had to find a way to escape. Just seconds after the military personnel arranged their formation, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the center of the battlefield, instantly revealing Lin Mo Ran's position. Is this a flare? What are you all? Before Lin Mo Ran could finish his question, he was struck from behind and lost consciousness. This kid is quite something. He has forced us to reveal our identities. Meanwhile, in the K-32 region, the sounds of battle echoed everywhere, all signaling swift victories for the military personnel. In the monitoring room, Yang Zhe wore a troubled expression as he observed the surveillance footage. Chief, what's wrong? Why haven't I seen that kid, Lanlin? He isn't planning something again, is he? Chapter 33. A dismal mood report. All students in the northern region have been secured. Report. All students in the southern region have been secured. Hiss. Still no sign of him? Yangzhe began to feel anxious. After all, even Jiang Chenmin had already been sent to the holding area. Yet this Lanlin remained elusive, like a ghost, neither captured nor even spotted. Yes, Chief, do you care about him that much? Mengyu inquired. Of course. Haven't you personally experienced his strength? Why are you asking me this? Do you need my help? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten by him? What nonsense. I no longer have to maintain that fog. He wouldn't be able to catch me at all. At least I can run away to so. You admit you can't beat him? What else could it be? I sensed it during the day. If it comes to pure combat, none of us here can match him. You hold him in such high regard, Yangzhe chuckled. After all, this was the answer he had anticipated. From the moment he witnessed Lanlin's performance in the testing room, Yangzhe had recognized him as an exceptionally unique individual. Unlike Jiang Chenmin, although Yangzhe himself could not claim to be particularly strong, his decades of military experience and battlefield knowledge were not to be underestimated. He saw in Jiang Chenmin the inherent pride of a genius, that unwavering resolve to carve a path through adversity with a single stroke. Yet, despite Lanlin's strength far exceeding the average, Yangzhe did not perceive any similar traits within him. This individual, possessing no characteristics of a true powerhouse, was inexplicably formidable. According to Yangzhe's philosophy, someone like Lanlin, regardless of how exceptional their talent might be, could never truly become a strong fighter. Yet Lanlin defied this expectation, lacking the traits that typically define strength, yet undeniably powerful. You should go take a look. If necessary, reveal your identity. After all, you mentioned he already knows the essence of this test. Within the K32 region, all students except Lanlin had been successfully transported to the holding area. The remaining military personnel commenced a thorough search for Lanlin's whereabouts. 10 minutes passed, then 20, an hour, 2 hours. Regardless of their efforts, they could not uncover even a trace of Lanlin. I say? Could it be that the chief made a mistake? How could it be possible to search for so long without a sign? How would I know? No orders from above, so we just have to keep looking. Yet, due to Lanlin's predicament, they were forced to remain in this cursed place. You two, there are new instructions above. A messenger hastily approached, and the other two became intrigued. What are the instructions? Can we leave this place? No, it is to inform you that you may publicly disclose your identities and no longer need to masquerade as energy-devouring beasts. Just that? Just that. I truly, fine, understood. In fact, since half an hour ago, those searching for Lanlin had ceased to deliberately conceal their identities. After all, logically, the test had concluded, and continuing the charade was meaningless. How strange, could he truly vanish without a trace? As the crowd remained perplexed, Lanlin once again entered the trap specially prepared for him. To regain his composure, the best method was to vent his emotions, and the target for that release was, needless to say, these lowly energy-devouring beasts. Unlike last time, Lanlin did not attempt to control himself. He simply unleashed his fury amidst the throng of beasts, relentless even as fatigue began to weigh upon him. Finally, after venting for an indeterminate duration, Lanlin began to regain some semblance of calm. He incessantly slapped his own face, bewildered by the inexplicable emotions that tormented him so painfully, a state of abnormality that only began to alleviate when dawn broke the following day. Having slaughtered countless energy-devouring beasts, Lanlin dragged his weary body to the edge of the space. The Fraser race bore no emotion, as if a machine were executing a routine command. Remarkably, he hadn't fainted? It seems his endurance has indeed strengthened, Lanlin mused to himself. Upon exiting that space, he made his way toward a small lake, intending to rest briefly and fully awaken, refusing to let an imagined predicament drive him to madness. Why does the surroundings feel off? Chapter 34. Lanlin's tears in a dimly lit room. A group of students gradually awakened from their stupor. Sunlight struggled to penetrate through the heavy gaps, faintly illuminating the contours of the room. An ominous silence enveloped the air, occasionally interrupted by the faint sounds of groaning, breaking the eerie stillness. Jiang Chenmin was the first to regain consciousness. Her eyes slowly opened. Adjusting to the surrounding gloom, a sharp pain throbbed in her head, as though countless needles were piercing her temples. She attempted to sit up but found her limbs weak and unresponsive. Scanning the area, she discovered her classmates sprawled on the ground, some still asleep, others writhing in pain. Jiang Chenmin struggled to her feet, despite feeling dizzy, and staggered toward the nearest student, trying to rouse them, she called out. Her classmates began to awaken one by one, their faces etched with confusion and fear. "Where are we? I remember it seemed we had died," a trembling voice from one of the students inquired. Outside the room, the military personnel assigned to oversee them were attentively observing their every move. "Have they awakened?" "Yes." The girl named Jiang Chenmin was the first to regain consciousness. "Good. It's a relief. Thank you for the efforts of those support students and medical staff. Connect the broadcast, pleased." In the dim room, the group continued to seek a way to escape. "Why don't I just tear this place apart?" Huang Lin suggested quietly. "No, you just awakened, and you have no idea of our current situation. Acting rashly would be too dangerous, especially since this room appears to have been specifically designed for us. You certainly cannot destroy it," Lu Zhikong advised Huang Lian. At that moment, another student posed a question. "So what exactly is our situation? I recall the last scene I saw was several energy-devouring beasts surrounding me. I should have died, right? It's not that simple. Our last moments were all similar. It's likely that this entire scenario was orchestrated by the military," Lin Morwen interjected. "Is there any explanation?" the others queried. "Well, my situation differs from yours. I clearly remember a flare appearing in my line of sight before I lost consciousness, and that is something only the military possesses. It seems we have been duped." "Oh yes, although I witnessed someone being killed, my vision would blur every time someone died, as if something was done to obscure it. I felt that too." In that empty little room, a group of people gathered, some gesturing in the air, others nodding in agreement, while some furrowed their brows, seemingly lost in thought. "Jiang Chenmin, what do you think?" Huang Lin turned to the silent Jiang Chenmin, who had not participated in any discussion since awakening the others. Lu Zhikong spoke up. "Are you worried about Lanlin?" "Yes, I just checked. He is not here. It's possible we have been separated from management, considering the number of us." Just then, a deep voice resonated. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work." The speaker was Zhang Cheng, the person in charge of overseeing their departure. "What does that mean? Did we fail your ridiculous test?" Someone in the crowd shouted. "Of course not. You students have undoubtedly demonstrated excellence by enduring this long. Keeping you confined here is merely to facilitate your swift departure from the testing site. You will have to endure a little longer. Once all students have been apprehended by the military, you will be free to leave. Rest assured, you will all pass the test." At this moment, Jiang Chenmin, who had been silent, spoke up. "Given the military's efficiency, if they intended to control us, they should have completed it by now. Have you encountered someone particularly troublesome?" Zhang Cheng chuckled lightly. "Indeed, there is one student who is quite capable. We have yet to locate him. Give it up. Unless he chooses to be captured himself, you will never be able to catch him," Jiang Chenmin stated flatly. However, Zhang Cheng interpreted her words differently, perceiving it as an implication that the military was unable to handle a single student. "Classmate, I understand your dissatisfaction with our actions, but there's no need to belittle us so. Everyone, please hold on a little longer. The end is near." In the monitoring room, Yangzhe received a call from Zhang Cheng. "Commander, have we yet to capture the last student?" "Yes, that kid is incredibly elusive. I have instructed those searching for him to identify themselves, yet there has been no response." Suddenly, footsteps approached. "Commander, we found him." "What? So suddenly? 10 minutes earlier, how strange. Has that kid gone invisible?" "Look over there." By a tranquil lakeside, several military personnel were slowly making their way along the shore. The lake shimmered under the sun, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Yet the surrounding environment starkly contrasted, dilapidated trees and collapsed houses. Their gaze ultimately fell upon a solitary figure, a student named Lanlin. He sat on a large rock by the lake, facing away from them, gazing into the water as if lost in thought. His presence seemed especially lonely amidst the serene scenery, yet harmoniously blended with the surrounding desolation. Among the military personnel, a burly man broke the silence. "Classmate." Upon hearing the call, Lanlin slowly turned around. His face was strikingly clear in the sunlight, a faint smile gracing his lips as if welcoming these uninvited guests. However, despite the warmth of his smile, the subtle traces of tears at the corners of his eyes revealed the complexity of his emotions. "I know. Let us go. I must have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Right? Lanlin interjected before the military personnel could finish, leaving the others somewhat bewildered, as they had envisioned countless scenarios, yet none matched this one. They are all alive, right? Alive. Though the military personnel were somewhat unclear about the situation, they were content that their objective had been achieved and chose not to dwell on it further. Student Lanlin, Control, Chapter 35. The journey home at the departure area, Huang Lin and his companions anxiously awaited news. How much longer must we wait? Huang Lin could no longer contain his impatience. Fine, just make yourself appear half dead. As for he is unnecessary. Do you want another beating? After an indeterminate amount of time, the two brothers began to bicker again, which at least indicated that everyone still had the energy for other activities, no longer feeling anxious. Do you believe I can generate electricity? Lu Zhikeng teased, tugging at Huang Lin's face. Huang Lin retorted defiantly, Go ahead. I have a dirt wall. Lin Morwen, unable to watch any longer, interjected, Stop messing around. Don't drag the others into it. Has Lan Gu been captured? Huang Lin rubbed his face as he spoke. I don't know. After all, they are military personnel, so being captured is normal, right? Exactly. He has held out for so long before being caught, unlike us, who were seized within minutes. With Lan Lin's successful capture, the students at the departure area began to move toward the outskirts of the K-32 region under the protection of military personnel. Before the mist of the K-32 region, a group of students lined up neatly under the military personnel's command. Their eyes reflected curiosity about the mist before them, for it was this very phenomenon that had prevented their escape. In the monitoring room, the personnel have gathered. Release the illusion of the mist, shall we? The mist, once eerie and dense, began to dissipate slowly as the dream language ability was cancelled. This advanced fog machine is truly the perfect complement to my abilities. Chief, why not request a personal one for me? It would facilitate my future tasks, dream language teased from the side. What are you talking about? This gadget is not a restricted item. You can purchase it yourself. The ones I bought lack sufficient power. That's not my concern. Humph, so stingy. Nearby, military personnel clad in combat uniforms wore serious expressions as they assessed each individual's condition, ensuring everything was in order. With a command, the students followed the military personnel's lead, boarding the vehicles that would take them away from this area. As the vehicles started, dust billowed, and the K-32 region gradually faded from the students' sights. By the way, have you seen Lanlin? Huang Lin discovered a discrepancy. Right? Aren't all of us supposed to be here? The bus slowly departed from the K-32 region, carrying a group of students with complex expressions and a military officer with piercing eyes. The students' faces reflected a mixture of relief at the test conclusion and uncertainty about the future. The military officer sat at the front, navigating the winding mountain roads as the bus jolted along. The students exchanged glances and quietly discussed their experiences in K-32, while the officer remained silent, his stillness serving as a reminder that all they had endured was classified. Inside Vehicle 1, Jiang Chenmin leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside when two students approached. Hey, Jiang Chenmin, how did you find the difficulty of this test? Also, why do you look so spaced out? Are you still shaken? If you have something to say, just say it, Jiang Chenmin replied coldly. The two students were Tang Xiao and Fang Jia, who had previously challenged Lanlin. It's nothing much, just wanted to check on you. Well, with so many people watching, including the instructor and our homeroom teacher, how am I supposed to bring it up? Coward. It serves you right that Lanlin stole your white moonlight. Not far off, Jiang Chenmin leaned against the bus window. Her gaze unfocused, her thoughts wandering far away as the scenery outside rushed by. Her fingers lightly touched the glass, as if sketching something. A faint, barely perceptible smile graced her face, and the marks on the window began to clarify. Just two simple characters, Lanlin. In those final moments, what were you truly thinking? Did they really subdue you with strength? Beneath her calm facade lay Jiang Chenmin's questions. Their gazes wandered between the solemn military buildings and the orderly lines of soldiers. The military personnel stood by the bus, welcoming the returning students. Soon, the bus doors opened, and the students disembarked one by one. Go on in. You can discuss this test freely among yourselves, but the matters concerning the K-32 region must remain confidential from outsiders. Understood? The instructor emphasized to the group. Understood. All right, you are dismissed. Feel free to vent your emotions about this test with your buddies, the instructor said with a joking tone. regardless, for these 17 and 18-year-old students. This experience was unforgettable. It was natural to feel emotional, and it was a perfect opportunity to release those feelings before they caused any issues later on. I swear, when you died, you scared me to death. I thought I was going to lose you, my son. Do you really believe I'd let you die? Don't mess around, haha. After being liberated from the K-32 region, everyone shared their heart-pounding stories. Tales of battling mutated wolves and entangling with mutated spiders, though few dared to claim victory. What's for dinner? A gentle female voice chimed in. Just like last time, came the reply in the military cafeteria. Lanlin and Jiang Chenmin sat at a corner table. Lanlin had changed into his black attire, while Jiang Chenmin remained in her Jingwu school uniform. Uncharacteristically, her hair was let down, cascading over her shoulders. Her features radiating a sense of heroism, yet tinged with a hint of gentleness. In front of them lay simple trays holding the same food as before. A few slices of hard bread, a serving of vegetable salad, and a glass of water. As they ate and conversed in hushed tones. I heard you cried, Jiang Chenmin casually remarked. Lanlin feigned ignorance. Did I? I had no idea, and no need to pretend. I just spoke with Chief Yangjia, who told me you were found sitting alone by the lake, lost in thought when they called your name before you reacted. Oh, they assumed I was crying just because I was daydreaming? That doesn't seem right, Lanlin protested stubbornly. Jiang Chenmin calmly recounted what had transpired, but Lanlin had lost interest in eating. He set down his cup and opened his mouth to say something but hesitated. Did you really think we were dead? Jiang Chenmin continued probing. No. I knew the test's content beforehand and that you all were alive. Then why did you cry? I refuse to believe you shed tears without a reason. I already told you I didn't. Lanlin attempted to argue, but as he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Chenmin's gentle gaze. This expression was one Jiang Chenmin would never normally show. And Lanlin found it impossible to lie in front of her. Because your disappearance was too sudden. I wasn't ready to accept your departure. Didn't you know we wouldn't die? I did, but when I reached the scene and saw that sight, along with that broken sword, I was truly terrified. I feared it might be real, that it could be because I wasn't by your side. Lanlin murmured, his voice barely audible, tinged with a hint of a sob. Jiang Chenmin looked at Lanlin, smiling as she spoke, but now, I'm right here before you, and not just me, everyone is. As she comforted the emotionally overwhelmed Lanlin, she gently stroked his head, as if soothing a child prone to tears. Hey, Lao Huang, look over there, Lu Zhikang exclaimed as if he had seen something extraordinary, excitedly tugging at Huang Lin's head. Huang Lin, being stubborn, refused to look, turning to leave. Grandpa, I'm going to find you. You single dog can continue to amuse yourself here, forget it. I'll just take pictures for memories. Lu Zhikang declared, preparing to capture this world-class scene on his phone. Beside him, Huang Lin could barely contain himself. What's so amusing that you want to take pictures? As he pondered this, he turned halfway in the direction Lu Zhikang had pointed, only to be intercepted by Yu, who rushed over. First, she snatched Lu Zhikang's phone, exclaiming, taking candid shots is illegal. Then, she grabbed Huang Lin's ear, pulling him aside. Ow, wifey, that hurts. You still dare to call me wifey? Yu tightened her grip, as if she intended to tear Huang Lin's ear off. It hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. I won't call you that again. Thus, Huang Lin and Yu naturally exited the scene, leaving Lu Zhikang to relish the iconic moment. Reflecting on his earlier demeanor, Lanlin felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. How did I end up in such a situation, being comforted by a girl? Especially one with such a cold demeanor? Not knowing is normal. I also had no idea. Anyway, hurry and finish eating so we can find him, Jiang Chenmin replied. As their conversation momentarily halted, Lanlin began to devour the food he had neglected earlier. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenmin watched him quietly, her gaze lingering on him. Occasionally, Lanlin would glance up at the girl before him, seemingly savoring this moment, as if confirming the reality of their surroundings. Before long, they arrived at Yangjia's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As the office door swung open, Lanlin and Jiang Chenmin entered together. The room was sparsely populated, with only Yangjia and another woman present. Allow me to introduce myself. My codename is Dream Language. Affiliated with the Skynet, and I am also one of the members of Four Blades, Dream Language introduced herself to Jiang Chenmin and Lanlin. Meanwhile, Lanlin scrutinized the woman before him, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. You are the one. Indeed, I am the one who nearly faced death at the edge of the mist at your hands. Lanlin felt a bit awkward hearing this. Senior? No worries. Your strength is indeed formidable. Under those circumstances, you had every right to act as you did. Jiang Chenmin observed quietly, her curiosity piqued but not overtly displayed. Yangzhe then spoke. Well, I didn't call you here just for introductions. Let us get down to business. Jiang Chenmin, would you be willing to join Four Blades? Is it that question again? Jiang Chenmin hesitated, finding it difficult to provide a definitive answer. Sensing her uncertainty, Yangzhe turned to Lanlin. Lanlin, would you be willing to become the successor of Yuanzong? Lanlin found it perplexing as to why such matters would befall him. Indeed, this issue did not solely concern him. Upon learning of your capabilities, Tianwang expressed a desire for you to become the successor of Yuanzong. Yangzhe divulged all that he knew to Lanlin, hoping to persuade him to join Siren. As for me, I remain indifferent, so long as my life is not excessively disrupted. Regrettably, becoming the successor of Yuanzong entails bidding farewell to your current existence. You would accompany him on perilous missions, with death lurking at every corner. Yangzhe did not wish to deceive Lanlin. For them, if Lanlin was truly reluctant to join, he need not do so, but it was imperative that he did not develop negative sentiments towards Tianwang. Then I can indeed not become his successor. I currently have my own plans. What is the matter? Jiang Chenmin queried, expressing her confusion. At this moment, Mengyu, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Because one of the members of Siren has already sacrificed herself. We hope you can take her place. Sacrificed? How could that be? It is true. We have not made this information public, for Tianwang requires Siren to instill fear in those dangerous individuals. The sorrow and anger that inadvertently seeped from Mengyu as she spoke were sufficient to convey the gravity of the matter. In her pursuit of persuading Jiang Chenmin to join, she risked leaking sensitive information. However, it was also true that the two who learned this news would become focal points for Tianwang, provided they chose not to join. Lanlin, too, realized this. Now that I am aware of this, I will become a priority for Tianwang's scrutiny, correct? Lanlin, do not think that way. Mengyu was merely anxious when she spoke, Yangzhe quickly explained, not wanting Lanlin to harbor any ill thoughts. It is fine. I have said it does not matter, as long as my life is not excessively interfered with. Upon hearing Lanlin's words, Yangzhe felt relieved and then turned to Jiang Chenmin, asking, have you made your decision? If so, Mengyu will take you to Tianwang shortly. Very well. After Jiang Chenmin replied to Yangzhe, Mengyu led her away, preparing to head to the Tianwang headquarters. Watching the two depart, Lanlin felt a sudden pang in his heart, as if he had lost something. Yangzhe noticed his unease and inquired, do you care for that girl? I suppose so. That is quite normal. At your age, it is the time when one is most prone to falling in love. Lanlin chose not to respond, silently gazing in the direction Jiang Chenmin had left. In truth, there was something Lanlin had not shared with anyone. He had felt an inexplicable sensation upon first meeting Jiang Chenmin at school, as if he had known her long before. He did not believe in love at first sight, especially since he was not human. Yet the current situation felt remarkably strange. Well, she has chosen a new path, and you must persevere. If you truly like her, do not let her slip away. Commander Yang, you are still capable of such remarks? Who hasn't been young? All right, you should rest now. Remember to gather in the hall tomorrow. As Lanlin turned to leave, he suddenly recalled something he needed to inform Commander Yang regarding the core area of the K-32 region. Although that space would not currently drag others in, safety remained paramount. By the way, Commander Yang, there is one more thing. Moments later, Commander Yang furrowed his brow. Is this matter true? Do you think I would jest about such things? After pondering for a moment, Yangzhe replied, very well, I will report this. The testing content is likely to undergo some changes. After relaying this information, Lanlin departed, intending to rest well in the dead of night. Lanlin lay in bed, his mind tumultuous. Jiang Chenmin's image lingered in his thoughts, her smile, her words, and her comforting demeanor. All her subtle actions vividly replayed in his mind. He closed his eyes, attempting to conjure her visage in the darkness. Yet he feared that what would materialize would be her lifeless form from the K-32 region, even though he knew that was a falsehood. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenmin sat by the window of the high-speed train. gazing out at the fleeting night scenery, envisioning the new life that awaited her. The days ahead would be fraught with death and danger. Could she emerge stronger through these experiences, strong enough to fulfill her wishes? Strong enough to protect Lanlin? With each thought, a resolute expression unfurled upon Jiang Chenmin's face. She was Jiang Chenmin, a prodigy of her era. She would not doubt her abilities. Instead, she would absorb experience through battle after battle, honing her strength. Observing Jiang Chenmin's contemplative demeanor, Mengyu spoke up, "Are you thinking of him? You will surely meet again someday. I can sense he is not an ordinary person." Noting Jiang Chenmin's lack of reaction, Mengyu decided to shift the topic. "Can you call me sister? Huh? What, huh? Calling me sister is not difficult." Jiang Chenmin glanced at her before returning her gaze to the window. "You are several decades older than me, aren't you?" Mengyu retorted. "I am merely over 20 years older. Furthermore, considering the lifespan of abilities users, I am still a young girl. Why can't you call me sister?" "Sister." Jiang Chenmin complied, albeit without much sentiment. Yet upon hearing the address, Mengyu was almost unable to contain her tears. She had merely wished to lighten the mood. Yet hearing Jiang Chenmin call her sister was overwhelming. The impact of that face was simply too great. Chapter 38. Did you see that? The following day, all students gathered in the hall, where Commander Yang surveyed the vibrant assembly before him, reminiscing about his own youth. "Commander, the students have assembled. Mind your expression." "Ah, cough." Yang Zhou adjusted himself and began to speak in a voice rich with charisma and vigor. "Dear students, I trust this testing has left a profound impression on you. Some of you met an untimely end, while others found ways to persevere until the end. Regardless of how you concluded this testing, I must commend you. Your performance was commendable, and you deserve a round of applause." Applaud. The hall erupted in applause, albeit mixed with some murmurs. "How would I know? Perhaps it is just that the commander cannot initiate things." Listen closely. "Understood. Additionally, I have some joyous news to share. All participants of this testing have passed. Because in the face of life and death, you chose to stand with your fellow students. None resorted to betrayal for survival. For this, I am proud of you." Some students below felt a bit embarrassed. "I barely lasted a moment and yet I still passed. This is quite embarrassing, and as I previously mentioned, those in the support category will face even greater challenges. I trust you have noticed this by now. They must constantly care for the injured within the K32 region, and post-mortem, they must assist in treating and caring for other students. Therefore, upon returning to school, do express your gratitude to them. Indeed, it is time to show them some appreciation." "I think so too." After Yang's address, he exited the hall, leaving the students to await their departing vehicles. Turned out Jiang Chenmin had already gone to Tianwang. No wonder he hadn't seen her the previous night. How can the disparity between people be so vast? While I was fretting over credits, she went straight to Tianwang. Save it. Do you think everyone is Jiang Chenmin? She is likely the only one in all of Kyoto who caught Tianwang's eye. She is an extraordinary genius, while we are just ordinary people. Are we not extraordinary? Can't we use our abilities? Don't argue with me. Various voices floated through the hall, all discussing the prodigy named Jiang Chenmin. Even her homeroom teacher was taken aback, realizing his student was remarkable enough to be recruited by Tianwang ahead of time. However, he understood that Jiang Chenmin's strength had little to do with him. After hearing the news, the students began checking their backpacks, some exchanging contact information at the last moment, hoping to maintain connections despite being mere meters apart in school. They knew that although the testing had concluded, their journey was only just beginning. "Lanlin, you seemed rather down earlier. Is it because your sister-in-law has left?" Huang Lin, after checking his belongings, began to tease again. "Give me a response. Although your sister-in-law is gone, you still have me, of course. I still have EYU'd, as Huang Lin continued. He leaned closer to Lanlin's ear, almost about to kiss him. "Huang Lin, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yu exclaimed, her face flushed. "Oh, someone has a tight leash on him," Lanlin suddenly interjected. "You still have the energy to joke? Seems like your mindset is quite good. I came over to express my concern. Your way of showing concern is rather unique. Of course, I am—" Hey. Before Huang Lin could finish, Yu came over and tugged at his ear, dragging him away. "I told you to stop talking nonsense. Ouch. You're going to pull it off." After the two departed, Lin Moran approached Lu Jikong, with Lin Ku following closely behind. Naturally, The three of them would not exhibit the same obsequiousness as Huang Lin, at least not at this moment, for their personas were fundamentally different. "Are you all right?" Lin Moran inquired. "What could possibly be wrong with me? You were the last one captured. There was quite a stretch of time between my capture and yours. Did something happen?" "Nothing at all. It's just that you all vanished so abruptly. I found it a bit hard to adjust, hence my mood isn't the brightest as for why it took them so long to capture me. Perhaps it was due to my formidable strength. Was it truly because we disappeared? Or was it because Jiang Chenmin vanished?" Lu Zhikong, with a glimmer of curiosity, interjected, Is there a juicy tidbit?" Lu Zhikong astutely caught Lin Moran's implication. "Indeed? I refuse to believe your mood soured solely because of us. Pray, elaborate." Lu Zhikong further stoked the flames of intrigue. "Yes, particularly regarding yesterday's incident in the cafeteria. You witnessed it? I saw everything. It left me utterly envious." "What did you see?" A masterpiece of global renown. Chapter 39. A new objective emerges a masterpiece. Lin Moran immediately perked up, eager to delve into the details, while Lu Zhikong too was keen to observe Lanlin's reaction to the matter. After all, it was quite rare for a person who maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor to be consoled by a girl stroking their head. Lanlin, observing the trio before him with their eager eyes, decided to be succinct. As the saying goes, brevity often leads to greater impact, and his few words nearly overwhelmed the trio's minds. Crying? Lanlin would cry. Furthermore, what was this nonsense about consolation? A person like Jiang Chenmin would never offer comfort to others. Even Lu Zhikong, who had witnessed it firsthand, found it hard to fathom. So, did she say anything to you? Also, did her face turn red while she consoled you? Lin Ku began her quest for gossip, bombarding Lanlin with questions that left him with a headache. Stop, Lin Ku. Mind your persona. Lin Moran is standing right next to you." Lanlin interjected, tilting his head towards Lin Moran, hoping he might lend a hand in extricating him from this predicament, especially since they were now on amicable terms. Yet, Lin Moran countered, "It's fine. I too am keen to know. Damn it. No wonder you two ended up together. Lin Moran, I truly misjudged you. I thought you were indifferent to trivial matters. This is no trivial matter. It pertains to the significant affairs of our dormitory. My brothers and I shall devise a plan to win her over." Lu Zhikong chimed in, "Indeed. As comrades, we shall ensure you succeed in capturing her heart." As the discussion grew increasingly abstract, Lanlin quickly intervened. "You needn't concern yourselves with this matter. It has no bearing on you. Lin Moran, focus on nurturing your bond with Lin Ku, and refrain from prying into matters that don't concern you. And you, Lu, you don't even have a girlfriend. Why do you care about my affairs? You're the only one among us without a partner." Typically, such a remark would leave someone speechless, yet Lu Zhikong's response was unprecedentedly swift. "So? What you're implying is that you and Jiang Chenmin are indeed an item, correct? She's now on Tianwang. She'll likely secure a respectable position in the future. If you just cling to her coattails, you'll surely prosper." Lanlin could no longer bear it and was ready to employ some classical mechanics to silence them. Yet, just as he was about to take action, the vehicle arrived. Nevertheless, he thought, whatever method it took, as long as it brought silence. What a pity. We'll continue this discussion on the bus. Do you dare to challenge me? The students boarded the bus at a leisurely pace. But at that moment, Lanlin wished they would linger a bit longer. Who knew if they would become unruly during the ride? Once all were aboard, the driver set off for Jingwu Academy. The haunting memories of the past few days lingered in the minds of all aboard, like a dream that refused to fade. Perhaps, at some point in the future, those tragic memories would manifest before these students. And at that moment, no one would guide them to a small room, assuring them they could leave once everyone else arrived. The next time death approached, it would be final, with no chance for a do-over. Observing the students on the bus, when Joey felt a pang of heartache, for as their homeroom teacher, she had taken on the role of a surrogate mother, though it was not her first time accompanying students on such tests. Witnessing her students' battle, marred by wounds, on the surveillance screen stirred her emotions uncontrollably. It was precisely because of such delicate feelings that she was ill-suited to be a true warrior. Yet she excelled at caring for each student in her class. Make sure you don't sleep the day away. Not a chance. For the first time, I find the school's air remarkably fragrant. Huang Lin exclaimed loudly as he disembarked. Others echoed his sentiment. All right, everyone, go pursue your interests. But do take care and I will notify you of class times later, Wen Zhou said, watching her students chatter joyfully. Teacher 1, make sure to rest well, goodbye. Yes, goodbye. The students gradually dispersed, leaving behind an expanse of emptiness and a contemplative young man. Lanlin stood still, pondering the events ahead. Remaining passive in the face of change was no longer viable. He must take the initiative to eliminate that old fiend. Otherwise, Jiang Chenmin, still ensnared by Tianwang, might encounter him, leading to dire consequences. The dilemma was that Lanlin had no knowledge of the fiend's whereabouts. No matter how urgent the situation, he could only proceed step by step, as he contemplated. Lanlin recalled Yang Zhe and Meng Yu's attitudes toward Jiang Chenmin, prompting him to investigate her background in hopes of uncovering something useful. Lanlin? Teacher 1, what is it? I noticed you standing here for a while. Is there something you wish to discuss? No, I was merely pondering some issues. Goodbye. Teacher 1, yes, goodbye. That it was decided. The next objective was to undertake some tasks within the school to accumulate funds, then during the break, venture to Jiangqing to explore any leads regarding Jiang Chenmin's origins. But for now, the most pressing matter was to eat. Nothing is more paramount than a meal. After the testing period, Lanlin had not enjoyed a proper meal for several days. He decided to seek a restaurant outside the campus, wandering between one eatery and another before finally settling on a seemingly ordinary establishment. The choice was purely nostalgic, as it was the same place he had dined with Jiang Chenmin. Sir, 1 bowl of egg fried rice, please. Coming right up. Oh, aren't you that handsome lad? Where's your girlfriend? She is out on an errand, and we won't be able to meet for a while, I see. The test of your relationship has commenced, sir. Could you please serve my meal before discussing anything else? Oh, right. How could I forget the main order? Just a moment. Seated alone at the table, Lanlin scrolled through his phone, reminiscent of that day, but this time, the girl was absent. He opened his contacts and noticed a message from someone who expressed great concern for him. I will soon be out on a mission. I likely won't have the chance to use my phone. Understood. Chapter 40. I certainly won't go for Lanlin. The days ahead appeared straightforward. Complete the tasks assigned by the school to earn pocket money while keeping an ear to the ground for news from Tianwang. A month later, the weather is splendid today, perfect for dealing with those who lack decorum. I shall check for tasks of that nature. This moment, Lanlin had just finished breakfast and was preparing to warm up at the training ground. By 8 in the morning, the campus was already bustling with students. Aside from those heading to classes, most were there to accept tasks, for the early bird catches the worm. However, missions involving combat were generally not the most sought-after options. Lanlin need not worry about not selecting such a task. His only concern was whether the task board had any available. After all, over the past month, he had dealt with no less than 500 adversaries, many of whom were capable individuals. Teacher 1, with the upcoming opening of the Yuanneng Tower, your class should be aiming for first place, right? A male teacher remarked to Wen Zhou. Perhaps, but I truly have no idea how much my students have developed. But you lack confidence? How can I be confident? Our class's ace, Jiang Chenmin, is now with Tianwang. While the other students are commendable, they still pale in comparison to Lanlin's prowess. Heard from my students that Lanlin and Jiang Chenmin once sparred, and their strengths were nearly equal. That may be true, but from what I know of Lanlin, there's a 99% chance he won't participate in the tower challenge, so you need not worry about him. Is that so? What about the remaining 1%? That 1% means he simply won't be aware of the event. When Zhou's assessment was spot on, Lanlin had no intention of participating in the tower challenge. However, he did want to familiarize himself with the situation, lest he find himself at a loss when Huang Lin boasted about it later. Teacher 1? Lanlin. When Zhou felt a surge of excitement, as she was just discussing Lanlin when he appeared. You are indeed classmate Lanlin. I am Zhang Xiangnan, the homeroom teacher of Class 1. I happen to be discussing your matters with Teacher 1. And I heard about it. I would like to inquire about the Yuanneng Tower. After hearing Lanlin's words, Zhang Xiangnan genuinely began to believe what Wen Zhou had just said. It was evident that Lanlin had no interest in challenging the Yuanneng Tower, as such information could easily be found on the campus website. However, he had just acted as if he were hearing this news for the first time, clearly showing he had not paid attention to such matters. Allow me to explain, Zhang Xiangnan began. The Yuanneng Tower is a project that was established in the second year of our school's founding. The concept is quite simple. It opens for 3 weeks near the end of each semester for students to challenge it. Inside, there will be rankings from previous students, and any student can challenge those on the leaderboard. If the challenger wins, they replace the original ranking holder. At the end of the tower's closure, rewards will be distributed according to the final rankings. However, there is a rule. Lower grade students may challenge higher grade students freely, but higher grade students cannot initiate challenges against lower grade students. I see. That sounds quite meaningful. So, will you be attempting to challenge the tower? Jiang Chenmin posed his question. He wasn't particularly keen on Lanlin participating, as it would greatly diminish his own students' chances of securing the top spot, which would reflect poorly on Class 1. Yet, he was also quite curious to see Lanlin in action, eager to discover just how formidable a student could be to rival Jiang Chenmin. Upon hearing the answer, Wen Zhou appeared unsurprised, while Jiang Chenmin felt a bit unsettled. Regardless of Lanlin's decision, it seemed he would always harbor a sense of regret, so he decided to dismiss the thought. What do you plan to do next? Wen Zhou inquired with curiosity. As before, I will take on tasks to earn some pocket money, a rather simplistic notion, yet Lanlin certainly possessed the capability to do so, as most of the tasks he accepted involved capturing individuals. Given that such assignments offered higher rewards, however, for a first-year student, these tasks were somewhat beyond the standard curriculum. You must be planning to accept a task then. We shall not disturb you further. Indeed, goodbye, Teacher 1, goodbye, Teacher Zhang. After Lanlin departed, both teachers instinctively exchanged glances. Is this how all prodigies are? Jiang Chenmin was the same way, continuously taking on dangerous tasks. I had hoped Lanlin would be somewhat different. Yet here he is following a similar path. Who knows? Perhaps his actions are related to Jiang Chenmin in some way. Teacher 1, are you jesting? When things appear unusual, there must be something amiss. Lanlin was never this diligent before, rarely taking on tasks. Is that so? However, he became more industrious after Jiang Chenmin's departure. Those tasks that likely belonged to Jiang Chenmin are now probably being completed by him. You think there is no connection between the two? Perhaps, yet it truly has nothing to do with us. Unbeknownst to Lanlin, who was walking ahead, he was unaware of the dialogue unfolding behind him. As he stated, taking on tasks was merely for the sake of earning money. Although the ultimate goal indeed revolved around Jiang Chenmin, the fact that he coincidentally accepted more perilous assignments was simply a result of being in Jiang Chenmin's former class. After a brief conversation, he decided against heading to the training ground and instead opted to check the task office. Upon arriving at the task release location, Lanlin scanned the available assignments. Safety assurance personnel for the Xi'an conference. Why is it another part-time security job? Item escort in the Jinan district. Why is it just a delivery task? Is there not one that involves solving problems through combat? No, this won't do, that won't do. There is nothing worthwhile today. A child trafficker has appeared in the West City. Confirmed target as an ability user. Assist local authorities in capturing. Assistance only, do not engage too much. This one seems good. The target is actually a trafficker. It would be a disservice to my abilities not to take it down. I'll take this one. At 2 in the afternoon. Lanlin traveled to West City, where the economy was relatively prosperous, with many establishments operating on the fringes, indeed providing ample hiding spots. Lanlin reached a more secluded area, preparing to lie in wait for suspicious individuals. Have they made a move? Lanlin concealed himself and moved towards the source of the sound, peering around the wall to see several unsavory characters dragging an unconscious little girl into an alley. Upon witnessing this scene, rage surged within him, and he immediately prepared to eliminate these beasts. You vile creatures! Chapter 41. Traffickers dare to plead for mercy? What sound? Before he could finish his words, one of the men had his head severed from his body, and the remaining individuals hurriedly drew their weapons, preparing to fight. Among them, one ability user discreetly activated his power, creating a time illusion. This was a remarkable ability, allowing him to somewhat detach from the current timeline, granting him a second's advantage in action. Yet, all of this appeared as mere illusions before Lanlin. In the span of a single breath, he dispatched all remaining traffickers, moving towards the one who had initiated the attack. Do not panic. That kid is indeed strong, but I can act a second earlier and win. As they were 5 meters apart, the trafficker noticed Lanlin extending his hand towards him a second earlier. While contemplating how Lanlin would strike, he suddenly found himself plunged into an endless void, ceasing to exist. In a sense, he had experienced a rare privilege, as few were fortunate enough to be targeted by Lanlin's erasure attack. In less than 10 seconds, Lanlin had resolved the situation with these beasts. He turned to the side where the unconscious girl lay, lifting her up and preparing to head towards the nearest inspection bureau. Just as he took a step, Lanlin coldly addressed the shadows. "Come out. You have 3 seconds. Please, do not act impulsively. We are responsible for this capture mission, but we simply did not find the opportunity to act." A man explained. However, Lanlin clearly did not believe him. No opportunity to act. They had been lurking here for so long, and he claimed there was no chance. Seeing Lanlin's anger, the man hastily added, "Actually, this was our plan. We intended to use this little girl as bait to lure all the traffickers in the area out, and I was responsible for tracking them." Upon hearing this explanation, Lanlin felt even more inclined to take action, but alas, he was still holding the little girl. "You want to tell me you used this child as bait? Yes, do you truly believe I want to eliminate you along with this plan? Using a child as bait, are you even human?" My friend, please do not be agitated. I understand your disapproval of such actions, but the situation is indeed dire. If we do not swiftly capture all the traffickers in this area, more children will be taken. Thus we are left with no other choice. So, you justify using a child as bait. What about her parents? Her parents should be negotiating this plan with my teammates. So you, boom. As the man spoke, Lanlin unleashed a single-handed, slashing attack against the wall behind him. Since he was now holding the child with one arm, the girl began to regain consciousness. Sensing the difference, so you still prefer to act without prior approval? Huh? That strike should have been aimed at your neck. Take me to her parents. All right, the man stammered, drenched in sweat. He could sense that the youth before him was genuinely inclined to kill him. At that moment, the little girl awoke and began to cry. "Mommy!" Unfortunately, Lanlin was not adept at handling children, so he had no choice but to set her down. "Little one, your mother is nearby. I will take you to her, all right?" "No. I want to go. You were trying to take me to a strange place." All right, we'll stay here. I will call your mother over." After reassuring the little girl, Lanlin turned back to the man. "You? Notify your teammates to bring her mother here, but, boom." Another slashing attack snapped the man back to reality. "All right, I'll call immediately." The man took out a communicator. "The plan has encountered an unexpected turn. Bring the child's mother to me. Don't ask why. If you don't come, I will have to go down." After the call, the man forced a smile at Lanlin. "Friend, she will be here shortly. Do not worry." Moments later, 3 men arrived with the woman in tow. Xian, it's me, Mommy." The little girl rushed into her mother's embrace. The mother expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the men. Yet Lanlin detected a hint of abnormality. He fixed a stern gaze on the initial man, as if questioning, "Is this how your teammates negotiate?" The man sensed impending doom but was now unable to act. "Ma'am, please take your child and leave here. I still have follow-up work to attend to, sir. What are your names? I would like to make a banner in your honor." "That's not necessary. It must be done." The mother insisted firmly. "Very well, I am the team leader. Just direct it to me, but I'm not usually here, so please send it to the address I provide." "All right, where shall I send it?" "To the headquarters of the Inspection Bureau in the capital, addressed to Inspector, sir. That will suffice. They will ensure it reaches me." "Understood. I will leave now." After watching the mother and daughter depart, Lanlin's gaze shifted back to the remaining 4 individuals. "Is there anything else, my friend?" At the outset, the man spoke with a hint of unease. It was evident that he had already grasped the impending turn of events. "Who do you refer to as Big Brother?" Initially, the man appeared flustered and hurriedly attempted to amend his statement, yet it was all in vain. In the blink of an eye, Lanlin dispatched the 3 men to the depths of hell. Leaving him all alone, child trafficking and masquerading as an inspector, what manner of death do you deem befitting for yourself? Please, don't be so agitated. I'm merely a worker. I can divulge everything I know." He continued, "In truth, we are assisting someone who calls himself Black Python. He operates in the outskirts of the city, though I have never encountered him personally. Is that all? Truly, that is all I know. I beg you, spare my life. I will turn myself in." The man exclaimed in a state of agitation, fearing that this youth before him would take his life. "The outskirts, is it?" "Quite a distance," Lanlin murmured softly. "Are you certain you haven't deceived me?" "Absolutely true. How could I possibly deceive you?" "Very well, be on your way. Before midnight, I expect to see news of your confession." "Understood. I shall leave immediately." The man, upon hearing this, swiftly turned to depart, secretly relishing the thought, Thank goodness for my exceptional acting skills. Once I put some distance between us, I shall take flight. As he pondered his escape route, he suddenly beheld a headless body. Is that my body? With that final question, the man departed from this world. You think I would spare you, human trafficker? Dream on. Having dealt with these wretched beings, the next step was to address matters in the outskirts. It seems I shall need to request a leave of absence. Chapter 42. Butterfly Shadow at the headquarters of Skynet. Contrary to expectations, it was not a grandiose structure, nor was it situated in the city center. Rather, it resembled an ordinary courtyard, seamlessly blending with the surrounding residential buildings. If it were not for the Skynet personnel, one could scarcely identify this unremarkable and somewhat dilapidated headquarters amidst the cluster of buildings. Dream you arrived at the entrance with Jiang Chenmin. Doesn't it appear rather ordinary? Jiang Chenmin merely nodded in silence. Oh, can't you be a bit more lively? In Dream Yu's recollection, the member she was succeeding, a member of the Four Blades, was known for her vivacious personality. At times, she seemed less like a formidable ability wielder and more like an amiable older sister from the neighborhood. However, the girl before her now was a stark contrast to the one Dream you remembered. One was a passionate flame, while the other was an indifferent iceberg. Yet, unbeknownst to her, even this seemingly emotionless girl had once comforted others like a gentle older sister. Well then, let's proceed inside. Dream you pushed open the door, leading Jiang Chenmin into the headquarters. Much like the exterior, the interior of Skynet appeared no different from an ordinary courtyard, save for a hidden secret door that stood out. Dream you approached the secret door and scanned her iris. With a confirmation of identity, the door slowly opened, revealing a scene that was entirely different from the outside. A technologically advanced environment, albeit still modest in size. Resembling a command center filled with an array of buttons and screens, you've finally arrived. Thank you for your hard work, Director Luo. It's nothing. Is this the new member you recommended? Yes, indeed. Luo Xintong scrutinized Jiang Chenmin before turning to Dream you. Inquiring, is your recommendation based on her appearance? Dream you did not lie. Yes, I apologize for my unilateral decision. Luo Xintong smiled knowingly, trusting Dream Yu's judgment. If she was recommended, it indicated that the girl's abilities were certainly reliable. After all, Jiang Chenmin's appearance was merely a bonus in Dream Yu's eyes, not an absolute criterion. All right, since we're here, let us proceed with the identity verification. How do we authenticate? Jiang Chenmin asked. Somewhat puzzled, as this did not appear to be a place for issuing identification, it's quite simple. You can authenticate your identity on the machine behind me, which will record your information. Once recorded, you will have the same freedom of access as other Skynet personnel. As Luo Xintong had stated, the process of registering as a Skynet member was remarkably straightforward. The challenge lay in passing the prior assessments. However, since Jiang Chenmin was directly recommended by a member of the Four Blades, she was exempt from the complex evaluations, a privilege reserved solely for the Four Blades, aimed at promptly identifying and nurturing potential successors. At the machine, Jiang Chenmin entered all her information, and from that moment forth, she became a member of Skynet. After completing the registration, she prepared to leave, as she understood that task assignments did not necessarily have to occur at the headquarters. They could be accessed via the internal network known as Skynet. Wait, young lady, there's still something unresolved. As Jiang Chenmin turned to depart, Luo Xintong hastily called out. Jiang Chenmin, somewhat perplexed, queried, is there anything else to be done? Have you forgotten? Dream you recommended you for the Four Blades. Not as an ordinary Skynet member. Yes, I understand you wish to undertake tasks, but hold on. Let us finalize these matters first. What else is there? Dream you and Luo Xintong exchanged knowing glances and spoke in unison. You need to choose your code name. They had hoped this matter would spark some excitement in Jiang Chenmin, for having a code name within Skynet was quite a rarity, at the very least. One would expect the sudden assignment of a code name to elicit some emotional response from her, even if it was merely exasperation. However, Dream you and Luo Xintong felt somewhat disappointed by Jiang Chenmin's reaction. Yet, what could they do? That was simply her nature. Indeed, this is the only matter left. Do you have any suggestions? None. It matters not to me what I am called. Please decide for me. With that, Jiang Chenmin exited, intending to seek out tasks, leaving Dream you and Luo Xintong standing in place. What a cold-hearted girl, Luo Xintong remarked. So, what should her codename be? Since you're the one who recommended her, you should offer a suggestion. Dream you pondered for a moment before responding to Luo Xintong. Could we perhaps allow her to inherit the codename of a previous member? Luo Xintong appeared somewhat astonished, not by the notion of inheriting a code name. After all, that was a rather straightforward affair, but by the fact that Dream Yu was truly willing to go to such lengths. Haven't you moved on from that incident? Luo Xintong's inquiry was less about seeking an answer and more about expressing concern for Dream Yu's emotional state. How could I possibly move on so easily? If only I had acted more swiftly back then, perhaps she would still be alive. Not just me, but both older brother and second brother have yet to forget that incident. It has become our shared torment. Every time I close my eyes, her cries for help replay in my mind. How can we find closure? As Dream Yu spoke, her emotions began to swell, and her voice quivered with suppressed tears. Seeing Dream Yu in such a state, Luo Xintong hastily shifted the topic to assigning a code name for Jiang Chenmin. I shall proceed with her code name, and you should also gather your emotions. I apologize. Luo Xintong adeptly operated the machine, preparing to finalize Jiang Chenmin's information. Let me take a look. Skynet member profile. Jiang Chenmin confidentiality level. Ordinary. Age, 17, soon to be 18. Alma mater, Jingwu Academy, currently enrolled. Ability, Frost, Weapon, Sword. Special position, None. This will do. Special position, None. 4 Blades member, code name, Butterfly Shadow. Once the information was adjusted, Luo Xintong glanced at Dream Yu, who had managed to compose herself as if the earlier emotional outburst had never occurred. Jiang Chenmin's information was now complete, and she could accept tasks just like other members. However, due to her identity as a member of the Four Blades, she would be assigned some perilous missions. She would need to be cautious. Understood. I will be vigilant. This time, I absolutely cannot allow Butterfly Shadow to slip away. I have every confidence in you. Oh, by the way, regarding the upcoming Death Valley mission, it was originally announced that the Four Blades would undertake it together. Do you think she should participate? Let her decide. I believe she will certainly wish to go. Chapter 43. The emergence of Baiju in the western outskirts, a figure stealthily navigated between the trees, clad in black, allowing him to meld seamlessly with the shadows of the forest. This was the western forest region of Kyoto, a place that had remained largely undeveloped due to its treacherous terrain, making it particularly suitable for fugitives to traverse at times. One must admit that dealing with the inmates of a prison is far simpler than confronting these wretched beasts. At least one does not need to search for so-called evidence to take action. As Lanlin journeyed onward, he muttered to himself. Since disembarking, Lanlin had been scouring this mountainous forest for 3 hours, yet he had yet to uncover any structures that might serve as a base. He even began to question whether he had overlooked something, as he had nearly turned this area upside down in search of a suitable hiding spot, yet he could not find a single clue. Ding! The notification tone of a message echoed from his pocket. Who could possibly be messaging me at this hour? Lanlin pulled out his phone, eager to discover who had chosen such an opportune moment. Contact, Jiang Chenmin. I've sent you a gift as a token of my gratitude for saving me earlier. It seems I won't be able to contact you for quite some time. The message displayed on the screen left Lanlin momentarily perplexed. What a peculiar situation, receiving a gift as if our next meeting would be a heart-wrenching farewell. Nevertheless, one cannot overlook the significance of Jiang Chenmin's present. According to the message, the delivery address is the school, so it likely won't arrive for a few days. Just as Lanlin was contemplating picking it up later, another message arrived. Quotong Express. You have a package arriving at the designated address and is now stored at a temporary collection point. So swift? It appears she sent it several days ago. With the whereabouts of that group still elusive, Lanlin decided to collect the gift first and deliver it later. Moreover, upon reflection, capturing the mastermind behind the scenes was never part of his assignment. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision driven by his inability to remain calm in the face of that group earlier. Never mind, tasks of such magnitude should be handled directly by the personnel of Tianwang. I shall not overstep my bounds. Thus, Lanlin hastened towards the city center, and by the time he reached the bustling area, night had fully descended. However, for those living in the city, this hour barely marks the onset of nightlife. Observing the throngs of people on the streets, Lanlin was filled with myriad emotions. Who would have thought that such a serene and beautiful existence could coexist with the brutalities of war? Countless food stalls lined the roadside, emanating the enticing aroma of barbecued delicacies, which even Lanlin found hard to ignore. I might as well indulge here. Lanlin casually chose a barbecue stall with an available seat. Ready to savor the moment. Hey there, Dining alone? Just as Lanlin finished selecting his dishes, a man clad in white approached him, greeting him amiably before taking a seat at the same table. Yes, just me. Since we've encountered each other, shall we share the table? The man extended an invitation, but Lanlin decisively declined. No, I prefer solitude. While there are indeed merits to dining alone, can you truly handle everything by yourself? The man in white replied calmly, exuding an air of control as if he was there to remind Lanlin of something. However, Lanlin was entirely uninterested in such an approach. Speak plainly or leave. I'm not interested in your soliloquy. Young man, don't be so rash. I'm here to discuss your black python. The man revealed his purpose for seeking out Lanlin, claiming to possess information regarding the whereabouts of the black python. Coincidentally, Lanlin had been searching for the black python earlier that day, and it would seem they had a shared topic of interest. Yet and what of it? What do you mean? This is the clue you've been searching for. And that's your reaction? What did you expect my reaction to be? Excitement. To engage in an extensive conversation with you, ultimately leading to some bizarre collaboration. The man appeared slightly flustered, as the development of the conversation diverged significantly from his expectations. Aren't you curious how I knew you were looking for the black python? Not in the least. Let me remind you, my pursuit of him today was merely a moment of impulse. I've lost interest in his affairs now, and as for how you obtained information about me, I'm indifferent. But let me assure you, should you overstep your bounds, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. The dialogue grew increasingly peculiar, and the man realized that this youth did not adhere to conventional norms. He decided to lay his cards on the table. I am a member of Tianwang, tasked with investigating the black python, and I seek your assistance. If you had said so earlier, we could have avoided this charade, so will you help me? I will not. What? No, I've already stated that my inquiry into him was a spur-of-the-moment decision. And you seem to have misconstrued my intentions. The man in white felt somewhat exasperated. Regardless, this matter pertains to the safety of many individuals. Can't you do something for them? No, I am no paragon of justice. Why should I meddle in others' affairs? In any case, consider my actions today as a lapse in judgment. I will not involve myself further. Well, after discussing for this long, we haven't formally introduced ourselves. Surely that's acceptable? You mean you don't know my name? True. So let me introduce myself. I'm a member of Tianwang. You may call me by Ju. All right, noted. I'll take my leave now. Boss, please pack my order. Certainly. After the food was packaged, Lanlin stood to depart, casting a meaningful glance at Baiju. Your codename should be Siran, right? You seem to have been through quite a bit. Although I'm not privy to the specifics. This, Baiju was utterly bewildered. What experiences? Am I conversing with a riddle? What are you talking about? I don't understand, Siren, sacrifice. Do I need to elaborate further? Upon hearing this, Baiju's shock was palpable. How do you? Mr. Baiju, this information was relayed to me by individuals from the military, so you need not worry about any leaks. Moreover, isn't the new Siren member already present? Cherish her well. Goodbye. All right, may we meet again. Chapter 44. Think for yourself. Although the words were rather final, Lanlin left Baiju with his contact information, primarily to secure another channel for information regarding Jiang Chenmin. Watching Lanlin depart, Baiju's eyes were filled with concern. He sensed that the youth bore a tremendous secret, one potent enough to affect the world. Meanwhile, having left the barbecue stall, Lanlin was reviewing his message records to ensure he had not overlooked anything. Buzz? Hello, Huang Lin, why are you calling me? Why do you care so much about me? You wouldn't have developed some peculiar hobby, would you? You're the one with the strange hobbies that I wanted to ask if you've seen the evaluations from your previous test? Evaluations? What evaluations? Lanlin was a bit perplexed, as the school had not organized any tests recently. Could it be that he had missed the exam due to his focus on tasks? The evaluation from that time we went to the K-32 area. The military rates us based on our performance, and the better the rating, the easier it is to enter the military in Tianwang. What's there to see? Didn't they say everyone passed? Why worry about entering? We're all just battling the devourer beasts. Lanlin maintained a nonchalant attitude, as he always had his own plans. Ideally, acting independently would be the best course of action. All right, your perspective is quite unique. I'm just curious what your score was. I got a 76, with a C rating from the military. What about you? Not sure. Where do I check? You're something else. I'll send you the link. Did you find it? Don't rush me, still logging in. The initial password is the last 6 digits of your ID, right? Yes. Lanlin quickly entered the password, logging into the account. Let us see. Student test evaluation. This should be it. Upon clicking, Lanlin's expression morphed into one of disbelief. What is this? Name, Lanlin score. You figure it out, Yang's note, rating. You decide, Yang's note, comments. You know your thoughts. I want to complicate things for you, Yang's note. That it seemed Yangzhe, to prevent the military's evaluation from interfering with Lanlin's personal plans, had left it up to Lanlin to determine his own score, thus absolving himself of any responsibility should it attract attention, considering the score wasn't even assigned by the military. Well, Yangshu is quite thoughtful, Lanlin said through clenched teeth while viewing the score interface. Hearing Lanlin mutter, Huanglin inquired, "What are you mumbling about? What score did you get?" 83, B rating. All right, I've told you my score. I'm hanging up now. Hey, wait, don't you want to know Jiang Chenmin's score? Huanglin hurriedly interjected. What does it matter? I can't reach her anyway. No. Her score has been the talk of the school. You could find it on the forum with a glance. Is that so? Did you see it? I did. 98 points, the highest in Jingwu's history, with an A rating. Indeed, a score of 98 is remarkably high, but Lanlin suspected Jiang Chenmin must have done something noteworthy during the test, especially since he recalled her being killed at the end, and she was not the last to leave. No, I can't keep associating her with death. It feels too strange. So high? Indeed, she is truly the hope of our school. Lanlin, you mustn't let her slip through your fingers, especially since she is not at school now. What if, beep, Mingyu, I've already encountered 3 of the Siren, Baiju, Jiang Chenmin, and I'm only missing the last one. Moreover, the mystery of Jiang Chenmin's origins requires deeper investigation, which will likely lead me to interact with both the Siren and the prison's personnel. Nonetheless, I should strive to limit my entanglements with them to avoid complications. The general strategy has been outlined. The next step is to determine the timing for specific actions I initially planned to investigate during the winter break. Now, it appears I need to find a time when the Siren are least likely to appear. And the only answer is during the Death Valley mission period. At that moment, it was certain that the 4 Blades would not have any contact with the personnel in the prison cage over in Jiangcheng. One could say it was the perfect timing for their operations. With this thought in mind, Lanlin began to check the publicly announced timeline for the Death Valley operation. Although one could easily infer that the news online was merely a smokescreen, extending the published mission timeline could potentially encompass most of the actual task duration. Thus, it seemed that the window for action would roughly span from January 10th to January 20th, just 10 days. This limited time frame implied that Lanlin would need to head to Jiangcheng immediately as the winter break commenced, and to be on the safe side, he ought to leave before the 20th. Investigating this matter thoroughly within less than 10 days seemed nearly impossible, yet he had no choice but to proceed as planned. Once the action plan was determined, the subsequent task became rather straightforward. First, he needed to retrieve the gift sent by Jiang Chenmin, lest she become upset later. An hour later, he located the temporary storage point. The station was bustling with numerous items, and the staff was so overwhelmed that they had no time to assist Lanlin in finding a small box, leaving him no choice but to rummage through the piles of goods himself. Upon surveying the mountainous heap of belongings, Lanlin instantly understood why the staff had yet to complete their sorting. It was indeed an insurmountable task for any individual. Well, let the search begin. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lanlin finally emerged from the pile of items. At last, he had found it. It appeared rather small, and he was uncertain of its contents. Hey, why did you hang up on me? At that moment, Lu Zhikong and Lin Moran cast curious glances in his direction, and Lanlin could only think one thing. This feels ominous. Chapter 45. I will always protect you. Seeing Lanlin's dazed expression, Huanglin urged him on, almost as if he were trying to reboot him manually. Don't cause trouble. Let me open the package first. Lanlin pushed Huanglin's large face aside and made his way to his desk, placing the package down. Upon closer inspection, the small parcel was about the size of a hand, meticulously wrapped in smooth brown craft paper. Its edges sealed neatly with transparent tape. The white shipping label affixed to it clearly stated, Sender, Jiang Chenmin. What is this? Let me take a look. Huanglin leaned closer to the parcel as Lanlin placed it on the table. It resembled a small gift, and the sender was Jiang Chenmin. All right, Lanlin. It seems you are quite capable, managing to take the initiative in the contest for Jiang Chenmin. Truly, you are my roommate. embodying my spirit, observing Huang Lin's nonchalant demeanor. Lanlin couldn't help but retort, "Does he know you are like this in private?" "Of course she knows. I never hide it from her. He is far too tolerant, after all, without Huang Lin in the K32 area. They might have been eliminated long ago, and they certainly wouldn't have scored so highly at. Oh, by the way, I still don't know the scores of Lu Zhikang and Lin Moran. I should ask them later." On the table, the small parcel had been expertly unwrapped, revealing an exquisite gift box inside, which contained an ordinary-looking necklace. "Is this the necklace Jiang Chenmin sent you?" "Lanlin, you lucky dog." Lanlin was also puzzled as to why Jiang Chenmin would send him a necklace. Could it be that she had fallen hopelessly in love? That was surely impossible. For Jiang Chenmin, her focus lay on becoming stronger. Nevertheless, regardless of the reasoning, the necklace had been received, making further speculation pointless. What is this? Upon closer inspection, it appeared that something was embedded within the gemstone of the necklace. Lanlin picked it up for a better view. The gemstone was composed of two halves, with a tiny photo nestled in between. The image depicted Lanlin and Jiang Chenmin together by the riverside. Seeing the photograph, Lu Zhikang felt a sudden wave of melancholy wash over him as he slumped onto a nearby chair. "It is so hard for me. In the dormitory, I'm the only one still single, while you three are all in relationships. Especially you, Lanlin, managing to get involved with a genius like Jiang Chenmin. What a failure I am." Lu Zhikang lamented helplessly, bemoaning the unfairness of the world. "Don't be disheartened. You, Lin Moran, and Lin Ku are all of the love at first sight type, while you and Jiang Chenmin share a mutual admiration as geniuses. Perhaps one day, you'll find your other half through some means." Lu Zhikang pondered this and agreed. He simply had not encountered the right opportunity yet. "What do you think? If I find a girlfriend in the future, what type will she be?" Seeing this, Huang Lin quickly chimed in, "That goes without saying. It will definitely be someone who shares your interests. You bastard, come out here. Today I must teach you how to speak properly." "Calm down. Making too much noise at night isn't good. It could lead to misunderstandings, though I don't mind, since I already have a girlfriend." What is this?" Lanlin, after picking up the gift box, noticed a phrase inscribed on the inner side. "I will always protect you. This is my promise to you." "Lin Moran, take a look at the logo on this gift box. Do you recognize this brand?" "Let me see. It seems to be Vantaya. Do you know what this brand signifies?" Lin Moran appeared confused, questioning what a brand could signify. "Lanlin, are you asking what the necklace symbolizes?" "That's about the gist of it. The necklace symbolizes romance. What else could it be?" "Is there no implication of protection?" "Protection doesn't seem to be included. However, there is the notion of binding your heart, but such meanings are subjective, as long as one is willing. Any interpretation can be applied. After all, that's the essence of its market value." "All right, I understand now. Though you think this necklace conveys some deeper meaning from Jiang Chenmin?" "Not at all. Then that settles it. All you need to do is keep it well and not worry about anything else." After hearing Lin Moran's words, Lanlin found them quite reasonable. A person like Jiang Chenmin, rather than being protected, was likely more suited to protect others. Perhaps by the riverside, she had yearned to shed her burdens, thus placing herself in a position of vulnerability. It must be so. Lanlin was resolute in his belief. "By the way, what were your scores on the military test?" 77, C grade. "What about old Lu?" 73, C grade. "Looks like we're all quite similar, of course. We were nearly eliminated at the same time. How much difference could there be?" "And you? Didn't Huang Lin just tell you?" "Number 83, B grade." "You only scored 83? I thought you were on par with Jiang Chenmin. After all, she scored an astounding 98. That's why they call her a genius." "I'm going to take a rest now." "Resting so early? What have you been doing all day?" In the deep of night, the violet-haired girl stood before the boy, who could no longer discern her features. Her profile, illuminated by the flames, appeared cold and resolute, yet her eyes radiated a profound tenderness. "It's all right. They want to kill me, but you are different, so you must leave this place, if the opportunity arises. I will fulfill my promise. I will always protect you." After uttering these words, the girl walked towards the raging fire, slowly fading from view, disappearing from the boy's sight. "Sister." Lanlin jolted awake from his bed. Gasping for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as if he had yet to recover from the dream. Turning to glance at the others, he found Huang Lin sleeping soundly, akin to a slumbering pig. "Hey, don't tug on my ear. Lu Zhikong and Lin Moran were also deeply asleep, albeit in a more graceful manner. Chapter 46. Leisure time the following morning. Strange, why hasn't Lanlin come for breakfast? Huang Lin remarked, devouring his buns with a mouthful of food. I don't know. But when I left, he was already awake. I just don't understand why he has been sitting on his bed in a daze. Lin Moran expressed similar confusion, for even if Lanlin had little interest in school matters, it was unlike him to skip a meal. I have no idea. Just as the group was conversing, Lanlin finally made his delayed entrance. However, the cafeteria was crowded, and he momentarily failed to spot Huang Lin and the others, deciding instead to find a random spot to have his breakfast. Hey, Lanlin, over here, Huang Lin shouted, startling the surrounding students, who cast curious glances, while even Lu Zhikong and Lin Moran pretended not to know him. Can't you control your voice a bit? You sound like a loudspeaker all the time, Lu Zhikong complained, covering his face. Yet, Huang Lin didn't seem embarrassed at all, despite the attention directed towards him. Stop staring and hurry over for breakfast. I've already gotten you some. Huang Lin disregarded the surrounding environment and continued speaking to Lanlin. All right, I'm coming. While eating, Huang Lin and the others began to inquire about Lanlin's gloomy demeanor that day. However, Lanlin certainly couldn't divulge the truth, as that dream was anything but normal, especially since he was certain he had never encountered the girl who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Chenmin in his dream before. Last night, upon waking with a start, Lanlin speculated that these must be memories preceding his encounter with Lanlin. When he first became Lanlin, out of respect for the original Lanlin, he only inherited the emotions and memories that the original Lanlin was willing to share with him. However, given the current situation, certain matters must inevitably come to light. Lanlin, have you zoned out again? Huang Lin waved his hand in front of Lanlin's eyes, attempting to capture his attention. Oh, I thought someone had taken over your body. You seem so lifeless, but now it appears you're in fine form. Come, let's eat. Huang Lin placed his hand on Lanlin's shoulder, casually treating the cup filled with soy milk as if it were a goblet. Let's have a toast, go. Ha ha ha, hey, that bun is mine, Lu Zhikong, you scoundrel. As breakfast time drew to a close, the group made their way to the classroom, though this time there was a notable difference. Lanlin would also be attending the knife technique class with them. The reason for this was that Lanlin had previously engaged in too little interaction with his classmates, prompting Luo Yin to take this drastic measure and forcibly enroll Lanlin in a class. Of course, the knife technique teacher, Chao Yu, was unaware of this arrangement. She merely knew that a new student was joining the class. Ding! Class is now in session. All students enrolled in knife techniques awaited the teacher's arrival in the classroom. Tap, tap, tap. Students, today we have a new classmate joining us. Who is it? Please introduce yourself. Stepping forward from the crowd, the moment Chao Yu laid eyes on Lanlin, her expression broke into a smile, though she quickly reminded herself to manage her facial expressions. Why is it him? Director Luo really knows how to throw me a curveball. Nonetheless, despite her fluster, the teacher's aura needed to remain authoritative. You must be the new student. Please introduce yourself. Hello everyone, my name is Lanlin. Meanwhile, Chao Yu stood to the side, secretly relieved that Lanlin did not recognize her. Otherwise, her face would be quite lost. It was evident that Lanlin had genuinely considered them as mere ruffians, which was somewhat disheartening to reflect upon. Teacher, I have finished my introduction. Very well, then today's practice will be... After a brief moment, Chao Yu completed her demonstration, and it was time for the students to practice on their OW and my goodness, these moves are so difficult. Let alone applying them in a real fight, I can't even get the movements right, that's normal. In a real fight, when would you have the chance to execute these moves? They're merely supplementary, guiding you to grasp the essence of these techniques. There were complaints and musings among the students. Chao Yu observed them with a sense of satisfaction, but when her gaze fell upon Lanlin, she felt as though she had encountered her nemesis. After all, being treated like a toy was an unpleasant experience. By the way, Lin Morwen, I can understand why you too want to learn knife techniques. It seems your abilities and combat style are not suited for using a knife. Lanlin inquired. Better to have more skills than not enough. Who knows when it might come in handy, came the reply. Exactly. Do you think everyone can rely solely on their fists to make their opponents lose their way? Lanlin found their arguments valid. After all, knowing more is never a disadvantage. However, since earlier, he had been plagued by a strong sense of DJVU Lin Morwen. How did you fare with those moves just now? What do you think? I surely didn't grasp anything. Can you replicate the movements? That shouldn't be a problem, but what do you want it for? Do you want to learn from me? No, I just want to see. Fine. Lin Morwen ceased further questioning. After all, it was merely about mimicking the movements, not a difficult task. Lin Morwen picked up a training weapon and began to imitate Qiao Yu's actions. As Lanlin watched. The more he looked, the more familiar it felt. Why does this feel so strikingly familiar? Given the complexity surrounding Jiang Chenmin's situation, he could not afford to overlook any suspicious details, including this sense of déjà vu. Since he could no longer actively seek out Lanlin's past memories, he needed to ascertain the origin of this feeling. However, Lin Morwen was ultimately not the original and could not replicate the essence of the moves. Just then, Qiao Yu approached, noticing that the students had not made much progress and wishing to check if they were facing any difficulties. Do you four have any issues? Teacher, could you demonstrate the previous moves once more? I didn't quite understand them, Lanlin said. Ah, so that's the issue? You could have come to me sooner. Qiao Yu began to demonstrate the key points of the movements after hearing Lanlin's request. This feeling? It is too familiar. Lanlin suddenly froze, then spoke up. Teacher, could we spar a few moves? Huh? A few moves? Yes. I want to see how you would strike in battle, Okay. The two took their stances, ready to spar. Qiao Yu made the first move, and in that instant, Lanlin realized the truth. This sensation was strikingly identical. It seemed there was no longer a need for further inquiry. This sense of déjà vu was unrelated to Jiang Chenmin. As the realization dawned upon him, Lanlin couldn't help but chuckle, a reaction that made Qiao Yu feel a bit uneasy. It seemed she had inadvertently revealed something. Qiao Yu tentatively remarked, National Day? Lanlin nodded. Instantly, Qiao Yu's face flushed red, and she stomped her foot as she walked away, not forgetting to leave a parting comment. Continue practicing. However, Lin Morwen sensed that something was amiss and inquired, what happened between you and teacher Qiao Yu? What is there to be embarrassed about? She's a girl. Having a few little thoughts is quite normal, isn't it? Let's continue. Chapter 47. The foreshadows of Jingwu. By the way, Lanlin, the Yuan Energy Tower is about to open. Do you have any plans? Lu Zhikang asked while practicing. Not really. Are you all planning to challenge the tower? Of course. Challenging the tower comes with rewards, didn't you know? Huanglin interjected, somewhat incredulous, as he couldn't believe Lanlin was unaware of such matters. However, in truth, Lanlin had indeed been oblivious. Had it not been for his chance encounter with Teacher One, he would have likely displayed a bewildered expression. Forget it. I guess you won't go anyway, since for you, the rewards from completing tasks are far greater than those from challenging the tower. Lin Morwen understood Lanlin quite well. Given Lanlin's abilities, challenging the Yuan Energy Tower would equate to wasting time. Ding! Class is dismissed, everyone. Remember to practice diligently. Until next time, students, goodbye. Teacher. Lanlin, I can't shake the feeling that you seem like someone from a different world altogether, Lu Zhikang remarked in agreement. Indeed, someone like Jiang Chenmin should be the lone wolf type. Yet I feel as though you are even more extreme. Huh? What do you mean? For instance, when someone mentions Jiang Chenmin, what typically comes to mind? Cold, taciturn, a genius, aloof. What significance does that hold? Lanlin queried, somewhat perplexed. Of course it matters. You see, Jiang Chenmin presents an image of keeping people at bay, yet when we bring her up, we can still identify certain traits. But you are different, aside from the disparity in your reputations within the school. Even in our class, who could summarize your characteristics besides us? Even Lin Ku and you struggle to articulate them. Don't you think that's a serious issue? Lanlin began to grasp Huanglin's perspective. Yet he disagreed. Maintaining distance from others was his own choice, and the current situation suited him just fine. So what? Some people simply have a low presence. I happen to be one of those people. At this moment, Lu Zhikang countered, do you know what kind of people have low presence? What kind? Ordinary ability, average grades, unremarkable appearance, and seldom engage in conversation. Besides not interacting with others, which of these points do you not fit? I suppose my looks are passable, Lanlin responded, somewhat at a loss. Got it. When it comes to strength, you are on par with Jiang Chenmin. Regarding grades, your completed tasks far exceed the average in both difficulty and quantity. Yet, does anyone pay attention to these? Very few, right? Even Tianwang only chose Jiang Chenmin and overlooked you, not even glancing your way. Do you think that's normal? To be fair, although Lu Zhikang and the others were unaware of the intricacies surrounding Tianwang, they were not wrong about the other issues. Regardless of strength or achievements, Lanlin was undeniably formidable, Yet hardly anyone seemed to notice, a situation undoubtedly influenced by the principal's interference, as Lanlin had previously expressed a desire to avoid the notoriety that Jiang Chenmin possessed. "So, what are you saying? You all wouldn't be concocting some scheme, would you?" The sudden gravity with which they spoke was certainly not born of genuine concern. Given their relationship, such serious conversations were improbable, indicating that the truth was likely a scheme they were hatching. "Exactly. The three of us have conspired to transform you into a campus celebrity, in doing so, we can ride your coattails and enjoy the benefits." "Huang Lin, was this ridiculous idea yours? I see you're just asking for a beating. No. I genuinely want you to integrate with us. I just thought it would be convenient to reap some benefits along the way." After contemplating, Lanlin decided to emulate their approach. Although he had no desire to be in the spotlight himself, he could certainly turn these guys into the stars of the show. With a serious tone, Lanlin declared, "I have a plan that can elevate you into campus celebrities. Are you interested?" "What's the plan?" "Simply put, you all take on some challenging tasks, and we shall complete them together. As for my name not being mentioned afterward." "That's all right, isn't it? What's with the laughter? This is an excellent opportunity to earn some pocket money and academic credits. With me on board, efficiency is guaranteed. Just ensure that you share a bit more of the reward with me afterward. The credits are of little consequence." With a stream of persuasion, Lanlin successfully led several individuals astray. After all, having frequently accomplished high-difficulty tasks, even with the utmost caution, it is inevitable that one might overlook something. However, if a few ordinary students were to tackle the task, there would be no issues. Is there still any hesitation? My proposal is far more efficient than rushing for the rewards of the Yuan Energy Tower. Huang Lin pondered for a moment. "Are you certain we can complete the task? We won't end up in a mess, will we?" "Rest assured, with me here, you need not lift a finger. Simply watch from the sidelines. I guarantee victory. If you feel uncomfortable, we can also act together." For Huang Lin and his companions, such terms left no room for refusal, as they were somewhat aware of Lanlin's capabilities. Thus, the trio who sought to deceive Lanlin found themselves ensnared by his own cunning. The group, arms draped over each other's shoulders, formed a circle. "I propose that since we decided to embark on a grand endeavor, we ought to have a team name." Huang Lin quickly got into the spirit, ready to name their team. Observing this, Lanlin interjected, "Do you have any ideas?" "Of course. What name?" The other three chimed in unison. Jingwu F4, the other three, pass. "Well, is my name not good enough? It's too lowbrow. Let me think of another." "Lao Lu, do you have any suggestions?" "Let me ponder. Since the four strongest in Tianwang are called Four Blades, let us call ourselves Foreshadows. How about Jingwu Foreshadows? This name seems acceptable." Lin Morwen expressed his agreement. "Good, then from now on, we shall be known as Foreshadows," Lanlin concurred. After deciding on a name, the four simultaneously declared, 3, 2, 1, Foreshadows. "Let us go." After shouting their slogan, Lanlin and his companions skipped merrily toward the dormitory. "There are no classes in the afternoon, right? We should take on a task shortly," Lanlin proposed, eager to act before their enthusiasm waned. "Very well, this time we shall undertake the task under my name." Lu Zhikong volunteered, and the other three readily agreed. "Then let us set off. By the way, inform Teacher Wen that we won't be rushing the tower anymore." "Sure, I in Teacher Wen's office, A student has messaged me. Teacher Wen, I, Lanlin, Lu Zhikong, and Huang Lin will no longer participate in the tower rush." "Huh? Lanlin is one thing, but why are these three not rushing the tower? It can't be that Lanlin is up to something again." Chapter 48. We've even practiced combined attacks. At the task center, Lu Zhikong scrutinized the task release panel repeatedly, yet he could not find a suitable task. "Why haven't you made a selection yet?" Huang Lin complained from outside. At that moment, Lin Morwen suggested, "How about I give him a video call so we can choose together?" "I think that's a good idea, Buzz. Why are you making a call?" "Seeing you took so long to respond, we came to help you choose. Just point the camera at the task panel, but do so gently." Lu Zhikong said nothing more and promptly filmed all the task details with his phone. Then began discussing with Lanlin and the others which task to select. For Lanlin, the choice of task was not particularly significant, as it would ultimately be a casual affair. He simply needed to consider the abilities of the other three, ensuring it was not too perilous, or else he might struggle to manage them. "I looked over, and it seems there isn't a task that fits well." Huang Lin expressed his frustration. The tasks were either too challenging or too far away, making them unsuitable for their initial endeavor. Just then, Lanlin spotted an intriguing task: operation to eliminate human traffickers in the West City. Now this was interesting. Although he had previously completed a task regarding human traffickers in the West City, the emergence of another task indicated that those he had not found at the time were back at their mischief. How about this one? Lanlin inquired of the others, but Huang Lin and the others hesitated. Fearing the task might be beyond their capabilities, don't hesitate. With me here, there is no issue. This is not my first time dealing with this group. Really? Can that be true? Fine, we'll go with it. Lu Zhikong decisively selected the task of eliminating the human traffickers in the West City. Even though he still felt his strength was insufficient, it didn't matter. They were a team. Let us go. Outside the school, Lanlin and his companions found themselves on the subway heading to the West City. Since it was working hours, the train was not crowded, allowing them to converse freely. Lu Zhikong was the first to ask, Lanlin, why did you choose this one? Isn't it obvious? The other combat tasks are all about assisting or capturing, with no killing allowed. This one is different. The task explicitly states to eliminate the opponents. So we need not hold back when it comes to fighting. You truly have a simplistic way of thinking, Lin Morwen teased. Lanlin continued, adding, not only that, consider this. While you all have faced death, you've likely never killed anyone yourselves. If the target were someone else, you might feel psychological pressure, but when it comes to human traffickers, would you still feel burdened? The others suddenly understood. Indeed, the outcome of battle often results in killing, which brings psychological strain. However, facing traffickers is different. The psychological burden transforms into did I clean them out? Rather than I killed someone. All right, let us all adjust our mindset. We'll be taking action soon to this point. Huang Lin suddenly suggested, Lanlin, how about you hold back initially and let the three of us act first to see what we can achieve? That sounds good. I had the same thought. An hour later, the group arrived in the West City. Before boarding, Lanlin instructed Huang Lin and the others to change out of their Jingwu uniforms, as they would be too conspicuous. The surroundings were quite similar to his last visit. Lanlin even made a point to check the location where he had dispatched several individuals previously. The ground was pristine, showing no signs of past violence. It must have been by Ju's doing. It seems he has tacitly approved of my actions, saving me quite a bit of trouble. The group walked towards the suburban area, beginning their search for the target individuals. On his previous visit, Lanlin had seen nothing. This time, however, he could clarify the situation, as the release of the task indicated that their movements had been tracked. Lanlin, look. Shortly after entering the suburbs, Lin Morwen spotted several suspicious individuals across the river. Upon closer inspection, he noted that they were armed and did not behave like typical task executors. It seems they are the ones. Let us take action. Why the rush? Let us first ascertain their numbers and positions. Oh, that makes sense. Stopping Huang Lin, Lanlin turned to Lin Morwen. Can you go gather intelligence on them? Lin Morwen looked around. There are plenty of shadows. I should be able to manage very well. Go check their numbers, but don't overextend. Retreat if it becomes too risky. Okay. With that, Lin Morwen transformed into a wisp of shadow and moved toward the group in a spot with decent visibility. He began counting their numbers. Have you figured it out? Yes, there are 11 of them, 6 of which are in this area's blind spot. They appear to be close combat fighters and ordinary individuals. It seems this is simpler than I anticipated. Can you handle it? The three exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Yes. All right, let us move. Lin Morwen stealthily crossed the river and decisively struck at an unsuspecting individual, taking his life in an instant. There is someone here. It must be said that although they were a group of scoundrels, their combat readiness was commendable. They quickly located Lin Morwen's general position and entered combat mode. Seeing no opportunity for further stealth attacks, Lin Morwen decided to reveal himself. Everyone, it must be quite uncomfortable to linger in a place like this, so let me make things easier for you. With that, Lin Morwen hurled his short sword at the person standing in the front. Such a tactic was naturally futile, but Lin Morwen's intent was not to kill. Upon seeing the failure of his thrown blade, he turned and fled. Don't act rashly. He may have accomplices, and his abilities are rather unique. A suspected leader among the traffickers interjected, refusing to believe a mere student would dare to appear so brazenly. Under their leader's command, the remaining traffickers began to encircle Lin Morwen's last known position, probing with attacks. As the encirclement tightened, Lin Morwen was forced to surface on the water. Now, let us see how you'll hide. The trafficker leader shouted excitedly, exuding confidence. In response, Lin Morwen merely smirked disdainfully. You have a bit of sense, but not much. Huh. Just as the traffickers surged onto the river, Huang Lin appeared above them all. Although I'm not one for shouting out names of techniques, this is a move I've just practiced. It deserves a touch of ceremony. The trafficker leader sensed impending doom, but it was too late to escape. For directions barrier, in an instant, massive earthen walls rose to encircle all the traffickers within. Don't you really think you can defeat us? Dreaming. Just as Huang Lin was about to conclude his actions, Lu Zhikong stood atop a mud wall, hands poised with latent energy. Be cautious if you're in the water. The electricity could be quite perilous. Suddenly, a multitude of powerful electric shocks spiraled within the mud wall. And within mere seconds, that group of human traffickers was left charred and tenderized. Witnessing this scene, Lanlin was also moved with emotion. Well, while claiming insufficient strength, they had secretly perfected their combined attack technique and even named it. Chapter 49. Swiftly dealt with them with their initial battle victorious, it was evident that Huang Lin and his companions possessed considerable strength. It appears that the tests in the K32 region had imparted valuable lessons. After dispatching these few fiends, the group celebrated with a simple fist bump on the shore. Such a triumphant debut bore significant commemorative value. Lanlin, what do you think of our technique? Lu Zhikong inquired. Quite impressive. You all have been practicing diligently, haven to you. Of course. Do you think you are the only one making progress? Huang Lin replied. Previously, the other three would have teased Lanlin, but now they refrained, realizing that such a task might have been all too effortless for him. Let us not waste time. These few are merely an appetizer. The main course is yet to come. After a brief respite, the group set off once more. In a certain suburb, a man clad in a black trench coat was admiring his artwork, which consisted of children suspended in the air. He turned his gaze to a nearby inspector lying on the ground, battered and bound. The man approached, pinching the inspector's face mockingly. Why, oh why, did you have to provoke me? Why not let me take my artworks in peace? Instead, you insisted on a confrontation, and now look at you. With that, the man pried open the inspector's mouth and poured poison inside. The poisoned inspector collapsed in agony, unable to articulate anything but two final words. Black Python. Ultimately, the inspector met his demise in regret, pondering that if he had been stronger, he could have rescued those children and eliminated this malevolent beast. Master Black Python, we have received news, a member of the cage chimed in. What news? Lord Order has informed us that the girl has appeared again. In the desert region. Desert? Is he suggesting I should kill her or capture her? It is likely the former, as Lord Order no longer requires a physical form. That aligns with my thoughts. I shall depart for the desert at once. After dismissing the cage members, Black Python lingered a moment longer, gazing longingly at the children suspended in the air. Such a pity. I have no time to appreciate your beauty. With a thunderous crash, the entrance of the cave was shattered by a powerful force, revealing Baiju. Upon seeing the unconscious children and the fallen inspector, rage ignited within him. Black Python, you have audacity. Old friend, why this sudden outburst? Pray tell, why have you only just arrived? Did you fall for the bait I scattered? As Black Python taunted Baiju, he drew his dagger, preparing to engage in a heartfelt reunion with his old friend. Today, I shall demand your life. Baiju attacked with a gun, but Black Python reacted swiftly, evading the attack and melting into the shadows. Baiju, you are too impulsive. Out there, I may not be your match. But within this dark cave, how do you intend to combat me? Enough talk. Victory is all that matters. Ha ha ha, to win here. It seems your last words will be this, joked I. In an instant, the cave was enveloped in black mist. But Baiju was prepared. He activated a powerful flashlight affixed to his person, illuminating the area around him. However, this merely served to prevent surprise attacks, failing to suppress Black Python. Black Python darted through the darkness, seeking an opportunity to strike Baiju, but as he searched, Baiju's spear crackled with lightning and shot towards his face, barely missing his life. Interesting, you can pinpoint my location. It seems you have made some progress. I say, do you not grasp the situation? I have no intention of fighting you to the death here. I have matters to attend to. My subordinates have already taken the children, so you may remain here to ponder. What? Upon hearing Black Python's words, Baiju realized he had been deceived. Black Python had released the mist merely to cover the escape of the cage members with the children. Alas, I was too careless. Baiju hurried towards the cave's entrance, but the lingering black mist obscured his vision, and he could not discern the direction, forcing him to navigate blindly. After a short while, Baiju successfully escaped the mist's grip. But the cage members had vanished. He struck the wall in frustration, lamenting that had he not been so reckless, they would not have easily absconded with the children. Damn it! At that moment, voices echoed from the entrance. Wow, this place is vast. That earlier crash must have originated from here. Indeed. The speakers were Lanlin and his companions, who had arrived after hearing the commotion. Children! Upon overhearing their conversation, Baiju rushed forward. And the group was equally astonished to see him. Why are you here? Lanlin was the first to recognize Baiju. How did you end up here? Baiju recognized Lanlin immediately, leaving the other three baffled. How could they encounter an acquaintance here? By the way, who is this young man? Baiju pressed, skipping pleasantries. Lanlin glanced at the surroundings and quickly understood. When we arrived, we saw several members of the cage fleeing with the children, so I dealt with them effortlessly and secured the children within a mud wall crafted by one of my classmates. Upon hearing Lanlin's account, Baiju exhaled in relief. At least the children were safe. However, he marveled at Lanlin's remarkable prowess in effortlessly eliminating those foes. Do you know him? Huang Lin inquired. Just a brief acquaintance. Wait a moment. Lightning spear in white. You wouldn't be Baiju of the Four Blades, would you? Lin Moran exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely. Wow, to encounter an idol while on a mission. Chapter 50. All Surface Brothers. You are truly Baiju? Lu Zhikong and Huang Lin could hardly contain their excitement. Such a stroke of luck while on a mission. No wonder Lanlin preferred not to storm the tower. This mission was far more rewarding. However, Lanlin remained composed. Why are you here? Weren't you searching for Black Python? Lanlin realized he had inadvertently cleaned up Baiju's mess, but it was not entirely a bad thing, as the children's safety was paramount. Still, he was somewhat surprised to learn that the previous man had not deceived him. The true mastermind was indeed Black Python. By the way, how did you end up here? Did you not say you would not involve yourself in this matter? However, Huang Lin and the others had no intention of leaving just yet. Having encountered their idol, they were eager for a commemorative photograph. But Baiju was not inclined to oblige. Idol, why can't we take a photo together? I have no objections, but if the photograph of you with me were to circulate, it could bring you some trouble. They considered this, realizing the potential consequences, and ultimately decided against it. Oh, by the way, Lanlin. Since the issue with the human traffickers has been resolved, may I request your assistance in my future missions? Request? Assistance? These words held great significance for Huang Lin and the others. Baiju was actually asking Lanlin for help. Was Lanlin perhaps even more formidable than Baiju? Very well, but I cannot guarantee my presence. However, if it concerns Jiang Chenmin, I will certainly come. Thank you, then I shall take my leave. After concluding his conversation with Lanlin, Baiju departed, leaving the others in stunned silence. Lanlin, who exactly are you? I feel your identity is becoming increasingly enigmatic, Huang Lin remarked, with Lu Zhikong and Lin Moran nodding in agreement. Is this the reason you are not studying at school? Are you actually a hidden powerhouse? Huang Lin exclaimed. As the conversation grew increasingly abstract, Lanlin hastily intervened. Please, do not overthink it. I am merely a student, and my connection to the Four Blades is purely coincidental. Could you at least share the extent of your abilities? Why does Baiju treat you with such deference? Huang Lin pressed with unrelenting curiosity. Even Lin Moran was intrigued. Indeed, I noticed you dispatched those cage members with such ease. I am quite curious about your capabilities. Exactly. We are the foreshadows. How could we possibly pose a threat to you? Lanlin contemplated and decided it was no harm to divulge, as they had already recognized his strength in a one-on-one confrontation. I would likely surpass the Four Blades. At this revelation, the group collectively gasped in shock. Lanlin claimed to be stronger than the Four Blades. The Four Blades were the mightiest warriors of the Divine Summer, each capable of facing 1,000 foes alone, although Jiang Chenmin might still be lacking in that regard. However, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the Four Blades symbolize the pinnacle of power within the realm of gods. And yet Lanlin dares to claim superiority over them. Not even the most extraordinary genius would boast such audacity. All right, I shall cling to your leg from now on, Huang Lin jested, yet Lanlin was genuinely surprised that they did not question his words. Let's go. Just as before, the group of friends linked arms and made their way toward the city, eager to celebrate the triumphant debut of the foreshadows. Just to be clear, you'll be covering your own meal expenses later. I won't be treating, Lu Zhikong declared to the trio. Who needs your treat? You're stingier than a miser. If we waited for you to pay, we might starve. Don't speak nonsense. I have money. I simply don't enjoy spending it. At 8 in the evening, Lanlin and his companions arrived in the bustling downtown area. Though they had visited not long ago, the ambience felt entirely different this time, primarily due to the presence of 3 brothers by his side, a sensation that no amount of power could replicate. If given the choice, Lanlin would gladly forsake his own strength for a life like this. However, that was not an option for now, as long as the Order Elder remained. A tranquil existence was unattainable. It seems I've found yet another reason to eliminate that old man. Lanlin mused to himself. Hey, what are you doing? Don't fall behind. All right, you 3 are devouring your food faster than the wind. This place looks good, Huang Lin remarked, casually pointing to a restaurant. The group wasted no time, agreeing to head there, as it was their first outing together, and any establishment would suffice. Come on, order whatever you like. It's on me, Huang Lin exclaimed excitedly. Lu Zhikong was equally astonished. Well, look who has suddenly become generous. Enough chatter, hurry up. Although the group feigned modesty at first, their true nature emerged as they ordered lavishly, opting for the most expensive dishes, Lanlin included. Goodness, are you all animals? Ordering so much. Huang Lin complained, if you don't finish, I'll shove a funnel down your throats. It was clear that forcing them to eat was out of the question, especially with these hardy men, except for Lanlin. Half an hour later, the table was littered with empty plates, leaving everyone bewildered as to what had transpired in the last 30 minutes. Ah, that was delightful, Huang Lin sighed, reclining in his chair. Should we take a photo to commemorate this moment? Lu Zhikong suggested. Now that we've finished eating, what is the point? Lanlin replied, somewhat perplexed. Seeing his confusion, Huang Lin quickly explained, Lanlin, you really have little experience with social interactions. The essence of a photo for guys isn't the content. It's simply about capturing the moment. Got it? Now, gather around for a quick snap. Click. Oh no, something feels off. The group looked quizzically at him. What do you mean something feels off? I can't quite explain it. It's just a feeling. Let's move. They hastily made their way back to the dormitory, only to realize the source of Huang Lin's unease just before entering. On the way back, when Joey stood there, watching the 4 of them with a chilling gaze that sent shivers down their spines, I recall that we had no classes this afternoon, right? Huang Lin muttered quietly, I certainly don't. Neither do I. So why is teacher when standing there? Lanlin, why don't you go ask her? The 3 swiftly pushed him forward. Though Lanlin was quite displeased, he had no choice but to comply. Teacher 1, is there something you need? Upon hearing his question, the 3 of them instantly beamed with joy, darting into the dormitory at lightning speed. Hey, you're just going to leave. We're the foreshadows, united in life and death. Chapter 51. They may be stronger than you think in an instant. The once formidable foreshadows fell apart after just one encounter. Yet, it would be unfair to blame the other 3, as students often find themselves at the mercy of their teachers. Observing the current predicament, Lanlin awkwardly scratched his head. None of you are injured, right? When Joey suddenly inquired. Huh? Lanlin was taken aback by her unexpected concern. This was not the expected course of events. Shouldn't she first dismiss the others and then hold him accountable? Although he had nothing to be held accountable for. No, not at all. That's good. You were the one who called them out for a mission, right? When Joey suggested, while Lanlin attempted to distance himself from the situation. No, the mission record clearly states that Lu Zhikong accepted the task. He merely sought help from Lin Moran and Huang Lin. I just happened to run into them. When Joey scrutinized Lanlin, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Once Lanlin realized that when Joey was merely concerned for his safety, he adopted a more nonchalant demeanor. Since she wasn't there to reprimand him, he felt it was fine to take things lightly. Why did Lu Zhikong involve them in the task? More people mean more strength, however, when Joey was far from convinced by Lanlin's explanation. As your homeroom teacher, I know you well. Are you trying to use their identities as a cover? Lanlin was taken aback. Was his intention that obvious? Had Wenjui seen through him so easily? Seeing Lanlin's expression, Wenjui confirmed her suspicions. Although I don't understand your reasoning, the principal will handle your matters. Next time, don't involve them in such dangerous tasks. You can deal with those enemies, but they aren't ready for that yet. Participating in such missions poses a risk. But what if I told you that the entire mission was handled by them? And I didn't lift a finger? What? Today's mission did indeed present some unexpected circumstances. However, all tasks were executed by those three, while I merely observed. Lanlin's revelation left Wenjui stunned. She had never anticipated that Huang Lin and the others possessed the capability to manage such a mission. Teacher, I know you are a kind and gentle instructor. You want to protect us until we grow strong enough to face danger, but their rate of growth surpasses your expectations. Wenjui still harbored concerns. After all, first-year students had hardly experienced real combat. How could they possibly? Teacher, do you recall the K-32 area test? Lanlin interjected. That was merely a test. Yet they experienced death there, both those around them and themselves. While you worry that it was just a test and that it wouldn't lead to substantial growth, the truth is their spirits have already become remarkably resilient. Wenjui fell silent, simply gazing at Lanlin. In all honesty, witnessing them take action today had also left her astonished, but it was the truth. They might indeed be stronger than she believed. After a long pause, Wenjui finally spoke. You are right. I may have been overly cautious. Upon hearing her acknowledgement, Lanlin couldn't help but smile. The word but instantly piqued Lanlin's interest. But what? He held his breath, eager to hear what Wenjui would say next. But your tone was surprisingly seasoned. You're still a student. What's wrong with that? After all, I have more experience than they do, and I've completed more missions. It's only natural for me to speak with a bit of seniority. Natural? You were just talking to me, Wenjui replied, dissatisfied, prompting Lanlin to add, Actually, I'm stronger than you too. What did you say? And nothing. All right, I know you are different from other students. I won't interfere. Just be mindful of your limits. Teacher, why are you so afraid of students undertaking dangerous tasks? It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. See? Not yet. Here they come. Abandon you. Lanlin burst into the dormitory, seizing Huang Lin's face and demanding, Is this how you treat your teammates? Huh. Meanwhile, Lin Moran and Lu Zhikong pretended not to hear. And you too, you little rascals, running away so quickly. Huang Lin wriggled free from Lanlin's grasp, attempting to reason. Lanlin, this is what we call damage control. Sacrificing one for the happiness of the three of us. Control your grandpa. Just wait until I finish you off today. Hey, don't be impulsive. Noticing that the jest had gone on long enough, Lin Moran inquired about the earlier situation. Lanlin, what did Teacher Wen say to you? Lanlin, now relaxing his fists, replied, Nothing much. She just wanted to check if we were injured. I suspect she wanted you guys to charge ahead. But she didn't mention it, probably thinking it was unnecessary. Upon hearing Lanlin's words, the three nodded in understanding. After all, Wenjui belonged to the more cautious faction among the faculty and would only allow students to engage in dangerous tasks much later. They felt it was not their place to critique such an educational philosophy. By the way, do you know what Teacher Wen has experienced in the past? Who knows? However, it should be a series of unfortunate experiences. Subsequently, the four of them briefly reviewed the day's tasks, while also preparing for the upcoming assignments, as they would all be enduring this situation until the winter vacation. By the way, there is something very important that hasn't been resolved. Lanlin suddenly remarked, What is it? Regarding the distribution of the bonus for this task. What? You still remember that? Is that something one can easily forget? Chapter 52. The vacation begins, preparing to head to Jiangcheng. Well, Lanlin, since this task was mainly accomplished by the three of us, why don't we just let it go? In response to Lanlin's inquiry, Huang Lin attempted to deflect. If I hadn't suggested this, would you have been able to reap such benefits? And if I weren't here, those guys in the cages would have probably reimbursed just the three of you. And now you dare to bargain with me? As he witnessed Lanlin's gradually emerging rogue demeanor, Huang Lin realized he could no longer be stingy, or else Lanlin might truly lose his temper. All right, how much do you want? Half. How much? At this point, not only Huang Lin, but also Lu Zhikong and Lin Moran could no longer contain themselves. All shouting at Lanlin. That's just too outrageous. At most a quarter, a little more, fine, a quarter. Lanlin readily agreed. The others had yet to register the situation, realizing Lanlin was actually aiming for an equal split. So why the pretense of wanting to run off with the money? Lanlin, you truly are. Lin Moran found himself at a loss for words. After the division of spoils was complete, Lanlin began to assess whether his funds were sufficient to support his investigation in Jiangcheng. A ticket from Yangqing to Jiangcheng costs 1,000, round trip amounts to 2,000, and considering daily expenses, Lanlin needed to prepare at least 2,500 in total. Reviewing his previous earnings, he noted that the accumulated bonus from various tasks amounted to 1,800. And since he had unexpectedly rescued those children this time, he would likely receive some additional bonuses. If he undertook a few more tasks in the coming days, he would surely gather enough funds. The thought brought Lanlin immense joy. He would finally be able to investigate Jiang Chenmin's matters. The subsequent days were exceedingly monotonous, with a repetitive cycle of attending classes and completing tasks. Moreover, due to the numerous tasks they had accomplished, the foreshadows had gained a modicum of fame in Jingwu. Although many were unaware of their team name, foreshadows, they had heard whispers of 3 first-year students with an exceptionally high task completion rate and astonishing efficiency. Indeed, the rumors spoke of 3 individuals rather than 4, primarily because Lanlin's name had never appeared in the reports following task completions. In truth, during their group operations, Lanlin often did not need to intervene. Huanglin and the others could manage the tasks, with Lanlin merely serving as a final insurance. In a sense, among the first-year students, aside from Jiang Chenmin, who had joined Tianwang, and the low-key Lanlin, the other 3 were the apparent top 3 in terms of strength. Nonetheless, despite such claims, the performance of Class 3 in the Energy Tower was quite disheartening. Lanlin had completely abstained from participating in the tower challenges, and the 3 had been whisked away to complete tasks, meaning that the top 4 in Class 3 had not even attempted a single tower challenge. In the principal's office, Wenzhui was conversing with Xiangfeng. Your 4 students have been quite active lately. Do you have anything to say? There's nothing much to say. They are all exceptional, and I can only feel happy for them, right? Upon hearing Wenzui's words, Xiangfeng chuckled. Indeed, but I must admit I'm surprised that you're allowing your students to undertake such perilous tasks. You were once the most opposed to field missions, weren't you? Is it because you believe these 4 are geniuses, thus deserving the greatest space for growth? Don't speak so seriously. They are indeed geniuses. And it's not that easy for them to encounter trouble. Which of my former students wasn't he a genius? Relax, they will definitely be fine. As for combat prowess, they are not inferior to you. Especially with that lad Lanlin around. Nowadays, Xiangfeng has considerable faith in Lanlin's abilities. If formidable foes were to strike, Xiangfeng would be least concerned about Lanlin. In his eyes, only individuals of the caliber of Zijian would pose a potential threat to Lanlin. Let us hope so. They truly are quite exceptional. Meanwhile, on the other side, after yet another successful task completion, the foreshadows once again divided their spoils, and Lanlin began tallying his earnings. Is this the scent of wealth? Huanglin mused sincerely as he gazed at his balance, while the other 3 urged him to maintain his composure. After all, wealth should not be flaunted. Old Huang, don't get too carried away. This sum, while considerable, isn't as much as you think. It can be spent in a flash, Lu Zhikang remarked from the side. What do you know? I'm referring to spiritual wealth. Having over 2,000 in free funds changes my entire demeanor. The others, observing Huanglin's demeanor, could not help but refrain from further commentary, as they had indeed earned this money through their own efforts and had every right to be boastful. As they made their way back to the dormitory, Lin Moran suddenly inquired of Lanlin. Lanlin, are you really not going for that military-civilian cooperation task during the winter break? That one can be quite lucrative. I want to be going. I have other plans for the winter break. Huang Lin, ever eager to provoke, chimed in. What plans? Is it about your girlfriend? Observing Huang Lin's lewd expression, Lanlin struggled to suppress the urge to strike him. Why should I inform you about what I plan to do during the winter break? Fine, if you want to say, the 3 of us will earn our money and show it to you later, just to make you envious. All right, you 3 focus on your hunting. Just don't mess it up. Time swiftly passed to the end of the semester, and all students could leave promptly after completing their final assessments. The results largely aligned with the expectations of Class 3, with Huanglin, Lu Zhikang, and Lin Moran ranking as the top 3 in both the class and the year. However, to everyone's slight surprise, Lanlin managed to secure the 4th position in the class, especially given that Lanlin typically preferred to remain inconspicuous. With no trace of him in the widely circulated task harvesting team, of course, Some teachers were well aware of the situation. Lanlin managing to elevate his grades to 4th place was already quite surprising for them, as they had collectively believed that Lanlin would keep his performance within the average range. Got it? All right, do remember to stay safe. This is crucial. Hui directed this statement specifically at Lanlin, emphasizing her concern. She was well aware that Lanlin would be up to something during the winter break, and all she could do was remind him, nothing more. Lanlin recognized Hui's worry and nodded in acknowledgement, prompting her to smile faintly. Chapter 53. Students, please exercise restraint. January 9 as before, Yangcheng remained ever tranquil, one of the few advantages of a small city being that it would not be embroiled in bizarre incidents. After all, Yangcheng's economy is less than 1/5 that of Kyoto. Who would set their sights here? The earnings might not even cover the expenses. For him, a convenient aspect was that the bus station was very close to his residence, merely separated by a road, allowing him to view the station from the window of his home. However, this area was undeniably underdeveloped. Given Yangcheng's overall lag in progress, Lanlin's home was situated in the most remote southern part of the city, which, to exaggerate slightly, could be considered a form of impoverished wilderness. Upon reaching his front door, Lanlin produced his key. Opening the door to reveal everything was as familiar as ever. Where's Dad? Lanlin sniffed the scent on himself. Ah. The aroma of youth. Go take a shower. All right, I'll be there shortly. The convenience of showering at home meant no worries about those BYDs causing trouble outside, and he could belt out songs to his heart's content. After all, Lanlin's parents had long since grown accustomed to the cacophony emanating from the bathroom. It can be said that Lanlin's father possessed a hint of abstract talent, yet unfortunately, Lanlin had not fully inherited this gift. You two tidy up, dinner is ready. At the dinner table, Lanlin shared his plans with his parents. Jiangcheng, what are you going there for? Lanlin's father seemed somewhat perplexed. However, since his son wished to go, he certainly wouldn't stand in the way. After all, in his youth, he had not been able to roam the world, so if his son yearned to explore, he would undoubtedly support him, consider it fulfilling his own youthful dreams. Lan Tiankai, do you also want to follow him around aimlessly? He probed from the side. Lan Tiankai, without thinking, replied, why can't a father accompany his son? At 43, it's the prime time to venture out. Before Lan Tiankai could finish, he caught Hyujia's glare. Just joking, how could I possibly go that far? After saying that, Lan Tiankai began to inquire about Lanlin's reasons for going to Jiangcheng. A topic Lanlin had already prepared for. I have a task assigned at the academy, and the task location is in Jiangcheng. There are other classmates going as well. Lanlin felt quite confident in his excuse, knowing that, given his parents' understanding of abilities, they would not delve into deeper matters. Fine, just go. I'll give you the money for the ticket soon. It probably won't be cheap, Lan Tiankai said while eating. No need, I've already prepared. Where did you get the money? Robbing a bank? What are you thinking? The task I received at school comes with a monetary reward, I inquired. So, when do you depart? Tomorrow, was the reply. With a sudden burst of laughter, Lan Tianku inadvertently sprayed his meal across the table, exclaiming, you're leaving tomorrow? You really can't wait to get out of the house. Unable to bear the scene, Hyujia urged Lan Tianku to silence himself. The following dawn, as Lan Tianku and Hyujia prepared for work, they discovered that Lanlin had already vacated the room. That little rascal is remarkably swift. At the high-speed railway station, Lanlin, donning a cap, awaited his train. A notable inconvenience in Yangcheng is the absence of an airport within the city. One must travel to the neighboring Shangdu, though the journey is brief, taking merely half an hour. Soon, Lanlin arrived at Shangdu Airport. Jiangcheng, I wonder what interesting events await this time. Excuse me, I didn't mean to, the girl exclaimed before hastily departing, leaving Lanlin puzzled by the situation. Despite the throngs of people, she dared to rush away so quickly. Boarding for flight CA4118 to Jiangcheng has commenced, echoed through the speakers, prompting Lanlin to enter the cabin. Coincidentally, the girl from before was also on this flight, seated right beside him. Is that you? She asked, visibly surprised. What a coincidence. My name is Renfei. I am Lanlin, he replied, preparing to rest. Renfei continued, so, where are you headed? This time, Lanlin found himself at a loss. This flight had no layovers, so where else could he possibly go but Jiangcheng? Realizing she had asked a rather foolish question, Renfei quickly turned her head away to avoid revealing her embarrassment. However, Lanlin paid her no mind, thinking that she seemed somewhat dim-witted. It would be best to maintain a distance to avoid any unwanted influence. Noticing that Lanlin had closed his eyes to rest, Renfei refrained from further conversation. The flight progressed swiftly, arriving in Jiangcheng in a mere 3 hours. Upon disembarking, Lanlin intended to find a hotel for the night to adjust his state of mind before proceeding with his plans. Just then, Renfei approached him again. Lanlin, may I accompany you? Lanlin was utterly exasperated. How could he have encountered such a situation? He needed to address her first. Firstly, we are not acquainted. Secondly, our purposes for coming to Jiangcheng differ. Thirdly, young lady, please have some self-respect and do not impose yourself. Farewell. With that, he hurriedly left, anxious to avoid further entanglement with Renfei. Fortunately, this time she did not pursue him. What is going on? Arriving in Jiangcheng only to encounter such absurdity. This does not bode well. After leaving the airport, Lanlin randomly selected a hotel to rest. Just as he lay down, a knock resounded at his door. Lanlin, it's me. I wish to discuss something with you. The voice, undoubtedly belonging to Renfei, jolted Lanlin upright in bed. What on earth? Is this never-ending? Chapter 54. The investigation begins. Upon opening the door, he found Renfei standing there, looking rather lost. Akin to a child without support, while others might feel compelled to protect her, Lanlin felt no such inclination. What do you want? He asked impatiently. I need your help, Renfei pleaded, her expression pitiful. However, Lanlin had other ideas. If you seek assistance, I can teach you a method. What? Renfei exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with hope. Step 1. Take out your phone. Step 2. Dial 111. Step 3. Explain your predicament to the inspector. Step 4. Await their resolution. Lanlin's suggestion was, indeed, flawless. After all, in Xinxia, one could always trust the inspectors. Yet, Renfei appeared unconvinced. As she lingered, Lanlin resolved to shut the door, preferring ignorance over annoyance. Just as he was about to close it, Renfei suddenly wedged her hand against the door frame, exclaiming loudly, I know Jiang Chenmin. Lanlin. Lanlin was taken aback, his mind racing. He had never interacted with Renfei before. Why would she suddenly claim to know Jiang Chenmin? Did she have knowledge of his affairs? What does your acquaintance with Jiang Chenmin have to do with me? I don't know her. Goodbye. This trip to Jiangcheng was proving to be quite eventful. Starting with such shocking revelations. Although Lanlin chose to ignore Renfei, her words lingered in his mind. Why did she know Jiang Chenmin, and why reveal this to him? It was utterly perplexing. Outside, Renfei stood helplessly for a while before departing. Meanwhile, Lanlin contemplated his plans for the next day. Following his initial strategy, he aimed to visit the high school that Jiang Chenmin attended to gather any information. Early the next morning, Lanlin set off for Jiang Chenmin's school. Fortunately, such information could be found in student records, and Xiang Feng was willing to grant him access. Otherwise, he would have been left searching aimlessly. Ah, it really is this school's name. I thought there might have been an error in the records. Lanlin was somewhat astonished by the school's name, but, upon reflection, realized that for someone of Jiang Chenmin's caliber, attending such an institution was hardly surprising, as she was the top student in Jiangcheng. Upon arriving at the school, Lanlin encountered his first issue. The high school still operated under the structure established before the upheaval of the world order, catering to ordinary students, meaning this group of high schoolers had yet to go on break. Regardless of the era, high school students in Xinxia had a tough time. Lanlin silently lamented that, given the current circumstances, it would take at least another 2 weeks before the students would all be on vacation. However, he couldn't afford to wait. He had to enter now. The benefit of a school catering to regular students was that the walls were designed for ordinary physical capabilities, rendering them nearly useless in Lanlin's eyes. With a simple leap, he entered the campus. The next step was to determine his course of action. Lanlin employed a small tactic while moving within the high school. He walked openly, hands clasped behind his back, and slowed his pace. This way, he would likely be mistaken for a younger teacher, though more likely, the students wouldn't even have the opportunity to notice him, as they were all busy with their lessons. As for other teachers and security, there was no need for concern. One remained confined to the office, while the other would hardly bother unless it was necessary, as long as he appeared openly at the school without a uniform. In the eyes of the security, he would be deemed a teacher, as expected. Lanlin navigated the school smoothly, attracting no conversations. Next, He needed to locate the display of outstanding graduates, where Jiang Chenmin's class and homeroom teachers' information would likely be listed. Just as Lanlin conjectured, upon finding the showcase of excellent graduates, he easily uncovered Jiang Chenmin's previous class details. Class 1, grade 52, with the homeroom teacher being Jiang Yang. The next step was to find teacher Jiang Yang to inquire about any news. However, strolling into the office to ask outright was certainly not viable. He would likely be escorted out. He would have to wait until evening when the teachers finished their duties to ask discreetly. Thankfully, the high school was still in session. Otherwise, it would have been even more challenging. At 10 o'clock that night, Lanlin waited by the roadside outside the school. Goodness, it's already 10 o'clock. Why haven't they finished yet? The classroom lights are still on. Are they still in evening study? He hoped fervently that it wasn't Jiang Yang's turn to supervise that night. Otherwise, he would be unable to gather any information. Fortunately, after a few minutes, he spotted Jiang Yang's figure. Lanlin hurriedly approached. Teacher Jiang, I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Yang turned, somewhat bewildered. Who seeks me at this hour? He inquired. I am a fellow alumnus of Jiang Chenmin, hoping to ask you about her. You are a student from Jingwu? Yes. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose any information regarding her. Cannot disclose? Does this imply you indeed know something? Lanlin pressed. Please, teacher, Jiang Chenmin is not in a good state. I am her boyfriend and wish to understand her situation to see if I can help her feel better. In an effort to extract information, Lanlin shamelessly claimed Jiang Chenmin as his girlfriend. Although they had indeed shared a brief moment of closeness, to substantiate his claim, he showed Jiang Yang his phone's wallpaper, which only heightened Jiang Yang's wariness. Child, I don't know why you are impersonating her boyfriend, but if you choose to do so, at least ensure you have your facts straight. Jiang Chenmin has never smiled in front of others. Lanlin had not anticipated this revelation. Jiang Chenmin had not smiled throughout her 3 years of high school? You must be one of the captors, right? I will not divulge anything to you. Feel free to take action. That's not true. Lanlin was confused about how he had been labeled a captor. However, it seemed Jiang Yang was no stranger to such scenarios, suggesting that his role as Jiang Chenmin's homeroom teacher had brought him some complications. Teacher, you misunderstand me. Let me contact Jiang Chenmin now. Surely that will convince you of my intentions. With that, Lanlin dialed Jiang Chenmin's number. Please pick up, Lanlin thought to himself, as he recalled Jiang Chenmin's earlier remark that he likely wouldn't be in contact for a long time. He could only pray that his attempt to reach out would bear fruit. Lanlin, what is it that you need? Chapter 55. The reclusive Jiang Chenmin. Thank heavens, Jiang Chenmin actually answered the phone. Otherwise, Lanlin would have struggled to explain himself to Jiang Yang. Lanlin's primary objective was to assure Jiang Yang that there was no animosity between him and Jiang Chenmin. Since Jiang Chenmin had chosen to answer, Lanlin refrained from saying much more. After all, it was better for Jiang Yang not to know about Jiang Chenmin being a member of the new Four Blades. I'm doing well, and I'm about to embark on my next mission. Lanlin knew that the upcoming task would likely involve the Valley of Death, so he opted not to elaborate further. That's good to hear. Please be careful, Lanlin said before hanging up. Jiang Yang, standing nearby, was equally astonished. On one hand, Jiang Chenmin had spoken so much, and on the other, this young man seemed to have a rather amicable relationship with her. Yet, despite the surprise, she maintained a calm facade. Is she currently engaged in a school assignment? Lanlin noted that Jiang Yang had not caught on to Jiang Chenmin's situation, so he decided to let it slide. It seems your relationship with her is indeed quite special. I can share some information about her now, though my knowledge is limited. Feel free to ask. Lanlin pondered for a moment before inquiring, do you know where Jiang Chenmin's home is? I'm not sure. The records only provide rough addresses for each student. A rough address will suffice. I can look it up. After hearing Lanlin's response, Jiang Yang began sifting through the statistical records on her phone. You still have this on your phone? Lanlin was somewhat taken aback, as such records typically gather dust in the archives. Well, it's just a habit of mine. Found it. Jiang Yang then sent Lanlin a screenshot containing the relevant details about Jiang Chenmin. Ms. Jiang, could you tell me what Jiang Chenmin was like during her high school years? After some contemplation, Jiang Yang responded, she was quite reclusive. I recall she hardly spoke to anyone throughout those 3 years. Did she not communicate with her roommates? She was a day student. Aside from her solitary nature, was there anything else particularly unique about her? Indeed. It seems she awakened her abilities quite early. I remember one incident in her sophomore year just before winter break, when a man capable of using abilities came to our school, causing chaos and threatening the security guard. It was Jiang Chenmin who ended his life. Ended his life? Yes, she did. Later, the Skynet confirmed that the deranged individual was a criminal closely linked to the cage. So they didn't pursue the matter of Jiang Chenmin's actions. However, the crucial point is that she exhibited no aversion to taking a life. Many witnesses felt physically ill at the sight of the deceased. Yet she appeared unfazed, as if she had done it many times before. This incident only heightened the other students' reluctance to approach her. The more Lanlin listened, the more uneasy he felt. A 15-year-old girl, no matter how detached, couldn't possibly be so indifferent to the act of killing, could she? What were her academic results like? Excellent. She consistently ranked first in her class, far ahead of her peers. Had she opted to take the regular college entrance examination, she would undoubtedly have gained admission to the best university. Lanlin proceeded to ask a few more questions, but they were not particularly pivotal. In summary, Jiang Chenmin had been an exceptionally talented girl during high school, proficient in everything, excelling in every regard. Yet, due to her personality and the fact that she had taken a life, she remained an entity that others kept at a distance. Thank you for your help, Ms. Jiang. Lanlin expressed his gratitude to Jiang Yang. If possible, I hope you can help her live like a normal person. Her current existence is far too burdensome, Jiang Yang implored Lanlin. Having been her homeroom teacher for 3 years, she had essentially been a parental figure and wished for Jiang Chenmin's well-being. Rest assured, that is precisely why I have come to Jiang City, Lanlin replied before departing, setting his sights on the possible residence of Jiang Chenmin in Shangyang District. Although Shangyang District was not particularly distinguished within Jiang City, it was nonetheless regarded as a less prosperous area. It was certainly an improvement over where Lanlin resided, and in the north, there was an advantage to the quieter nightlife. Especially in such an underdeveloped area, the inhabitants generally retired for the night at a reasonable hour, allowing Lanlin the freedom to traverse rooftops without concern, leading him swiftly to his target area. However, after running around for half the night, Lanlin decided to take refuge on a rooftop for the night. The following morning, Lanlin resumed his journey. Prior to arriving, he had sought out Jiang Chenmin's parents' names from Xiangfeng. Now that it was daytime, he could inquire with the local residents. Excuse me, do you happen to know the address of Jiang Hao and Lin Xian? Never heard of them, don't know. Sigh. A light bulb moment struck Lanlin. If it was Jiang Chenmin, she must have purchased weapons from a nearby store. Perhaps she had even made a custom order. The owner was likely to know her address. Without hesitation, Lanlin made his way to a few weapon shops in Shangyang District. Luck was on his side. The second shop was indeed the right one. The owner was familiar with Jiang Chenmin's residence, but like Jiang Yang, he was initially reluctant to disclose the information, as client confidentiality was paramount. After much persuasion, Lanlin finally convinced the owner that he was Jiang Chenmin's boyfriend. That girl, she's quite aloof. She lives nearby, but if you're looking for her, you'd best tread carefully. Being her boyfriend is no easy feat, the owner remarked, echoing the sentiments of others who knew Jiang Chenmin. Nevertheless, he had divulged her address, making the next step straightforward. Lanlin intended to visit her parents to learn more, but as he approached Jiang Chenmin's home, he began to feel apprehensive. Previously, Jiang Chenmin had mentioned that her current parents might not be her biological ones, and from her description, it seemed her relationship with them was not as harmonious as one might assume. Wouldn't it be unwise to approach them so boldly? Young man, you're here to find Jiang Chenmin, aren't you? Yes? Then please come in. My husband is at work, but I can share some information with you. Why don't you come in? I'm coming, Auntie. The two settled on the sofa, and Lanlin was uncertain how to begin. Young man, you wish to inquire about our relationship with Jiang Chenmin, correct? Yes. Chapter 56. Do not treat her as a tool any longer. Although the situation unfolded differently than Lanlin had anticipated, it ultimately made things simpler. He decided to forego pleasantries with Lin Xian and got straight to the point. I'll ask directly. Is Jiang Chenmin your biological daughter? This question was akin to a bombshell, rendering Lin Xian momentarily speechless. She had envisioned various scenarios, none of which had prepared her for such a direct inquiry about blood relations. Lin Xian felt uneasy but managed to respond. No, she is not. This answer was not particularly surprising, as Jiang Chenmin had previously suggested she might not be Lin Xian's biological daughter. Lanlin was merely seeking confirmation. Then why did you choose to adopt her? We wanted to provide her with a complete childhood. Lin Xian's statement struck Lanlin as absurdly laughable. Setting aside Jiang Chenmin's prior revelations about her parents, it was evident that no parents would raise a child with a complete childhood into such a character. Be honest. Lanlin's tone became more serious, and Lin Xian, realizing she couldn't deceive him, reluctantly began to divulge some truths. What about your biological daughter? Later, we learned from Skynet that our daughter had died, so we. Lin Xian nodded gently, but Lanlin was not inclined to believe her. Auntie, I hope you won't continue to conceal the truth from me. Her situation is very important to me. I haven't, at this moment. Lanlin's gaze turned icy. The real reason you kept her around was that you discovered her talents and believed she could bring you wealth. Am I right? Lin Xian's expression turned frantic. She attempted to explain, but it was clear that this young man was not easily swayed. Sensing her distress, Lanlin softened his demeanor slightly. Auntie, please don't worry. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still her legal guardians, and I assure you I have no intention of causing you any harm. Now, let me ask you again. Was there anything unusual about Jiang Chenmin's adoption? Unusual circumstances? How long did the nightmares last? About a year, I suppose. I can't believe it. Lanlin struggled to contain his frustration. Jiang Chenmin endured a year of nightmares without any intervention from them. It appeared that during their conversation by the river, Jiang Chenmin had painted a somewhat rosier picture of this couple. Omitting this critical detail, I asked that all? Did she never mention her experiences in the cage to you? No, even if it had been said, we wouldn't have cared at that time. Upon hearing this, Lanlin felt her blood pressure rise. This couple truly disregarded Jiang Chenmin as a person, showing no concern for her affairs, merely waiting for her to fulfill her potential. Had Jiang Chenmin not exhibited sufficient talent in the first place, they might have abandoned her to fend for herself. After a few minutes of conversation, Lanlin realized that attempting to glean information about Jiang Chenmin's situation in the cage from them was akin to chasing a pipe dream. Nonetheless, she did gather some insights. It was at least confirmed that Jiang Chenmin was not their biological daughter, allowing her to shift the focus of her investigation towards the Four Blades organization. Based on Lanlin's conjecture, Jiang Chenmin was likely a descendant of a member of the Four Blades, with Bai Zhu and Meng Yu already having made their appearances and unlikely to be her relatives. The remaining possibilities included the yet-to-be-revealed member of the Four Blades and the deceased former member. Theoretically, Jiang Chenmin should have a close connection with the deceased member. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain Meng Yu's unusual emotions towards her. All right, Auntie, I'm leaving now if possible. Please don't mention my visit to Jiang Chenmin. Lin Xian, aware of her own shortcomings, said nothing more but nodded, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Although Lanlin regarded these tears as no different from a joke, there remained a flicker of hope that they might change. After leaving Jiang Chenmin's home, Lanlin found herself at a loss regarding her next steps. Jiang Chenmin's parents were entirely oblivious to her past, meaning the only way to learn about it would be to confront Jiang Chenmin herself. But was that truly appropriate? If only she knew where that old fool was, eliminating him would resolve everything. How foolish of me to have been ensnared by such scum. Hey, are you still following me? This time, however, Renfei wasn't being deliberately annoying. She was genuinely being chased. You little brat, think you can escape? Today, I shall seize your powers. A figure clad in a cage uniform bellowed from a distance. The moment Lanlin spotted the cage personnel, she became alert. Although unsure of Renfei's predicament, she was certain that confronting the cage personnel was the right course of action. Who is this little brat? Get lost? Ugh. Lanlin swiftly moved in front of the cage personnel, covering his mouth and pinning him to the ground. Be quiet. Seeing Lanlin finally intervene on her behalf, Renfei was filled with exhilaration. You finally, don't get the wrong idea. My actions are purely for my own reasons and have nothing to do with you. The cage personnel, pinned to the ground, wore a bewildered expression, unsure how pursuing a target had resulted in his own predicament. Hey, it's your turn now. What are you plotting? Lanlin released the cage personnel's mouth, attempting to extract some information, only for him to draw a knife and strike at her the moment he regained his freedom. Bang! Lanlin casually slapped him, rendering him unconscious and embedding him into the ground. It appeared that the cage personnel was of no use for interrogation. It would be best to leave this to the inspectors. As she muttered to herself, she dialed 111. Renfei attempted to speak again, but Lanlin, focused on her call, ignored her completely. After relaying her location to the inspectors, Lanlin prepared to depart. Just then, Renfei grasped Lanlin's hand, pleading, Please, help me. All right, what will be my reward? Huh, don't you understand? How much is the reward? I'm not a fool. If you don't specify, I'm leaving. After some contemplation, Lanlin figured she had already gathered enough information. If Renfei truly had connections with the cage personnel, it wouldn't hurt to get involved, provided she had something to gain. Chapter 57. New clues, however. Renfei clearly hadn't grasped the situation. A reward. I might not be able to offer much. Could you tell me how much you want? Lanlin thought for a moment and held up 3 fingers. At least this amount, 30,000? Luckily, my allowance is sufficient. Lanlin nearly choked on her own spit. She had assumed Renfei was just a student and that asking for 300 would suffice. Instead, she turned out to be a rich second generation, casually mentioning 30,000. Had she known, she would have asked for more. All right, then it's 30,000. Upon hearing Lanlin's willingness to help, Renfei excitedly lunged at her. But Lanlin deftly sidestepped, causing Renfei to stumble and fall. Classmate, please be mindful of your boundaries. We're not that familiar. Renfei picked herself up, awkwardly scratching her head. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Lanlin, uninterested in the niceties, directly inquired, how can I assist you? It's simple. All you need to do is defeat me in front of my parents in the most humiliating way possible, if you can. Throw in a few jabs while you're at it. This left Lanlin momentarily perplexed. It was the first time she had encountered such an abstract request. However, understanding the reasoning behind it clarified why Renfei hadn't sought help from the inspectors. Such matters were indeed unapproachable. Why do you want to do this? Are you trying to upset your parents? Lanlin asked, intrigued. Renfei candidly replied that she could no longer endure the hopes her parents had pinned on her. Due to her unique ability, she had received high praise during the talent assessment, yet she could not control her powers. Otherwise, she might have been the top scorer in Jiang City's talent test. Or at least not allow Jiang Chenmin to surpass her so significantly. Is that all? You could just find a few ability users to beat you up. Lanlin assumed this would be straightforward. After all, winning was indeed challenging, but losing should be different. However, Renfei insisted it was not that simple, as she would instinctively fight back when struck, triggering her abilities, and typical ability users were unable to defeat her. In short, the reliable ones were unreachable, while the ones she encountered were unreliable. Then why do you believe I can win against you? Lanlin questioned, puzzled, considering they had never clashed before. How could Renfei be so certain? Although she had the means to win, it was a surprise that Renfei would assume that I'm not sure, but at the airport, you weren't affected by my ability, so I have to trust you. One more thing. When you knocked on my door last night, why did you suddenly mention that Jiang something? Lanlin, having exhausted her inquiries about school and her parents, thought she might be able to extract more information from Renfei regarding Jiang Chenmin. Oh, that? I was just hoping to catch a stroke of luck and grab your attention. What do you mean? So you thought I was also looking for her when I mentioned her name? Exactly, but now I'm certain you're looking for her. Lanlin was taken aback. How could Renfei ascertain this without her saying anything? What are you sure of? You're here to find her, right? Otherwise, why would you be near her house? You know where her house is. After hearing Renfei's words, Lanlin's interest piqued. It seemed there was indeed more information to uncover. Of course I know. When I first entered university, my parents frequently urged me to challenge her. Hoping I could defeat her, it was utterly exhausting. That was indeed bothersome. After all, it was clear she couldn't win. Yet her parents insisted she could, leaving her no room to maneuver. All right, I can lower the reward a bit. But you must promise to tell me everything related to Jiang Chenmin afterward. Do we have a deal? Absolutely. I can tell you right now, not so fast. I still have principles. First, tell me what your ability is. I don't know. Lanlin. This sounded familiar, as she had once used the same excuse to deceive others. You don't know? Yeah. Every time I'm about to be hit, I instinctively fight back, and for some reason, the person hitting me seems unable to move. By the time I realize it, they've already been defeated. After hearing this, Lanlin found it rather amusing. Seizing the moment while Renfei was distracted, she suddenly pushed her away and pretended to lunge at her as if to attack. Renfei was startled, instinctively preparing to counter. Clang! Lanlin scrutinized Renfei and understood why the cage personnel were pursuing her. It was certainly that old fool who wished to strip her of her powers for his own use. However, to Renfei, Lanlin's gaze felt intense, causing her cheeks to flush, despite Lanlin clearly having no such intentions. She released her grip, ready to fulfill Renfei's request. Let's go. We need to handle your situation first. After saying this, Lanlin prepared to follow Renfei to her home. After all, the situation had just become more intriguing. Not only did she have insights into Jiang Chenmin, but she was also being closely monitored by the cage personnel. IT would be remiss not to intervene. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, she could locate that old fool. My situation? Otherwise? Didn't you ask me to beat you up in front of your parents? Don't worry. I'll make sure to win. However, Renfei seemed entirely focused on something else. She appeared to have developed a crush on Lanlin. Since earlier, she had felt unusually warm and her heart raced. Wasn't this the very embodiment of infatuation? Lanlin, what about it? Hurry up. Time is money. It was evident that Lanlin had no feelings for her and was merely eager to conclude matters and continue her investigation into Jiang Chenmin and the cage personnel. At this moment, Renfei was resolute, boldly declaring, I like you. Why aren't you following me? She pointed in another direction. My home is that way, and it's somewhat far. We'll need to take a vehicle. After a pause, she added, well, I suppose it's my turn to ask you to lead the way. Chapter 58. Jiangcheng really knows how to get me into trouble, by the way. How do you feel about your family? To be honest, I feel as though I am quite different from them. It is only after meeting so many people that I have come to realize just how perfect my family is. Lanlin sighed, reflecting that although their financial situation was not particularly good, it sufficed in Yangcheng. He considered himself fortunate to be able to experience such a beautiful life on their behalf. Are your parents good to you? Renfei inquired, a hint of envy in her voice. Of course. They even gave me the illusion that every family is like ours, considering that we managed to be that way despite our financial constraints. She replied. Renfei was somewhat surprised, realizing that Jiang Chenmin's life was not as privileged as she had assumed. She had thought someone like Jiang Chenmin would have substantial support. Why are you sharing this with me? She asked. To understand the family dynamics of my clients, which helps me tailor my approach, Lanlin explained. Renfei was puzzled. After all, wasn't it merely a matter of defeat? Was there really a need for tailored strategies? By the way, do you have any siblings? Upon hearing this question, Renfei lowered her head in silence. Lanlin sensed he might have crossed a line. Can you drive? Renfei asked suddenly. Yes, why? Perhaps you could rent a car when the time comes. It would create a more impressive entrance and might serve to intimidate my parents, she suggested. Lanlin observed the girl before him. Evidently, she had yet to grasp the extent of her family's wealth, believing that a mere car could counter her parents' authority. Enough of this idle chatter. Let's focus on the task at hand, he urged. While on the subway, they devised a plan. Lanlin would create a distraction outside Renfei's home, prompting her to intervene, ultimately escalating the conflict with her parents, thereby allowing them to engage in a legitimate fight. My house is right here. When do we initiate our plan? Lanlin initially thought it best to act immediately, but with Renfei's father absent, they would have to wait until evening. Upon hearing this, Renfei's eyes sparkled. Does this mean I can have your contact information? Lanlin realized that this girl harbored feelings beyond the ordinary. After exchanging contact details, they parted ways temporarily. Lanlin could continue exploring Jiangcheng. Experiencing the life of a big city, he wondered about Jiang Chenmin's current situation. Yesterday was likely the last time she used her phone. The night in Jiangcheng was beautiful, yet for Lanlin, the city felt excessively extravagant. It seems I am better suited for life in a small town. I truly feel out of place here. By the way, why hasn't Renfei messaged me yet? Feeling uneasy, Lanlin decided to check outside Renfei's home. The lights were off. Had she gone out? A sudden dread struck him. Perhaps Renfei had encountered trouble, and her parents might also be involved. Sensing something was amiss, Lanlin quickly sent her a message. Why aren't you at home? This cursed place is truly bringing me trouble. Based on the current circumstances, it was highly probable that Renfei had been taken by that group. But in a way, it spared Lanlin much effort, allowing him to strike directly at the heart of the matter. How does this app locate friends again? Damn it. I should have marked her location beforehand. After some time, Lanlin finally pinpointed Renfei's location, a rather suspicious factory. This place clearly had problems. He observed from outside for a moment, seeing no unusual individuals, then made a decisive leap to the factory's rooftop. However, visibility was limited. Where could those troublemakers be hiding? With no other option, he decided to venture inside and search closely. The factory's interior was cavernous, appearing far from a place of normal operations. This factory is rather peculiar. Doesn't anyone inspect it? He mused, while searching for hidden doors. Sure enough, in a corner, he discovered a strange entrance. Enter password, erase. The extraordinary aspect of Lanlin's ability became evident, as long as he wished it. Erasing a password lock was a trivial task, with almost no repercussions. He could erase as he pleased. Beyond the door lay an extensive corridor leading deep underground. The further he descended, the stronger the presence of the captors became. "You wretched scoundrels, I will eventually make you all pay." After a considerable trek, Lanlin finally entered a private chamber, albeit one that seemed excessively large. Like a trap, bang. Just moments after entering, the door slammed shut, trapping him inside. Yet Lanlin remained calm. According to the usual script, someone should emerge to taunt me now. As he muttered to himself, a man clad in a black suit appeared behind the glass above. "Welcome, young intruder, to the cage." What a repulsive introduction, Lanlin thought, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. In a rush, just wait. He should bring Renfei out soon for further mockery. He speculated about the man's intentions. Sure enough, the man began clapping, revealing Renfei, bound to a chair. "You're here to save her, aren't you? Unfortunately, you won't be able to." Observing the self-satisfied man behind the glass, Lanlin decided to endure a little longer. Perhaps her parents were also present, and he would deal with the man once they all revealed themselves. However, after waiting an eternity, it became clear that Renfei's parents were absent. Lanlin turned back to the self-satisfied man, finally speaking up. "Hey, you there? You dare refer to me as you there? You are my prey now. It seems I must enlighten you on the current situation," the man retorted. With that, others from the cage appeared in the room. What a pity. If only the range of my erasure ability were broader. Chapter 59. By Jew's distress signal? "My friend, let us play a game. If you can defeat them all, I shall allow you to take her away," the man behind the glass proposed. After all, it was far too dull to simply wait. Adding some excitement was far more appealing. However, Lanlin was internally critiquing that old fool is truly impatient. Does he not set any standards for recruits? How could such riffraff enter the cage? Nevertheless, it was time to take action, especially after waiting so long. "Little one, let me see." Just as the man prepared to continue speaking, Lanlin swiftly dispatched all the individuals who had entered the room. How entertaining! A powerful warrior rescuing the princess. I adore such tales. Gazing at the man before him, Lanlin became increasingly certain that order was in a state of panic. Otherwise, such a character would never have been permitted into the cage. "Release that one," the man commanded the shadows behind him. However, this is near the city center, and too much commotion could. A voice emerged from the shadows, but the man was indifferent, eager for a spectacular show. "Release her." In an instant, alarms blared throughout the room, and a massive, energy-devouring beast, resembling a tiger with wings, appeared before Lanlin. How fitting, like adding wings to a tiger. As Lanlin marveled at the scene, the beast lunged at him. Thinking quickly, he devised a plan. While evading the creature, he gradually maneuvered closer to the glass, but the man noticed his intent and mocked, "Trying to approach me. But how will you surpass this protective glass?" Every word from the man felt like a classic to Lanlin, destined to become a celebrated tale in the cage, assuming the man survived to leave. After a brief struggle, Lanlin managed to position himself right in front of the glass. "That's quite high," he remarked, glancing down just as the energy-devouring beast charged towards him, appearing intent on devouring him. The man behind the glass wore an expectant expression, eager to see how Lanlin would navigate this peril. The answer was straightforward. Lanlin looked at him as though he were simple-minded, then pushed off the ground, positioning himself between the glass and the beast. With his right hand aimed at the glass and his left at the beast, he declared, "Erase." Slash. In an instant, the glass vanished, and the airborne beast was cleaved in two. Having accomplished this, Lanlin leapt from the ground to the spot where the man stood. "Who is that? Do you have anything to say?" The man was taken aback, yet his reaction was swift. Sensing the danger, he immediately pressed the knife against Renfei's neck. Before he could finish his words, Lanlin swiftly severed his head. "Are you devoid of sense, or has your mind grown moldy? Playing such tricks so close to me?" After dispatching him, Lanlin turned his gaze towards the figure lurking in the shadows. "Do you have anything to say?" This situation was indeed troublesome, as it could potentially implicate his own family. "It seems you've delivered quite the gift to your master. At least your death holds some value." As the words fell, that individual was also slain by Lanlin. Having completed this grim task, he untied the ropes binding Renfei. "Hey, did you hear me? I've landed myself in quite a predicament to save you. Can we negotiate some extra compensation? Lanlin felt something was off. What is wrong with you? My parents have abandoned me, Renfei sobbed. Upon hearing this, Lanlin thought to himself, that shouldn't be. No matter how dysfunctional a family may be, it's improbable for a daughter to be captured and immediately disowned. However, there was no time to ponder further. He needed to get her out first. Once outside, Lanlin began to inquire about the meaning behind Renfei's words. When I was captured, I saw them standing not far away. Grinning, Lanlin sensed something was amiss and continued. Could it be that they were somehow manipulated? For Lanlin, it was unfathomable that parents could act in such a manner, for his own parents had shaped his understanding of that term into something ideal. Nonetheless, business was business and he required his dues. You mentioned that once I help you, you'd tell me about Jiang Chenmin. This rescue counts as assistance, doesn't it? Yes, I will tell you about her, but I can only pay you gradually. At last, they had reached the crux of the matter, though by now, money was secondary. Information was paramount. However, Renfei's lengthy discourse consisted primarily of what Jiang Chenmin's mother had previously stated, leaving Lanlin somewhat speechless. Is that all? Renfei pondered for a moment. There's one more thing, but I'm unsure if I remembered it correctly. What is it? I recall a time when I challenged her, and she was looking at a photograph that featured a purple-haired girl and a black-haired boy. Lanlin. This information was significantly important. He was now certain that the purple-haired girl from his dreams was indeed Jiang Chenmin. That image must have been a fragment from his childhood memories, inadvertently surfacing in his dreams. Yet, a new question arose. How had young Lanlin been connected to Jiang Chenmin? Logically, they shouldn't have interacted, and was Jiang Chenmin's friendliness towards him due to her recognizing his likeness? Contemplating this, he realized he needed to uncover what transpired in the cage. Observing Lanlin lost in thought, Renfei queried, What's wrong? Nothing. Just pondering a few matters. I must take my leave. Take care of yourself. With that, Lanlin prepared to depart. Seeing this, Renfei hastily grasped his hand. I have nowhere to go. May I accompany you? But I am also an ability user. I can assist you in battle. Renfei implored eagerly, genuinely wishing to leave with Lanlin. Lanlin pushed her hand away, uttering a final remark before departing, leaving Renfei standing alone. Is this the Skynet? Renfei muttered to herself, then clenched her fists as if cementing a resolution. Why is Baiju messaging me? Lanlin, come help us. Jiang Chenmin has already been injured. Chapter 60. The air disaster. What is happening? How could the four of them encounter an accident together? Lanlin was astonished, yet given the stakes involved with Jiang Chenmin, he decided it was best to verify the situation. If Baiju was deceiving him, he could simply give him a good thrashing. Boarding announcement for Flight CA-3182 to Chengdu has begun. At that moment, the announcement echoed through the hall, and Lanlin contemplated whether to change his flight. Never mind, let us catch the flight to Chengdu. Having made up his mind, Lanlin joined the crowd boarding the plane to Chengdu. In the shadows, a mysterious man with a peculiar expression was fixated on Lanlin. Master, I've located him. He on this flight. Is it acceptable to die alongside him in the sky? Absolutely. I am willing to sacrifice my life for my master. Good. The self-destructing flame is sufficient to obliterate this aircraft. Go. Following the command, the man boarded the plane with Lanlin, completely unbeknownst to him. Soon, the plane took off, and Lanlin began to contemplate the troubles Jiang Chenmin and the others might be facing. Before long, the aircraft soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion erupted, and the plane disintegrated mid-air, leaving only debris raining down. Many passengers were utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Perishing in the explosion, breaking news, Flight CA-3182 from Jiang City to Chengdu has exploded. No survivors confirmed. Skynet has intervened. Crash. The sound of a glass shattering resonated in the living room as Yuji stared at the news in disbelief. It can't be. It can't be. Hearing the commotion, Lan Tiankai rushed over. What's wrong? Upon seeing Yuji's dazed expression fixed on the television screen, he turned to look as well, his own face reflecting disbelief, though he did his best to maintain composure. It's fine. Lanlin was not necessarily on that flight. I'll give him a call. Lan Tiankai dialed Lanlin's number. Holding his wife's hand tightly, please pick up, even if it's just a notification that the line is busy, anything will do. Why is no one answering? Lan Tiankai thought frantically. The ringing ceased, and no one answered the call. Nor was there any indication of it being turned off. At this point, the possibilities had dwindled. Lanlin was indeed a passenger on that flight and had likely perished. This is impossible. Lan Tiankai's expression went blank. Yet he held Yujia tightly in his embrace. It's all right. It's all right. I know him well. He's just playing a prank. Don't worry. Lan Tiankai attempted to comfort Yujia, but even he struggled to believe his own words. Lanlin, I heard a remarkable girl has arrived here. Have you seen her? I haven't tea, but I think her name is Jiang Chenmin. I noticed her information in the database. However, I could only find her name. Nothing more. She must be quite a formidable individual. Just as they conversed, Jiang Chenmin, freshly finished with training, appeared nearby. Dressed in the Skynet uniform and wielding a sword, her azure eyes betrayed no emotion. Is that her? The purple-haired girl. She truly exudes an air of aloofness. The Skynet network indicated she had completed numerous missions. She was likely preparing for another task now. Could it be? Didn't she just finish her training? Isn't she taking a break? Since Jiang Chenmin joined Skynet, her colleagues consistently described her as cold and powerful. Indeed, she was. After assuming the identity of Dying, she had not spoken to anyone since. She merely accepted missions, completed them, and trained during her spare time, never pausing for rest except to sleep, resembling a machine executing commands. Nightfall in a secluded alley, two men were engaged in conversation, while Jiang Chenmin observed from above. The quality of this batch is exceptional. Don't you think the previous price is too low? Indeed, I'll raise the price this time. After all, we need to continue trading in the future, so let us strengthen our relationship. Exactly, the delivery address is. Just as their conversation was unfinished, Jiang Chenmin descended from above and swiftly dispatched them. The entire process was crisp and efficient. Her sword struck true with lethal precision, leaving no room for hesitation or unnecessary words. Mission accomplished. Jiang Chenmin glanced at the notification on her phone, her expression devoid of any emotion, only contemplating how to tackle the next task. That moment, she received a message from Skynet. Dying, there is a mission that requires your attention. We have detected activity from cage personnel in the Northwest Desert. You are dispatched to investigate the truth. If you encounter difficulties, you may withdraw. After reading the message, Jiang Chenmin expressionlessly accepted the mission. Regardless of the nature of the task, as long as it could enhance her strength, it sufficed. The following morning, Jiang Chenmin donned civilian attire. Upon closer inspection, one could see a necklace around her neck, identical to the one she had given Lanlin. At this moment, she was preparing to head towards the Northwest Desert, her phone meticulously recording the task's location. An area devoid of human presence. Such locations were akin to paradise for the cage personnel, as Skynet's surveillance in these regions was undoubtedly less stringent than in urban areas. After several hours, Jiang Chenmin finally arrived at the task site. It was desolate. As far as the eye could see, there was only a barren expanse of desert and yellow sand, with no signs of human life. If not for a fortunate encounter, it would have been exceedingly challenging for Skynet to uncover the hidden cage personnel in this desolate area. Jiang Chenmin cautiously ventured deeper into the shadows as twilight descended, necessitating vigilance not only against the group of captives but also against the exceptionally active energy-devouring beasts that roamed the desert night. Sandworms? What could they possibly want? Jiang Chenmin found herself perplexed. However, it was not yet the opportune moment to strike. The adversaries outnumbered her, and while she now possessed the capability to confront them, she remained uncertain about the presence of other captives nearby. Moreover, her mission was one of investigation, not annihilation. Finally dealt with, this fellow is quite the handful, remarked one of the captives below. These sandworms of such caliber should compel them to utilize their abilities. Right? Who knows? We just need to focus on completing the tasks assigned by the master. The rest is not our concern, replied another. Jiang Chenmin, having overheard their conversation, was left bewildered. What did they mean by compelling someone to use their abilities? She hastened to catch up, eager to glean further information. Chapter 61. Speculations regarding Zero. As Jiang Chenmin stealthily followed the group, she was taken aback by the rapid transformation of the surroundings within mere minutes. Beneath the surface lay a structure reminiscent of a laboratory, with only a small portion exposed while the surrounding Gobi Desert obstructed view, explaining why the Skynet had failed to locate this place. Hey, is that sandworm still around? Don't lose it, one of them cautioned. Rest assured, Even if you lose it, it won't lose us, came the reply. Upon nearing the laboratory, the group seemed to lower their guard and began to chat. Unaware that this would be their final exchange, I say, "You." Before the man's words could fully escape his lips, a sharp blade pierced his body, leaving the others in a state of shock. Impossible! We are being followed. In their astonishment, the group hastily organized a counterattack, but Jiang Chenmin's reflexes outpaced theirs. Before they could even respond, she had struck first eye in an instant. Only one remained, marking the limit of Jiang Chenmin's prowess as she had swiftly dispatched 4 individuals within a heartbeat. The captives were not the only ones astonished. Jiang Chenmin herself felt a sense of realization. She was now capable of simultaneously dealing with multiple captives through assassination. For a student of her age, such an achievement was indeed extraordinary. Yet, for Jiang Chenmin, it was merely a stepping stone. She aspired to grow even stronger. Who exactly are you? The last remaining man questioned Jiang Chenmin's identity, for in his eyes, someone able to eliminate them in the blink of an eye could not possibly be an ordinary ability wielder. If only she were clad in the Skynet uniform, his doubts would have dissipated. Jiang Chenmin fixed her gaze upon him. In the next moment, she drew her sword to strike. However, given that this was a straightforward one-on-one confrontation devoid of the element of surprise, she could not guarantee a single decisive blow. It seems you excel in assassination, does it? Now, let us see how you intend to defeat me. The remaining adversary discerned Jiang Chenmin's combat style and resolved to confront her head-on. Yet, Jiang Chenmin's strength extended far beyond mere assassination. It was merely her safest strategy. If the objective was to kill, one must choose the most assured method. This was Jiang Chenmin's creed, but should a direct confrontation be inevitable, she harbored no fears. Die! The man infused his right hand with power, aiming to strike Jiang Chenmin down in one blow. Unyielding, she coated her sword with icy flames and unleashed her full might in the blink of an eye. The two completed their clash, and after the exchange, the man collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. So weak? Impossible. His words trailed off as he slumped into a pool of blood. Having completed her task, Jiang Chenmin did not spare him a glance. She merely wiped the blood from her sword and prepared to enter the laboratory. Iris verification? Beep, the door swung open, and Jiang Chenmin casually discarded the body into a blind spot, leaving it to the sandworm to dispose of, as she did not wish to waste time. The interior was sparsely decorated, resembling a bare shell of a house. Aside from the various exposed pipes along the walls, only a few rudimentary instruments remained, seemingly for sustaining the lives of those within. Moreover, there were no surveillance devices in sight. Clearly, this place, though concealed, was not of significant importance. It served merely as a transit point, with its occupants not being key figures of the captives. As Jiang Chenmin prepared to leave, she noticed an unusual door at that moment. Several captives approached, intending to enter. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang Chenmin decided to observe what transpired inside. Really, why does the master store such important materials with us? Important materials? Jiang Chenmin felt a surge of curiosity regarding this so-called vital information. Once the two opened the door to the archive, she swiftly appeared behind them, delivering a lethal strike. After tossing their corpses into a corner, Jiang Chenmin began to examine the documents within. The glance revealed only experimental records, with no trace of the crucial materials the two had mentioned. Could it be on them? She pondered, but soon dismissed the thought. Just as she was about to depart, she noticed a stack of documents in the corner that seemed different. She casually picked it up to inspect it. Even with Jiang Chenmin's typically aloof demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. The records detailed individuals who had been captured by the captives over the decades, along with various speculations. The captives had divided this information into several portions, continuously rotating it among their various outposts to prevent theft. However, it was unfortunate that this particular set was on the verge of falling into the hands of the Skynet. Jiang Chenmin flipped through the pages, and upon doing so, she stumbled upon a significant discovery. A photograph of Lanlin was prominently featured among the highlighted content. What is this? The records meticulously documented the list of children who had escaped from the clutches of the captives 7 years prior. But Lanlin's file was particularly notable. After thorough investigation, the likelihood that Zero is concealed within this boy named Lanlin is the highest among all potential subjects. Should this boy be located, capture him as a priority. If capture proves impossible, eliminate him on the spot. December 1 SDIT appeared to be recent information. He had also drawn attention. But what was 0? Jiang Chenmin remained unaware that Lanlin was merely under observation at this point. Had she arrived a moment later, after Lanlin rescued Renfei in Jiang City, he would have become the primary target. It was likely that the Skynet had not anticipated the simplicity of this mission, originally expecting it to involve a significant figure from the captives, only to discover a mere group of transit personnel instead, compelling them to use their abilities. What does that mean? Jiang Chenmin continued to ponder the phrase she had overheard. But despite her contemplation, she could not decipher its meaning. Ultimately, she chose to set it aside and remained hidden outside the laboratory, eliminating all those preparing to leave. When the Skynet personnel arrived, Jiang Chenmin departed from the scene. Chapter 62. He will only assist matters related to Jiang Chenmin. What's the matter? Shortly after Jiang Chenmin left the desert, she received a notification from the Skynet. Thank you for your hard work. For the next few days, refrain from undertaking missions. Rest at the Skynet, as you will soon be heading to the Valley of Death. Understood. After stowing away her phone, Jiang Chenmin glanced at the necklace around her neck, revealing a barely perceptible smile. How have you been faring? In the depths of the Valley of Death, numerous energy-devouring beasts congregated, seemingly under the influence of something. Releasing their energy towards the magma center, that night, footsteps echoed outside Jiang Chenmin's room. Dying, may I come in? Upon receiving Jiang Chenmin's consent, Mengyu pushed the door open and entered. The moment she stepped inside, she sensed Jiang Chenmin's progress. In terms of combat prowess, Jiang Chenmin was now nearly on par with Mengyu. Seems those who possess such appearances are all exceptionally gifted, Mengyu mused to herself. What brings you here? Nothing much, just wanted to take another good look at you. If you intend to treat me as her, I would advise against it so cold, yet I find it quite appealing. Jiang Chenmin chose to ignore Mengyu's remarks. If you have no other matters, I shall take my rest. This marked Mengyu's nth visit to Jiang Chenmin. On one hand, she sought to see her sister. Given that Jiang Chenmin was perpetually engaged in missions, Mengyu wished to ascertain how this sister of hers was faring. On the other hand, she aimed to assist Jiang Chenmin in integrating into their collective. Though it seemed there was little hope of success. Mengyu, hurry out. Don't disturb Dai Ying's rest. Bai Ju's voice called from outside. In truth, Bai Ju and Mengyu had been on standby at headquarters for 3 days. Jiang Chenmin, due to her almost pathological obsession with missions, had only agreed to remain at headquarters today. As for Yuantong, as one of the strongest members of the Four Blades and a key decision-maker, he was undoubtedly preoccupied and would not appear until they reached the Valley of Death. Bai Ju, I finally found an opportunity to spend time alone with her, and you come to disrupt it? Let it go. She is she, and dying is dying. Oh, not conflate the two. What do you mean? I merely wish for her to integrate with us more quickly. Besides, she currently is dying. She is simply of that disposition. Why must you interfere? Never mind. I shan't discuss this with you anymore. I heard you encountered the Black Python. Mengyu began to inquire about Bai Ju's previous experiences. Lanlin? That formidable student. You encountered him? Having encountered this situation twice. The first time I sought his assistance in dealing with the Black Python, yet he declined. In the second instance, that was when I confronted the Black Python myself. Although he initially refused to aid me, he fortuitously ended up assisting me in the end. That student is indeed quite remarkable. Do you have his contact information? Mengyu inquired. Why are you so concerned about this? Someone like him clearly aspires to be an unsung hero, wishing to avoid any burdensome identities. Thus, should we encounter troublesome matters in the future, we could enlist his help. I must admit, Mengyu has a point. Lanlin does prefer not to be tied down by significant identities. However, expecting Lanlin to assist them with their tasks might be a bit of a pipe dream. You have his contact information? Really? But he mentioned that unless it involves Jiang Chenmin, he won't come to help. What? So all this time, he is just a lovesick fool. Mengyu displayed a look of revelation. Don't speak carelessly. His good rapport with Jiang Chenmin is unrelated to us. Do not use Jiang Chenmin to deceive him. How could that be? Do I really seem that wicked? Almost? You'd better stay awake tonight, or I'll ensure you never wake up again. The two engaged in animated conversation outside, while Jiang Chenmin inside the room listened intently. Upon hearing that Lanlin would assist because of her, a rare smile graced Jiang Chenmin's face. The next day, Mengyu announced, we are ready to depart. All right, you go call Dai Ying. I'll be there shortly. She's already by my side, Mengyu. After changing her clothes, Mengyu emerged, and Baiju along with Jiang Chenmin noticed her drowsy demeanor. Did you stay up late last night? No, just didn't he sleep well? Where's the elder brother? He has gone to the airport. This was the truth. It had indeed been a long time since they had acted together. Mengyu reflected, it's been nearly 7 years since our last joint mission. Baiju resonated with this sentiment. While 7 years isn't long in terms of the lifespan of abilities, emotions are not so easily defined. However, Jiang Chenmin felt little about it, as she had only truly left her confines 7 years ago. In a sense, she was saved by the Four Blades, making her current involvement with them seem almost surreal. The plane won't take off for a while. I'll go buy some snacks. Bring me some biscuits? Sure. What about dying? Would she like anything? I don't need anything. Hey, it's not every day that my sister treats us, and you're rejecting her kindness? Mengyu replied with some displeasure. Then I'll have biscuits too. All right with that, Mengyu dashed towards the mall, having awaited such a scene for 18 years. However, the group understood that Tian Wang would not allow them to act together without reason. The last operation was initiated due to the significance of the next generation of Shenxia. Here are the biscuits. I even bought some snacks for the elder brother. You're quite thoughtful, of course. Chapter 63. Heading to Taluchia, Theo be prudent. They arrived at the airport early, resulting in them sitting idly. Jiang Chenmin was indifferent, as it made no difference to her where she was. She wouldn't be communicating with anyone anyway. But for Mengyu, it was a different story. Although over 40, that age for an ability user is akin to being 20 for an ordinary person. If they were on a mission, it wouldn't matter. But since they hadn't commenced yet, it was rather unreasonable to expect her to wait idly. With no other choice, she resorted to pacing, muttering, drawing circles to curse you, may you never find a girlfriend. To be honest, being over 40 and still single would generally be deemed hopeless, unless one were a celebrity. Baiju pondered this deeply. Being part of the Four Blades, teetering on the edge of danger. Seeking a partner now would feel irresponsible. Moreover, the shadow of his previous relationship with dying loomed over him, causing Baiju to focus his energy elsewhere. I say, rather than cursing me, why not wish us some good fortune? It might prove beneficial in the Valley of Death. No looking at the playful Mengyu, Baiju felt no need to engage further. It was a rare sight to witness her joy since dying's sacrifice. Approximately 20 minutes later, the boarding announcement resonated through the lounge. What are you saying? That sounds ominous. After their exchange, Baiju turned to Jiang Chenmin. Involving you in this is our fault. You were merely a student a month ago. And now you are expected to join us on such a perilous mission. It's fine. I intended to participate from the beginning. Once aboard the plane, Baiju advised, rest well. After we land, we'll have a long car ride ahead. And it won't be as comfortable then. What are you doing? Taking her picture. She's resting peacefully. Why take her picture? Taking a picture doesn't disturb her rest. Besides, it's the first time executing such an important mission. We ought to capture a memento. Clicked out a photo of the Sleeping Beauty appeared on Mengyu's phone. So beautiful. Jiang Chenmin was well aware of everything transpiring, yet deemed it unnecessary to interfere. Let it be. After spending 5 hours in the air, they arrived at their destination, Taluki. This city lies at the westernmost edge of Shenxia. Rather than a city, it resembles an independent civilization. The local culture is fierce, and conflicts are often resolved with fists, making it the only area within Shenxia known as a city of sin. The Valley of Death is situated deep within the desert wilderness of Taluki. Let us go. The elder brother arranged for someone to pick us up. All right. Truth be told, most individuals arriving here were hired to fight, so it was uncertain how many ability users were aboard the plane. Who knows, Jiang Chenmin and the others might encounter them again in some conflict. Lord Baiju, a soldier leaning against an off-road vehicle shouted from a distance. He was the driver arranged by Yuan Song. Hello, everyone. I'm Liang Ping, responsible for taking you to the base. It's nothing. The brothers at the base are quite aware that you bear the greatest risk in this mission. Hey, you two, stop flattering each other. The more I hear, the more anxious I become, Mengyu interjected. Liang Ping felt somewhat awkward. I didn't mean to. By the way, why isn't Lord Dying speaking? I remember she wasn't cough. Baiju reminded Liang Ping to refrain from continuing. At that moment, Jiang Chenmin unexpectedly spoke. It's all right. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm not talking. Mengyu and Baiju looked at Jiang Chenmin in astonishment. Oh, I see. Then I'll try to drive smoothly. You can attempt to rest in the car. You, Mengyu, seated in the back, quietly said to Jiang Chenmin, "Did I overstep?" "No, thank you. It's nothing. It's part of my duties. In truth, you don't have to." Mengyu felt somewhat embarrassed, having previously viewed Jiang Chenmin solely as her predecessor, Daying. However, now that Jiang Chenmin had chosen to embrace that role, Mengyu felt a bit uncomfortable. It's fine. I don't mind. After saying this, Jiang Chenmin fell silent. The four continued towards the base. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, with barren land stretching as far as the eye could see, almost devoid of signs of life. Eventually, after 2 hours of driving, they arrived at the base. Unlike the desolation outside, the base was bustling with life, as many people resided there. "Old Jiang, how many people do you think I can persuade to leave here tomorrow?" "Do you think I can guess? That's no fun." "Indeed. Why are we discussing this? Drinking is what matters." The soldiers at the base appeared to be in good spirits. If one didn't think too deeply, it would be challenging to connect the dangers of the Valley of Death with this scene. "We've arrived. You all should rest for a bit." After delivering Jiang Chenmin and her companions, Liang Ping departed. "Hey, Daying, do you find it noisy here?" Mengyu said beside Jiang Chenmin. "I can only apologize for the inconvenience." "Not at all. I'm fine wherever I am." For Jiang Chenmin, no matter how harsh the environment, it could not compare to her previous confinement. Even in an environment filled with explosions, as long as she wished, she could still find peace to rest. It was the overly quiet surroundings that rendered her unable to rest properly. After surveying the area, Mengyu noticed Yuan Song was missing and remarked, "How strange. Where is the elder brother? Are there still residents in a place like this?" Of course. For ordinary people, the areas near the city center are far more perilous than those around the Valley of Death. After all, the danger of the energy-devouring beasts lies in their ability to kill you. While the individuals in the cities might make your life a living hell, you'd best not say that. "I am starting to feel physically unwell. Should we not assist him?" Jiang Chenmin surprisingly initiated the conversation. "No need. Besides, we cannot find him anyway. Let's rest for now. We've traveled all day." Mengyu also expressed her agreement. "Yes, let's take a break." Chapter 64. If there's danger, I will ensure your safe exit. The night in Talkuchi was remarkably tranquil, with only the crackling of the campfire breaking the silence. Yet, in such an environment, Jiang Chenmin found herself unable to sleep. Thus, she ventured alone into the camp, glancing around to see only the flickering firelight and empty liquor bottles. Approaching a chest, she retrieved a bottle of white liquor. Summoning her courage, she took a swig. It was evident that Jiang Chenmin was not accustomed to drinking, but using it to invigorate herself proved quite convenient. For those engaged in perilous tasks, they adhered to a simple belief. If someone was destined to die, it would surely be the most cowardly among them. Consequently, many soldiers would drink during their leisure time, keeping themselves in a semi-dazed state. As the saying goes, liquor emboldens the timid. As long as one possesses sufficient courage, their demise would not be theirs to claim. However, such thoughts were merely self-soothing, as those who arrived here had already reconciled themselves with the prospect of death. Suddenly, Mengyu appeared behind Jiang Chenmin. "Unable to sleep?" "I came out for a stroll," Jiang Chenmin casually replied. "Why bring the liquor bottle if you're just walking?" Mengyu teased. Noticing Jiang Chenmin's silence, Mengyu took the initiative to grasp her hand, guiding her to sit on a nearby rock. "Thank you for what you did during the day," Jiang Chenmin said. "It was nothing." If he knew that the previous shadow butterfly had already fallen, it would likely affect morale. Mengyu chuckled at this. "What are you thinking?" He must have sensed something amiss by now. "We've long been accustomed to dancing on the edge of death, and we're quite numb to it. Can you share your story with me?" Jiang Chenmin asked. "I see. Sorry, it's nothing. If you encounter danger during this mission, will you blame me for making you a member of the Four Blades?" "Why would I blame you? If you had refused to become one of the Four Blades, you could now enjoy a joyful winter holiday like those ordinary students, or even participate in military civilian tasks to earn some pocket money. Any perspective would suggest that your current circumstances are far less favorable. That holds no significance." Mengyu was perplexed by Jiang Chenmin's response. "I have compelling reasons to grow stronger, and I am willing to shoulder the risks that come with it." "What drives your desire for strength? Is it to protect someone?" "Yes, I promise to always protect him, but it seems he no longer requires my safeguarding." "What a touching story. I never imagined you possessed such a side. I thought you were indifferent to everything." Just like this statement, Mengyu's conversational skills were lacking, and even the willing Jiang Chenmin found herself at a loss for words. I will take my leave to rest. You should retire early as well. If this mission truly places us in peril, I will ensure your safe departure from here, Mingyu said as she departed. Perhaps due to the desolation of the surroundings, the night seemed to stretch on interminably. Yet Jiang Chenmin remained awake. The following morning, "Good morning, Mengyu," Baiju remarked, observing the drowsy Mengyu. "Morning. Where is the shadow butterfly?" Mingyu pointed. "Over there. She should be awake." Just then, Jiang Chenmin approached them. "Did you not sleep last night?" Baiju inquired with concern, especially given the gravity of the impending mission. Lacking sufficient energy would surely lead to complications. "I did sleep, just not outside." "All right then." Ding, a horn-honking off-road vehicle came into view, followed by a booming voiced, "You're all awake, big brother." Mingyu greeted Yuanzong excitedly. "Is he the big brother you speak of?" Jiang Chenmin asked. "Yes, Yuanzong, captain of the Four Blades, one of the leaders of the Heavenly Network, and the foremost expert of Shunxia. These titles were earned through his efforts. Enough of the past, Baiju. Are you all prepared?" Yuanzong inquired of the trio. This, Yuanzong could only express his exasperation, asking, "Who told you to write your will?" "You must be the new member of the Four Blades, correct?" "Yes." Even Yuanzong, who had faced numerous grand spectacles, felt momentarily dazed upon first seeing Jiang Chenmin. "How have I become so strange?" Yuanzong self-deprecatingly mused. Having believed he would remain unaffected by Jiang Chenmin's appearance, on the side, Mingyu remarked unhappily, "Big brother, what do you mean by that? Don't just focus on her looks. She's quite formidable. At only 18, she's hardly weaker than I am. Is that so? That indeed makes her a rare talent." After a brief exchange, the group prepared to head towards the Valley of Death. "Big brother, have the surrounding residents been dispersed?" Baiju asked. "Not yet. Many of the residents do not trust our people, so the dispersal is slow." "Then how will we investigate the Valley of Death?" "Today we will first survey the perimeter and will not enter the interior. Once the surrounding residents have vacated the area, we will proceed inward. I see. That S1 approach." Other soldiers were already dispersing the residents, and it was time for them to set off. "Understood." The four of them boarded the off-road vehicle driven by Yuanzong, heading towards the Valley of Death. The camp was not far from the valley, and they arrived shortly. "Is this the Valley of Death?" Mengyu exclaimed in astonishment. "The Valley of Death spans a vast area, with cliffs on either side nearly obscuring the entire sky. Additionally, the elevation within the valley differs from the outside. The deepest point of the Valley of Death is nearly 300 meters lower than where Jiang Chenmin and the others currently stood. Only by traversing the canyon before them could they access the expansive space within. To be more precise, the Valley of Death merely serves as an entrance. The true location of this mission lies within the valley. Today, we will observe the perimeter for any sneaky energy-eating beasts. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest, the other brothers will have dispersed the remaining residents, and then we will venture deeper. Understood? Understood. After determining their course of action, the group drove the off-road vehicle in circles around the perimeter of the Valley of Death, although it was impossible to complete a full circuit. "Big brother, you should know some information about the valley, right?" Mengyu inquired. "I do. I conducted a preliminary investigation before you arrived." "What are your conclusions?" "The initial conclusion is that the activity level of energy-eating beasts within the valley is approximately 3 times what the headquarters predicted." And this is just a preliminary conclusion. The actual situation may be even more severe. Doesn't that mean entering would be akin to courting death?" "Pretty much, but what other options do we have? Aside from the four of us, no one else can undertake this mission at this moment." Yuanzong turned to Jiang Chenmin and said, "I truly apologize. You've just become a member of the Four Blades and have been swept into this predicament." "I see. In any case, if any unexpected situations arise, I will do my utmost to ensure your safe exit from the Valley of Death." "This is the first time you've said that." Mengyu. Chapter 65. A lizard that wields hellfire? Contrary to expectations, the perimeter of the Valley of Death was surprisingly calm, with no sign of energy-eating beasts. However, this only heightened Yuanzong's concerns. Under normal circumstances, nighttime was when the energy-eating beasts were most active. This unusual calm suggested that something within the valley was interfering with the beasts' movements. Considering the potential presence of such a formidable entity capable of influencing so many energy-eating beasts was daunting. "Prepare yourselves. Sleep will be impossible tonight," Yuanzong stated. "Understood." The off-road vehicle continued moving, and as before, they saw no energy-eating beasts until they reached the latter half of the night. There it is, an energy-eating beast. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the group encountered their first energy-eating beast. It appeared to be just an ordinary lizard. "Let us take care of it quickly," Mengyu said, leaning against her seat. Yuanzong halted the vehicle, preparing to eliminate the lizard before them. "Big brother, you needn't take action against such a creature. I can handle it," Mengyu interjected. "All right, but be cautious. What danger could there be?" As she spoke, Mengyu brandished her knife and approached the lizard, which noticed her and launched an attack. However, this was no threat to Mengyu, as it could not possibly land a hit on her. She easily dodged the strike with a leap, positioning herself above the lizard to deliver a deadly blow. But at that moment, Jiang Chenmin sensed something amiss. "Be careful," Jiang Chenmin shouted. Simultaneously, she unleashed a wave of sword energy between the lizard and Mengyu. This startled Baizhu and Yuanzong, who were bewildered by Jiang Chenmin's sudden action. But in the next instant, the lizard unleashed a torrent of flames into the air. "What is that? Hellfire!" The sight before Baizhu was shocking. For Mengyu, Jiang Chenmin's preemptively released sword energy collided with the hellfire, producing a tremendous explosion that echoed through the night sky. Emerging from the smoke, Mengyu's gaze burned with intensity as she delivered a swift strike to the lizard's head in the blink of an eye. The creature lay slain at her feet. Had Jiang Chenmin not intervened, the hellfire would have struck the unsuspecting Mengyu, potentially incapacitating her. Realizing this, Mengyu was also drenched in cold sweat, acknowledging that she had indeed been somewhat reckless, nearly leading them into peril. However, "Dying, how did you know it was going to unleash the inferno?" According to all known information, the inferno is a power solely possessed by the imprisoned. It is inconceivable that the energy-devouring beast could wield such strength, let alone the energy-devouring lizard, which, according to records, lacks any capability for ranged attacks. "I saw the sparks in its mouth, which is why I acted." Although Jiang Chenmin seemed to provide a reasonable explanation, there were still numerous doubts, such as the fact that even Yuanzong had not noticed the sparks Jiang Chenmin mentioned. "It appears your talent exceeds our expectations," Yuanzong remarked joyfully. "Brother, the situation is urgent. Should we not proceed in advance?" Baizhu suggested. "No. Our primary objective is to ensure the safety of ordinary people. If we enter now, we risk triggering a chain reaction." But Baizhu was rather anxious. The recent encounter with the lizard had already underscored the gravity of the situation, and every second was precious. "Baizhu, I understand your urgency, but what we must avoid most is chaos within our ranks. We will proceed as planned and enter only after the surrounding residents have evacuated." "Understood." After speaking with Baizhu, Yuanzong turned to Jiang Chenmin. "Thank you once again. It was nothing." Following this unexpected incident, Yuanzong found himself compelled to reassess the mission's level of danger. "Everyone, I may need to amend my previous statements. Given the current circumstances, if we indeed encounter peril in the Valley of Death, I may not be able to extricate you, brother. Could you not be so pessimistic? It feels as though this is our last conversation, which is quite frightening," Mengyu complained from the side. At that moment, Baizhu suddenly spoke. "Actually, if the situation exceeds our expectations, I have another plan." "Oh, what plan?" Baizhu glanced at Jiang Chenmin, then spoke. "I know someone incredibly powerful. Should anything happen to us, he should be able to rescue us. At the very least, he would come to save Daying." Jiang Chenmin also knew whom Baizhu was referring to, but she remained silent, genuinely hoping Lanlin would not get involved in this matter. She believed that while Lanlin might find it easy to ensure his own safety, it would be impossible for him to resolve the issues within the Valley of Death alone, and he could easily become embroiled in danger. "Who is it? Is it that exceptionally capable student you mentioned before?" "Yes, it would be best if it does not come to that. After all, he is merely a student." In the time that followed, Yuanzong and his companions did not encounter any new energy-devouring beasts. The previous lizard likely emerged due to some unforeseen circumstance. That night, the anxious group finally received news, having initially expected to conclude matters by the afternoon, only to find themselves waiting until evening. "Lord Yuanzong, the evacuation of residents has been completed." "Good. Thank you for your hard work." After closing his phone, Yuanzong addressed Jiang Chenmin and the others. "Prepare yourselves. We are about to delve into the Valley of Death. Remember, our mission is to ascertain what has transpired within the Valley of Death and to collect samples. If we encounter danger, our priority is to ensure our survival." "Understood." Beep. Whose phone is that? Yuan Zong inquired. It should be important. They are calling specifically for you. So go ahead and answer. Lanlin, what do you need? Hearing that name piqued the interest of both Mingyu and Baiju. Isn't that the incredibly capable student? They exclaimed in unison. It seems their relationship is quite unusual, Mingyu commented from the side. After all, while she had seen Lanlin and Jiang Chenmin together, it was always in a very formal context, merely coincidental meetings. Baiju, however, had an edge. He had personally heard Lanlin express that he only cared about Jiang Chenmin. Observing the two lost in their musings, Yuan Zong could only shake his head. Still, it was nice to have a moment of levity before embarking. All right, let us set off, Jiang Chenmin declared after ending the call. Why did he call you? Mingyu inquired curiously. I don't know. What a peculiar time to call, rather than any other. Could it be that he has been keeping tabs on you, and upon realizing we were entering the Valley of Death, he hurriedly called to warn you to stay safe? Mingyu excitedly shared her speculation. Enough, Mingyu, your imagination is running a bit wild, Baiju interrupted. Humph, you weren't much better just now to tea that moment. Yuan Zong reminded them. All right, there's nothing else for now. Let us hurry inside. Yes, Chapter 66. Entering the Valley of Death in stark contrast to the desolate exterior, the environment within the Valley of Death was remarkably lush, teeming with towering trees and dense underbrush, which nearly hindered the progress of Jiang Chenmin and her companions. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would believe such a verdant realm could exist amidst a desert. Yet, such bountiful surroundings often herald greater dangers. In this place, it was entirely normal for energy-devouring beasts to emerge from anywhere at any time. I will clear the path. Follow closely behind me, and refrain from making excessive noise, Yuan Zong instructed as he led the way. The vegetation surrounding them was abundant and robust. At times, Yuan Zong found it challenging to sever the thick weeds due to the need for silence. Why are these plants so resilient? Baiju queried. Who knows? Just remember not to do anything out of line. At least near the entrance, we should be safe. In truth, Yuan Zong said this to alleviate the tension among the others. As for safety, once they entered the Valley of Death, no such assurance could exist, especially considering they had already encountered energy-devouring beasts outside. Mingyu, can you detect any energy-devouring beasts nearby? Yuan Zong asked. No, the energy concentration here is too high. I cannot distinguish between the plants and the energy-devouring beasts. Mingyu's response once again underscored the peril of their surroundings. After all, she had once unleashed power capable of enveloping the entire K-32 area. Yet here she found herself unable to even assess her environment. If we encounter energy-devouring beasts, can you disrupt their consciousness? I can manage it, but only for a maximum of 30 seconds, and limited to just one. It seems we have truly ventured into a precarious situation. Despite the grim circumstances, confidence must be upheld as the strongest force of Xinxia. At the very least, they needed to uncover the nature of the anomalous energy deep within the Valley of Death. Hold still, Yuan Zong suddenly commanded. Upon hearing his words, the group immediately halted. A slight tilt of their heads revealed a large assembly of energy-devouring beasts frolicking in a clearing ahead. Crocodiles, bears, tigers, why are there so many energy-devouring beasts congregated here? And why aren't they fighting? Mingyu found the situation peculiar. Even among energy-devouring beasts, territorial disputes should arise within the same area. Yet, the beasts before them exhibited an unexpected harmony. It appears we have inadvertently intruded upon their resting place. Let us change direction and be cautious not to disturb them. Mingyu, capture the scene here on film. Understood. After Mingyu documented the bizarre sight, they prepared to alter their course. Having barely entered the Valley of Death, they were already witnessing phenomena entirely unlike the outside world, and the group understood that the further they ventured, the more peculiarities they would encounter. Following their unexpected encounter with the congregation of energy-devouring beasts, their route became increasingly cautious. Despite their capabilities to handle such a level of beastly gathering, a battle could easily attract other energy-devouring beasts, leaving them with no escape. There's a river ahead. Let us take a look. Understood. In such an environment, the presence of a river was not unusual. Although the entirety of the Valley of Death was rather strange, Baiju, go collect some samples. All right, wait. Jiang Chenmin suddenly interjected. What is it? The others were puzzled, yet in such a moment, every discovery was crucial and warranted utmost diligence. There's something in the river, and it's right at the shore, Jiang Chenmin stated. Are you referring to a crocodile? I just looked, and there's nothing there. Yuan Zong was slightly confused. He had already observed the river before suggesting Baiju collect samples, and found no crocodiles or similar creatures present. I'm not talking about the energy-devouring beasts. I'm referring to those water plants. Water plants? Seeing that Yuan Zong and the others were not comprehending, Jiang Chenmin casually picked up a stone and tossed it into the river. The moment the stone touched the water's surface, countless water plants surged from the riverbed, as if stimulated, wildly intertwining at the water's surface. Unfortunately, they ensnared nothing, but had Baiju approached to collect water moments prior, the outcome could have been entirely different. Witnessing this scene, the group broke into a cold sweat, dying. How did you know those water plants posed a threat? Intuition. Intuition? Yuan Zong struggled to comprehend the extent of intuition required to notice those inconspicuous water plants. Nevertheless, having such a person in the team was undoubtedly a boon. What now? Should we still attempt to collect water? Baiju inquired from the side. You all stay here. This time, I will go, Yuan Zong declared. How will you manage? Those water plants appear terrifying. Will your wind blades be swift enough to sever them? Mengyu expressed her concern. Isn't there still you all? Please be attentive to my surroundings shortly. If there are any aquatic plants I have overlooked, kindly assist me in removing them. However, rest assured, I shall not approach the water's edge. I will extend this wooden stick to pass the bag over, Yin Zong remarked, waving the stick he had just picked up moments ago. All right, enough dawdling. Let us swiftly collect the samples, for we must continue our journey. After devising a plan, Yin Zong cautiously approached the riverbank. When the stick reached the water, he extended the bag toward it, while a few individuals in the distance remained intently focused on Yin Zhang's vicinity. Jiang Chenmin even placed her hand on the hilt of her blade, ready to act at a moment's notice. Fortunately, luck was on their side this time. Perhaps the noise created by the bag was insufficient to provoke the aquatic plants, as there were no attacks while collecting water. Although it took a bit longer, they managed to obtain the samples. Baiju, please pour this water into the specialized cup. Understood. With that, Baiju set down his backpack, rummaged through it, and produced a small, transparent cup into which he poured the water collected by Yin Zong. Can we derive any preliminary conclusions? Yin Zong inquired. Baiju examined the cup briefly before responding. The initial results indicate a severe excess of heavy metals in the water. How can water with such heavy metal contamination nourish the surrounding vegetation? Mengyu questioned, perplexed. Baiju was equally at a loss. This place is already so bizarre. Do you still care about that? Perhaps the danger posed by those aquatic plants is a consequence of the heavy metal contamination. All right, let us proceed. After a brief exchange, Yin Zong prepared to move forward. But upon readying to depart, he noticed Jiang Chenmin standing there, clutching her head. Dying? Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. I might just be struggling to adapt to the high energy concentration here. That is to be expected. This environment is certainly not conducive for an ordinary person, Yin Zong remarked. Moreover, regardless of Jiang Chenmin's brilliant talents, she remains a junior in their eyes, and this environment is indeed challenging for her. I cannot shake a sense of foreboding. I feel that something terrifying may soon occur, Jiang Chenmin continued. Her instincts had always been remarkably accurate. Would trouble truly befall them? Mengyu pondered aloud. Do not utter such ominous words. Chapter 67. The Eerie Valley of Death. Dying. Are you feeling better? Mengyu asked with concern. I am fine now. Let us move on. It is alarming that someone has already exhibited adverse reactions shortly after entering the Valley of Death, especially someone of Jiang Chenmin's caliber. If the energy here were to fully dissipate, it would likely render anyone within several hundred miles incapable of survival. Considering this, the group felt an overwhelming pressure weighing upon them. As night fell, they gradually made their way to the middle region of the Valley of Death. Although they were still some distance from the core area, Mengyu could sense that the energy concentration around them had significantly increased. In this environment, her abilities were nearly rendered useless. It seems we are fortunate. This area appears devoid of energy-devouring beasts, and we should not encounter any battles in the short term, Baiju remarked. Surveying their surroundings, at this moment, Yin Zong cautioned, do not let your guard down. This area is typically suited for energy-devouring beasts to inhabit, and the absence of such creatures suggests that there are other dangers we have yet to notice. Such as these vines surrounding us? Jiang Chenmin interjected. Vines? Baiju glanced at the surroundings. These vines indeed seemed suspect. Unbeknownst to the group, the vines had become exceedingly dense and emitted an eerie glow. Although the myriad of lights appeared beautiful in the darkness, they exuded a distinctly unsettling aura. Dying is correct. These surrounding plants are quite peculiar. Everyone, remain vigilant. After Yinzhang's warning, the group shifted their focus to the flora around them. Do you not feel tired? Mengyu suddenly spoke up. What noise? Yinzhang, at the forefront, suddenly became alert. What is it? The three others looked on in confusion. Grip your weapons tightly. We may need to fight. Upon hearing this, the group tensed. Yinzhang would not joke during such times. They gripped their weapons, prepared for action. Just as they stood on high alert, the surrounding vines suddenly launched an assault upon them. It is indeed problematic. No wonder the energy-devouring beasts avoid this place. Although the vines' attacking force was not particularly strong, their sheer numbers rendered them a significant threat, easily ensnaring the group in this complex environment. Do not hold back. Unleash your full power. Clear a path. Understood. At Yinzhang's command, the group ceased to restrain their strength. There was no need to worry about attracting energy-devouring beasts at this moment. Surviving this immediate crisis took precedence. The tempest rages. In the chaotic fray, Yinzhang unleashed his signature technique, proving to be exceptionally effective against the vines. The remaining members of the group also directed their full strength toward the roots of the vines, launching bolts of lightning and frost indiscriminately, not aiming for precision but rather seeking to impede the vines' movements. However, these vines seemed inexhaustible. As soon as the group's attacks subsided, they began to regenerate and once more surged toward Yinzhang and his companions. Now, let us retreat. Seeing that the vines had not fully recovered, Yinzhang made a swift decision to withdraw, and the group wasted no time in complying. Yet, in this densely vegetated area, they could only run for a few seconds before facing another wave of attacks. To create space for their escape, they had to frequently launch counterattacks. While manageable for a short duration, the lack of visibility regarding their exit was disheartening. Damn it, how much farther must we go to escape this wretched place? Run that way, Mengyu pointed in a direction. Upon hearing her directive, the group quickly changed course, and sure enough, after a short distance, they escaped the reach of the vines' assaults. The relieved group collapsed onto the ground. Mengyu, how did you know this area would not be attacked by the vines? Baiju inquired. I sensed the presence of energy-devouring beasts nearby. Did you not say you could not distinguish between plants and energy-devouring beasts in this area? Baiju expressed surprise. Could Mengyu's powers have evolved? I am uncertain. It may be that the vines absorbed some energy during their self-repair, allowing me to barely discern the difference. Nevertheless, it is a relief to have safely exited that dreadful place. We can take a moment to recuperate before formulating our next plan. Let us rest here, Mengyu suggested. Having just endured a crisis, none of the group felt particularly well, so it was prudent to pause and recover. We may not have the opportunity to rest, both Jiang Chenmin and Yinzhang remarked simultaneously. What do you mean? Mengyu was about to inquire further when she immediately understood the cause. Before them, a massive black bear slowly emerged. This creature is at least 3 times larger than those outside. Baiju exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the giant bear. Yet, despite his shock, dealing with it should not prove too difficult. The concern lay in whether it possessed any strange abilities akin to the previous lizard. Yinzhang swiftly drew his blade, ready for battle. Do not engage yet. Keep an eye on our surroundings while I handle it. Understood, Baiju and Mengyu replied in unison. Jiang Chenmin silently concealed herself in the shadows, ready to launch a surprise attack against the energy-devouring beast. Standing at the forefront, Yinzhang addressed the enormous black bear. Such a sizable creature. It should provide us with sustenance for several months. With that, he charged at the black bear. The bear reacted swiftly, evading the strike, leaving Yinzhang astonished that it could dodge. It seemed not only had its size increased, but its intellect had as well. However, evading once would not suffice. Yinzhang quickly followed up with another strike. The black bear ceased to evade and opted for a direct confrontation. Boom! At the moment of impact, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward. Clearly, neither party gained the upper hand in that exchange. In a way, that black bear can actually trade blows with Big Brother? Baiju exclaimed in disbelief. Just moments ago, Yinzhang's strike would have cleaved a typical energy-devouring beast in two. Not only Baiju, but even Yinzhang himself was taken aback. He had not expected his attack to fail. However, this was not the time for contemplation. If one strike was insufficient, Then he would simply deliver several more. But this time, he would change his approach. The second round of battle commenced with a thunderous roar from the black bear. After absorbing a blow, the bear swung its massive paw, aiming to topple Yanzong. This moment, Yanzong chose to evade the assault. He understood that engaging the black bear head-on would likely yield little success. So he needed to bide his time for a decisive strike. Finally, after another powerful attack, the black bear inadvertently exposed its flank to Yanzong. Seeing this, Yanzong smiled faintly. It is over. In an instant, Yanzong thrust his blade toward the black bear, the blade slicing through the air like a silver streak, accurately piercing its heart. Even an energy-devouring beast could not withstand such devastating damage. With a final roar, the black bear collapsed to the ground. Yanzong withdrew his blade and delivered a final strike to its head to prevent any unforeseen complications. Chapter 68. The reignition of fiery retribution observing Yanzang's successful endeavor. Baiju remarked with a hint of awe, "I truly did not expect this. This fellow is surprisingly formidable. More importantly, within Death Valley, such energy-devouring beasts are undoubtedly numerous. If they were to launch a full-scale assault, the only fate that awaits them would be to be ground into fragments." "Where is Dai Ying?" Yuanzong inquired as he approached the two. "She was here just now. Perhaps she has gone to the restroom?" Baiju replied. Although Baiju's words sounded rather absurd, the others understood that Dai Ying had stood there a moment ago, and thus, there should be no imminent danger. They decided to wait for a while. Roar. Just as they were resting, a cacophony of roars suddenly erupted from the forest. If there were no other circumstances at play, it was highly likely that the earlier battle had drawn the attention of other energy-devouring beasts. "Damn it, I distinctly kept the noise of the battle under control. Why has it still incited a riot?" Yuanzong complained. "Brother, do you think we can handle so many energy-devouring beasts? We probably can't." But right now, before Yuanzong could finish his sentence, a voice emerged from the shadows. "Jiang Chenmin's, let's go. I'm following you from the dark." Upon hearing Jiang Chenmin's voice, the others were filled with unexpected joy. Without any hesitation this time, they turned and ran, the scene resembling students scrambling for food in a school, albeit with fewer participants. After running for a while, they sensed something was amiss. The commotion behind them grew increasingly louder, indicating they had likely attracted unwanted attention. It seemed impossible to escape entirely now. They would have to confront this horde of energy-devouring beasts. "Mengyu," Yuanzong shouted. "Understood." Mengyu halted her steps, preparing to activate her abilities at full capacity. At that moment, the sounds from the depths of the forest intensified, suggesting that the energy-devouring beasts were about to confront Yuanzong and his companions. With a crack, branches snapped, and the beasts that had been trailing them surged forth in overwhelming numbers. Akin to a swarm of locusts. What a nuisance! After a brief moment of complaint, Mengyu initiated her dream illusion. It was impossible to control these energy-devouring beasts in such an environment. She could only momentarily stun them. But that fleeting second could prove critical. As Mengyu momentarily distracted the beasts, the surroundings erupted into a tempest, accompanied by thunder and lightning. This was the result of Yuanzong and Baiju unleashing their full power. As the foremost expert of Shunxia, Yuanzang's mightiest attack could obliterate a small mountain, making it a trivial task to deal with the initial wave of energy-devouring beasts. Although Baiju could not execute large-scale attacks like Yuanzong, his electric strikes were sufficient to support Yuanzong in cleaning up the aftermath. If such attacks could be sustained, they would face no danger. However, the issue lay in their inability to maintain that output. Brother, I can't hold on any longer," Mengyu stated from the side. For her, being able to release a dream illusion in such an environment was already a limit, especially given the need to influence so many creatures. After uttering those words, Mengyu collapsed onto the ground, and without her interference, the newly appeared energy-devouring beasts regained their momentum, increasing the pressure on Yuanzong and Baiju significantly. Make matters worse. After a few minutes of holding on, Baiju also began to falter. Now, all the output pressure fell squarely on Yuanzang's shoulders, yet he too could not endure for long on his own. If this continued, they would indeed perish here. Just as they found themselves in a dire situation, a great fire suddenly ignited in the forest behind the energy-devouring beasts. Flames rapidly coalesced into a wall of fire, consuming everything in its path. Aided by the fierce winds, The trees crackled as they burned, and the once relatively calm Death Valley transformed into a hellish inferno. The energy-devouring beasts, sensing the fire raging behind them, abandoned their pursuit of Yuanzong and his group, hastily retreating. At the edge of the blaze stood the instigator, coldly observing the panicked, energy-devouring beasts fleeing from the flames. In her eyes, there was no trace of emotion. She knew that despite her aversion to this power, it was a necessary action. If she did not act, Yuanzong and the others would perish. Burning down the entire forest with this infernal fire was undoubtedly the optimal solution at this moment. At least in Jiang Chenmin's perspective. However, wielding such formidable flames would also inflict significant backlash upon her. Unlike the previous incident on the island, this time Jiang Chenmin had genuinely set a fire. Coughing, Jiang Chenmin instinctively covered her mouth as blood appeared on her palm. Yet, she felt no remorse. She understood that this level of exertion would not claim her life. After ensuring there were no surviving energy-devouring beasts within the inferno, Jiang Chenmin departed to rendezvous with Yuanzong and the others. If she were to vanish for too long, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Someone set a fire behind them. Who could it be? Yuanzong expressed his confusion, but he quickly pieced it together. Where is Daying? I don't know. She has been missing since earlier, no? She wouldn't have been trapped in the fire, would she? Yuanzong's concern escalated. But just then, Jiang Chenmin's voice emerged from behind them. I'm here. I don't know. While I was stealthily following you, I got entangled with some energy-devouring beasts. By the time I dealt with them, the fire suddenly erupted behind me. Setting aside the fact that Jiang Chenmin's recorded ability was ice-based, even if she were a fire wielder, it was rare for anyone to ignite such a large blaze instantaneously. With this thought, Yuanzong decided to let it go. Let us just consider ourselves fortunate. Everyone, take a moment to rest. With this fire raging, it is unlikely any energy-devouring beasts will disturb us for a while. Observing their current state, Mengyu was already exhausted, and Baiju had lost his combat capability. Only Jiang Chenmin and Yuanzong remained capable of continuing the fight. However, Jiang Chenmin was also unable to use her abilities. Continuing on in such a state would essentially be a suicidal endeavor. Chapter 69. Let's get her out first. What a disgrace. I am clearly the senior, yet here I am, looking pitiful in front of a junior. Baiju mocked himself as he sat aside. However, there was little he could do about it, as Jiang Chenmin had not overexerted herself during that battle. Although the infernal flames had left her with severe aftereffects, they were not enough to render her incapable of standing. Moreover, they were unaware that Jiang Chenmin was merely putting on a brave front. All right, since everyone is out of strength, let us rest properly. I still have some provisions left. Once you've recovered, we can eat, Yuanzong said from the side. Regardless of how pressing the situation may be, eating always takes precedence. After all, without strength, nothing can be accomplished. And Yuanzong clearly understood this principle. Dying, stop standing on the sidelines and come over to eat something, Yuanzong called out, noticing Jiang Chenmin's lack of response. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chenmin insisted she could go days without food. Upon hearing Jiang Chenmin's words, Yuanzong exclaimed, "That's out of the question." Setting aside Jiang Chenmin's young age, she was likely still growing. Furthermore, it was unreasonable for 3 adults in their 40s to eat while leaving an 18-year-old girl to the side. However, since Jiang Chenmin insisted she did not need to eat, Yuanzong did not press the matter, merely encouraging her to take a few pieces of compressed biscuits, even if it was just for show. After all, if the other two did not see Jiang Chenmin eating, they would feel too embarrassed to eat themselves. Feel a bit sleepy, Mengyu said after finishing the biscuits. It was normal to feel drowsy after eating. But in this place, Yuanzong also began to feel weary, yet he was concerned. Sleeping here would be exceedingly dangerous. Moreover, as the captain of the Four Blades, he should be responsible for the safety of his team members. Don't worry, you all can sleep. I'll keep watch, Jiang Chenmin said, leaning against a tree. That won't do? You're young. You must rest properly, Yuanzong refuted. No need. People our age can handle staying up late. Sometimes we can go 3 days without sleep. Although Jiang Chenmin had not personally experienced 3 days without sleep, she had heard tales of the remarkable endurance of university students. Since she indeed did not feel tired at the moment, she decided to take on the night watch. Yuanzong glanced at Mengyu, who had already fallen asleep, and Baiju, who was on the verge of dozing off, before saying, "Then I'll leave it to you. If anything unusual occurs, Be sure to wake me at once, mm. The night in Death Valley was eerily quiet, provided one disregarded the distant inferno. Jiang Chenmin adjusted her jacket, surveying her surroundings. For safety, she even lit a small campfire in front of her. Although such a flame would likely not deter nearby energy-devouring beasts, it was a precaution nonetheless. As she expected, due to the raging fire, no energy-devouring beasts appeared in the vicinity for the time being. Keeping watch was a rather dull task, but for Jiang Chenmin, it was one of the few acceptable lifestyles, as no one would disturb her. "What are you doing right now?" Leaning against the tree. Jiang Chenmin instinctively began to miss Lanlin. Despite her naturally distant personality, she felt differently about him. It was as if they had known each other for ages, becoming familiar enough that Jiang Chenmin was willing to reveal her vulnerabilities in front of him. Unfortunately, she struggled to recall the events of the past, only knowing that her heart yearned to be with Lanlin, to protect this younger brother, despite their previous agreement that Lanlin would take on the role of the strongest. The dawn was fast approaching, primarily due to their prolonged nocturnal activities. It is often said that the darkness before dawn is the most arduous to endure, and this respite was no exception. Just as the first light began to break, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Yuanzong, the still drowsy Yuanzong, rubbing his eyes, caught sight of a girl with purple hair seemingly engaged in battle with an unseen foe. Upon a closer inspection, he recognized her. Dying. In the clearing ahead, Jiang Chenmin was entangled in a fierce struggle with a colossal python, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of several other serpents, undoubtedly the result of Jiang Chenmin's solitary efforts. However, the crux of the matter was that Jiang Chenmin was currently unable to utilize her abilities. This meant she had dispatched so many pythons solely through her physical prowess, all while ensuring their safety. Damn it, how could I? With no time for contemplation, Yuanzong swiftly unsheathed his long knife and plunged into the fray. Regardless of the circumstances, Yuanzong was the foremost expert of Shenxia, and with a single strike, he dispatched the python that had been coiling around Jiang Chenmin. After neutralizing the creature, Yuanzong turned to support the swaying Jiang Chenmin, urgently murmuring, "I'm sorry. I'm late. Truly sorry. Please, don't leave." Observing the peculiar demeanor of Yuanzong, Jiang Chenmin understood that the scene had likely reminded him of the former dying. "Big brother, I'm just a bit tired, but I want to leave," she reassured him. With Lanlin included, Yuanzong was now the second person Jiang Chenmin had comforted, both of them having lost control of their emotions out of concern for her. At that moment, Baiju and Mingyu gradually regained consciousness, visibly revitalized after their slumber, feeling capable of taking on 10 foes. Noticing that all three had awakened, Jiang Chenmin collapsed against Yuanzong. Alarmed, Baiju asked, "What's wrong with her?" "Sure, she's merely exhausted." "Look around. We have not been worthy predecessors," Yuanzong replied. Baiju and Mingyu exchanged astonished glances upon surveying their surroundings. "Did all this happen because of dying?" "Yes, let her rest for now. We should deliberate on our next course of action." After Yuanzong spoke, they gathered in a circle to discuss their plans ahead. Baiju advocated for further exploration, noting that they had only collected a few samples of plants and water, which could yield only superficial data. In contrast, Mengyu suggested they should cut their losses. Believing the information they had gathered so far, coupled with the samples in hand, was sufficient for analysis. Baiju and Mengyu concurred. They could no longer bear to see Jiang Chenmin in such distress. "What does it matter? From the outset, this mission has been ours. She merely got swept into it," Baiju remarked. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that without Jiang Chenmin, Baiju might have perished while fetching water by the riverbank. Even so, they were loath to let Jiang Chenmin shoulder this burden alone. Then boom, the sudden, thunderous noise left them momentarily bewildered. "What the hell? Why can't we kill this thing? What's going on now?" Baiju complained. Ever since they had entered the Valley of Death, it felt as though they had triggered some switch, encountering an array of bizarre phenomena, all seemingly directed at them. "Stop dawdling. We must leave this place." Just as Yuanzong spoke, a peculiar creature known as the devouring beast emerged into their view. "What on earth is that?" Baiju exclaimed. The devouring beast possessed characteristics reminiscent of a primate, yet sported a pair of bat-like wings and had arms covered in thick scales. Equipped with razor-sharp claws, be cautious. This creature is not documented in the Tianwang database. It likely originated in the Valley of Death, Yuanzong cautioned. After encountering the fire-breathing lizard and the impressively large black bear, The group had become somewhat desensitized to the bizarre creatures. However, this one still elicited a sense of unease. Gah! With a furious roar, the devouring beast lunged at Mengyu. Instantly, Baiju seized his spear to confront it. Bam! A deafening clash ensued as Baiju engaged the devouring beast head-on. Though he could withstand its strike, the creaturess exhibited combat prowess left Baiju and his companions utterly astounded. They were the Four Blades, the pinnacle of ability users, capable of enduring such an assault. However, had the target been an ordinary ability user, they would likely have been torn to shreds in an instant. Where did this monster come from? Baiju bellowed as he repelled the devouring beast, swiftly following up with his own attack. Meanwhile, Yuanzong remained vigilant, aware that such creatures likely traveled in packs. With Mengyu burdened by Jiang Chenmin, she was unable to take action, leaving Yuanzong responsible for guarding against potential threats. Gah! After being pushed back, the devouring beast grew even more furious, launching its assault anew. Each tearing motion sent Baiju's spear crackling. While the air became charged with electricity from their struggle, it was a race of speed, yet at present, Baiju found himself at a disadvantage. Shut up already! Stop making that horrid noise. After several exchanges, neither side had gained the upper hand, but Baiju began to discern the creature's attack pattern. It was rather straightforward, relying solely on its speed to relentlessly assault its opponent, leaving its lower body entirely unguarded. Recognizing this, Baiju decisively altered his approach, no longer meeting the beast head-on but instead employing finesse to dissipate its force. Strictly speaking, Baiju's technique was not particularly refined, but given that his opponent was a mindless devouring beast, countering its erratic strikes proved relatively effortless. Finally, after a minute of mutual grappling, Baiju seized an opportunity and thrust his spear into the creature's abdomen. Yet, the devouring beast was no pushover. Just before being impaled, it contorted its body in an attempt to strike Baiju back. Swoosh! With the sound of the spear piercing through flesh, the battle between Baiju and the devouring beast momentarily subsided. That attack just now nearly caught me off guard. I nearly fell victim to it, Baiju thought, still shaken from the near miss. However, the combat prowess of this devouring beast was undeniably formidable, prompting Baiju and his companions to realize that if they did not swiftly address the situation in the Valley of Death, this region would soon become a wasteland. All right, let us hurry. Just as Yuanzong spoke, they heard a strange sound emanating from the pierced devouring beast, resembling a human body being placed in hot oil. Is this for real? The sight left them dumbfounded, yet Yuanzong reacted swiftly, launching an attack the moment it began to recover. A sharp blade of wind sliced through the air, and the recently revived devouring beast was vanquished once more, this time in a more definitive manner. Cleaved in two, but in the next instant, shock registered on their faces as they beheld the severed halves of the beast beginning to mend themselves. Baiju immediately unleashed an electric shock, shattering the half that had been damaged. However, the remnants continued to regenerate at a slow pace. What kind of nonsense is this? With no time to ponder further, they turned to flee, as the circumstances were far too bizarre. Yet after only a few steps, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the previously distant source of the loud noise, sending Yuanzong and his companions hurtling backwards several meters. What on earth is going on in this Valley of Death? The surprises were far from over. After the colossal energy wave, the previously lurking devouring beast swarmed out, launching an all-out assault on the group, as if someone had intentionally set them upon the intruders. Mengyu, protect Daying. Yes, faced with a tide of beasts, Yuanzong prepared to exert all his strength to carve a path through. Whoosh! As Yuanzong unleashed his attack, countless blades of wind flew toward the horde of beasts. The full-force assault from the four blades proved effective, cleaving a lengthy pathway in a single strike. However, the opening lasted only a few seconds before being blocked by a new wave of devouring beasts. Get ready. This time I'll switch tactics, understood. The two responded in unison. Wind sweeps the clouds. This was Yuanzong's specialized technique designed to eliminate devouring beasts, a move that guaranteed death upon impact with them. Leaving no chance for survival, the technique did not disappoint. It effortlessly carved out a path, prompting the group to hastily dash toward the exit. Yet, as fate would have it, just as they had taken a few steps, the fearsome energy wave erupted once more. Losing balance in an area densely populated with devouring beasts was perilously dangerous, and now they found themselves in such a predicament. Yuanzong and Baiju struggled to maintain their footing amidst the energy wave. But Mengyu was not so fortunate. Burdened with Jiang Chenmin, she was easily toppled by the force, causing Jiang Chenmin to tumble from her back and plummet toward the swarm of devouring beasts below. The creatures, spotting Jiang Chenmin descending, prepared to launch their assault. Dying! Mengyu screamed in anguish, fearing she would once again witness Dying's demise, this time forced to watch as she was slaughtered before her eyes. However, fortunate as it may be, even though she lost her balance, both Yuanzong and Baiju did not. Yuanzong swiftly launched an attack towards Jiang Chenmin's landing point, aiming to clear a safe space for her. Baiju also quickly leaped into the air, embracing Jiang Chenmin to prevent her from falling into a perilous situation. Although they managed to rescue Dying this time, the circumstances remained grim, as their act of saving her had once again delayed their chance to escape. Yuanzong was immediately prepared to carve out another path. Just as he gathered his strength, the ground beneath them suddenly collapsed. And they, along with numerous energy-devouring beasts, plunged underground. Chapter 71. Ominous foreboding. Caught off guard, all living beings present lost their sense of direction amidst the fall. A vortex of wind. There. Regaining his balance, Yuanzong quickly located Mengyu and her companions among the throng of energy-devouring beasts and used the wind vortex to draw them closer, preventing them from becoming separated. Elder brother, it's all right, I'm here. You two hold on tight. Remember to keep Dying close. It must be said that Yuanzong's reactions in unexpected situations were always remarkably swift, managing to gather the scattered individuals even in the most perilous moments. However, a fall was unavoidable. After all, despite Yuanzong being the pinnacle of wind elemental powers, he still could not fly. It hurts, it hurts. Elder brother, why did you make me your cushion? Baiju said, rubbing his waist. There's no choice. Mengyu and Dying are girls, and I don't want to be the cushion myself, so I had to put you in a bit of a bind. Fortunately, it seemed that the energy-devouring beasts had been pushed away by something during the fall, and most of those remaining, lacking Yuanzong's ability to slow their descent, ended up meeting their demise. At that moment, Jiang Chenmin also regained consciousness. I'm sorry, we woke you up again after you just dozed off, Baiju said apologetically from the side. However, Jiang Chenmin was certainly unconcerned, as her falling asleep was entirely unexpected. What is the situation now? Jiang Chenmin inquired. While the two conversed, Mengyu and Yuanzong also approached. Baiju, can we contact headquarters now? Yuanzong asked. It should be impossible, but I can give it a try. Baiju replied before stepping aside to contact headquarters, also sending a message to Lanlin. Based on the current situation, Baiju believed that even if headquarters sent someone, it would likely be futile. It would be better to attempt to reach out to the unknown yet certainly capable Lanlin for assistance. Will you be able to get through? I don't know. The message has been sent, but I'm unsure if headquarters will receive it. For now, the only option is to forge ahead into the darkness. Perhaps we might make some unexpected discoveries. By the way, I had no idea there was such a vast space down here. Mengyu remarked as they walked. Indeed, but after everything that has happened in this valley of death, I no longer find anything surprising, Yuanzong stated as he led the way. Since entering this place, they had not known a moment of peace. Every creature and plant in the valley of death seemed intent on ending their lives, causing Mengyu to react instinctively to anything that moved. By the way, Baiju, do we still have those samples we collected earlier? Yes, they're still here. That's good. Otherwise, our trip would have been in vain. As they continued conversing, they ventured deeper into the cave. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, they stumbled upon an underground river. What a pleasant surprise, Baiju. Do you still have the test tubes? Yes. Fantastic. Go fetch some water and be sure to check for aquatic plants or the like. Understood. Unlike the surface water, Baiju conducted a simple test and discovered that this underground water was, in fact, perfectly normal groundwater. What? The surface water is contaminated with heavy metals, yet the underground water remains unpolluted? Mengyu exclaimed in astonishment. This straightforward principle was clear to them all, yet it had to be acknowledged that their supply of water was indeed insufficient, likely lasting only another day. All right, first, Dying. What's wrong? Yuanzong shouted. Upon hearing Yuanzong's voice, Baiju and Mengyu turned their attention to Jiang Chenmin, who was kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat and appearing anxious. What's the matter? Mengyu asked with concern. I don't know. It just feels like something bad is about to happen, Jiang Chenmin replied with difficulty. In a way, last time you said something bad was going to happen, and we ran into trouble. It can't be the same this time, Baiju remarked from the side. Can you stop saying such nonsense? At that moment, Yuanzong crouched in front of Jiang Chenmin and asked, How are you? Can you still move? I can. It's not as uncomfortable now. After saying that, Jiang Chenmin stood up, and the other three let out a sigh of relief. This cursed place is truly sinister. We need to hurry and find a way out. Baiju urged. Yuanzong concurred, sensing that Jiang Chenmin had suffered more than the rest of them in this place. For her safety, they needed to escape swiftly. Then let's move faster. I'll take the lead. Baiju, you bring up the rear. Understood. But the key point is that it seems I have little to lose, except, Lanlin, it's nothing. Although Jiang Chenmin initially thought of Lanlin, her understanding of him assured her that he was unlikely to encounter any trouble. He would never voluntarily engage in dangerous circumstances. Coupled with his strength, she found it hard to imagine Lanlin facing any peril. Yet, that strange feeling was so intense that Jiang Chenmin felt at a loss for how to proceed. Look, up ahead is a fork in the road. The group turned their gaze to where Yuanzong was pointing, revealing a 180-degree split in the path before them. Which way should we go? Mengyu asked. Baiju, do you have any thoughts? Hold on, let me check if the compass still works. After rummaging through his backpack, Baiju exclaimed, Great, it still works. Let us take the left path. How do you know? Mengyu inquired, puzzled. The entrance to the Valley of Death is to the south, and the left path leads south. If we don't go left, where should we go? Mengyu found Baiju's reasoning sound. But will there be a way to ascend later? I don't know, but if we go right, we'll likely encounter other energy-devouring beasts. And indeed, it was as they ventured closer to the heart of the Valley of Death that they were bound to encounter all manner of strange occurrences. Then it's settled. We'll take the left path. Chapter 72. Temporarily departing the Valley of Death luck can be quite an enigmatic thing at times. Since choosing the left path, the group had encountered no dangers, and the surrounding energy concentration was steadily diminishing. It seems we chose the right direction, Mengyu remarked within the group. But let us not be too complacent. As long as we haven to left the Valley of Death, we must remain vigilant, Yuanzong cautioned. After about an hour, the air around them felt completely devoid of any anomalous energy, a good sign for the group, indicating they were drawing closer to the valley's exit. Don't you find it strange? Jiang Chenmin spoke up. The three were puzzled by Jiang Chenmin's remark. What is strange? Mengyu asked first. The path we just traversed is quite peculiar. What do you mean? Although the group had yet to grasp Jiang Chenmin's words, the reminder led them to notice some incongruities. Since we fell, the path has remained remarkably smooth. Though you think this is normal for a cave? Jiang Chenmin's insight was like a wake-up call. Are you suggesting that this path was artificially constructed? Baiju inquired. It's quite possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to traverse, Yuanzong added. Aside from us, someone else has already entered the depths of the Valley of Death before us, and they did so underground. This complicates matters further. After the heavenly net, not only do they have to contend with the pressures of the Valley of Death, but they must also face a force capable of operating beneath it. Could it be that group from the cage? Baiju speculated, as such actions could only be attributed to the cage's members. He had previously faced some of the cage's formidable individuals. The encounters had mostly seen Yuanzong single-handedly overpowering them. Thus, Yuanzong believed no one from the cage could freely move within the Valley of Death, as even he could not manage such feats. Look over there, Mengyu pointed at a section of the wall. That damned group, I will. Who carved this? Seeing writing in such a place was no trivial matter. The group had to take it seriously. Mengyu, take a picture. All right. After capturing the inscriptions on the stone wall, they continued forward, gradually encountering more and more engravings, nearly every few steps revealing another. What on earth is going on? Baiju asked, bewildered. It seems those individuals did not willingly come to the depths of the Valley of Death. They must have been coerced. If that is the case, the mastermind behind it must undoubtedly be from the cage. After all, while the members of the cage may lack the ability to directly enter the Valley of Death, they could certainly force others to pave the way in this situation, with no clear understanding of any anti-human organizations operating in Tarkic. The only suspects remained the cage. What are those beasts thinking, however, at this moment? Berating them would prove futile. The priority is to escape, for the information they have just acquired is of paramount significance, with even more critical revelations awaiting them. Did you hear any sounds? Mengyu inquired. It seems to be the wind, Baiju exclaimed with delight. The presence of wind indicates that they are near the exit. Having traversed this cursed place for so long, the group was on the brink of insanity. After approximately 10 more minutes of walking, they finally spotted a glimmer of light. There, the exit is there, Mengyu exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. The illuminated area was sufficiently large, likely allowing a single adult male to pass through. The group hurried towards the exit. Let us first get Dying and Mengyu out, Yuan Song suggested. All right, perhaps due to prolonged neglect, the stones at the exit appeared fragile, as if they would shatter with the slightest pressure. Moreover, the nearby seepage made the accessible surfaces particularly slippery. Be careful, Yuan Song cautioned from the side, not wanting any mishaps to occur just before they reached their goal. Finally, we're out, Mengyu shouted as she exited the cave. Seeing Mengyu already celebrating with champagne, Baiju hurriedly reminded her, stop shouting and lower the rope. He then handed his bag to Mengyu. Don't rush. I'm looking for it. Haven't he found it yet? Baiju, are you sure you brought the rope? What kind of joke is this? How could I forget something so crucial? But I really can't find it. Before Mengyu could finish her sentence, Jiang Chenmin approached, pulling out the most conspicuous climbing rope from her backpack. After retrieving it, she stared at Mengyu with an impassive expression. Here, at that moment, Baiju and Yuan Song below were also fixated on her. Haha, just kidding, Mengyu said as she lowered the rope, securing the other end to a stone. Once outside the cave, Baiju playfully tapped Mengyu's head, saying, in the future, could you please choose a more appropriate moment for jokes? I know. After fully exiting the cave, the group walked a short distance outside. By the way, why does this place seem so familiar? Mengyu remarked. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chenmin casually pointed. That's where you killed that lizard. The group turned their heads and indeed saw a half-buried lizard corpse in the yellow sand. It truly is. It seems this lizard also emerged from here. However, Yuan Song was not in a hurry. He addressed Baiju. Can we contact headquarters now? Yes. Tell them not to send anyone over for the time being. And if they must come, they should avoid entering the Death Valley. Just search for similar openings on the outskirts. Understood. After Yuan Song spoke, he led the group back to where they had parked. Fortunately, the car was still there. Can't you say something more auspicious? Baiju commented from the side. Enough. Both of you stop arguing. Dying is already asleep. The group glanced at Jiang Chenmin, who was resting, and instinctively quieted down. This mission had indeed been arduous for her. Despite her young age, she bravely accompanied them, and crucially, Jiang Chenmin was the one ensuring their rest. Although the Death Valley mission had temporarily concluded, Baiju sensed something unusual. What's wrong? Yuan Song asked softly, noticing Baiju's peculiar demeanor. It's nothing. Chapter 73. The grim news approaches at the base. Seeing this, Yuan Song did not intervene, allowing her to shout, for it wouldn't be long before she had to undertake another mission, at which point there would be no opportunity for her to vent. Meanwhile, Baiju, with a complicated expression, gazed at his phone, unnoticed by anyone since he had stepped aside after getting out of the CRAT that moment. Yuan Song found the now awakened Dying. You've really worked hard. It's fine. We want to be responsible for the next phase, right? No, you don't need to. Wait, you should take a break. Don't push yourself too hard. I don't need a break. Classmate? Right, you haven't forgotten, have you? You're still a student at Jingwu. Exactly. I'll grant you an extended leave. You're granting me leave. Of course, I'm also an authority figure in Tianwang, thank you. After saying this, Yuan Song prepared to leave to handle some miscellaneous tasks. Big brother, I have something to discuss with you, Baiju called out as he emerged from behind the tent. Sure. I'll be right over. I'm leaving now, Mem. After arranging matters concerning Jiang Chenmin, Yuan Song headed towards Baiju. What's up? You seem quite agitated, big brother, look at this. Yuan Song glanced at Baiju's phone, which prominently displayed information regarding the CA-3182 flight disaster. The cause was still unclear, but reports indicated that the plane had exploded at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Explosion. Is it possible for terrorists to smuggle a bomb onto a plane while evading security? Impossible. The current speculation is that it was the work of an ability user. An ability user? Yes, but there are still doubts about their strength. Exactly. To precisely target an aircraft at 10,000 meters, no such powerful ability user exists in the world today. Even in a suicide attack, one would need a level of destructive capability akin to yours to detonate the entire plane in an instant. This is troublesome. It seems I'll need to investigate further. With that, Yuan Song prepared to leave. But Baiju stopped him, saying, actually, there's one more thing. What is it? At this moment, Baiju pulled up the passenger information for flight CA3182 on his phone. He was also on that flight. Is that student named Lanlin? Yes, and I suspect he may have already. Don't say such things recklessly. What if it's a coincidence? When did it happen? Just when we fell into the cave. This time, it was almost certain. The time of the disaster displayed on the phone closely matched the moment they fell into the cave. And no matter how one looked at it, Lanlin was among the victims. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Let me sort this out, Yuan Song said, clutching his head. Big brother, are you all right? I'm fine. Let us not tell Dying about this for now. But the news of the disaster is already spreading widely. She will surely hear about it. She likely won't scrutinize the list of victims closely. We'll keep it under wraps for as long as possible. Understood? All right, let us leave it at that. We'll probably need to enter the Death Valley once more, and this time, we shouldn't take Dying with us. I've already made arrangements. A vehicle will come to pick you up soon. After that, just rest well and don't worry about anything else. Okay. After about 10 minutes, Liang Ping arrived in a jeep. Lady Dying here. I'm here to pick you up. Don't call me lady. I am younger than you. Jiang Chenmin suddenly appeared in the car, startling Liang Ping. Wow, lady, your speed is incredible. I barely saw you before you were in the car. I told you not to call me that. But fine, do as you wish. I'm used to it. After all, to us ordinary ability users, the four blades are indeed formidable. After exchanging a few casual words, Liang Ping drove Jiang Chenmin swiftly towards the Taluki airport, demonstrating a level of skill that suggested he had been driving that route for over 30 years. If it were any other driver, they would have likely flipped the car at least 3 times navigating such terrain at this speed. Lady Dying, I recall you are the youngest among the four, correct? Yes. No wonder, however. I remember the last time I saw you was about 20 years ago. It's surprising how youthful you've remained. Looking just like those 17 or 18-year-old girls, unlike the other 3, who, while appearing youthful, still carry traces of the years, nothing. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Ping tentatively asked, Lady Dying, where have you been all these years? We had no news of you, which led some of our brothers to believe you had perished in the cage, Jiang Chenmin replied. The cage? No wonder. Carrying out missions in such a place certainly prevents us from knowing. If one of us let something slip, it would be disastrous. Jiang Chenmin was not lying. She had indeed spent those years in the cage, and she believed Liang Ping must know something, as they were all intelligent individuals. And that was sufficient. By the way, lady, will you be involved in the investigation of the C-3182 incident? What? You're not aware. It's the recent air disaster. If you ask me, those lunatics in the cage are utterly inhumane. Directly targeting an aircraft, Jiang Chenmin seemed to sense something but maintained her composure, asking, which route was it? From Jiangqing to Shangdu. Jiangqing? That shouldn't be the case. Lady, what's wrong? It's nothing. Do you know who was on that flight? I didn't pay much attention, but headquarters sent us a list. You should be able to see it as well. Got it. I'll take a look. Jiang Chenmin opened her phone and browsed Tianwang's news records, discovering a list of victims. After a brief glance, she was so startled that she closed the list. Earlier, she thought she had seen a name with the surname Lan. Although she had caught a glimpse of the subsequent character, she was still reluctant to believe it. Previously inexplicable unease, coupled with the list of victims, led Jiang Chenmin to increasingly perceive the gravity of the situation. It couldn't be. It simply couldn't be. Chapter 74. This is something I have always known. Boarding for CA4128 to Jiangqing has commenced. Jiang Chenmin took a deep breath, embarking on her journey home. At Jiangqing Airport, the throngs of people remained substantial, to the extent that one could hardly discern the recent incident involving a flight that had departed from there. Miss, would you like a ride? We're just waiting on you to depart. A driver with an imposing presence approached Jiang Chenmin. However, she ignored him and continued walking ahead. Observing her indifference, the driver resolved to implement Plan B. He would seize her luggage first. After all, this individual appeared to be a frail girl. Once he had her belongings, he was confident she would have no choice but to comply. Upon this realization, the driver decisively placed his hand on Jiang Chenmin's suitcase and pulled with force. Why isn't it moving? The driver was perplexed. Had he truly become so weak from the recent accolades that he couldn't overpower a mere girl? Noticing the oddity, he glanced at Jiang Chenmin, only to find her staring intently at him, her azure eyes even emanating a hint of murderous intent. Jiang Chenmin coldly uttered, "Leave." Simultaneously, her right hand was poised to draw her sword. Realizing that she was not jesting, the driver was thoroughly intimidated and promptly relinquished his grip on her suitcase. Fleeing the scene in a panic, that girl must be a power user. Otherwise, how could she possess such strength? He thought as he ran. Once he was a safe distance away, Jiang Chenmin retracted her menacing aura. The pressing matter now was to ascertain the truth that she had long suspected. The first step was to confirm whether it was one of her classmates who had met with misfortune. "Hello, Teacher Zhang." On the other end, Zhang Xiangnan was equally astonished that Jiang Chenmin would initiate a call. "Jiang Chenmin, are you not at Tianwang? What brings you to call me? I'm currently on leave. By the way, has there been any incident involving a student in class recently?" "No, not at all. Besides, everyone is at home. If something were amiss, I wouldn't know it. Oh, I see. Has anyone been injured during the recent military-civilian mission?" "Certainly not. That mission was under strict military oversight the entire time. It was very safe, I understand. Sorry for the disturbance." With that, Jiang Chenmin ended the call. "Hello, hello? What is going on with Jiang Chenmin today?" Zhang Xiangnan wondered. However, Jiang Chenmin had always been somewhat unconventional, so he soon lost interest in pondering it further. Since she had confirmed that her classmates were safe, Jiang Chenmin resolved to investigate whether something had transpired at home. The journey from the airport to Shangyang district took a bit of time, and by the time she arrived home it was already evening. "Oh, isn't this Xiaomin?" said Uncle Li, her neighbor. "Hello, Uncle Li. Boyfriend?" "Yes, I saw a young man standing at your door the afternoon before yesterday. He followed your mother inside, but he came out shortly after." "Wasn't he your boyfriend?" Uncle Li inquired, confident in his observation. That boy and Jiang Chenmin seemed like a perfect match. He was certain he hadn't misjudged. Upon hearing Uncle Li's words, Jiang Chenmin took out her phone and showed him a picture from the riverside, which he had set as her wallpaper, just like Lanlin. Uncle Li looked at the young man on the phone and excitedly exclaimed, Yes, that's him. This young man is quite handsome, and seeing how close you two are in the picture, you must be a couple. I knew I wasn't mistaken. Do you know where he went afterward?" "Yes, thank you, Uncle Li. Oh, it was nothing. We just chatted a bit at that moment. The door to Jiang Chenmin's home opened, revealing her adoptive mother, Lin Xi, and I heard what seemed like a men's voice outside. So I came to check. I didn't expect it to be you. Since you two have met, I won't intrude any longer." With that, Uncle Li returned to his own home. Right. How could I forget? Lin Xi smacked her forehead. "Mom, why are you acting so strange today?" Jiang Chenmin asked. Since meeting Lanlin, Lin Xi felt somewhat shy about admitting she was Jiang Chenmin's mother. "Don't just stand out there. Come in quickly and put your luggage away." "Mom, may I ask you something?" "What is it? Has anything unfortunate happened at home recently?" "No, and my dad. Has he been injured or anything?" "No, he's perfectly healthy." Lin Xi assumed Jiang Chenmin was merely concerned about the family, which eased her own mood considerably. "Aren't you going to see him?" "No need. I have urgent matters to attend to." "Does it have anything to do with that boy from the day before yesterday?" Lin Xi hesitated, but ultimately revealed that Lanlin had visited. Jiang Chenmin remained silent, quietly seated on the sofa. "He made me and your father realize how much of a failure we are, so if you wish to seek him out, go ahead. He deserves your concern more than we do. This is something I have always known." Lanlin. Jiang Chenmin still refused to accept reality. She dared not message Lanlin, fearing that her last glimmer of hope would also shatter. She'll postpone the inevitable truth for as long as possible. She resolved to go to Lanlin's residence. "Hello, Principal, it's me, Jiang Chenmin. Could you provide me with Lanlin's exact address?" "Well, actually, fine. Just be careful," Xiang Feng said, not elaborating further, simply sending over the address Lanlin had filled out. "Yangsheng, here I come." Chapter 75. I failed to protect him twice. Like Lanlin, Jiang Chenmin's route to Yangqing was also from Jiangqing to Xiangdu, then to Yangqing. However, it was only upon embarking on this path that one could truly appreciate the stark contrast in transportation between economically disadvantaged cities and the capital, Kyoto. Upon arriving in Yangqing, Jiang Chenmin discovered that there was no subway, only outdated buses remained. Yet, Yangqing was indeed vast. Traveling from a more distant location to the high-speed rail station could take 2.5 hours. Provided the roads were clear. The school records indicated that Lanlin resided in the southernmost Linjiao district of Yangqing, meaning Jiang Chenmin would need at least 2.5 more hours to reach Lanlin's home. By the time she arrived, it would likely be evening. However, she felt no anxiety. In fact, she hoped the journey would stretch indefinitely, long enough for her to never reach her destination, allowing her to continue deceiving herself. Yet some matters must be faced. After nearly 3 hours of travel, Jiang Chenmin finally arrived in Linjiao district. If the urban landscape of Kyoto resembled a radiant crystal sphere, then the scenery of Linjiao district could barely be discerned as glass. Is this where you live now? Jiang Chenmin felt no odd thoughts about Lanlin's humble abode. Instead, she marveled at his ability to persevere and gain admission to Jingwu from such a place. His capabilities were simply unfathomable. More importantly, she seemed to have some recollection of similar scenes. Perhaps not from Yangqing itself, but certainly not far removed. I remember he attended middle school here. Jiang Chenmin mused as she made her way towards the school Lanlin had attended, hoping to serendipitously encounter a teacher during the holiday. However, such hopes were somewhat fanciful. After all, this was no longer a high school, and it was unlikely any teachers remained. Yet Jiang Chenmin had no alternative. The people she might encounter outside were mostly elderly gentlemen sipping tea, and seeking their knowledge about Lanlin was surely a lost cause. "Excuse me, are you looking at the newly constructed dormitories here?" A boy on a bicycle called out from behind. Seeing Jiang Chenmin remain unresponsive, he continued, "Let me tell you, this school is quite ridiculous. By the time I graduated, they had installed air conditioning, renovated the playground, and even improved the cafeteria food." Suddenly, Jiang Chenmin spoke up. "Are you a graduate of this school? Do you know a student named Lanlin?" she inquired excitedly. "Lanlin? Of course, we've been classmates since childhood. However, I didn't awaken any powers, so I went the route of the regular college entrance examination while he went to Jingwu. But it was clear that this classmate understood Lanlin's situation well. Having been lifelong friends, by the way, since you know Lanlin, let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Han." "Jiang Chenmin? You're Jiang Chenmin, the one hailed as the strongest genius girl," Jiang Han exclaimed in astonishment. "Strongest? I failed to protect him twice." Jiang Chenmin murmured, "By the way, do you know where Lanlin lives?" Jiang Chenmin thought that since they had been childhood friends, he must know the address, as she had suspected. Jiang Han indeed knew where Lanlin resided. Just a short distance away, perhaps only about 300 meters in a straight line. Is it that close? Jiang Chenmin was taken aback. Jiang Han remarked, "It's not just him. My home is nearby as well, situated within this very neighborhood." As she spoke, she gestured towards the community behind her. This area boasts the only school around, encompassing everything from kindergarten to junior high, which is why many locals remain here until high school. It's merely a coincidence that Lanlin and I reside adjacent to the school. Oh, I see. Could you take me to Lanlin's house? Jiang Chenmin inquired. Jiang Han hesitated, aware that the timing was rather delicate. After a moment, she typed Lanlin's address into her phone, providing precise details, including the floor and apartment number. "Thank you, I'll be cautious," Jiang Chenmin replied. On the other side, Jiang Chenmin soon found herself standing at the entrance of Lanlin's abode. The decor of the hallway and the overall appearance of the neighborhood indicated it was an aging community, lacking even a single surveillance camera within her line of sight. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" "It's a friend of Lanlin." Upon hearing this, Lan Tianku opened the door. The moment Jiang Chenmin laid eyes on Lanlin's father, she felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. "It's you? Please, come in," Lan Tianku said. Jiang Chenmin was taken aback. "You recognize me?" It dawned on her that he had indeed. Although this was ostensibly a positive development, as Jiang Chenmin grew closer to Lanlin, she found herself increasingly unsure of how to navigate the situation. What is your name?" "Jiang Chenmin. Oh, Xiaomin. Are you here to see Lanlin?" Jiang Chenmin felt a surge of excitement at the question. "Is he home?" However, her anticipation quickly turned to disappointment as she observed the helpless expression on Lan Tianku's face. Maintaining composure in any unexpected circumstance is a quality every man should possess. Yet when it involves one's own children, it is only natural to struggle with control. Despite Lan Tianku's efforts to mask his emotions, the tears forming in his eyes betrayed the truth. At that moment, Jiang Chenmin too was engulfed in profound sorrow. She had chosen the most convoluted path to seek validation, only to realize that if her suspicions were confirmed, the impact would be devastating. "Uncle, he really, truly..." Jiang Chenmin could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. It was the first time, since escaping her confinement, that she had lost her composure so completely. Yet, even in her emotional turmoil, She found herself unable to utter that word, despite the irrevocable reality of the situation. Why is it so noisy in the living room? He Jia approached at that moment. You are that girl from Lanlin's phone? Yes, Xiaomin, try not to be too heartbroken. Although I can't fathom how that boy managed to forge such a close bond with you, life must go on. Both for us and for you, we must accept this reality. Uncle, may I stay here for a few days? Jiang Chenmin managed to say, her voice filled with difficulty. I've discussed it with my parents. I can stay at a nearby tea house for a few days. That is out of the question. It's far too dangerous for a girl to spend the night in such a place. Here's what we'll do. I'll tidy up Lanlin's room, and you can stay there for a few days. Is that truly okay? If it's you, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Chapter 76. I hope you can forget him. The current situation felt rather surreal. Jiang Chenmin was about to move into Lanlin's room. Yet, in truth, she had often envisioned living alongside Lanlin. However, now it seemed that such an opportunity had slipped away. Come in, this is his room. Jiang Chenmin was guided inside. Lanlin's room was sparsely furnished, featuring only a bed with a nightstand, a desk, and a wardrobe. Besides the bed, the other two pieces were more decorative than functional. The desk lacked a computer, and the wardrobe contained very few clothes. Apart from these items, an old-fashioned fan sat on the bedside table. And there was no air conditioning. This room epitomized minimalism, or rather, poverty. In truth, the circumstances weren't always so dire. The summer before heading to Jingwu, Lan Tianku had intended to install air conditioning due to the unbearable heat. However, Lanlin felt there was no urgency to have it installed in his room, believing he wouldn't be home much longer. He thought he would address it when the heat became intolerable. But that moment never came. His room is a bit modest. Please bear with it, Lan Tianku said from the doorway. By the way, I have a request I hope you can agree to. What request? When you leave, I hope you can forget him. I can see you are an exceptional child. I have already lost Lanlin, and my wife is entangled in this situation. I cannot bear to see another child trapped in it. Lan Tianku spoke earnestly. I will try my best to forget him. In truth, even Jiang Chenmin herself doubted the sincerity of her words. She harbored a uniquely profound affection for Lanlin. And now that she found herself sleeping in his bed, how could she ever hope to forget him after all that had transpired? All right, I'll go prepare dinner. You should rest here for a while. After exchanging those words, Lan Tianku headed towards the kitchen, while Jiang Chenmin sat on the bed, lost in thought. Lanlin's bed was rather firm, akin to sleeping on a wooden board. Yet this sensation was oddly comforting for Jiang Chenmin. Opening the nightstand, she found only some odds and ends, along with 2 graduation photos, one from junior high and another from high school. Jiang Chenmin picked up the photographs and scrutinized them, noting that Lanlin appeared younger than his peers, almost girl-like. Upon closer inspection, she even recognized Zhang Han from the school setting. Had she only seen the photos, it would have been unimaginable for her to think that Lanlin was such a formidable individual. Yet, despite it all, he was gone. Without realizing it, tears began to fall anew, landing directly on the photo in her hands. Xiaomin, come out for dinner, Lan Tianku called from the living room. Lan Tianku and He Yujia waited Jiang Chenmin's emergence. Tio, the unknowing observer, it would seem they were simply a family sharing a meal. By the way, Xiaomin, how does Lanlin perform at school? Lan Tianku inquired. He is incredible. I would say he is the strongest student in the school. Is that so? Indeed, he even saved my life. Lan Tianku was taken aback, not only by his son's prowess but also by the implication that students at Jingwu faced significant dangers. If I had known, I would have never let him attend Jingwu. He Yujia chimed in. Let us not say that. He insisted there were compelling reasons for his decision, and we couldn't possibly stop him. Compelling reasons? Jiang Chenmin asked, puzzled. Yes, but he never disclosed what they were. All right, uncle and aunt, I'm full. You ate so little. How does that compare to Lanlin's appetite? I honestly can't eat any more. Very well. A moment later, Lan Tianku approached Jiang Chenmin. The new year is approaching, and since you'll be here until after the holiday, why not celebrate it with us? We don't visit relatives anyway, so having an extra person around would add to the festivities. All right, that night, as Jiang Chenmin lay in bed, sleep eluded her. She remained unwilling to accept the reality of Lanlin's death. Turning onto her side, she envisioned Lanlin lying before her, an image that stirred emotions within her that had never before surfaced. However, she had not had the chance to express her feelings to him before the opportunity was lost. The following day, the people of Yang City began their preparations for the new year. Bustling about with food and decorations, filling the surroundings with a lively atmosphere. Yet, a saying rings true. Desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed treacherous people. Though Yang City may not fit the mold of such a description, it certainly had its share of troublemakers, especially during the festive season when some took advantage of the chaos. Such incidents had become all too common in recent years. Though the Supervision Bureau had intensified security measures during the new year, they could not entirely eradicate such occurrences. Hey, what are you looking at? Hand over your money, or I'll chop off your leg. The onlookers dared not intervene, being mostly older individuals, and the assailants were armed with knives. I said, "Give me your money. Are you deaf?" Before anyone could react, a girl with violet hair swiftly subdued the robber, disarming him in the process. Who was she? The other robbers were equally stunned, having failed to comprehend how the girl had acted so quickly. For ordinary people, even the weakest ability user would be beyond their capacity to confront, let alone someone like Jiang Chenmin, and in mere seconds, she had swiftly apprehended the three robbers, binding them with their own ropes. Given the crowd, Jiang Chenmin refrained from killing them on the spot. Otherwise, these individuals would not have made it to the Supervision Bureau. However, just because she chose not to kill them did not mean she wouldn't teach them a lesson. And this duty fell to the older generation present. As the robbers found themselves disarmed and tied up, the crowd collectively seized the opportunity to deliver a few kicks. Jiang Chenmin, meanwhile, supported He Yujia as they exited the scene. "Thank you very much. Otherwise, I would have been doomed at its fine. If Lanlin had seen you being bullied by them, they probably wouldn't have even left a corpse behind." He Yujia felt that Jiang Chenmin was somewhat exaggerating. Lanlin would never resort to murder, that I understand. But in his eyes, those fellows are hardly regarded as human. It appears that Lanlin has undergone significant changes at Jingwu. Chapter 77. Dad. Mom, to be honest, even though this is not Jiang Chenmin's home, she can still sense a semblance of familial affection here. Perhaps it is due to Lanlin in Jiang Chenmin's heart. Lanlin has always occupied the position of family. This sentiment seems to have existed for a long time. Yet it has intensified remarkably since encountering Lanlin. While the others were busy, Lan Tianke suddenly spoke up. "Xiaoman, just pretend you didn't see what happens later." Jiang Chenmin, puzzled by Lan Tianke's words, inquired, "What?" Before Lan Tianke could explain, He Yujia stepped forward. "Tianke, I saw Liner again." Lan Tianke was already accustomed to this, skillfully heading to the bathroom to fill a basin with cold water. That moment, He Yujia noticed Jiang Chenmin. "Who are you?" "Auntie, I am Jiang Chenmin, a classmate of Lanlin. A classmate of Liner. Has my hallucination become this vivid?" He Yujia spoke as she walked towards the room. At that point, Jiang Chenmin understood Lan Tianke's meaning. Ever since Lanlin's death, He Yujia occasionally saw Lanlin appear before her, only to vanish moments later, in an endless cycle. Initially, He Yujia felt excitement, but as the frequency of these illusions increased, she became numb to them. Consequently, every time she saw Lanlin, she would inform Lan Tianke, who would then fetch water to accommodate He Yujia's delusions. Lanlin, witnessing this scene, Jiang Chenmin was overwhelmed with emotion. She could scarcely fathom the despair a mother experiences upon hearing of her son's misfortune. "Xiaoman, are you all right?" After filling the basin, Lan Tianke noticed Jiang Chenmin standing there in a daze and inquired about her well-being. "I'm fine. As long as you're okay. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, after the holiday. You'll be returning to school, right?" "Yes." The night felt interminably long. Long enough for Jiang Chenmin to toss and turn in bed, unable to sleep, waiting for dawn that seemed never to arrive. Yet, this night also felt fleeting. Fleeting enough for Jiang Chenmin to be incredulous that she was about to bid farewell to everything related to Lanlin. In this era, the celebration of the new year no longer exudes the joyous atmosphere it once did in every household. In Yangqing, due to its relative backwardness, the celebratory spirit is still quite palpable. However, in larger cities, the New Year's Day feels almost indistinguishable from any other day. An increasing number of individuals choose to work overtime, leaving fewer people at home. "Dad, Mom, tomorrow At the dining table the following day, Jiang Chenmin abruptly realized she had uttered something significant and quickly halted her speech. That moment, Lan Tianke and He Yujia looked at Jiang Chenmin in astonishment. They hadn't expected her to mistakenly address them as her parents. It appeared Jiang Chenmin's family life was not as blissful as it seemed. Observing Jiang Chenmin's bewilderment, Lan Tianke quickly reassured her. It's nothing. Everyone has moments when they react unexpectedly. It's perfectly normal to subconsciously regard the people at the table as your parents during a meal. Jiang Chenmin replied softly. Since arriving at Lanlin's home, Jiang Chenmin seemed to have transformed, evolving from her previous indifference to a newfound sensitivity. She appeared as though she had been assimilated by Lanlin. Thus, on this day of the reunion dinner, Lan Tianke and his wife shared an exceptionally unique New Year's Eve meal with a girl they barely knew. If only Lanlin were present, but alas, such an opportunity would never arise again. She still needed to experience more of campus life. Otherwise, her youth would remain incomplete. Initially, she could have embarked on this journey with someone. But now that chance was gone, I will definitely avenge you. This has become one of Jiang Chenmin's current objectives, as the desire to dismantle the prison has gained yet another motive. The news of Lanlin's death had an enormous impact not only on Jiang Chenmin but also on Huang Lin and the others. Upon returning to school, the previously carefree Huang Lin appeared somber and withdrawn, leaving He at a loss for how to console him. Lu Zhikong and Lin Moran were similarly affected, becoming increasingly taciturn. Classmates, today we have some unfortunate news to share. Our classmate Lanlin lost his life in an aviation accident during the winter break, announced Wen Zhouyi from the podium, her voice filled with sorrow. Despite having cautioned Lanlin against engaging in dangerous activities, he had merely traveled to Jiangcheng, and yet he still perished. For Wen Zhouyi, this was not the first student she had lost. It felt as though a mysterious force continually surrounded her, taking her students one by one. Yet, contrary to expectations, aside from Huang Lin and his friends, the news of Lanlin's death hardly affected the other students. In fact, due to Lanlin's generally transparent presence, some students, upon hearing his name, instinctively questioned, was Lanlin even in our class? During the break, Huang Lin, Lin Moran, and Lu Zhikong decided to go out for dinner that evening. Where to? Lin Moran asked. Just pick a restaurant. Let's bring that rascal Lanlin along. We need to have a proper meal. All right, I remember there's a photo of him in the dorm. I'll go fetch it. Okay, it's settled. After deciding on their evening plans, the group shared laughter, but their smiles soon turned to tears. At that moment, Jiang Chenmin stood at the entrance of Class 3, clearly overhearing their conversation. In the evening, Jiang Chenmin seemed to have made up her mind and promptly left Class 3. Did you see that? Jiang Chenmin was standing at the entrance of our classroom. Chapter 78. I'm telling you, he definitely isn't dead. All right, class is about to end. I need to prepare, Huang Lin remarked as he stood up. Since the new semester had just begun, many training rooms at the school were still closed, leaving the group with limited options for passing the time. A few minutes later, Huang Lin returned with Lanlin's photo in hand. All set? Lin Moran inquired. Then let's go. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Zhikong interjected. Aren't you two going to inform Lin Ku and He? Huang Lin and Lin Moran exchanged glances. Slightly exasperated. Lu Zhikong was indeed a bachelor, and his understanding of relationships was largely derived from the internet. They're not like those unrealistically perfect girls online. They know exactly what we're going out for. Huang Lin replied. Lin Moran chimed in. If it weren't for the wild scene that might ensue after our meal, I might have invited Lin Ku to join us. See, you should stop consuming that kind of content online. It doesn't do you any good, Huang Lin casually remarked. You jerk. Though the two continued their banter, they refrained from escalating it to physicality. You know, I can't shake the feeling that someone is following us. Lin Moran suddenly said. Forget it. We're at school, so it shouldn't be anyone dangerous. After leaving school, the group casually chose a barbecue restaurant, intending to enjoy a hearty meal. By the way, do you remember what Lanlin liked to eat? Lin Moran asked. Honestly, I have no idea. He never mentioned such things when we last ate together. Well, let's just order a bit of everything for him, Lin Moran suggested. After placing their orders, Lu Zhikong placed Lanlin's photo on the empty seat. Damn it, we haven't even made a name for ourselves yet, and he's gone, Huang Lin grumbled. So, how did Lanlin actually die? Isn't it clearly stated online? It was an aviation accident. As they conversed and enjoyed their barbecue, occasionally sipping beer, it was evident that the three of them were quite capable of holding their liquor. What do you think? Is it possible that Lanlin isn't actually dead and is just on his way to Jingwu? Lu Zhikong, tipsy, started rambling. However, as the saying goes, in vino veritas. Not just Lu Zhikong, but the other two shared this sentiment. Who was Lanlin to them? In their eyes, he was someone who could effortlessly take down a group of captives. How could such a person die so carelessly? I'm telling you, Lanlin is alive. He has been reassigned by the Skynet. This news of his death is surely a smokescreen. Huang Lin passionately expressed his views. Flushed from the drinks. What, do you have some insider information? Lu Zhikeng asked, intrigued. What I say is the truth. Just wait. Lanlin will definitely reappear before us, Huang Lin insisted. Listen, Lanlin has secretly messaged me. He's currently on a covert mission outside the province. Lin Moran chimed in, abandoning her usual composed demeanor. What? Lanlin is on a secret mission, and you're shouting it out loud, as if you want everyone to know. It was evident why these three could bond. They were all inebriated, possessing unwavering confidence in Lanlin's abilities, subconsciously convinced that he was still alive. Allow me to share with you that last night, Lanlin visited me in a dream. He said. Lin Moran had not yet finished his words before collapsing onto the table. Observing his current state, one could hardly discern the charming young gentleman he usually embodies. Hey, old Lin, what on earth is this? You've already fallen? Huang Lin mocked from the side. He then picked up a cup and placed it on Lanlin's seat, performing an exceedingly ungraceful toast towards Lanlin's photograph. From their subtle gestures while drinking, it was evident that they typically abstained from alcohol. Although Huang Lin could drink, he was merely a lightweight. Just as Lu Zhikeng and Huang Lin were still bantering, both suddenly experienced an emotional breakdown. Damn it. That beast, Lanlin. He took it upon himself to form some so-called foreshadows and then abandoned us. Huang Lin's voice bore hints of anger intertwined with sorrow, if their earlier behavior was influenced by alcohol. Their current emotions reflected the genuine feelings of their capable selves as they regained clarity. Lanlin, you little rascal, if you appear before me again without a reasonable explanation, I swear I will tear you apart. Unlike Huang Lin, Lu Zhikeng, even after regaining his senses, was willing to believe that Lanlin was still alive. Until he laid eyes upon Lanlin's corpse, he would never accept that Lanlin had perished, despite the high likelihood of the plane crash leaving no remains. Sensing their gradual return to reason, the two increased their intake, wishing to drown their sorrows in intoxication. After all, the sober one suffers the most. Thus, the one suffering most was Jiang Chenmin, standing aside and witnessing this chaos. She had finally managed to calm her emotions, but the antics of these fellows reignited her turmoil. Yet, she had to restrain herself, absolutely refusing to reveal any signs of sorrow before outsiders. Boss? Jiang Chenmin spoke softly. Young lady, what's wrong? Jiang Chenmin was aware that she was not the only one present. She had sensed the powers of Lin Ku and He long ago. Like her, they had come out, concerned that Lin Moran and the others might encounter some mishap due to intoxication. After stating her needs, Jiang Chenmin departed, and at the doorway, she addressed the two hidden in the shadows. Thank you for your efforts. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Jiang Chenmin made her way alone to the riverbank, the very place where she and Lanlin had first opened their hearts to one another last semester. Normally, such a location would plunge her back into sadness. But now she resolved not to resist that feeling. The more one resists, the more one cares. Perhaps only by fully releasing her emotions could she truly let go. The riverside scenery was as beautiful as before. Though subtle traces of ice lingered in the water, Jiang Chenmin took out her phone, intending to capture a photo just as she had done last time, convincing herself that everything that had transpired was merely a dream, and she was simply avenging an ordinary friend. However, as she unlocked her phone, her pupils widened in shock. A message had arrived from an unknown number, reading, Chapter 79, he will return before long. Those few short words struck Jiang Chenmin with a force far greater than anything she had encountered in her 18 years of life. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Are you truly still alive? It was not just Jiang Chenmin. Lanlin's parents and Huang Lin's group also received the message almost simultaneously. However, due to the unfamiliar number, their phones categorized it as spam. Lanlin had also attempted to call them, but his calls were intercepted as harassment. If Jiang Chenmin had not combined the photo and messaging functions on her phone, she might have never noticed the message. Upon reading it, Jiang Chenmin hurriedly dialed the number. And fortunately, someone answered, though it was a hoarse-voiced man. Hello, who is this? Came the voice from the other end. May I ask if you lent your phone to a young man earlier? Jiang Chenmin inquired. Oh, that. A student asked to borrow my phone, so I let him use it. Why are you looking for him? Yes, is he still with you? No, he left after using the phone. I thought I was being targeted by some organization. Then may I ask where you are now? Why are you asking about my location? Are you really coming to catch me? No. How about this? I'll tell you where I am, and you can tell me how far away you are. All right, I'm in Kyoto. Upon hearing Jiang Chenmin's words, the man on the phone was taken aback. No way, you're really in Kyoto. I thought the caller ID was fake. What's wrong? Jiang Chenmin asked. Puzzled. Nothing, I'm quite far from you, probably around 700 kilometers away so far. All right, let us leave it at that. I can't afford this phone bill, goodbye, beep. The man hung up, but at that moment, Jiang Chenmin felt a wave of relief. She still had a chance. Lanlin was not dead, and she could still fulfill her promise. Once she had regained her composure, Jiang Chenmin glanced in the direction of Lanlin and the others. Your roommate seems to know you quite well. In the days that followed, Jiang Chenmin, like other students, prepared to attend her classes quietly, neither striving for rankings nor rushing to complete tasks. I asked that Jiang Chenmin. Some students whispered amongst themselves, IT should be. But why has she changed so much? Now, aside from her character remaining as cold as ever, Jiang Chenmin was markedly different in every other regard. During the last semester, when she was still present, her name was frequently found in the school's external task assignments, consistently ranking first in various records. However, up to this semester, Jiang Chenmin had only participated in one task and had not appeared on any rankings. Hey, you're Jiang Chenmin, right? I need to talk to you. Come with me outside the training ground, a burly student declared. Who is that? The surrounding students murmured that I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Jiang Chenmin replied coolly. Zhang Yang, the strongest student in the third year, Zhang Yang boasted. Hey, do you think so little of me? Jiang Chenmin continued to ignore him, walking straight towards the classroom. Seeing Jiang Chenmin's lack of response, Zhang Yang prepared to take action. Just as his fist was about to strike Jiang Chenmin, Lanlin suddenly stepped in between them, blocking Zhang Yang's punch with his left hand while restraining Jiang Chenmin's sword with his right. Shaking his head at her. Not necessary. At that moment, Lu Zhikong and Lin Moran also arrived, and from their demeanor, it was evident they had seen the message as well. Who are you to block me? Zhang Yang scoffed that a first-year student dares to disturb me. Do you believe I want to beat you up right now? Zhang Yang arrogantly challenged. If you want to fight, go ahead. I'm right in front of you. So why not? Is your right hand stuck because I'm holding it? Or is your left hand weak? Lanlin retorted disdainfully. Meanwhile, Lu Zhikong reminded Jiang Chenmin. Jiang Chenmin, you need not intervene. Let Lanlin handle this. It is a good opportunity for him to vent. Seeing that the people before him disregarded him, Zhang Yang, humiliated and angry, bellowed. Shut up. He then swung his left fist at Lanlin, but Lanlin effortlessly blocked the attack, just as before. How is this possible? How can a first-year student be so strong? Zhang Yang felt his hands firmly controlled by this student, rendering him immobile. Jiang Chenmin was equally astonished. She distinctly remembered that before she left for Tianwang, Lanlin had not been this formidable, yet now he surpassed his former self. Was it Lanlin who had trained them? Jiang Chenmin whispered. Indeed. How did you train? She inquired further. Well, it wasn't too much. Most of the training was done by ourselves. Lanlin merely took us out to execute tasks. After you left last semester, the remaining tasks were primarily handled by us. Generally, Lanlin would not engage in combat during the missions. As we continued, we naturally grew stronger. Listening to Lu Zhikong's words, Jiang Chenmin felt a swell of emotion. Lanlin truly was an exceptional individual, even if his primary aim back then had been to earn some pocket money under their names. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Get to it, Lanlin urged Zhang Yang, who realized he had kicked a metal plate. Seeing Zhang Yang hesitate to strike, Lanlin, no longer wishing to waste time, simply released his grip and kicked Zhang Yang to the ground. You in your third year and still haven't been recruited early? You dare to call yourself the strongest? I reckon you're merely at the tail end of the pack. If other seniors reach their third year without being recruited, they would be diligently training, while you're here seeking attention. Huang Lin's words struck deep, for as he stated, outstanding students had long been recruited by Tianwang and the military. The fact that Zhang Yang remained in school only implied a lack of capability and ambition. Just wait. I will make you pay during the upcoming Jinglian mountain mission. Zhang Yang spat, leaving the scene. For he could not afford to lose face any further. All right, Huang Lin remarked, observing Zhang Yang's disheveled figure. After resolving the matter concerning Zhang Yang, the students present dispersed. At this juncture, Huang Lin approached Jiang Chenmin and inquired. You don't bear any resentment towards me for intervening, do you? No, I do not, came the reply, "That's good to hear. If you had taken action, it would surely have resulted in his demise." Jiang Chenmin remained silent, and Huang Lin and his companions chose not to pursue the conversation further, opting to leave instead. "Are you all aware of the situation with Lanlin?" Jiang Chenmin suddenly broke the silence. Upon finishing her statement, she casually linked arms with Lu Zhikong and Lin Moran, making their way towards the dormitory. Chapter 80. Longing turns into malady, non-existent. Humans can be quite peculiar. A single event can instigate a complete 180-degree shift in one's emotions. Nevertheless, Huang Lin's intervention on Jiang Chenmin's behalf regarding that individual also brought about a measure of trouble for himself. As for Zhang Yang, while he was not particularly formidable, Huang Lin could easily handle him. However, being able to remain at Jingwu indicated that he possessed certain skills. Otherwise, given his manner of operation, he would have long since been unable to survive. Yet, these were not the pressing matters at hand. Huang Lin and his companions needed to focus on how to deal with Lanlin, especially considering the abrupt news of his supposed demise, only to have him resurface with a declaration of his continued existence. Such audacious behavior, akin to dancing in front of the King of Hell, was intolerable to Huang Lin and his companions, who were deliberating on how to handle him, as for the possibility of being outmatched. There was no cause for concern. Lanlin would undoubtedly refrain from retaliating this time, I wonder. Did we say anything peculiar last night? Huang Lin pondered aloud. Otherwise, Lin Ku would certainly be here mocking me by now. Oh, isn't that the infamous San Xiong Gue? Just as he spoke, Lin Ku and he appeared before them. We should have... Huang Lin stuttered, feeling slightly embarrassed. As it turned out, he couldn't even handle a beer. And neither could the other two. You were quite merry last night, talking about how Lanlin was still alive and all. Lin Ku had initially intended to tease them, but upon recalling the reason for their drinking, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. "It seems they are unaware that Lanlin is not dead," Lu Zhikong whispered. The more critical aspect was that she had stayed in the dormitory that night prior to the start of the semester, meaning she was still oblivious to who her roommates were. In fact, it wasn't just her roommates. Jiang Chenmin couldn't name all her classmates either. Her situation in Class 1 was remarkably similar to Lanlin's in Class 3. Both were not particularly social and did not participate in group activities. It was merely that Lanlin's 3 roommates were social recluses. Otherwise, he would have had no interaction with his classmates. As for Jiang Chenmin, one would expect her situation to be even more severe, given that she didn't even know her roommates. However, her reputation as the strongest was so resounding that it granted her a certain level of notoriety. Thanks to this title, Jiang Chenmin was not only a well-known figure in her class but also recognized throughout the entire school, and even in other parts of the country. "Jiang Chenmin, why haven't you taken on any tasks lately?" Zhang Xiangnan, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, suddenly inquired via phone. "Nothing much, just wanted to take a break. Is it because of Lanlin?" In truth, Zhang Xiangnan had grasped the situation's context shortly after receiving Jiang Chenmin's call. Yet he was at a loss for how to console her. It was a rare occasion for someone as aloof as her to find a person with whom to converse, only for that connection to vanish so abruptly. "Teacher, if I were to tell you that Lanlin is still alive, what would you think?" Jiang Chenmin's question left Zhang Xiangnan somewhat perplexed. Eye in his eyes, Jiang Chenmin had already fallen into a state of longing that bordered on obsession, beginning to fantasize about what might have been had events unfolded differently. This situation had escalated to a serious degree. "Understood. We have class soon. I'll hang up for now." Jiang Chenmin had opted for a knife skills course this semester, and the instructor turned out to be none other than Chao Yu, who had previously been tormented by Lanlin. "Classmates, I am unaware of what you all selected last semester, but this term, I will not be demonstrating techniques gradually as before. We will dive straight into sparring training, so please be sure to prepare some medicine." Following this, she sought a volunteer for a brief demonstration. "Who would like to step forward?" Chao Yu inquired. The students exchanged glances, none eager to step up, yet this was anticipated by Chao Yu. Just as she was about to randomly select a name from the attendance roster, a voice emerged from the crowd. "I'll do it," Jiang Chenmin stated calmly, then slowly walked to the front, leaving Chao Yu momentarily stunned. Jiang Chenmin, you've chosen my class as well?" Chao Yu stammered. Yes, this was a predicament. Chao Yu was well aware of Jiang Chenmin's capabilities. Presently, Jiang Chenmin could take on multiple members of the prison cage single-handedly. During the sparring session, she was bound to embarrass herself. Nevertheless, one need not be superior to their students. Losing face was merely a minor issue. Besides, being bested by Jiang Chenmin was not inherently shameful, as she was, after all, a legitimate member of Tianwang. Then let us have Jiang Chenmin demonstrate a brief spar with me. Qiao Yu proclaimed, striving to maintain her composure. Is that really Jiang Chenmin? I thought she had joined Tianwang. One student pondered aloud. I think so too. If they were to clash, who would win? I believe it would be tough for Teacher Qiao. Jiang Chenmin's skills must be at Tianwang's level now. After all, Teacher Qiao is merely an instructor and likely cannot best her. I concur. However, Qiao Yu and Jiang Chenmin disregarded the student's discourse and prepared for the initial moves. Shall I commence? Yes. Chapter 81. Qiao Yu. To spar with Jiang Chenmin? Let us begin, Qiao Yu declared. Jiang Chenmin wasted no time. Upon hearing Qiao Yu's words, she immediately struck. The speed of her attacks was unprecedented. Qiao Yu, realizing the urgency, quickly raised her sword to defend herself, but before she could complete her motion, Jiang Chenmin had already positioned her sword at Qiao Yu's throat. In other words, had Qiao Yu been an adversary, she would have already met her demise. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Qiao Yu's brow. She had never anticipated Jiang Chenmin would strike with such velocity. Before she had even completed her action, she had already lost. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenmin silently observed Qiao Yu, not lowering her sword, as if waiting for Qiao Yu to indicate what should be done next. Students, did you see that? If one's strength is inadequate on the battlefield, this is what can happen. I hope my demonstration serves as a cautionary tale for you all. Remember my words. The students echoed in unison, we remember. Qiao Yu, seeing that the other students appeared oblivious to any abnormality, continued addressing Jiang Chenmin. Your movements were swift, but lacking in power. If you encounter someone capable of countering your surprise attacks, you will find yourself at a disadvantage in subsequent battles. Indeed. Qiao Yu wiped the sweat from her forehead and continued. Let us go again. This time, we will engage in a blade clash, and I will demonstrate some techniques for you all. All right. The two resumed their stances, and to ensure she would not be caught off guard again, Qiao Yu deliberately increased the distance between herself and Jiang Chenmin. Are you ready? Qiao Yu asked ceremoniously. Ready, go. As soon as Qiao Yu finished speaking, she launched her attack, and Jiang Chenmin responded with lightning speed. Following Qiao Yu's CUES, the distance between them closed. Their swords clashed violently, producing a resounding clang that reverberated through the air. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their movements so swift that the onlooking students struggled to follow. No way, how can she seem so effortless? At this point, the pressure on Qiao Yu had reached its zenith. With even a slight increase in the intensity of their exchange, she would be unable to endure. In contrast, Jiang Chenmin maintained a stoic expression, appearing as though she were merely playing a game with a child. Why does it feel like Jiang Chenmin is even more exaggerated than Lanlin? Under the relentless pressure exerted by Jiang Chenmin, Qiao Yu ultimately found her weapon sent flying from her grasp. Typically, in a confrontation, if one's weapon is disarmed, it either signifies a significant weakness on their part or a formidable strength from their opponent. It was evident that Jiang Chenmin belonged to the latter category. The disparity in strength between her and Qiao Yu was unmistakable. Nevertheless, even after being disarmed, Qiao Yu maintained her composure, acknowledging that losing to an expert from Tianwang was not humiliating. She naturally retrieved her weapon and addressed the students. Did you all see that? You must strive to become equally formidable. Yes. Oh, have you truly experienced a setback? This piqued Qiao Yu's interest. She had merely intended to ask casually to bolster her image. Yet Jiang Chenmin's admission compelled her to delve deeper. See? I told you, direct combat skills are crucial. Even Jiang Chenmin has faced setbacks, let alone you all. After addressing the other students, Qiao Yu turned to Jiang Chenmin and asked, when did you encounter a setback? Let me know. I can help you strategize. At the beginning of the last semester on the island, Jiang Chenmin replied. Jiang Chenmin was not lying. She had indeed suffered severe injuries on the island due to her lack of direct combat skills. Had it not been for Lanlin's timely arrival, she would have perished there. And what about after you entered Tianwang? By then, I primarily engaged in assassination missions. Approximately how many targets did you eliminate? Uncertain, perhaps over 200. Jiang Chenmin's words left those present momentarily stunned. Most had never experienced the act of taking a life. Yet before them stood Jiang Chenmin, who had already claimed the lives of over 100. Were all 200 from assassination? Not entirely. A small fraction resulted from direct combat. Never lost a single encounter? Not once. Did you act alongside the people from Tianwang? Only I was involved. What on earth is Jiang Chenmin's situation? And how did they come to hold so many lives in their hands? Xiao Yu, too, felt as though she were not facing a mere human. Very well, I shan't pry any further. I cannot teach you anything. Just remember to prioritize your safety in the future. Things are much improved now that a different person is in charge. Xiao Yu can gradually share her understanding of combat. Though Jiang Chenmin requires no such instruction, they still listened, treating it as an opportunity to broaden their horizons. In the center of the training ground. When Xiao Yu practiced with ordinary students, the atmosphere returned to normal. Every move executed by the students fell within Xiao Yu's calculations. Looking back now, one would scarcely believe that she had just been bested mere moments ago. Classmates, do you remember the points I just mentioned? We do now. Go find someone to practice with. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, everyone sought out their partners, undoubtedly neglecting Jiang Chenmin. Jiang Chenmin, however, was indifferent, standing aside to observe their practice while inspecting their sword. After carefully examining the blade, Jiang Chenmin noticed several fine cracks along the sword's body, which were evidently not caused by mere slashing. This sword had been custom-made for Jiang Chenmin and should, in theory, withstand their full-force attacks unless subjected to extraordinary powers, such as karmic fire. It was during that incident that they had temporarily lost their abilities. If all went according to plan, that would have been when the sword sustained damage. After all, the sword had been crafted for ice elemental resistance, utterly incapable of withstanding fire elements, let alone karmic fire. However, when customizing weapons later, there was no option to specify resistance to fire elements, as only their ice elemental abilities had been recorded. Quite troublesome. Chapter 82. Acquiring a weapon is no easy task. Noticing Jiang Chenmin staring blankly at the weapon, Xiao Yu approached to inquire, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a slight issue with the weapon." "The weapon? I don't see any problems at all." After all, the cracks were minor, and it was understandable that Xiao Yu couldn't perceive them. Nevertheless, Jiang Chenmin felt a bit of a headache. They would need to find a new one. By the way, will you be participating in the upcoming Jinglianshan mission? Xiao Yu asked. Yes, but I will be participating as a member of Tianwang. That's fine, as long as you go. I hope you can look out for those students a bit since it will be their first time undertaking such a high-level mission. After class, Jiang Chenmin checked their schedule and found no more courses, making it the perfect time to search for a new weapon. They planned to visit the school's armory first, as it boasted a comprehensive assortment of weapon types, including long swords. However, all weapons at the school shared a common flaw. Their quality was rather poor, being mass-produced primarily for daily training rather than actual combat. Moreover, Jiang Chenmin had previously used a long sword from the school's armory. They recalled that during a spar with Lanlin, the sword had shattered, forcing them to rely on a school sword when entering the K32 region, which subsequently broke as well. Jiang Chenmin casually glanced around outside, hoping for a stroke of luck in finding sturdier weapons at the school. Though that was somewhat wishful thinking, after surveying the armory, they found the same fragile items that would suffice for normal students. Had they known that Lanlin's strikes could sever those weapons as easily as cutting through hair, Jiang Chenmin wouldn't have even bothered looking. With nothing available at the school, they would have to venture outside. Fortunately, there were several specialized weapon shops nearby. However, the quality of the crafted weapons might not surpass that of those in the armory. After changing into a different outfit and donning a mask and baseball cap, Jiang Chenmin prepared to explore for suitable weapons. Kyoto Manufacturing, the best weapon store in Kyoto, conveniently located near Jingwu, which, in a sense, catered specifically to Jingwu students. However, due to the exorbitant prices, there were seldom any customers, and Jiang Chenmin had not visited even when their weapon had shattered previously. This time, however, the situation was different. The upcoming Jinglianshan mission was no test, and poor quality weapons could lead to dire consequences. Upon entering the weapon store, Jiang Chenmin casually glanced around. "Boss, do you have any long swords? Something similar to the one I currently possess?" The dozing owner, upon hearing a customer, quickly perked up. "Of course. We have plenty." As he spoke, he guided Jiang Chenmin to the room where the long swords were stored, beginning to introduce the various options. "This one is made from high-carbon steel. Though it's a bit brittle, it has advantages in direct confrontations. This one is crafted from high-performance alloy steel, of excellent quality, and adorned with sapphires on the hilt, perfect for a beauty like you. And this one, made from low-carbon steel." The owner excitedly continued to showcase the store's treasures, eagerly awaiting Jiang Chenmin's selection. However, Jiang Chenmin merely listened without making a choice. "Classmate, why aren't you selecting anything? Do these weapons not suit your taste? Jiang Chenmin remained silent, fixated on a sword hanging on the wall. The owner noticed this and, being a conscientious seller, directly addressed Jiang Chenmin. Young person, don't be deceived by its prominent placement. This sword is nothing but a pretty face. It is purely for show. If it comes to combat, you'll want one of the swords I just mentioned. The owner, seeing Jiang Chenmin's interest, continued, that particular sword is a bit pricey at 53,000 yuan. But I can offer a discount, just 50,000. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chenmin hesitated. 50,000 was not a trivial amount, especially since it was merely for the upcoming Jingli Shan mission, after which they intended to order a custom sword. Could you lower the price a bit? Classmate, your bargaining tactic is quite cliché. 50,000 is the lowest I can go. What about the other swords? Ultimately, all the swords were priced in the tens of thousands, making it impossible to find a weapon at a bargain. Understood. I'll check elsewhere before deciding. Sure. Just as Jiang Chenmin reached the door, a boy with slicked back hair blocked their path. Hey there, beautiful. Planning to buy a weapon? I can gift you one, but you must agree to be my girlfriend. The boy was confident in his charm, having never encountered failure in his flirtations, and now had his sights set on Jiang Chenmin's allure. However, Jiang Chenmin ignored him, turning to leave. The boy, astonished to be disregarded, exclaimed, "How could I possibly be ignored? Now that's bold." He then turned dramatically, calling out, "Hey, don't rush off. I'm Lin Zifen, a scion of the Lin family. Even geniuses like Jiang Chenmin seek my company. This opportunity is laid before you. Cherish it. Such a bold personality. I appreciate this type. Other girls flock to me, but I've grown weary of that. Someone like you is exactly what I want." Lin Zifen's behavior grew increasingly outrageous, filled with suggestive comments, and he even attempted to get physical. Observing this, Jiang Chenmin said, "You'd best vanish immediately. I'm not in the mood to act. But if you lay a finger on me, I won't hesitate to end you." Jiang Chenmin spoke coldly. Lin Zifen, intrigued, retorted, "And who do you think you are? You don't even fear Jiang Chenmin. Yet you think I would." Although Lin Zifen was a wealthy heir, he possessed considerable strength, ranking among the top tiers of his peers. Thus, he often acted arrogantly, with few daring to confront him, as no one wished to court trouble. Even if one were to defeat him, one could never predict the Lin family's possible retaliation. 3 seconds. Disappear from my sight. This was Jiang Chenmin's final ultimatum. Yet, Lin Zifen seemingly failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Preparing to escalate matters in an instant, his clothing was sliced to ribbons by Jiang Chenmin. Chapter 83. This time, consider me unfortunate. Lin Zifen had yet to comprehend what Jiang Chenmin had done when he saw his clothes fall away as mere fragments onto the ground. He instinctively covered his vital areas, though Jiang Chenmin had made no move towards them. At that moment, Lin Zifen felt his dignity shatter. He had always been a charmer, accustomed to adoration, yet this hat-clad girl not only disregarded him but also left him utterly humiliated. No girl has ever rejected my invitation. I will ensure you learn your lesson." As he spoke, Lin Zifen drew his long sword, intent on teaching this hat-wearing girl a lesson. With a swift whoosh, Lin Zifen's sword was suddenly before Jiang Chenmin's eyes. However, she merely tilted her head nonchalantly and evaded the strike. Witnessing her fluid movement, Lin Zifen was taken aback. Was she truly this quick? This blade. Even a seasoned instructor from Jingwu would struggle to dodge, yet this girl before him effortlessly sidestepped it. Moreover, due to the force of his attack, Jiang Chenmin was now prepared to retaliate. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Lin Zifen understood that fleeing was not an option. He was left with no choice but to wager another strike. He immediately slashed horizontally at Jiang Chenmin, yet this seemingly powerful blow was effortlessly blocked by her raising her sword sheath. What in the world? What is this girl's deal? Lin Zifen's mind raced with confusion. Had he known, he would have never attempted to provoke her. Facing this affluent young lady, Jiang Chenmin had no intention of drawing her sword. She simply deflected Lin Zifen's attack with the sheath and then struck him across the face with it, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Though the blow was not severely damaging, it was laden with humiliation. Igniting a fierce anger within Lin Zifen, he could not quell his rage without properly teaching this girl a lesson. Dark Squad, subdue her. Understood, young master. Just as Lin Zifen's command echoed, for figures concealed in the shadows sprang forth behind Jiang Chenmin. The Dark Squad was originally tasked solely with ensuring Lin Zifen's safety, and since Jiang Chenmin had not exhibited overt hostility until now, they had refrained from intervening. However, with Lin Zifen's order, they were compelled to act. In an instant, as their blades were poised to strike Jiang Chenmin, she vanished from their sight with astonishing speed. Lin Zifen, still perplexed by her disappearance, was startled when she materialized behind him, delivering a heavy blow to his back with the hilt of her sword, causing him to sputter. "Young master!" The Dark Squad members were equally astonished. This girl had executed a series of maneuvers right under their noses, and more critically, they had witnessed none of it. By the time they processed the situation, Lin Zifen was already on the ground, yet Jiang Chenmin's targets were not limited to him alone. She was now charging towards them with incredible speed. "Watch out!" The first soldier's warning was cut short as Jiang Chenmin swiftly knocked him unconscious with the hilt of her sword. The remaining three were left in shock at her prowess. They sensed that her skills were on par with the top experts within the network, yet contemplating this did little to deter her. After incapacitating the first member, Jiang Chenmin vanished from their sight once more. "Here she comes again." Her figure darted around them, a palpable pressure enveloping the Dark Squad, rendering them breathless in the blink of an eye. Another member was felled, and this time, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of her method. Through her few strikes, Jiang Chenmin deduced that the Dark Squad members were not significantly stronger than Lin Zifen. They were likely among the weakest within the network. "Hey, we surrender!" The remaining two cried out hastily, though they were uncertain if Jiang Chenmin would show them mercy, given that they had initiated the confrontation. Upon hearing their plea, Jiang Chenmin halted her assault, but her sword sheath was ominously poised against the face of the third member, instilling a deep fear within him. "Compensation?" Jiang Chenmin inquired coldly. "Yes, yes, whatever you desire." "We shall provide it immediately," they exclaimed in desperation. Hearing their response, Jiang Chenmin walked over to Lin Zifen's side and picked up his sword. "This will do," she declared, before departing the scene. This unexpected encounter had yielded some gains. At the very least, she had acquired a sword for free. Although it appeared somewhat ostentatious, it would suffice for her upcoming mission regarding Jing Lianshan. Meanwhile, the two remaining members, still reeling from their defeat, spoke up. "We were just beaten by that girl, and she took the young master's sword as compensation." "What?" Lin Zifen shouted, but upon reflection, realized he had initiated the conflict. "Forget it, let her take it. We're right outside the weapon shop." "We can simply buy another 1 point," one of the Dark Squad members interjected. "Aren't you going to retaliate against her?" "Retaliate? How? We can't even match her strength. I certainly won't dare to ask my father to hunt down someone whose name I don't even know. I'll just chalk this up as a stroke of bad luck. That girl's abilities are truly formidable. If it were me against her, it would be a 3 to 7 chance. I'd be dead 7 times in 3 minutes." The shop owner, having dealt in this business for many years, remarked, "It's the first time I've encountered such a formidable customer. Had I known, I would have gifted her a sword, thereby securing a favor from a powerful ally. But thankfully, those individuals should return to purchase weapons, so there's still a profit to be made." Moments later, the owner inquired, "Sir, are you here to buy weapons?" "Indeed." Initially, Jiang Chenmin believed the sword was merely superficial, but upon holding it, she realized it was far more than that. It felt lighter than the blades in the school's arsenal, and striking from the front would leave her at a disadvantage. "Ding, can you hear me?" "I can." "Good. The target for the Jing Lianshan mission has been identified. You are assigned as one of the 4 Blades members for this task. It will be your responsibility to dismantle the core of that space." "Understood." "I also need you to keep an eye on the students entering, as they are the future of Shunxia and must not be harmed. That's all for now. I will send you the terrain map of Jing Lianshan shortly, marking potential locations for the core. Chapter 84. The gathering at Jing Lianshan. On the eve of the Jing Lianshan mission, many students participating in the task arrived at the base early. This was their inaugural involvement in a network-level mission, and the announcement had clearly stated that only the cream of the crop from various regions would partake. "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." Seated in the vehicle, Huang Lin was eager to embark on the Jing Lianshan mission, having even purchased a map specifically for this endeavor. "Old Huang, can't you be a bit more mature? Look at you," Lin Murin remarked from the side. "Hey, you're riding in my car and still criticizing me. Do you want me to toss you out by the roadside? All right, we haven't even reached the station yet. Drive properly. You can bicker once we're on the high-speed train." Lu Zhikang chimed in, Indeed, Huang Lin and his companions were still en route to the high-speed train station, with their vehicle generously provided by Lin Muren's father. By the way, when did you get your driver's license? Lu Zhikong curiously inquired. Right before coming to Jingwu. You got it that quickly? Lu Zhikong was slightly astonished. At this moment, both Lu Zhikong and Huang Lin found themselves at a loss for words, which Lin Muren noticed and asked, "What's going on? Do you two have a story?" Huang Lin spoke first. "I was too lazy and didn't register at the time." "What about you, old Lu?" Lu Zhikong sheepishly admitted. "I failed the first theory test. I thought it was something serious. The theory test is quite trivial and hard to pass." "How many times did you fail?" "4 times. Upon hearing this, Lin Muren erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! You failed 4 times? You're destined to be a backseat driver. Don't bother taking the test again. Even if you do, you'll just be a road hazard. Damn it. Lin Muren, stop laughing and drive properly. Don't worry. I will definitely ensure we arrive at the station safely." With that, Lin Muren accelerated, eager to give his friends a taste of speed and excitement. At the station, as Lin Muren parked the car, Lu Zhikong and Huang Lin hurried off in search of a restroom. "Was it really necessary?" "I didn't drive that fast," he muttered. After they finished, the two quickly regrouped, just as a taxi pulled up nearby. And out stepped Jiang Chenmin. "Oh, what a coincidence. We must be on the same train." However, Huang Lin and the others refrained from approaching her, recognizing that interactions should be minimal outside of school, especially since she was now a member of the network. Jiang Chenmin also noticed them. "Is it just the 3 of you from Jingwu?" Jiang Chenmin murmured to herself. This outcome was not entirely unexpected, considering Huang Lin and his companions were currently among the top 3 in combat strength at Jingwu. Assuming Jiang Chenmin was not participating. Nonetheless, it was an unusual scenario. Typically, the strongest collective force would come from Class 1, yet only Jiang Chenmin had arrived, and not even as a student, although to Huang Lin and the others, she represented Class 1. Indeed, it's a bit unfortunate that our first official mission as the Foreshadows is missing members, Lu Zhikong remarked. Lin Muren, however, held a different perspective. Perhaps while we're executing the mission, he'll suddenly show up. Though this notion lacked any substantial basis, given Lanlin's peculiar nature, it was entirely possible they might cross paths during the mission. The thought of reuniting with a long-lost brother in the heat of battle was indeed enticing. Next train to Jinglianshan. "Oh, time to board." As the ticket collector announced, the group prepared to board the train, as the journey would not take particularly long, only 2 hours, after which they would need to check in at the base. Time flies swiftly, and the high-speed train soon transported the group to their destination. The area surrounding Jinglian Mountain appeared desolate at first glance. Apart from a solitary train station, there were scarcely any substantial structures. Just a few scattered small houses. As they ventured deeper into Jinglian Mountain, concrete buildings vanished entirely, replaced by a cluster of tents, unmistakably established by the military in Tianwang for their encampment. The trio wasted no time and proceeded to register their identities. At the registration office, a notably young man, presumably tasked with clerical duties, succinctly instructed them, "Please inscribe your names in this ledger and scan your identification card here." Huang Lin and his companions welcomed the simplicity of the process, relieved that their identities had been recorded, leaving them to await the opening of the barrier. "Your designated tents and bed numbers have been sent to your phones. Do not stray from them," the staff cautioned. The 3 responded in unison, "Understood." After Huang Lin's group departed, Jiang Chenmin approached for her registration. Initially, the staff seemed taken aback. "Excuse me, but our student database does not contain your information. Are you certain you have not made a mistake?" The dilemma was that Jiang Chenmin appeared to be around 18 years old, carrying a backpack. If not a student, then what could she be? "I am a member of Tianwang," Jiang Chenmin declared. "Tianwang? Do not jest. How could you possibly? Wait. You truly are a member of Tianwang." The staff, astonished, gazed at the Tianwang members' database, realizing with shock that they could only view the name of this young girl, with no additional information available, indicating her status was indeed significant within Tianwang. Upon learning of Jiang Chenmin's affiliation, the staff's demeanor shifted to one of clarity. "Ah, a member of Tianwang. Quickly proceed. We shall rely on your skills for this mission." Jiang Chenmin responded briefly before preparing to store her belongings in the tent. The military's tents were modest, accommodating only 8 students each. Jiang Chenmin chose tent number 1, already occupied by others, though they were of the opposite sex. The new member is a girl? One of the occupants remarked upon seeing Jiang Chenmin. Just as the two intended to greet her, Jiang Chenmin set down her backpack and stepped outside, leaving the two young men exchanging puzzled glances. Is it because she's the only girl? Does she find it inconvenient? Who knows? Just then, Huang Lin and his companions entered. Damn it, there are only 10 tents, and you somehow managed to be the last to find the right one. Are you inherently directionally challenged? Lu Zhikong accused Huang Lin. Can you blame me? Why didn't they place the tent numbers in a more conspicuous location? Huang Lin retorted, is this not obvious? They might as well have stuck the numbers to your forehead. Observing the trio's entrance, the two young men approached to introduce themselves. Greetings, I am Fang Jie and I am Zhang Yifeng. Upon hearing their introductions, Huang Lin and his group paused their banter. I am Huang Lin. He replied, I am Lu Zhikong. And I am Lin Morwen. Chapter 85. Co-ed living? That cannot work. I have a girlfriend. It is often said that friendships among men are forged through mere introductions, and after learning each other's names, the five began to bond as if they had known each other for ages. Hey, Lao Zhang, when did you arrive? Huang Lin inquired. We arrived yesterday afternoon. By then, quite a few people were already here. But at that time, this tent only had the two of us. Huang Lin glanced inside the tent and suddenly noticed 3 beds occupied by belongings. Besides us, has another person already arrived? This revelation unsettled Huang Lin. A girl? A girl? Are we cohabitating? Indeed, Lu Zhikong confirmed, leaving Huang Lin in a state of disarray. If he were to discover that he was sharing a tent with another girl, he would likely feel utterly torn apart. Lin Morwen, too, felt uneasy, as he also had a girlfriend. Could we not rearrange things? With so few people in one tent, having an opposite sex feels rather inconvenient. Lin Morwen voiced his concerns. That might not be possible. This is strictly a mission, and once we enter the mountain, we won't be staying here. You'll just have to manage for one night, Lu Zhikong said. Relishing their discomfort, unconcerned since he had no girlfriend and simply hoped the girl would not feel awkward. By the way, do you think she just stepped out because of the gender issue? Lin Morwen asked, clinging to a glimmer of hope. That I doubt it. She seemed quite indifferent, rather aloof, Zhang Yifeng replied. Great. Now we can only pray that Lin Ku is unaware of this. Rest assured, I will definitely relay the situation to Lin Ku and you. Ensuring both of you receive their care, Lu Zhikong said, feeling fortunate for not having a girlfriend, but he knew this relief would be fleeting. Envy would soon return. As the group bickered, 2 girls entered the tent. Hello, I am Lin Shui. I am Ren Fei. Since the 2 girls introduced themselves, the group of young men felt obliged to reciprocate. During the introductions, Jiang Chenmin re-entered from outside. Huang Lin and his companions were taken aback. So the girl we saw earlier was Jiang Chenmin, Huang Lin whispered. This made things intriguing, as Jiang Chenmin rarely initiated conversation with anyone outside of Lanlin, and Huang Lin's group was curious to see how she would interact within this team. Noticing Jiang Chenmin's silence, Zhang Yifeng took the initiative. Classmate, we have all introduced ourselves, you heard our names, but we still do not know yours. I am Lanlin. Huh? Huang Lin appeared incredulous, and the girl named Ren Fei also regarded Jiang Chenmin with a complex expression. My name is Lanlin, Jiang Chenmin reiterated. Huang Lin had intended to say something, but Lu Zhikong and Lin Morwen stopped him, signaling him to hold his tongue. After everyone introduced themselves, they dispersed outside to wander. As the task would not commence until the following day, allowing them to relish their final night together. As night fell, all the students assigned to this mission gathered around a bonfire, chatting and sharing their dreams. Exchanging cultivation insights, while Jiang Chenmin practiced her sword techniques behind the tent. Who goes there? Jiang Chenmin suddenly called out during her practice. A girl with yellow hair appeared in her line of sight. It's me? Ren Fei.do we know each other? Jiang Chenmin inquired. Don't you remember me? Jiang Chenmin shook her head, admitting her struggle to recall those who lacked significance in her life. Well, if you don't remember, that is fine. That I came to ask you something. What is it? Why do you claim to be Lanlin? Jiang Chenmin was somewhat perplexed. How could she know that she was not Lanlin? What does it mean? You may not remember me, but I know you are Jiang Chenmin, and I am aware of someone named Lanlin. Who is the Lanlin you know? He is an extraordinary individual. He pulled me from a hellish family and illuminated my path forward. Although our interaction was brief, he has been like a beacon, guiding me ever since. I believed that if I became exceptional enough, I would surely encounter him again, until I heard the news of his demise. Ren Fei said tearfully. So, what does this have to do with your visit to me? He mentioned that he only cared about your affairs, which is why I wish to ascertain from you whether he truly has passed away. Are you using the name Lanlin today as a cover for him? Your imagination is quite vivid, but I can assure you he is still alive. That's all I'll say. Farewell. Chapter 86, Identity in Chaos. How wonderful, you are truly alive. For Renfei, no news could be more significant than that Lanlin still breathes. She had severed ties with her family, and Lanlin was her sole source of spiritual support. If he were indeed gone, she would be utterly lost. By the campfire. The group engaged in conversation suddenly remarked, "Where has Lanlin gone? Old Zhang, have you seen her?" Huang Lin inquired while munching on meat. "No, but I did see Renfei heading towards the tent. Perhaps the girls are conversing privately over there." "I asked that so?" "That makes sense. However, Lanlin usually appears rather aloof. I wonder if they can find any common ground?" Huang Lin continued. Regardless of how he adjusted, addressing Jiang Chenmin as Lanlin felt peculiar. "By the way, Huang, since you know Jiang Chenmin, could you share some insights about her? Is she truly as extraordinarily powerful as the rumors suggest?" Zhang Yifeng inquired curiously. "Jiang Chenmin is indeed remarkably strong. I recall that during our last semester's trip to the isolated island, she already possessed the ability to escape from the confines of a cage." Upon hearing Huang Lin's words, Zhang Yifeng could not help but display a look of astonishment. She could contend with those in cages back then? Yes, and not just one. By the way, were you also on the island at that time? I recall our country had more than one school participating. Yes, but I did nothing and left right away. Now, reflecting on it, Zhang Yifeng felt frustrated. Not only did he miss out on any guidance, but he could have at least slain a few energy-devouring beasts. Yet, he failed to achieve even that. Lu Zhikong expressed understanding, as he had felt the same way. "Well, it's just guidance, isn't it? We might as well practice on our own. Your thoughts are quite simplistic. I find myself a bit envious." Zhang Yifeng wondered what superior alternatives the three of them possessed. Yet it was evident that their strength surpassed his own. By the way, does your school have any other exceptionally talented individuals besides Jiang Chenmin? Huang Lin and the others exchanged glances before responding. "Yes." "Oh? Who?" Zhang Yifeng's interest was piqued, and Fang Jie seemed accustomed to it. "Our three roommates, but he couldn't join this mission due to special circumstances," Lu Zhikong stated. "Oh? What is your roommate's name? May I have the pleasure of meeting him?" Zhang Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "A name?" Huang Lin and the others exchanged glances, then initiated a team voice chat. "Lu Zhikong, you say it? Why are you looking at me?" Huang Lin, "How do we say it?" "The name Lanlin has already been claimed by Jiang Chenmin." Lu Zhikong, "Just say any name. If worst comes to worst, claim it's a namesake." Huang Lin, "You make it sound easy. Look at him. Casually naming someone could cause trouble. Who would believe it's just a namesake?" Lin Morrowind, "So you should have just said there isn't one, instead of complicating matters." Lu Zhikong, "Stop dawdling." Huang Lin, "You usually talk the most. Come up with a solution." Huang Lin, "What the hell can I do?" Leave team voice chat. "What?" At that moment, Huang Lin looked at Zhang Yifeng, who wore an expectant expression, and slowly began to speak. "His name is Lanlin. Lanlin? It's just one character off from that cold girl's name? Are they related?" "Well, sort of. At this juncture, Huang Lin was frantically signaling for help to Lu Zhikong and Lin Morrowind. However, the two simply turned their heads away. "Don't look at me. What relationship could that possibly be?" Zhang Yifeng was acting like a gossip monger, eager to dig deeper. "Sister? Brother?" Lu Zhikong and Lin Morrowind. Team voice chat. Lu Zhikong, "You truly dare to say that?" Lin Morrowind, "Aren't you afraid Jiang Chenmin will hold you accountable?" Huang Lin, "What else could I do?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yifeng, observing the three exchanging glances, could not help but ask curiously, "Are you three discussing something?" The group, caught in the act, quickly averted their eyes. "No? All right, then could you share Lanlin's contact information with me? I would like to spar with him later." "That might not be possible. He is even more aloof than Lanlin and never communicates with others. Not even we know his contact details." Huang Lin thought quickly. Severing any connection between them would put this matter to rest. "Do experts prefer solitude?" Zhang Yifeng remarked. "Indeed. And we are also preventing you from sparring with him for your own good, as he strikes with little regard for weight. One misstep could injure you." "Is he that formidable? Who would prevail if he faced Jiang Chenmin?" At that moment, Zhang Yifeng resembled an inquisitive child, determined to ascertain the rankings of combat prowess. Well, if it truly came to blows, Jiang Chenmin would undoubtedly triumph. "Haha," Huang Lin responded again, but he was struggling to maintain composure. If this conversation continued, they would surely give themselves away. Why did Jiang Chenmin claim to be Lanlin? This was Huang Lin's final internal outcry. What are you discussing? Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Jiang Chenmin approached. Upon seeing her, the trio sensed impending doom. It's over. Ah, it's classmate Lanlin. I was just discussing your brother with them. Brother? Jiang Chenmin turned to Huang Lin and the others, who were now utterly flustered. This is the end, however. They were merely attempting to cover for Jiang Chenmin. Surely she could not blame them? It's nothing. I was just curious whether I should refer to you as sister or younger sister. A thought abruptly crossed Jiang Chenmin's mind. Why brother? What is there about him that merits your discussion? Jiang Chenmin replied with an unfaltering expression. Huang Lin and the others were taken aback, swiftly concluding. As expected of her, she immediately realized we were trying to shield her. By the way, Lanlin, how has Lanlin been lately? Huang Lin inquired, his primary aim being to inform Jiang Chenmin of the fabricated name, Lanlin. Thankfully, he is preoccupied with his own affairs at that moment. Zhang Yifeng interjected. Lanlin, earlier they mentioned your brother couldn't defeat Jiang Chenmin. Could you, me? Chapter 87. Entering the mountains upon hearing this, Zhang Yifeng was not particularly surprised. For the strongest talents of this generation were no trifling matter. It seems that the student named Jiang Chenmin is indeed formidable. What a pity that I cannot witness her prowess firsthand. Zhang Yifeng felt a deep sense of regret about missing the chance to see Jiang Chenmin, as their differing schools meant this excursion to Mirror Mountain was likely their only opportunity to intersect during their student years. However, it appeared that hope was fading, and Fang Jie felt similarly. I recall seeing Jiang Chenmin on television. She appeared to be a girl with purple hair? Zhang Yifeng muttered to himself. Wait, a girl with purple hair? Zhang Yifeng shifted his gaze to Jiang Chenmin, observing the purple-haired girl before him. It must be a coincidence. Despite realizing this, Zhang Yifeng still could not fathom why Jiang Chenmin would conceal her identity. After Lu Zhikang's comment, the group began to pack their belongings in preparation for rest, as they would soon face unknown challenges upon entering Mirror Mountain the following day. At 4 in the morning. A whistle shattered the tranquility of everyone's dreams. All personnel, prepare to depart. The personnel outside the tent shouted. Huang Lin and the others were not surprised by the early wake-up call, as it was not their first experience. Is waking us up at 4 in the morning a tradition of the military and Tianwang? Lu Zhikang grumbled while dressing, and soon they were all in combat readiness. However, glancing at the others, it seemed they had yet to react. Hey, old Zhang, old Fang, wake up! Huang Lin exclaimed while playfully slapping their cheeks. You really are quite forward, Lu Zhikang and Lin Morwen teased. What is the issue? Once we enter the mountains, they won't have the luxury of this service, Huang Lin remarked, as he spoke. Lu Zhikang noticed Jiang Chenmin's bed was already empty, suggesting she had likely gone out to assemble long ago. What's going on? Renfei and Lin Shui mumbled in confusion. It's time to get up. The mission is about to begin. Huang Lin's voice suddenly softened, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. This guy? Lu Zhikang and Lin Muren were already too exhausted to comment. However, Huang Lin's relentless slapping had finally roused Zhang Yifeng and Fang Jie from their slumber. You two really can sleep, Huang Lin exclaimed. Sorry, I was just too tired, came the reply. All right, hurry up and get dressed. We need to set off. Outside the tent, those who were already awake stood waiting for the others, though there were hardly a few of them. All still bleary-eyed. The only one full of vigor was Jiang Chenmin, standing with her sword, exuding an aura that even overshadowed that of the Tianwang member issuing commands. Yet, it wasn't just Jiang Chenmin who appeared spirited. Huang Lin and his companions were also in high spirits. Though undoubtedly Jiang Chenmin had faced greater hardships, the aura radiating from Huang Lin and his friends was not something typical peers could rival. Hey, you really are already out for assembly, Lu Zhikang remarked casually. Jiang Chenmin nodded and then inquired, Don't you find it difficult to wake up at this hour? Upon hearing her question, Huang Lin and the others simply exchanged knowing smiles. If it were before, it would indeed be a challenge. However, shortly after you left last semester, Lan, he has been taking us on perilous missions, where waking up early and sleeping late became the norm. Sometimes, we even take 3 days off without rest, pushing ourselves against the target to see who can endure longer. Waking up at 4 is nothing. Upon hearing Huang Lin's words, Jiang Chenmin felt a twinge of emotion. It seemed Lanlin was not the type to neglect his responsibilities, at least when it came to strengthening his friends. By the way, once we go in, we will be separated. so be prepared. Jiang Chenmin cautioned. Separated? It wasn't that separating for action was particularly dangerous. It was just that they hadn't heard of this before. Isn't it written in the mission manual? Didn't you read it? Jiang Chenmin asked. Upon reflection, it appeared they hadn't, and it seemed their approach had indeed been influenced by Lanlin. Remember to download some important documents before entering. There will be no signal inside, Jiang Chenmin reminded once more. All right, thank you for the reminder. After approximately 5 minutes, the remaining individuals gradually assembled, but spending 5 minutes merely for gathering was somewhat lacking. You are all geniuses of Shenxia. Why are you so slow to assemble? A Tianwang staff member reprimanded from the front. The barrier is about to open. If we wake you up any later, you won't even make it in time. With such performance, do you still consider yourselves geniuses? Hey, what are you yelling about? A student voiced his dissatisfaction. What did you say? I said, what are you yelling about? Do you think we woke you up too early? The Tianwang personnel retorted, I think you're just an idiot. If you plan to depart after 4, you should have said so in advance. You said nothing last night, nor did you send any messages. If you had given us a heads up, would we have taken so long? The student continued, this is a test of your emergency response speed. Can't you see that? The Tianwang staff member countered, I genuinely cannot see it. I am a combat personnel, not a commander. I only know that you failed to issue a sufficiently complete order. If this were a test organized by Tianwang, that would be one thing. But this is a real mission, and you dare to conduct such an experiment? Now you want us to bear the consequences of your blunder. You're a fool, do you understand? It seemed this student had a significant grievance against Tianwang. Don't get me wrong. I'm only targeting you. Everyone in Tianwang is among Shenxia's top abilities, but you're just a self-righteous fool. Student, if you continue to speak disrespectfully, Tianwang may revoke your mission qualification. I don't care. I'm already here and I can enter whenever I want. As for Tianwang's rewards, I'm not interested. If you're upset, send someone to hunt me down, or just kill me now. What do you say, idiot uncle? Student, what is your name? Do you not have eyes? I've already recorded my information in your system. Check it yourself, or do you not know how to use it? Student, your performance is quite remarkable. I assure you it will teach you a lesson. Fine, but let me remind you once more, manage your expression. You currently look like a disgrace to Tianwang's image. Everyone, set off. Chapter 88. The mission begins on the way to the barrier. Lanlin and his companions were discussing the earlier student. What is his identity to dare speak so disrespectfully to Tianwang personnel? Lanlin whispered. That morning grumpiness really does cause trouble. Once he calms down, he will surely regret it. Lanlin's assessment was entirely valid. It appeared that the student was simply too hot-headed combined with morning irritability, and he would likely regret it later. However, Lin Murin found it odd that Jiang Chenmin had no reaction at all. After all, she was also a member of Tianwang now and should at least defend her colleague, even if just as a fellow student. But upon considering Jiang Chenmin's character, her lack of response seemed rather normal. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at the base of Jinglian Mountain. Is this it? There's nothing here, a student remarked. Everyone, be prepared. The moment day transitions to night, you will enter the Jinglian Mountain barrier. Inside, you will experience real combat. Death is death, so keep your lives close. Before long, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the distant horizon, and at that moment, everyone noticed the surroundings beginning to change. Gradually, they could no longer see the Tianwang personnel just a few steps away. And after a few more seconds, even their classmates beside them disappeared. With the emergence of the barrier, all participants in the mission found themselves inside Jinglian Mountain. This is the interior of Jinglian Mountain? It's truly desolate, Huang Lin remarked after surveying the surroundings, but it was better to first regroup with Lu Zhikong and Lin Murin. If we encounter anything suspicious along the way, we'll take care of it. Jiang Chenmin, upon entering, immediately began to observe her surroundings, preliminarily deducing that the terrain inside was not much different from the actual Jinglian Mountain, suggesting that the map provided by the personnel still held some reference value. The first step was to ascertain where they had been transported within the barrier. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to consult the map. Jiang Chenmin scanned her surroundings and spotted a prominent mountain in the distance, likely the most identifiable marker on the map. Their current task was to head to the mountain's summit to survey the surrounding terrain and determine their position. Unsure if the sun inside the barrier was genuine, Jiang Chenmin refrained from using it for navigation, opting to proceed cautiously. The interior of Jinglian Mountain was stark and barren, with dead branches and broken wood as far as the eye could see. Though the distant Chilean mountain bore a similar appearance, it was not nearly this exaggerated. It was evident that the barrier had significantly impacted the environment of Jinglian Mountain. If left unaddressed, it was only a matter of time before something would go awry. Jiang Chenmin swiftly made her way toward the mountain visible in her line of sight, her movements graceful, as if everything in her environment could serve as a springboard for her rapid advance. Just as she approached the base of the mountain, a sharp arrow shot out from behind a broken branch. Jiang Chenmin reacted instinctively, drawing her sword and severing the incoming arrow. This arrow, is it not from a devourer? Jiang Chenmin examined the broken arrow closely and discovered its peculiarities. The shaft was decayed, and it was unlikely that a human would use such an arrow for an attack, as it could break upon being fired. She casually severed the remaining arrows, finding them all similarly decayed, indicating that the assailants were not human. Intruders, die! A terrifying voice echoed from behind Jiang Chenmin, reminiscent of hellish demons speaking. However, Jiang Chenmin showed no mercy to these creatures. The moment she heard the voice, she drew her sword and struck toward the source of the sound, unleashing a wave of sword energy. With the sound of the sword energy's explosion, a skeleton was scattered in the area from which the voice had come. Clearly, Jiang Chenmin had cleaved it apart with her strike. Yet, before her eyes, not only was there the shattered skeleton, but also a multitude of intact skeletons continuously emerging from the ground, all chanting, "Intruders, die!" If it had been someone of lesser courage, they might have been rendered speechless from fear, but Jiang Chenmin was different. Her sole focus was to reach the mountain summit to ascertain her position, so she needed to quickly eliminate these skeletons. Drawing her sword, Jiang Chenmin charged into the throng of skeletons, swiftly swinging her long sword, the air filled with the sounds of metal clashing against bone. Under Jiang Chenmin's assault, the skeletons appeared almost foolish. Unable to keep pace with her movements, falling one by one to her strikes, in reality, the skeletons were not slow. Rather, Jiang Chenmin's speed was simply too fast, rendering them seemingly sluggish. Had a typical ability user faced this horde, they might have found themselves in quite a predicament. Approximately 10 seconds later, the entire group of skeletons was shattered into fragments. After accomplishing this feat, Jiang Chenmin merely wiped her sword and swiftly departed. Her objective being the mountain summit, ensuring not to lose sight of her primary goal. After some time, Jiang Chenmin successfully reached the peak, and upon scrutinizing the distant terrain, she identified several prominent features: a lengthy river and another distinct mountain. By comparing them with her current location on the map, Jiang Chenmin discerned her position within the barrier, thus solidifying her sense of direction. Casting another glance at the sun, she noted its unusual placement. It should have been in the east, yet within the barrier, it resided in the south, and its trajectory appeared off-kilter. It would soon be impossible to rely on the sun for navigation, as a moment's inattention could lead to losing track of its movement. However, Jiang Chenmin could construct a mental map, relying on her memory to navigate without error. The next step was to head towards the core marked on her map. Although everyone's mission stated the ultimate goal was to destroy the core, Jiang Chenmin understood that this was her task alone. The other students would be unable to locate the core's position. The first one was not far ahead. With her direction confirmed, Jiang Chenmin set off immediately. Though the mission had only just begun, it was preferable to resolve it swiftly, for the skeletons in the mountains were indeed lethal, and prolonging the engagement could lead to unforeseen dangers. After a few minutes of running, Jiang Chenmin arrived at her first destination, a lake. However, the water appeared decidedly peculiar. Finding the core was paramount. Regardless of the surrounding desolation, locating the core remained Jiang Chenmin's primary objective. The environment around the lake was exceedingly monotonous, with hardly any places to conceal objects. Thus, if the core were to be found here, it would likely be underground or at the lake's bottom. Jiang Chenmin opted to investigate the lake water first. But it looked exceedingly strange, and she hesitated to enter directly, resorting instead to a more forceful method to ascertain the situation beneath the surface. Once prepared, Jiang Chenmin leaped into the air, unleashing countless sword energies upon the lake's surface. The violent assault sent the water flying, allowing her to momentarily glimpse the lake's depths. Nothing. This outcome was not unexpected. Jiang Chenmin never anticipated discovering the core on her first attempt, if luck were against her. Even the markers on the map might be erroneous, as they were based on energy distributions detected outside the barrier by the Skynet personnel, who could say how accurate that was. However, halting after a single strike was certainly not Jiang Chenmin's style. She needed to strike several more times to confirm her findings. Thus, she raised her sword again and attacked the lake surface. After 10 strikes, she had comprehensively understood the situation at the bottom of the lake. Indeed, there was nothing. While she could continue her attempts, her sword was beginning to strain under the exertion. If she pushed it further, the sword might very well shatter. If the core was not here, could it be underground, or perhaps beneath the lake's bed? Although she was now fairly certain the core was not at this location, for caution's sake, Jiang Chenmin chose to examine the surrounding ground. Her method was rather primitive. She would dig. After all, she had plenty of strength. Thus, a rather bizarre scene unfolded. Jiang Chenmin knelt on the ground, using both hands to dig furiously, creating a 1-meter wide and deep hole every 2 meters. The condition of her sword necessitated her to work bare-handed, yet one could not deny her efficiency in such labor, though it was rather unkind to her hands, which were soon marked with faint traces of blood. Once the surrounding terrain had been sufficiently excavated, Jiang Chenmin leaped up and, controlling her strength, struck the ground. The numerous pits she had created ensured that her controlled strike still caused considerable damage to the earth. After landing, Jiang Chenmin surveyed her surroundings, yet still found no sign of the core, confirming it must lie elsewhere. The next location was far away, and Jiang Chenmin could not reach it quickly, so she decided to moderate her speed and allow her hands some respite. However, as she journeyed, she heard the desperate cries of several students nearby and hurried to investigate. She found a group of students encircled by skeletons, seemingly on the verge of being overwhelmed. How could they be unable to handle such foes? Jiang Chenmin was perplexed. Given that they were the elite from various regions, how could their strength be so lacking? Nevertheless, understanding her responsibility as a member of Skynet, she resolved to rescue them. What should we do? These skeletons are too resilient. I can't keep going, one of the surrounded students lamented. Taking a deep breath, another student wielding a massive axe suggested, "Let us break through in one direction. We can make it out." After entering the barrier, almost everyone had been teleported to different locations, and it was rare for them to be within mere meters of one another. They could not perish here. Ready? Attack! At the command of the student with the axe, the 4 surrounded students launched an offensive towards the direction with the fewest skeletons. The axe's power was indeed formidable, capable of dispatching a skeleton with a single blow. However, whether due to the weight of the axe or his own fatigue, the student soon found himself struck by a skeleton during a moment of vulnerability. Ugh! After being hit, he lost his combat ability, and naturally, the remaining 3 were swiftly surrounded again. It's over. To perish so soon after entering is truly embarrassing. The axe-wielding student lay on the ground, covering his face in despair. Moments later, he wondered, "Why am I not dead yet?" Expecting imminent demise, he lay there for a while, feeling no pain, instead hearing a series of crackling sounds. Sitting up, he beheld a scene that would forever alter his perspective. In the midst of the skeletons, a young girl was weaving through them with agility, dismantling a skeleton with each strike, and astonishingly, she fought without even using a weapon, relying solely on her bare hands. For safety's sake, Jiang Chenmin had chosen not to wield a weapon against these lowly foes. Her bare hands were sufficient to dispatch them, preserving her weapon for potential encounters with more formidable adversaries. Meanwhile, the students remained in shock, unable to comprehend how the skeletons, which required significant effort for them to defeat, were being effortlessly dismantled by this girl. Was her unarmed power greater than their all-out efforts? Not just him, the other 3 were equally astounded, to the point that they had forgotten to call out to him. Unlike the student on the ground, they witnessed Jiang Chenmin's bizarre speed as she charged into the swarm of skeletons and began to obliterate them. The one-sided battle lasted about 2 minutes, and all the skeletons present were annihilated by Jiang Chenmin. One could say that unarmed combat took more time. Had she employed her sword, she could have obliterated them in just a few strikes. After dispatching the skeletons, Jiang Chenmin coldly regarded them. "Were you all just watching?" The others, regaining their composure, quickly apologized. Sorry. You were so impressive. We were mesmerized and, forget it. You 4 need to be more careful. If you can't even handle these guys, find a safe place to hide and don't get yourselves killed." This marked the most Jiang Chenmin had spoken voluntarily, aside from Lanlin, primarily fulfilling her duty as a Skynet member to remind them of their safety. Otherwise, true to her character, she would have departed without uttering a word the moment she eliminated the skeletons. "So, what's your name?" Before the student could finish his sentence, Jiang Chenmin had already vanished from their sight. Having accomplished her duty as a Skynet member, she had no reason to linger, and due to the time spent rescuing them, she needed to hasten her pace for the journey ahead. That girl was incredible. If only I had such power. Stop dreaming. We should heed her advice and find a safe place to hide for now, and consider whether to continue the mission once we encounter more people. Alright. Chapter 90. The strengthening skeletons encountering those students was an unexpected situation for Jiang Chenmin, yet she regarded it as an opportunity to practice her unarmed combat skills. Especially since there was an inexplicably powerful individual ahead who required no weapons. But as fate would have it, just after dispatching a group of lowly foes, Jiang Chenmin encountered a new skeleton on her path. How annoying! Even Jiang Chenmin found herself exasperated. These creatures clung to her like a persistent leech. However, this time, she resolved not to waste time on it. Dealing with such nuisances was best done swiftly. Jiang Chenmin accelerated, launching a kick at the skeleton before her, only to discover an unexpected reality. What is this? The skeleton stood motionless, bracing itself against Jiang Chenmin's kick. Jiang Chenmin had yet to react when the skeleton abruptly drew its long sword and swung it towards her. Realizing the imminent danger, she hurriedly dodged, and although her speed was quite impressive, the blade still grazed her clothing, resulting in a torn corner. Was this skeleton clad in armor? Moreover, its weapon was certainly not defective. Jiang Chenmin had to acknowledge that she had been somewhat careless. This skeleton was not of the same ilk as those she had encountered previously. Upon recognizing this, she unsheathed her sword, understanding that she could not confront this opponent unarmed. A weapon was indispensable in the distance. A dried leaf fluttered to the ground, and at that very moment, Jiang Chenmin and the skeleton became entangled in a fierce clash. Seizing an opportunity, she thrust her sword into the skeleton's body. But to her astonishment, the strike failed to pierce its armored HM. Jiang Chenmin felt a flicker of interest. It was her first encounter with an adversary that could withstand 2 consecutive attacks. However, despite not defeating it, her previous strike had evidently had some impact, as the skeleton now adopted a posture of clutching its midsection, though she was puzzled as to what a mere skeleton could possibly protect. Having formulated a strategy, Jiang Chenmin advanced once more. As she had suspected, this skeleton possessed considerable strength and defense, yet its movements were clumsy. At least to her, they resembled slow motion. As the saying goes, swiftness is the essence of martial arts. Jiang Chenmin's previous battles had often culminated in a single decisive blow, leading many to overlook her speed in protracted engagements. Among her peers, only Lanlin could match her speed of strikes, and even among seasoned fighters, very few could keep pace. The skeleton before her was evidently no exception. It swung its long sword in a furious attempt to strike her down, yet Jiang Chenmin consistently evaded its lethal blows by the narrowest of margins, countering with her own strikes. Though the skeleton was infuriated, it was utterly powerless against her agility. As the armor on the skeleton began to show numerous cracks, Jiang Chenmin intensified her efforts, preparing to dismantle the lumbering creature entirely. Alas, she still hesitated to channel too much force into her sword, for had she done so earlier, she might have cleaved through that accursed armor in the beginning. Finally, after more than 20 relentless strikes, the skeleton's armor could withstand no more and shattered into fragments. With its body now exposed, Jiang Chenmin wasted no time and delivered a powerful blow to its vulnerable form. The impact was immediate and devastating. Without its armor for protection, she easily severed its body in 2, yet, to her astonishment, even in its dismembered state, it managed to strike her arm with a desperate swing. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp, and the blow merely left a superficial cut, causing no serious harm. How careless of me to encounter such a creature! After dispatching it, Jiang Chenmin hastily bandaged her wound with a piece of her torn clothing and approached the fallen skeleton. Since its weapon appeared intact, she thought it might be of use. However, upon closer inspection, she discovered that the sword in its grasp had corroded within a mere minute. Nevertheless, Jiang Chenmin was not inclined to waste time lamenting over it. If it was unusable, then so be it. Her current sword could still endure. Due to her injury, Jiang Chenmin's subsequent movements were cautious, relying on the nearby withered trees for cover rather than dashing about as she had before. What a tiresome affair! There's no mistake. That was Huang Lin's voice. To her surprise, Huang Lin, who had just dealt with a few skeletons himself, spotted Jiang Chenmin approaching him. "Oh, Jiang, you're hurt?" Huang Lin exclaimed upon noticing the cloth wrapped around her left arm, stained with blood. "Did these skeletons manage to injure you?" he asked incredulously. Having dispatched numerous skeletons himself, to him, they were akin to mere cannon fodder, easily eliminated, and he could hardly believe Jiang Chenmin had been harmed by such creatures, unless I encountered a different kind of skeleton. It possessed immense strength and formidable defense, and I was caught off guard, Jiang Chenmin explained. Hearing her words piqued Huang Lin's interest. If this foe could injure Jiang Chenmin, it must possess significant prowess. Perhaps a confrontation with it could lead to his own improvement. However, he deemed it best to regroup with others first, uncertain whether Jiang Chenmin would accompany him. "I plan to find Lu Zhikong and Lin Moran first. Will you join me?" "Certainly," Jiang Chenmin replied. At this juncture, she too preferred not to act solo. Until her left arm healed, caution was advisable, especially as she sensed that this mission was more complex than initially perceived. "By the way, could you enlighten me as to why you claimed to be Lanlin yesterday?" Huang Lin inquired as they walked. "Its nothing. My real name might attract unwanted attention, so I casually mentioned another name." Jiang Chenmin replied. "Just happened to say Lanlin? What a coincidence." Huang Lin remarked. "Is there a problem?" She retorted. No. It's just that when we spoke of you later with Zhang Yifeng and the others, we were concerned your sudden appearance might expose our ruse." Huang Lin chuckled. "Fortunately, you reacted quickly enough to understand what we meant by you having a brother." Chapter 91. "I thought you were possessed." As Jiang Chenmin fell silent, Huang Lin, sensing the shift in topic, tactfully steered clear of it. After a considerable walk, they finally encountered other students. Not far ahead, a group of students sat in a circle, seemingly engaged in discussion. Observing this, Huang Lin prepared to join them. "Hey there, what are you discussing? Count me in." Yet, to his dismay, the group paid him no heed. Undeterred, Huang Lin called out again, "Classmates, let me join in." Before he could finish, Jiang Chenmin suddenly pulled him aside. Huang Lin was taken aback, only to see several arrows land where he had just stood. Had Jiang Chenmin not pulled him away, he would have surely met a grim fate. "That group of students is already dead," Jiang Chenmin murmured. "What?" Huang Lin exclaimed, astonished. They had appeared unremarkable, yet as Jiang Chenmin had surmised, they were lifeless, and the scene of them sitting together was merely a fade created by the entities within the barrier. Just then, from behind a nearby rock emerged two skeletons, one wielding a machete and the other a bow. Much like the one Jiang Chenmin had just faced, their weapons were intact, indicating they were also formidable foes. "You two must be responsible for their deaths. Watch how I deal with you," Huang Lin roared as he charged at the skeletons. "Wait!" Jiang Chenmin attempted to intervene, but Huang Lin had already lunged towards the skeletons, ready to deliver a powerful punch. With a resounding impact, his fist struck the skeleton's sword, causing it to stagger, yet failing to inflict any damage. In a way, Huang Lin gasped in disbelief at the skeleton's resilience, completely unaware that the other skeleton armed with a bow had taken aim at him. Whoosh! An arrow shot towards his head from an unseen angle, but Jiang Chenmin arrived just in time to cleave it in two. Huang Lin retaliated with another punch, forcing the skeleton back and creating some distance between them. It was evident that these were the high-level adversaries Jiang Chenmin had encountered earlier. Thankfully, Jiang Chenmin had shielded him from the arrow. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured. "Is this the kind of creature that harmed you?" Huang Lin inquired. "Yes. Well, you were indeed quite careless," Huang Lin teased. Although he hadn't dispatched the skeleton with a single blow, the previous strike had demonstrated that he could defeat it if he fought wholeheartedly. Huang Lin understood that Jiang Chenmin was significantly stronger than him. Being injured by such a creature was indeed absurd. However, Jiang Chenmin refrained from elaborating, as her injury had stemmed from her own oversight. The two adjusted their stances, preparing to eliminate the skeletons, but just as they were about to strike, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps from behind. "You've got to be kidding," Huang Lin groaned. "Jiang Chenmin, what do we do? Run? Huh?" Huang Lin could hardly believe his ears. Jiang Chenmin was suggesting retreat. Yet, if she deemed fleeing the best course of action, he felt no pressure to stay. After all, if the strongest among them chose to escape, why shouldn't he follow suit? Having made their decision, they swiftly departed the scene. Initially worried about being pursued by the skeletons, they soon realized that the creatures seemed only to attack enemies within a certain range. After covering a safe distance, the skeletons abruptly ceased their assault. It seems we are safe for now. But, Jiang Chenmin, slow down, Lanlin called out. Although they had temporarily evaded this wave of attacks, it was prudent to put more distance between themselves and danger. However, Jiang Chenmin's speed was astonishing, and Lanlin struggled to keep up. In fact, it was remarkable that he could manage even to follow her at all, especially since she wasn't even moving at full speed. My goodness, stop running, Lanlin shouted from behind. Jiang Chenmin, are you even a girl? You're not just strong in combat, but you run faster than I do. Jiang Chenmin? Lanlin noticed her strange demeanor and called out her name loudly. Hey, what is it, Jiang Chenmin? What is wrong? Jiang Chenmin suddenly replied. That is a question I should be asking you. After you stopped just now, you seem to be lost in thought. I almost thought you were possessed. No, it's nothing. Jiang Chenmin wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and continued. Let us go find the others. Given the current circumstances, it seemed temporarily impossible to continue searching for the core. The space within this barrier was exceedingly strange. The safest course of action now was to move in conjunction with others. However, Jiang Chenmin had no intention of doing so, as her arm had nearly healed. The two walked along the path for quite some time, until the sky within the barrier began to darken, finally discovering other individuals in a cavern. This cave was quite spacious, resembling a boss room from a video game at first glance. Though it had open spaces in all four directions, nonetheless, it sufficed as a temporary refuge. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Jiang Chenmin noticed that most of the students inside were injured, some severely so, which in such a situation was tantamount to a death sentence. What happened? Did these students get attacked by those skeletons? Lanlin queried, perplexed. However, Jiang Chenmin understood that they may have merely been assaulted by ordinary skeletons, as she had witnessed students being cornered by them before. She just didn't know their current condition or if they were among this group. More injured individuals are arriving, a student remarked, clearly making this observation based on Jiang Chenmin's injured left arm. I'll go check if Lu Ziyankang and the others are here, Lanlin declared. All right, but what this sudden change entails remains unclear. We can only take it one step at a time. Jiang Chenmin, I've looked around, and Lu Ziyankang and the others are not here. I plan to continue searching for them. Do you want to stay here? I'll rest for a bit and then leave. You going to act alone again? Fine. Your strength is formidable. If you're cautious, acting alone shouldn't pose a danger. I'll take my leave then. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Jinglian mountain, a young man wielding a black long sword was meticulously observing the skeletons he had just defeated. This design, that old fellow's taste leaves much to be desired. After venting his frustration about order, the youth began to critique himself. I'm so hungry my mind is muddled. How could I be so impulsive? Fortunately, this barrier is different from the last. Otherwise, everyone inside would be doomed because of me. Chapter 92. The responsibility of the Tianwang members. After Lanlin departed, Jiang Chenmin began to meditate and recuperate. Although this method would not hasten her recovery, it was sufficient to calm her mind and assess the situation. What should we do? At this rate, we will surely perish. I don't know. According to my plan, we should be able to survive in this place. It's still not Tianwang's fault. They claimed this mission wouldn't be too challenging for us. Yet those skeletons are more formidable than ever. Exactly. We must demand an explanation from Tianwang. Among the crowd, some began to voice their discontent. Although they were aware of the potential for casualties before embarking on this mission, the current one-sided situation was unacceptable. When anticipated events take an unexpected turn, it leads not only to immediate losses but also poses the greatest danger of shattering trust. It was evident that due to this mission, these students were growing increasingly reluctant to trust Tianwang. However, the direst situation was that the Tianwang members outside were oblivious to this, with only the accompanying personnel aware of the students' dire emotional state. Yet, the Tianwang members themselves were not faring much better, as the mission briefing had not indicated the extreme danger of this task. What now? If we stay here any longer, we might starve to death. A student exclaimed. How about we take turns going out to find food? How can we take turns? We have many injured individuals here, and besides, the environment doesn't seem conducive to finding food. Then what do you propose? All calm communication relies on the absence of pressure from either party, but now everyone faced the threat of death, and thus, the notion of remaining calm was non-existent. If they were to perish, they might as well not lose out in a quarrel. Look at that girl. She seems to be in decent shape. Let her go find food. A student pointed at Jiang Chenmin. True, but it's a pity the boy who came with her is missing. Otherwise, they could have gone together. The one who suggested this approached Jiang Chenmin. Classmate, you appear to have only sustained minor injuries. Would you be willing to go find food? The boy stated this as if it were a matter of course, as though Jiang Chenmin had an obligation to provide for them, despite her own lack of provisions. Seeing Jiang Chenmin remain silent, the leading boy raised his voice. I'm saying you're in the best condition right now, so you should go find food. You wouldn't want to see so many people die here? Would you? The Jiang Chenmin of the past would have certainly ignored him, but now it was different. As a member of Tianwang, she bore the responsibility for the safety of these students, a duty emphasized by the person in charge before the mission commenced. After saying this, Jiang Chenmin took up her weapon and left, preparing to search for food. After all, it was not feasible to pursue the core at this moment, so she decided to first ensure the students were settled. Jiang Chenmin took a deep breath. All right, with that, Jiang Chenmin set down her weapon, disregarding how to deal with any skeletons that might appear later, focusing instead on providing some measure of comfort to the students. After leaving the cave, Jiang Chenmin moved towards an area with somewhat more dead trees, hoping to find some food there. Unfortunately, there was absolutely no food to be found. Even if she dug 3 feet into the ground, she would be unlikely to uncover anything edible. Even the presence of an energy-devouring beast would have been preferable, though that creature would likely be inedible. Jiang Chenmin continued deeper, but surprises often come swiftly. As a formidable group of skeletons appeared once more in her line of sight, TSK. For safety's sake, Jiang Chenmin had no intention of engaging them in combat, but the foremost skeleton suddenly spoke. You are strong. You must die. Jiang Chenmin had not anticipated that this particular skeleton would target her, nor did it seem inclined to abandon its intention to kill her based on any territorial instincts. Without a weapon, Jiang Chenmin was uncertain if she could contend with these skeletons, but regardless, combat was unavoidable. The skeleton charged at Jiang Chenmin, its sword carving a silver arc through the air as a swift slash struck her abdomen, tearing her clothing. The speed of this blow was so rapid that even Jiang Chenmin struggled to react. From that strike alone, she could tell that this skeleton was in an entirely different league than the previous ones. And more critically, there was not just one such skeleton, but a whole group. This is troublesome. Yet, no matter how dire the situation became, Jiang Chenmin had no choice but to press on. Had she not left her weapon behind when exiting the cave? Her circumstances might have been significantly better, but there were no what-ifs. Now, she had to confront these foes empty-handed. The speed of this group of skeletons was considerable, and Jiang Chenmin could not rely on her previous strategy of outpacing them. Her current approach would involve utilizing the surrounding dead trees to separate them and take them down one by one. Fortunately, one skeleton was positioned away from the main group, making it the perfect first target. Luring it towards a dead tree, Jiang Chenmin sprang from above, delivering a swift chop to the skeleton's head, which produced a satisfying effect. It staggered, and upon hitting the ground, she followed up with a kick, severing its head. Simultaneously, the other skeletons began their assault in her direction, and Jiang Chenmin decisively seized the weapon from the skeleton she had just dispatched, preparing for battle. As expected, the moment the sword left the skeleton's grip, it began to deteriorate at a visibly rapid pace. At this rate, the sword's maximum usability was no more than 5 seconds, but for Jiang Chenmin, 5 seconds would suffice. Previously, she had refrained from pouring too much power into the sword for fear of damaging it. But now, the situation was different. It was merely a disposable item, and she need not worry about her strength ruining the sword since it was destined to break anyway. These skeletons, while possessing enhanced speed and strength, still relied solely on their armor for defense. However, if Jiang Chenmin unleashed her full might with the sword, that armor would hold little significance, easily shattered with a single strike. From this moment onward, Jiang Chenmin would employ this first sword in a relay race, with the relay items being the weapons of those skeletons. Chapter 93. Uncertainty 1, 2, 3. Jiang Chenmin nimbly maneuvered among the dead trees, systematically dispatching the group of skeletons with her sword. However, the situation was not entirely optimistic. Aside from her own stamina, the surrounding dead trees had been significantly damaged due to the relentless onslaught of skeletons. If this continued, Jiang Chenmin might not be able to eliminate them before the trees were entirely destroyed. Yet, should she recklessly venture deeper, she risked encountering more skeletons. It is unavoidable. one can only attempt to eliminate the surrounding deadwood before it is completely destroyed. Should that prove futile, retreating deeper into the forest would be the next course of action. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chenmin swiftly dashed into the depths of the woods, now gambling that there would be no more outrageous entities lurking within. She moved toward the core location etched in her memory, yet encountered an unexpected individual en route. Hey, interested in a brief chat? Approaching Jiang Chenmin was the student who had previously clashed with the Tianwang personnel outside the barrier. Jiang Chenmin had no intention of acknowledging him. After all, she was now a member of Tianwang, and given how this student had spoken to Tianwang's representatives, she could hardly entertain him. Come on, don't be so heartless. The student was not ready to back down, thus he introduced himself. I'm He Shangjia. What is your name? I'm not concerned with what you call yourself. Right now, the barrier is perilous. Your priority should be to safeguard your own life. I am well aware of the danger within the barrier. However, while you may not care what I'm called, I am indeed curious about your name. Jiang Chenmin. You know me? Who in Xinxia does not recognize that name? I merely happen to know what you look like. Unlike others, it was evident that He Shangjia had deliberately sought out Jiang Chenmin. And regarding his purpose for doing so, what do you want? Nothing much. I merely accepted a commission to find an opportunity to eliminate you during this mission. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chenmin's expression shifted subtly. Preparing for combat. Observing her readiness to strike, He Shangjia quickly raised his hands. Hold on, don't be so hasty. I wouldn't have mentioned it if I didn't have my reasons. What reasons? I can't possibly defeat you. Jiang Chenmin paused, momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a valid point. Despite his demeanor resembling that of a minor boss, he was fundamentally just a student, and one at the same level as Jiang Chenmin. In Xinxia, there existed a fundamental law. As long as one was Jiang Chenmin's peer, they could never surpass her in strength, with the exception of Lanlin. This principle applied to He Shangjia as well. Even if Jiang Chenmin had just emerged from a battle, even if she was currently unarmed, and even if He Shangjia was already among the elite of his peers, he could not best her. Their disparity was not merely a matter of one being slightly better. They were simply not on the same level. Had his opponent been someone like Huang Lin, He Shangjia might have had a chance to land a hit. But against Jiang Chenmin, victory in a one-on-one confrontation was nothing more than a daydream. It was clear that He Shangjia understood this, which is why he was forthcoming, hoping to avoid a severe beating from Jiang Chenmin upon the revelation of the truth. Then why do you seek me? Quite simply, I need you to act alongside me in a charade. Help me deceive the client into providing the commission funds, and I shall share half with you. He Shangjia's intentions were transparently laid bare before Jiang Chenmin. He sought to swindle some money, knowing that once they exited the barrier, the client would be unable to track him down. Provided he delivered proof of Jiang Chenmin's demise. Not interested. I have my own matters to attend to. With that, Jiang Chenmin turned to leave. Wait. You seem to have misunderstood. I'm not here to negotiate. I am here to inform you. You have no right to refuse. What did you say? It seems your intellect is not as sharp as the rumors suggest. Have you not yet noticed the patterns in the skeleton's movements? Patterns? Jiang Chenmin suddenly realized she had indeed not contemplated this matter. The skeleton's actions were governed by a discernible order. Precisely, aside from the initial expendables, the remaining formidable skeletons shared a common trait. Their murderous intent was always directed toward the strong. Exactly, this is the foundational logic within the barrier. However, due to Jiang Chenmin's solitary nature, the only time she had been accompanied by Huang Lin, she had been injured, leading the skeletons to misjudge her strength. Thus, it was difficult for Jiang Chenmin to recognize this fact. And what of it? Jiang Chenmin inquired. This is the heart of the forest. Should any skeleton appear, they certainly will not be mere fodder. If I were to provoke them into revealing themselves, would you still dare to attack me? Can you contend with them now? He Shangjia was not mistaken. The skeletons here were likely far more formidable than those previously encountered. And indeed, Jiang Chenmin currently lacked the capacity to defeat them. However, all of this hinged upon one critical premise. Do you truly believe I would allow you to provoke them? Jiang Chenmin retorted coldly. If Jiang Chenmin had no intention of acquiescing to He Shangjia, then eliminating him swiftly was the only option before he could stir up any commotion. Jiang Chenmin was confident in her ability to accomplish this. With that thought in mind, she assumed a combat stance, ready to strike. Yet, He Shangjia remained composed, fully aware that Jiang Chenmin would not kill him. Jiang Chenmin gathered her strength and launched her attack. She hesitated just before making contact. just as He Xiangjie had predicted, she would not take his life. "Why did you decide to join Tianwang?" He Xiangjie queried. "Isn't it unpleasant to be bound? You could easily eliminate me, yet you refrained from doing so, for you are now a part of Tianwang, and every action you take reflects upon their image." As He Xiangjie noted. Joining Tianwang had indeed afforded Jiang Chenmin greater opportunities to undertake perilous missions. Yet, it simultaneously curtailed her propensity for violence, as Tianwang's mission was one of protection, not harm. Even if He Xiangjie was shameless, he remained a protected target of Tianwang. "Silence!" Jiang Chenmin growled before sprinting away from him. Observing her departure, He Xiangjie remarked with interest, "How intriguing." Chapter 94. Unraveled. Jiang Chen took deep, labored breaths as he sprinted through the treacherous forest, halting only when he could run no longer. As a member of Tianwang. "Did my mere words cause you to crumble? You are rather fragile, are you not? Are you truly Jiang Chenmin? Surely you are not a mere stand-in?" He Xiangjie inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chenmin clenched her teeth. "You." At that moment, Jiang Chenmin desperately wished to eliminate the man before her. Yet she knew that any such action would fall into He Xiangjie's trap. After all, the image of Tianwang must be preserved. "Remarkably fortunate you are, having run so far without encountering any skeletons. I'm utterly exhausted." Even now, He Xiangjie continued to speak casually, displaying no concern that Jiang Chenmin might lose control. "Stop appearing so distressed. Come over and take a fake photo with me. What you choose to do afterward is of no interest to me." Seeing Jiang Chenmin remain unresponsive, He Xiangjie pressed on. "I'm curious about your true motives for joining Tianwang. Why was I able to breach your defenses so easily? Pray tell." As he spoke, He Xiangjie edged closer to Jiang Chenmin. Previously indifferent, he now found himself intrigued by her unexpected reaction, eager to uncover the reason behind her transformation. Yet, it seemed his provocations were insufficient, prompting He Xiangjie to add fuel to the fire. "Let me guess your reason for joining Tianwang. Before arriving here, I conducted a thorough investigation into your background, but found little of substance. The only noteworthy detail was that you were once quite close to a student named Lanlin, who appears to have been a victim in that recent air disaster." "You wouldn't possibly." With a swift motion, Jiang Chenmin's right hand pierced through He Xiangjie's left chest. He Xiangjie gazed at her in disbelief. You actually..." In an instant, Jiang Chenmin sent He Xiangjie flying with a kick, his body crashing heavily onto a distant slope. After executing this sequence of actions, Jiang Chenmin stared at the blood on her right hand, her once azure eyes now gradually turning crimson. Initially, Jiang Chenmin had been striving to maintain control. Yet He Xiangjie had dared to invoke Lanlin's name to provoke her. Such behavior was tantamount to courting death before Lanlin's return. From afar, He Xiangjie struggled to rise, fortunate that his heart resided on the right side. Had it been otherwise, he would have been dead. Yet now, the pressing concern was that Jiang Chenmin appeared genuinely intent on killing him. At that moment, an ominous aura of red and black radiated from Jiang Chenmin, a presence that was entirely uncharacteristic of an ice element wielder. Before He Xiangjie could catch his breath, Jiang Chenmin launched another attack, this time aimed directly at his heart. Fortunately, He Xiangjie had anticipated this and narrowly evaded the strike. "Hey, you really dare to make a move?" He Xiangjie could hardly believe that the Jiang Chenmin, who had been so conflicted moments ago, would suddenly exude such murderous intent. Had his provocations gone too far? Yet there was no time for He Xiangjie to ponder these matters. Jiang Chenmin's assault came once more. Despite being unarmed, the force of her hand was still palpable, especially in her current state, which was driven purely by the desire to kill. He Xiangjie hastily drew his weapon, bracing himself for combat. One misstep against Jiang Chenmin now could result in his demise. He focused intently on her movements. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chenmin raised her right fist and swung heavily toward He Xiangjie, who immediately raised his sword to defend himself. However, this was merely a futile endeavor. Jiang Chenmin's punch sent He Xiangjie, along with his sword, hurtling through the air. Even the sword was shattered by the force of her blow. Before He Xiangjie could even regain his composure after being knocked back, Jiang Chenmin appeared before him and delivered a swift kick. Ugh! Enduring this strike head-on, He Xiangjie spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet it was evident that Jiang Chenmin had no intention of halting her assault. In quick succession, she battered He Xiangjie against a nearby earthen wall, pinning him there with another powerful kick. Countless heavy punches then rained down upon He Xiangjie, who, by this point, was on the brink of collapse. He could not fathom why an 18-year-old girl possessed such immense strength. Though he had previously recognized that he was no match for Jiang Chenmin, he had never anticipated being utterly incapable of resistance. Observing that He Xiangjia had lost all possibility of countering, Jiang Chenmin seized his hair and yanked him from the wall. "Who commissioned you to kill me?" He Xiangjia struggled to respond. Lin Zifen. It was then that Jiang Chenmin realized the identity of the individual who sought her demise was the same person who had caused trouble in the weapons shop. An understandable conclusion. Given their prior conflict. At that moment, Jiang Chenmin returned to her original demeanor. The crimson hue in her eyes faded, revealing her striking blue irises once more. Initially, she had intended to end He Xiangjia's life, but upon reflection, she acknowledged that he had not committed any heinous acts. Rather, it was her own impulsiveness that had led to this situation. Had He Xiangjia not mocked her regarding Lanlin, she might have remained composed. With the answer in hand, Jiang Chenmin resolved to depart, whether to deal with the core or seek sustenance. Anything to divert her attention. You just now," He Xiangjia weakly uttered. "As you stated, it was your threat against the members of the Sky Network that provoked my actions," Jiang Chenmin replied coldly. "Not that. I meant your strength just now." It felt like the boom. Just as He Xiangjia began to speak, a surge of infernal fire struck him directly. Due to its casual release, the inferno lacked its usual potency, yet it was sufficient to incinerate an ordinary ability user. "You? Why? Aren't you?" Before He Xiangjia could finish his sentence, he was consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes, swept away by the wind. "Anyone who knows I can wield infernal fire must perish, save for Lanlin. Should she divulge this matter, she too shall meet her end." The infernal fire not only obliterated adversaries, but also transformed the wielder into a merciless and bloodthirsty entity. Jiang Chenmin had fallen into such a state, her earlier turmoil having compelled her to entertain the notion of annihilating everything with infernal fire. After regaining a semblance of composure, she was once again swayed by He Xiangjia's mention of a topic that must never be broached, leading her to lose control to the flames once more. "I'm sorry, truly sorry," Jiang Chenmin lamented, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had she not allowed herself to be provoked by mere words, the situation would not have escalated to this extent. Am I truly still considered a member of the Sky Network? Do I genuinely wish to be one? Jiang Chenmin muttered to herself incessantly. Of course not. Jiang Chenmin's expression shifted dramatically as she anxiously scanned her surroundings. Who is speaking? Who else could it be? It's me. Is my infernal fire useful? At that moment, Jiang Chenmin realized the voice resonated directly within her mind, accompanied by a familiar sensation. You are that demon. How did you find me? Naturally, I tracked you through the infernal fire. Last time on the island, I allowed you to escape by chance, but not this time. Chapter 95. Has Jiang Chenmin fallen into darkness? This roar of anger and resentment was Jiang Chenmin's final struggle before losing consciousness. Did you hear something over there? Lin Moran inquired while searching for the core. It seems so. I heard it as well. Shall we go investigate? Lu Zhikong replied, tossing a stone in his hand a short while ago. Lin Moran had coincidentally encountered Lu Zhikong while wandering about, but Huang Lin had ventured in another direction earlier. Otherwise, the three might have successfully regrouped. After a brief walk, the two arrived at the source of the sound, though it appeared they would not encounter the one who had shouted. What is this? Lu Zhikong observed a charred patch of ground and some ashes. It was evident that this scene was the aftermath of He Xiangjia's incineration. Unfortunately, without further evidence, Lu Zhikong could not ascertain whether a person had been burned, else he would not have remained so composed. Old Lu, look here. Lin Moran pointed to a blood-stained indentation. It seems something quite horrifying transpired here. Lu Zhikong remarked, fixated on the bloodstains. There appeared to be footprints on the ground. Shall we pursue? Let's take a look. However, Jiang Chenmin paid him no mind and strode directly towards Lin Zifen's sword. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? As Jiang Chenmin continued to ignore him, the student braced himself to take action, yet to Jiang Chenmin, his movement seemed akin to slow motion. Whether it was a punch or a kick, she effortlessly evaded him. What is happening? Neglecting the student's attempts, Jiang Chenmin seized the sword and prepared to leave, only to be blocked by several other students. Classmate, you promised us you would find food. Are you planning to go back on your word? The group positioned themselves as if ready to confront her. You are far too weak. You are not worthy of dying at my hands." Having uttered this declaration, Jiang Chenmin continued her march towards the exit. The crowd murmured in disbelief, questioning whether she understood the gravity of her words. Does she not realize what she is saying? Some amongst the crowd shared incredulous thoughts. The students attempting to impede Jiang Chenmin were evidently of the same opinion. After all, what combat prowess could an injured girl possess? Hey, if you know what's good for you, put down the sword and go find us some food. Understood? Witnessing a decapitated head tumble to the ground, the onlookers instantly lost their bravado. Though they had initially sought to bully her, they understood the importance of self-preservation in critical moments. However, the first student could not contain his anger. He could not abide someone challenging his authority within this cavern, and thus he decisively struck at Jiang Chenmin. Just as he was about to land a blow, Jiang Chenmin suddenly pivoted, evading his attack, and regarded him with disdain, before swiftly cleaving him in two with her sword. Blood spilled across the ground, spreading in a dark stain, as Jiang Chenmin flicked her sword clean and prepared to depart, leaving behind a group of students too terrified to utter a word. The entire encounter unfolded with a chilling efficiency, for who could have anticipated that Jiang Chenmin had already lost her sense of self? Did anyone record that? Someone in the crowd asked. While communication was impossible here, the recording function remained operational. Outside the cave, Jiang Chenmin had relinquished her self-awareness, becoming a being as hollow as the skeletons within the barrier. Albeit stronger, despite her lost sense of self, she could still articulate words. "Old Lu, do you see if those are other students inside? It seems so. Let's go take a look." Fate played its hand, as Jiang Chenmin had just departed when the two brothers arrived. Upon entering the cave, Lu Zhikong and Lin Moran encountered the day's students. A girl came in, killed someone, and then left. "Killed someone? Are you certain?" Lu Zhikong exclaimed, astonished to learn that there was indeed someone attacking their own in this barrier. This compelled both Lu Zhikong and Lin Moran to address the situation. "Old Huang, what a coincidence," Lu Zhikong excitedly called out. "By the way, how did you two end up here?" Huang Lin inquired. "Old Lu and I happened to cross paths. And while we were moving together, we heard some commotion over there. We followed the footprints to this spot," Lin Moran explained, pointing to the direction they had come from. "Is that so? I was nearby. How did I not hear the commotion you mentioned?" The conversation flowed easily, as it often does when three individuals gather, especially when their combined strength was considerable. By the way, the students here mentioned that a girl came in, killed someone, and then left. "We are preparing to find her," Lu Zhikong stated. Huang Lin was taken aback, incredulous at the revelation. The notion of someone capable of harming their own was too dangerous to ignore, prompting Huang Lin to join the duo in addressing the matter. "By the way, did the girl have any distinguishing features?" Huang Lin posed a crucial question, for they needed to ascertain her appearance in order to locate her effectively. "I am not sure. Let us ask that student again," Lu Zhikong suggested, and the group approached the previous student. "Classmate, do you recall any features of the girl who came to kill?" Lu Zhikong inquired. "Yes, she had purple hair and wielded a sword. When she killed, she hardly spoke. She seemed like a cold person," the student recounted. However, the expressions of Lu Zhikong and his companions turned complex, for the description of purple hair, a sword, and a cold demeanor was eerily reminiscent of Jiang Chenmin. The trio hastily exited the cave, engaging in fervent discussion. "The person he described must be Jiang Chenmin, right?" Lin Moran. "It cannot be wrong. But why would Jiang Chenmin want to kill?" Huang Lin. "It shouldn't be. I came here with Jiang Chenmin, and at that time, no one came to stir trouble. Could it be that something happened after I left?" Lu Zhikong. "Have you acted together with Jiang Chenmin recently?" Huang Lin. "Just for a brief moment, then we parted ways." Lin Moran. "Let us not dwell on that for now. We must find her first." Chapter 96. The three shadows battle the frost. As the group conversed, the sound of footsteps approached, and the owner of those footsteps was none other than Jiang Chenmin. Upon her sudden appearance, the three were momentarily taken aback, yet it conveniently spared them from considerable trouble. Observing Jiang Chenmin, Huang Lin prepared to inquire about what had transpired. However, as soon as Huang Lin uttered a single word, Jiang Chenmin launched an attack upon him with her sword. Wall of barriers. Faced with Jiang Chenmin's unexpected assault, Huang Lin swiftly activated his ability, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Yet, against Jiang Chenmin's attack, the once impenetrable wall of barriers crumbled like parchment, shattered within moments by her strikes. Fortunately, Huang Lin had already distanced himself. "Hey, Jiang Chenmin, what are you doing?" Huang Lin bellowed. Lu Zhikong and Lin Morwen also sensed the gravity of the situation and readied themselves for battle. After demolishing Huang Lin's earthen barrier, Jiang Chenmin showed no sign of pause and charged at Huang Lin once more. Damn it! Huang Lin was unwilling to face another such attack. Thankfully, Lu Zhikong swiftly unleashed a bolt of lightning to obstruct Jiang Chenmin's path. But in doing so, he became her new target. Jiang Chenmin, having switched her focus, closed in on Lu Zhikong in an instant, swinging her sword. Lu Zhikong lacked Huang Lin's formidable defensive skills. A direct hit from this blow would surely be fatal. In a moment of desperation, Huang Lin released his power from a distance, raising a wall of earth before Lu Zhikong. However, like the previous attempt, this barrier did little to halt Jiang Chenmin's advance. Nevertheless, the wall bought Lu Zhikong precious seconds to escape and reach Huang Lin's side. Just as Jiang Chenmin shattered the earthen wall, Lin Morwen emerged from the shadows, his dagger slicing through the air with a whistle, striking decisively at Jiang Chenmin. Yet, even in such a predicament, Jiang Chenmin swiftly countered, parrying the blow with her sword. Nonetheless, due to the sword's inferior quality, it showed signs of fracture after absorbing the impact, indicating that Jiang Chenmin had underestimated her strength while overestimating her weapon's durability. Observing Jiang Chenmin's relentless aggression, Huang Lin spoke up first. "What is the meaning of this? Why is she trying to kill us?" "How would I know? Weren't you the one acting alongside her?" Lu Zhikong retorted. The current situation was beyond comprehension for the trio. The genius in their minds was now attempting to take their lives. Who could withstand such a turn of events? In the distance, after sending Lin Morwen flying, Jiang Chenmin turned her attention back to them. A closer look at her revealed an aura of extreme malevolence, and her eyes, now a blood-red hue, stripped her of any semblance of the aloof goddess she once was, transforming her into a demon from the depths of hell. After gazing at Huang Lin and the others for a few seconds, Jiang Chenmin charged at them once more. "Damn, here she comes." The trio scrambled to evade Jiang Chenmin's onslaught. Once they landed, Lin Morwen was the first to initiate an attack, the clash of dagger against sword resonating in the air. Although Lin Morwen's technique was exceptional among his peers, it paled in comparison to Jiang Chenmin's prowess. After exchanging a few moves, Jiang Chenmin effortlessly disarmed Lin Morwen, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. Yet, Lin Morwen displayed no sign of panic, for he knew he had two brothers at his side. At the moment Jiang Chenmin's sword was about to strike Lin Morwen, a wall of earth rose to intercept the attack. Simultaneously, Lu Zhikong summoned lightning, aiming it at Jiang Chenmin, who had just been thwarted in mere seconds. Jiang Chenmin regained her composure, seizing Lin Morwen's arm with one hand. "Surely not." Lin Morwen's expression mirrored disbelief. Under normal circumstances, any ordinary ability user would be incapacitated for hours after enduring Lu Zhikong's strike. Yet Jiang Chenmin had recovered in mere moments. Is this the extent of Jiang Chenmin's strength? Lin Morwen murmured. But now was not the time for reflection. As Jiang Chenmin raised her sword once more, poised to attack him in a moment of crisis, Lu Zhikong slipped behind Jiang Chenmin, first launching a standard bolt of lightning at her back. Finding it ineffective, he then locked her right arm with his own, preventing her from thrusting the sword towards Lin Morwen. Seeing Jiang Chenmin's right arm immobilized, Huang Lin rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch at her, while Lin Morwen seized the opportunity to kick her away. Their combined effort successfully repelled Jiang Chenmin, yet, as before, while it appeared to inflict significant harm, it ultimately did not affect her greatly. This was partly due to the fact that Jiang Chenmin lacked self-awareness. Even if she were injured, she would remain indifferent as long as her body was not completely destroyed, continuing her relentless slaughter. Having temporarily driven Jiang Chenmin back, the three began to contemplate their strategy. For reasons unknown, despite Jiang Chenmin's pure murderous intent, she had yet to utilize her abilities. Had she done so, they would have undoubtedly met their end. Although we don't know what's wrong with her, we must be cautious not to inflict too much damage, Lin Morwen whispered. However, Huang Lin could not contain himself. Injure her. We should be grateful to be alive. Did you not see that she hasn't used her abilities at all? Lu Zhikong's point was valid, yet not entirely correct. The strength of ordinary students would likely not attract Jiang Chenmin's attention. The primary reason the three were targeted was their power, which far exceeded that of typical students. Thanks to their strength, they could stand a chance even against Jiang Chenmin, who had yet to unleash her full potential. Chapter 97. A narrow victory. The exchange was brief. Jiang Chenmin merely stared at them for a few seconds before launching another assault. Here she comes. Everyone, get ready. Lu Zhikang shouted. As his words fell, Jiang Chenmin, sword in hand, charged towards the trio. Huang Lin positioned himself at the forefront to absorb Jiang Chenmin's initial strike, while Lu Zhikang and Lin Morwen flanked Huang Lin, preparing to encircle her. Boom! Huang Lin's earthen wall held for 2 seconds before collapsing. Yet he still chose to confront Jiang Chenmin head-on. As the sword approached, Huang Lin conjured stone armor on his hands, barely managing to deflect the first blow. What the hell? How can she evade this? Lu Zhikang was on the verge of losing his composure. Their coordinated strategy had proven effective even against most members confined within a cage. Yet against Jiang Chenmin, they found themselves unable to land a single hit, but they could not be blamed. After all, no one anticipated that Jiang Chenmin, at full strength, could effortlessly contend with 4 individuals simultaneously. Hey, Huang Lin, can you take another hit? Lu Zhikang inquired. Take another hit? If she comes at me again, I'll be out of this class for sure, Huang Lin gasped. Indeed, Huang Lin's words were well-founded. Jiang Chenmin's frontal assault was something only Lanlin could withstand unscathed among their peers. For Huang Lin to endure another strike was already an impressive feat. What do we do? Should we engage her in a prolonged battle? Lu Zhikang questioned. Given the circumstances, it was clear that Huang Lin could not withstand another direct hit. However, the issue remained. Without employing such tactics, their chances of victory in a head-on confrontation were exceedingly slim. If Jiang Chenmin chose to use her abilities, then engaging her directly would be tantamount to a death sentence. Hey, Jiang Chenmin, Lanlin has arrived. Go fight him, Lu Zhikang shouted at her. Hearing this, Lin Morwen could no longer hold his tongue. Do you really think that will work? Then what do you suggest? Like Lu Zhikang had said, they had run out of options and could only invoke Lanlin's name, gambling that it would elicit some reaction from Jiang Chenmin. As it turned out, even in her state of unconsciousness, Jiang Chenmin still responded to the name Lanlin, although her reaction was not what they had anticipated. Upon hearing Lanlin's name, Jiang Chenmin immediately launched herself at them with even greater ferocity, forcing the trio to evade once more. Damn, what is happening? Why has she gone even more berserk? Lu Zhikang exclaimed while dodging Jiang Chenmin's strikes. Meanwhile, Lin Morwen, enjoying a brief respite as Jiang Chenmin focused her attention on Lu Zhikang, spoke up. I don't know. Perhaps she thinks you're the one betraying Lanlin, Lu Zhikang. Is that even possible? Yet, Lin Morwen's observation held true. Although Jiang Chenmin had lost her self-awareness, her instinct to protect Lanlin was etched deep within her. Upon hearing Lu Zhikang's words, which suggested betrayal, her immediate reaction was to eliminate him. While this predicament burdened Lu Zhikang, it undeniably provided breathing room for the other two. Old Lu, hold on for a moment. I need a break, Huang Lin said. Is this really the time to rest? Lu Zhikang shouted while running. If this continues, who knows which sword from Jiang Chenmin might cleave him in two. Nevertheless, Lin Morwen remained courageous, seizing the opportunity to launch another attack while Jiang Chenmin was momentarily distracted, only to be thwarted once more. Lin Morwen thought to himself. As an assassin class ability user, being countered repeatedly would have shattered his resolve had he not been aware of Jiang Chenmin's strength. Yet, amidst his confinement, Lin Morwen keenly sensed that Jiang Chenmin's strength had diminished. There's a chance. Jiang Chenmin's condition is declining, Lin Morwen exclaimed. Really? Huang Lin responded, filled with excitement. Earlier, Jiang Chenmin had been struck directly by Lu Zhikang's powerful electric shock. Although she quickly regained her ability to move, the damage from the lightning still lingered. However, Jiang Chenmin, now oblivious to her injuries, had not noticed the harm inflicted upon her. Thank goodness, she hasn't reached an invulnerable state. With this unexpected stroke of fortune, Huang Lin and his companions were invigorated, choosing to distance themselves from Jiang Chenmin to prepare for a protracted battle, hoping to wear her down. Thus, in a series of back-and-forth skirmishes, Jiang Chenmin ultimately succumbed to her injuries. The trio sighed in relief at the sight. Had she not fallen, they might have been overwhelmed. Who could have anticipated that a wounded individual could endure for so long? Yet, now they finally seemed to have achieved victory, or had they? Huang Lin and his companions had overlooked a crucial detail. Their ability to fight to this point was largely due to Jiang Chenmin refraining from utilizing her powers. But now, things had changed. As she was about to collapse, there was no need for further contemplation. Before falling, Jiang Chenmin imbued her nearly shattered sword with frost and swung it with her remaining strength. "Watch out!" Huang Lin shouted, conjuring a barrier. Fortunately, Jiang Chenmin was exceedingly weakened. Otherwise, that strike would have surely obliterated them. "Hey, are you two all right?" Huang Lin called out as he climbed out from the rubble. I'm fine," Lu Zhikang replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "And Lin Moran?" Lu Zhikang glanced around. "Right here," came the voice from beneath Lu Zhikang's feet. Lu Zhikang was startled to see Lin Moran half buried in the ground, evidently having attempted to conceal himself in the shadows at the last moment, only to be inadvertently buried alive by Huang Lin. Thankfully, none were seriously harmed. For the group, this was an unusual experience. As opportunities to engage with Jiang Chenmin were rare, is this truly the pinnacle of our capabilities? Huang Lin mused. Indeed, had she fought with her full strength, we would likely have been finished long ago. Chapter 98. I'm sorry for hurting you. What shall we do now? We can't just leave her here, Lu Zhikang said. Let us carry her and find a safe spot to rest. Remember to tie her up, Huang Lin suggested. Given the circumstances, they had no alternative. Who could have anticipated that the strongest member of their task force would lose control? Yet, while Jiang Chenmin's situation had been temporarily resolved, the mission at Jinglianshan remained unaddressed. Influenced by the skeletons, the other students had no chance to seek the core. Without the skeletons, they could not find it either. Lao Lu, make sure to tie Jiang Chenmin securely. We must not loosen the ropes until she regains her senses, Huang Lin cautioned. Lu Zhikang acted swiftly, first laying Jiang Chenmin against a tree, then retrieving his climbing rope, he tied Jiang Chenmin into a twist and secured her to the tree. The reason for not binding her directly to the tree was due to the apparent weakness of the tree. Although Jiang Chenmin might not break the climbing rope, she could likely snap the tree itself, leading to disaster. After securing Jiang Chenmin, the group began to strategize. What do we do now? Huang Lin asked. Let us search nearby for the core. Perhaps fortune is on our side, Lin Moran suggested, though this seemed unrealistic. By the way, I just found this on Jiang Chenmin's phone, Lu Zhikang remarked, pulling out Jiang Chenmin's phone from his pocket. How did you manage that? The other two asked in unison. While carrying her. Her phone fell out, so I picked it up, Lu Zhikang explained. Not that. I mean, how did you unlock her phone? Huang Lin pressed. I noticed she was entering a password, and the lock screen was a photo of her and Lanlin. So I guessed Lanlin's birthday and it worked, Lu Zhikang replied nonchalantly. Huang Lin and Lin Moran were left speechless. Well, at least you got it open. What is on it? Huang Lin continued to inquire. There's this. Lu Zhikang swiped through the phone and opened a map showing the core's location sent by Tianwang. The trio was elated. They now had a concrete direction for action. However, this revelation also made them realize that Tianwang's original intention for this mission was for Jiang Chenmin to handle it alone. While the others were merely here for training, only the skeletal threats had exceeded expectations. Is this the location of the core? Huang Lin asked as he scrutinized the phone. It should only be an approximate location. And it states that this is merely a hypothesis. We need to search thoroughly, Lu Zhikang added. Jiang Chenmin must have already checked several locations. This time, we should explore new ones, Huang Lin proposed. The problem was that they were uncertain of their current whereabouts. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously suggested, the mountain over there. The three of them shared a unified thought process, choosing to approach the task from the mountain's peak rather than blindly trusting the sun above. What about her? Lu Zhikang questioned. They could not leave Jiang Chenmin behind if they were to set off, but the risk of carrying her was too great. Not only would they have to watch over her in the event of encountering skeletons, but should she awaken and resume attacking them, it would spell disaster. Huang Lin was visibly troubled. Jiang Chenmin's predicament had significantly impacted them. However, they could not simply abandon her. Beyond her importance to Xingxia, the possibility that she might become their sister-in-law was enough reason not to leave her behind. What if she doesn't wake up? We three are fine, but the others are in a difficult situation. They appear to have little food and cannot contend with the skeletons. Delaying too long could lead to trouble, Lu Zhikang remarked. There's no choice. We must make sacrifices. For now, we can only gamble on their survival capabilities. Huang Lin lamented. All right, I'll scout the area for dangers. You two set up here, Lin Moran stated before transforming into a shadow and moving away. Meanwhile, Huang Lin and Lu Zhikang prepared to stabilize their surroundings. Lu Zhikang chopped some wood to use as fuel for the campfire. Although the wood was not sturdy, it burned well. Huang Lin utilized his abilities to construct a rudimentary shelter. The absence of skeletons was certainly a blessing. As for what they might encounter later, that was a concern for another time. Just then, as Huang Lin and Lu Zhikong were constructing their campsite, Jiang Chenmin, bound nearby, awoke. Seeing this, Huang Lin quickly called Lu Zhikong to keep watch over her. "Who are you?" Jiang Chenmin inquired. "Let me confirm. Do you know who we are?" Huang Lin asked. "You are Lanlin's roommates. Will you still attack us?" Lu Zhikong added. "Attack you?" Jiang Chenmin seemed puzzled but quickly realized something. Replying, "I'm sorry. I must have hurt you." Although Jiang Chenmin was unaware of the specifics of her encounter with Huang Lin and the others, she recognized that she had likely committed grievous acts after being consumed by her inner flames. And her being bound here was a direct consequence of that. Seeing that Jiang Chenmin had regained her composure, Lu Zhikong prepared to untie her, as the scene was rather peculiar. Two grown men binding a woman to a tree was an odd sight to contemplate. Once freed, Jiang Chenmin began to inquire about her actions. Initially, Huang Lin only wished to mention their battle, avoiding the topic of Jiang Chenmin's killing of the students in the cave. However, faced with Jiang Chenmin's insistence on uncovering the truth, he had no choice but to reveal everything. That's so. Have I killed innocent people? Jiang Chenmin's mood darkened. Although she had taken many lives, they were all deserving of their fates. The thought of harming innocents unsettled her deeply. At that moment, Lin Moran's voice echoed from afar. Actually, they were not entirely innocent. Chapter 99. Rest, what do you mean by not entirely innocent? Huang Lin asked. I just remembered. I had seen those two students whom Jiang Chenmin killed before. Lin Moran replied. The others were taken aback. When did you see them? It was quite some time ago when I was back in my hometown. Those two were local thugs, taking advantage of their strength to bully the nearby residents. Lin Moran continued. Really? Huang Lin pressed. Otherwise, why would I say that? Since Lin Moran has said so, they can only believe him. As for Shungjia, he merely drew the short straw, insisting on provoking Jiang Chenmin, and as a result, he was dispatched. However, even upon hearing Lin Moran's words, Jiang Chenmin remained engulfed in self-reproach. Regardless of whether those individuals were good or bad, the undeniable fact remained that her mindset had led to the uncontrollable outburst of her inner fire. A matter entirely her own. Wait, inner fire? Jiang Chenmin suddenly realized that she might have inadvertently used her inner fire in front of Huang Lin and the others. Would they divulge this incident? Nonetheless, it was imperative to ascertain whether her inner fire had been exposed. Did anything peculiar occur while I was battling you? Jiang Chenmin inquired. Peculiar? To be honest, you were quite strange during that time. Huang Lin remarked. Did I use any abilities? Jiang Chenmin hesitated to directly ask about any unusual powers she might have wielded, opting instead for a more tentative approach. Not at all, if you had unleashed your abilities with full force. The three of us would have been minced meat, Lu Zhikong responded. Upon hearing Lu Zhikong's assertion that she had not used any powers, Jiang Chenmin breathed a sigh of relief, yet Lin Moran's subsequent comment reignited her anxiety. However, the aura you emitted was rather terrifying, entirely unlike what one would expect from an ice-type ability user. Jiang Chenmin understood that under circumstances of losing consciousness, merely exposing that much was already miraculous. Yet, explaining it was still a challenge, though Huang Lin and the others did not press further. I'll go rest over there, Jiang Chenmin declared before departing, and Huang Lin and the others did not attempt to stop her. After watching Jiang Chenmin walk away, Lu Zhikong leaned closer to Lin Moran and asked, Was what you said earlier true? Are those two students really ruffians from your hometown? Of course not. I don't even know what those two deceased students looked like. Lin Moran replied. Then why did you speak as if it were true? Lu Zhikong countered. What could I do? Jiang Chenmin has to let go of this matter. A little deception is for her own good. But do you really think you've deceived her? I should have. My earlier performance was flawless. While the two were conversing, Huang Lin was preparing to set off, prompting questions from the others. What are you doing? Packing up to search for the core? Aren't you going to rest? Jiang Chenmin has woken up. What is there to rest for? Huang Lin replied. Everything is in order around here. It would be a shame not to make use of it. Besides, Jiang Chenmin has just regained consciousness and surely hasn't fully recovered. No need to rush. After hearing their words, Huang Lin found their reasoning sound and decided to sit down to rest. By the way, Jiang Chenmin's phone is still with me. I'll return it to her. Is my phone with you? Jiang Chenmin asked. Yes, here it is, Lu Zhikong said, handing the phone back to Jiang Chenmin. After receiving her phone, she continued, What are your plans moving forward? What else can we do but search for the core of this barrier? Huang Lin replied casually. Can you find it? Jiang Chenmin questioned, somewhat puzzled, as she assumed they should be completely unaware of the core's location. Yet Huang Lin appeared quite confident. Actually, we've already seen the distribution map on your phone, and our original plan was to head out to find those cores as soon as you woke up. Lu Zhikang explained. How did you see it? Upon hearing Jiang Chenmin's query, Huang Lin and Lin Moran turned their gaze to Lu Zhikang. You explain. Lu Zhikang responded straightforwardly. Your phone fell out, so I took a glance. Then, I just tried a password based on my own instincts and gained access. To the surprise of the three, Jiang Chenmin's reaction was quite subdued. She merely fell silent for a moment before preparing to set off with them. For some reason, seeing Jiang Chenmin's lack of reaction left Huang Lin and the others feeling a bit disappointed. They had hoped to witness her shy and blushing demeanor, but it seemed unlikely now. However, they had at least witnessed her formidable killing intent, which was not insignificant, considering that anyone encountering Jiang Chenmin in such a state would likely not survive. By the way, do you know Lin Zifan? Jiang Chenmin suddenly asked. This time, Lin Moran was indeed aware. Lin Zifan is the son of a company owner near Jingwu. He's quite the playboy but typically avoids direct confrontation. His father, however, is quite vengeful. If outsiders offend Lin Zifan, even if he personally is indifferent, his father will seek retribution. What a protective figure, Lu Zhikang remarked casually. Not at all. His father is a violent man, merely looking for opportunities to exert his aggression. Sometimes, Lin Zifan himself is the target of that aggression, Lin Moran added. How on earth did such a person become a company owner? Huang Lin questioned, perplexed. Their company isn't exactly legitimate. It's more of a violent organization, though they are restricted by regulations from operating too openly, so they engage in security work, but who knows what occurs behind the scenes? Lin Moran elucidated. In summary, Lin Zifan's family is quite influential. He's among the more normal of them. Are we setting off now? Jiang Chenmin inquired. Not yet. The shelter is set up, so let's rest for a bit. You certainly haven't fully recovered yet, Lin Moran said while sitting on the ground. After hearing Lin Moran's words, Jiang Chenmin continued, Do you know where we can find food? I don't know, but there shouldn't be much to eat within this barrier. Huang Lin replied, Oh. Why are you looking for food? Are you hungry? Not exactly. I promised the students in the cave that I would help them find food. This too? It seems you've had quite a complex experience. However, food is unlikely to be found. And the only way to rescue them now is to destroy this barrier, Huang Lin stated. Yet the current situation required everyone to rest, as who knew what challenges lay ahead. They could only hope that the students' resilience would be sufficient. Chapter 100. The black python reappears. The quiet night was punctuated only by the crackling of the campfire. Around the fire, Jiang Chenmin and her companions were seated together, discussing their future plans. So, you've been to this point already, right? Lu Zhikang pointed at a marker on the map. Yes. The remaining locations are quite distant. By the way, Jiang Chenmin, do you truly still remember the terrain within this barrier? Huang Lin inquired. I do. That's good. It saves us a lot of trouble. Since Jiang Chenmin's recovery, the group had begun to strategize how to dismantle the core of this place. Initially, they planned to head up the mountain to confirm their bearings, but Jiang Chenmin's recollection of the terrain within the barrier significantly eased their burden. Then it's settled. Tomorrow we will head to this location. If the core isn't there, we'll go to the central point. Lu Zhikang indicated on his phone. I think that's feasible. What about you, Jiang Chenmin? Huang Lin asked. I have no objections. All right, since we've made our decision, let's rest. I'll take the first watch, Lin Moran announced as he stood. No need. I'll keep watch, Jiang Chenmin insisted. Be why yourself? Huang Lin expressed concern, wary that Jiang Chenmin had just recovered and a night without sleep could be detrimental. And it's fine. I'm used to it. The others, knowing Jiang Chenmin's character, chose not to press further and settled down to rest. However, Huang Lin remained cautious, not fully falling asleep, uncertain whether Jiang Chenmin might suddenly lose control again. Yet Huang Lin's concerns proved unnecessary until fatigue overtook him. Jiang Chenmin remained quietly leaning against a tree, motionless. This incident served as a wake-up call for Jiang Chenmin, revealing that her inner self was still somewhat fragile. Despite her efforts to avoid dwelling on meaningless thoughts, she realized that if someone touched upon her vulnerable core, she could easily spiral out of control. Even now, she grappled with the true significance of her involvement with the Tianwang organization. She sought strength, but strength was merely a goal, not a purpose. Moreover, Her aim was not to serve Tianwang, but rather to attain the capability to protect Lanlin, nothing more. For Jiang Chenmin, if gaining strength necessitated leaving Tianwang, she would do so without hesitation, for Tianwang was never a place she felt obligated to remain in long term. Yet it was precisely this realization that made He Shengjie's words sting. Her protection of those students stemmed solely from her identity within Tianwang. She harbored no genuine concern for them, as long as they did not perish by her hand. Consequently, under He Shengjie's relentless psychological pressure, she had not only killed him but had also taken other lives, a reality Jiang Chenmin found intolerable. It was the very disregard for life that caused her such anguish, and now she had unwittingly become one of those who treated lives as expendable. I truly am, Jiang Chenmin muttered to herself, pressing her hand against the tree behind her. When she finally moved away from the tree, deep marks were left on the trunk. The following morning, I slept so well. Lu Zhikang rubbed his eyes and proceeded to rouse Huang Lin and Lin Moran. After awakening both, he spotted Jiang Chenmin standing a short distance away. You didn't sleep last night? Lu Zhikang approached her. Still grappling with the events from before? Do not dwell too much on it. Simply act according to your own thoughts. Why bother with so many concerns? I have taken innocent lives. They are not. Never mind. I suppose I cannot deceive you. They are indeed not the kind of individuals Lin Moran described. So, what do you intend to do? Lu Zhikang inquired. I don't know. Here's a suggestion. Since you feel remorse for them, why not carry this guilt and unconditionally assist others? Although this method is hardly a means of atonement for the act of killing, it serves well as a pretext for self-deception. Once you have thoroughly deceived yourself, you will no longer ponder these trivial matters. Of course, you could also opt for suicide, one life for another, yet I do not recommend such a course of action. After all, you have but one life, and should it be lost, there would be no way to compensate for the lives of the other two. Lu Zhikang rambled on, almost convincing himself. Are you again sharing your outlandish insights? Lin Moran approached with a mocking tone. Upon seeing Lin Moran's derision, Lu Zhikang retorted defiantly, at least I did not deceive her. Huang Lin, standing nearby, could not help but chuckle. Enough of this. Neither of you is easy to deal with. Let us first attend to the core matters. After Huang Lin spoke, he turned to Jiang Chenmin and asked, Is that agreeable? No? Then let us proceed. Deep within the Mirror Mountain, Jiang Chenmin, armed with a short blade, led the way. The reason for the short blade was, of course, due to the last time she unleashed her powers, which resulted in Lin Zifen's sword being shattered. Thus, she had to borrow Lin Moran's short blade, of which she had brought two, so lending one was of little consequence. How strange. It should be nearby, yet there is nothing. Is this not the correct point? Huang Lin pondered. The core may not necessarily appear in our line of sight. Let us examine our surroundings closely, Jiang Chenmin advised. Very well, let us search the area. After which, the four of them dispersed to locate the core's position. But given the current situation, it seemed the core was not at this point. Any discoveries? Jiang Chenmin inquired. It appears this is not the correct location. This is not unexpected. I never anticipated we would find it on the first attempt. Then we shall, Jiang Chenmin began, shifting her gaze to the side. What is it? Huang Lin, perplexed, could not comprehend why Jiang Chenmin suddenly looked that way. Is there something there? Lu Zhikang and Lin Moran asked. There are people, Jiang Chenmin replied coldly. People? I do not see anyone, Huang Lin said, bewildered. Everyone, step back. I will handle this. After uttering these words, Jiang Chenmin raised her short blade, preparing for combat. Really? Huang Lin questioned, somewhat incredulous, as he felt nothing amiss. As Huang Lin and the others distanced themselves, Jiang Chenmin unleashed a wave of sword energy into the depths of the withered woods. Boom. The tremendous force shattered the surrounding withered trees, and from amidst the debris emerged a figure clad in black. Clapping his hands, how amusing. My concealment abilities are hardly detectable even by Baiju. How did you manage to see me? Who are you? The Warden's operative, Black Python. The Warden, Jiang Chenmin's eyes ignited with murderous intent. It was just the opportunity she needed to vent her frustrations against a Warden's unfortunate pawn. Do you not wear that expression? I initially sought you out in the desert, only to find you had vanished, causing me to search for quite some time. I should be the one who is angry, however. Jiang Chenmin had no interest in his ramblings. As soon as she learned he was associated with the Warden, her choice was singular, to kill him. Chapter 101. Confrontation with Black Python. Upon hearing Black Python declare his allegiance to the warden, Jiang Chenmin felt no need to hear anything further and immediately chose to attack. With her short blade in hand, Jiang Chenmin moved swiftly, reaching Black Python in the blink of an eye, attempting a thrust that nearly pierced his throat in a moment of crisis. Black Python swiftly swung his own short blade while distancing himself. Jiang Chenmin's sudden assault took him by surprise, as he had expected to exchange a few more words before hostilities commenced. More critically, Jiang Chenmin's previous strike had genuinely instilled a sense of pressure within him. It was remarkable for a student to make a warden operative feel such tension in real combat, a fact that would be met with disbelief if recounted. Such combat prowess. No wonder the adults valued you so highly. Black Python remarked, dusting himself off with a smile. Initially, he had assumed this to be a straightforward assassination task. However, it now appeared to be more challenging than anticipated. Thus, he decided to abandon caution, lest unforeseen complications arise. Once he had gathered his composure, Black Python charged at Jiang Chenmin, the short blade in his hand emitting sharp whistling sounds as it sliced through the air. Jiang Chenmin, however, did not retreat, confronting him with her own short blade. As their figures drew near, the sharp edges of their blades clashed, the piercing sound of metal reverberating through the air, signaling the intensity of their battle. Even someone unaccustomed to combat could sense the ferocity of their encounter. Yet, despite Jiang Chenmin's extraordinary talent, Black Python's decades of battle experience began to assert its dominance, and during the scuffle, Jiang Chenmin gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Though Jiang Chenmin was now being pressed, Black Python remained wary. She can actually contend with me? If Jiang Chenmin could hear Black Python's thoughts, she would realize the depths of his alarm. A mere 18-year-old girl managing to engage in a direct confrontation with a warden operative was akin to a toddler successfully toppling a grown man. Yet, despite Black Python's astonishment, his offensive became increasingly aggressive. Since he was currently suppressing Jiang Chenmin, he resolved to eliminate her now, for in a few years, he would undoubtedly be no match for her. Amidst the haze of battle, the clash of weapons continued, but it was evident that Jiang Chenmin was struggling to keep up. Whether due to her physical state or her infrequent use of a short blade, she was beginning to falter. Sensing this, Black Python unleashed a powerful blow that sent Jiang Chenmin reeling, then immediately followed up with a sweeping strike aimed at her abdomen. However, Jiang Chenmin, still off balance, managed to twist her body just in time to evade the attack. TCH, I had not intended to use this move in an open area, but you are proving to be quite troublesome, Black Python remarked before unleashing the ability he had employed against Baiju. In an instant, dark mist enveloped the center of the battlefield, shrouding Jiang Chenmin in darkness and obscuring her awareness of Black Python's position, leaving her to await his assault passively. Damn it. Jiang Chenmin gripped her blade tightly, remaining vigilant for any imminent attacks. Swoosh! Before she could react, Black Python struck her with a blade concealed within the black mist, a long gash appearing on her back. Blood seeping from the wound, rendering it all the more gruesome. Go be killed by me in such a manner is a privilege, Black Python proclaimed amidst the darkness. Previously, only Baiju or an entire team of Skynet personnel had been subjected to Black Python's mist. This was the first time he had employed it against a student. Yet, despite her injury, Jiang Chenmin maintained her composure. With her left palm glowing white, taking advantage of the moment when Black Python hesitated to attack, Jiang Chenmin slapped the ground, causing a white mist of ice to surge forth. This was the ability she had once employed during her sparring matches with Lanlin, and she had not expected to utilize it again. The icy fog noticeably slowed Black Python's movements, yet it still posed a challenge. Jiang Chenmin's ice mist could not allow her to pinpoint his location, only somewhat impairing his line of sight and reducing his speed. Having grown accustomed to the icy fog, Black Python launched another attack aimed at Jiang Chenmin's throat, seeking to eliminate her in a single strike. However, due to his slowed speed, Jiang Chenmin successfully reacted in time, blocking his assault. What? Though Black Python was taken aback, he quickly initiated another offensive. As long as he remained within the mist, Jiang Chenmin would be unable to mount a proactive attack if this continued. Her demise would merely be a matter of time. However, ugh! A sound of injury escaped Black Python amidst the fog. What? Jiang Chenmin wondered, perplexed by the sudden noise. The source of the disturbance was none other than Lin Moran, who had launched an attack. Black Python clutched his chest wound, incredulous. How did you find me? Lin Moran smirked disdainfully. I was initially hesitant to intervene, yet you foolishly trapped yourself within the mist. Is this not a path to your own demise? You can conceal yourself within my mist? Black Python questioned. Bingo. But no prize for you. As Lin Moran's words fell, he melded back into the dark mist. Who would have anticipated that he would remain undetectable to Black Python, effectively encountering his greatest nemesis? With Lin Moran's interference, the surrounding mist gradually dissipated, restoring Jiang Chenmin's visibility. Without hesitation, she lunged at Black Python, who, despite managing to react, was still forced back several meters. Now, it was Black Python who found himself at a disadvantage. Should he dispel the mist, he would be left injured and at the mercy of Jiang Chenmin. Yet, if he maintained the mist, he would remain vulnerable to Lin Moran's attacks. It was a predicament in which every option seemed unfavorable. Today shall mark your demise. Jiang Chenmin, wielding a short blade, once again engaged in a fierce struggle with the Black Python, entirely disregarding the wound on her back. The Black Python was equally astonished, never expecting Jiang Chenmin to possess such formidable strength. And she was truly unafraid of death. At times, Jiang Chenmin would even endure a blow just to strike him once. Coupled with the presence of Lin Moran, an adept of shadow abilities, it seemed that the Black Python was genuinely facing a dire predicament this time. However, the Black Python, having earned a position within the cage, naturally possessed his own capabilities. You are seeking your own demise. Suddenly, the Black Python's power surged dramatically, instantly propelling both Jiang Chenmin and Lin Moran away. Old Lin, Jiang Chenmin, Lu Zhikong, and Huang Lin, who had been hiding nearby, rushed to catch the two. Once they regained their footing, they observed that the surrounding black mist had entirely dissipated, replaced by the Black Python standing firm. His aura evidently intensified. The Black Python, exuding a malevolent presence, slowly spoke. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am one of the foreshadows of the cage, the Black Python. However, the focus of Huang Lin and the others was, what do you mean by foreshadows? Chapter 102. You have finally returned. Huang Lin and the others could hardly fathom that their team had inadvertently crossed paths with the cage, compelling them to eliminate the foreshadows of the cage. Yet, the pressing question remained. How to vanquish him? This ominous figure shrouded in dark energy appeared anything but easy to contend with. He'll witness my true form. You may consider yourselves fortunate to die with dignity. The Black Python bellowed from a distance. What a farce! Jiang Chenmin merely expressed her disdain before charging at the Black Python once more. Yet, Lin Moran, still reeling from the previous blow, found himself drained of strength. Fortunately, the Black Python would no longer employ the black mist. After transforming, the Black Python not only underwent a drastic change in appearance, covered in scales, but also became less cunning, resorting to the most straightforward combat tactics. Die! The Black Python roared, unleashing a flurry of punches at Jiang Chenmin. Despite the immense power behind each strike, Jiang Chenmin managed to evade them. However, the Black Python, now frenzied after releasing his power, sent forth black flames dancing upon his fists, often grazing the continuously dodging Jiang Chenmin. If this continued, it would not be long before Jiang Chenmin met her end. This is troublesome. Realizing she could no longer evade the Black Python's onslaught, Jiang Chenmin decided to take a perilous risk and thrust her blade towards him with all her might. Yet, as the short blade made contact with the Black Python's body, Jiang Chenmin found she could not pierce through his scales. Moreover, in choosing to attack, her body was fully exposed within the Black Python's range of assault. Nowhere to hide. Accompanied by the Black Python's frenzied roar, a powerful punch struck Jiang Chenmin squarely in the abdomen, the tremendous force sending her crashing towards Huang Lin and the others. Are you all right? Huang Lin hurriedly inquired. Cough, cough. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood from the blow, Jiang Chenmin calmly responded. I'm fine. It was evident to all that she had sustained grave injuries from that last hit. Yet Huang Lin and the others had no time to debate the matter. Prepare to send you all to hell. The Black Python clenched his fists, gathering immense black flames between them. If this strike landed, Jiang Chenmin and her companions would surely perish. Farewell. As the Black Python's words fell, the black flames were launched toward Jiang Chenmin and her team. Just as the flames were about to explode, Huang Lin swiftly pushed Jiang Chenmin, who stood at the front, out of the way. Fourfold barrier. Enormous earthen walls instantly surrounded them, yet such walls were insufficient to shield against the black flames' devastation. It's over. Huh? After unleashing the black flames, the black python assumed he had annihilated them, only to discover, as the smoke cleared, that they stood unharmed before him, and before them stood a young man, wielding a black long sword, effortlessly blocking the black python's attack. What a long journey this has been! The voice belonged to Lanlin. Huang Lin and the others exclaimed with excitement from behind. Indeed, the one who thwarted this attack is none other than the long-missing Lanlin. Is it really you? Jiang Chenmin asked, her voice tinged with emotion. Absolutely, but let us hold off on the touching reunion for now, Lanlin said, striding directly toward the black python. Once within a reasonable distance, he extended his right hand, pointing at the black python. You are called Black Loach, aren't you? Quite audacious, I must say at that moment. Upon hearing Lanlin address him as Black Loach, the black python felt no anger rise within him. You were supposed to be dead. The black python, as one of the foreshadows of the cage, was well aware of the speculations regarding Lanlin's identity. Deep down, he fervently hoped that the records were mistaken. Otherwise, he was now facing Zero. And what of Zero? He too shall meet his end. The black python bellowed, trembling. The black flames in his hand ignited violently and surged toward Lanlin, who simply raised his left hand with nonchalance, effortlessly blocking the strike with the sword sheath. How is that possible? The black python, still reeling from disbelief, found his face grasped and pressed into the ground by Lanlin. Huang Lin and the others, stunned into silence, understood Lanlin's strength, but witnessing him toy with the black python was surreal. Embedded in the ground, the black python struggled to speak. What on earth? Did I grant you permission to speak? Silence, huh? Really? I have no idea. Right now, I just want to converse with you, Jiang Chenmin shouted. This startled Lanlin greatly, and the trio of Huang Lin and the others found themselves equally taken aback. Observing the scene, Lanlin decided to knock the black python unconscious before preparing to speak with Jiang Chenmin. He approached her, somewhat embarrassed. Actually, after speaking, Lanlin exchanged glances with Huang Lin and the others, who were inexplicably holding their phones and taking pictures. Fortunately, the camera function is still operational, Huang Lin remarked cheekily. Let us not forget, we still need to deal with him, Lu Zhikeng added. Lin Moran agreed. Indeed, these three fools, instead of helping me out, are taking pictures? Lanlin internally scoffed, though he could not disregard Jiang Chenmin's condition. Thankfully, she soon began to return to normal. By the way, this sword is for you. Lanlin suddenly announced. For me? Yes, I crafted it especially for you. It's guaranteed to be effective. You made this? Indeed. Jiang Chenmin accepted the sword from Lanlin's hand. The sheath appeared quite ordinary, a simple black design. But when drawn, the blade revealed an entirely different character. The blade was a deep black, with a blood-red line running down its center. The overall design was modest, lacking in ostentation, and the hilt bore almost no embellishments. In terms of color scheme, it hardly matched Jiang Chenmin's temperament, yet when it came to swords, functionality was paramount. This sword is remarkably powerful. With it, I assure you, your strength will ascend several tiers. For instance, with this sword, you could easily handle that black loach attempting to flee over there. Chapter 103. Sword strikes the black python. After Lanlin's words, he turned his gaze toward the black python, who was preparing to sneak away, while Jiang Chenmin, holding the black sword, advanced towards him. Seeing that Jiang Chenmin appeared to be in good condition, Lanlin casually placed his hands in his pockets, ready to observe. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenmin, brandishing the black sword, emanated a similar ominous aura as before. Yet this time it did not affect her. As she approached the black python step by step, he resolved not to flee any longer. After all, escape was futile. He might as well gamble everything, hoping to take Jiang Chenmin down with him. If I cannot defeat Zero, how could I possibly defeat you? The black python muttered, then charged at Jiang Chenmin. Although he had just been thoroughly beaten by Lanlin and was in a weakened state, his scales remained intact, which typically meant that Jiang Chenmin would still struggle to inflict harm upon him. However, the situation was now anything but typical. With a swift stroke, Jiang Chenmin severed the black python's right arm, scales and all. The black python, witnessing this, was left in utter shock, unable to comprehend how his scales could be so easily cleaved. Jiang Chenmin herself was equally astonished. She had merely intended to defend herself while testing whether she could endure the black python's attack, never anticipating that she would actually sever his arm. Yet, her face remained impassive as she pointed her sword at the kneeling black python. After stating her intent, she began to channel her energy into the sword. Observing the surging power enveloping the black blade, the black python, for the first time, pleaded for mercy. "Wait, I can reveal a great deal. I can tell you anything that the Skynet wishes to know." Jiang Chenmin disregarded his pleas, bringing the sword down with a resounding crash. In the aftermath, she found herself staring at a corpse, cleaved in two, having completed her task. Jiang Chenmin knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Jiang Chenmin. Upon seeing her collapse, Lanlin hurried over to check on her, followed closely by Huanglin and the others. "Are you all right?" Lanlin asked, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued," Jiang Chenmin replied softly. At that moment, Lanlin noticed the wounds on her back, though they had ceased bleeding, indicating that the situation was not dire. After a brief respite, Jiang Chenmin rose once more, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she fixed her gaze upon Lanlin. She was burdened with an abundance of inquiries, yet now was not the opportune moment for questions. The core needed to be dismantled first. "Let us proceed to destroy the core," Jiang Chenmin whispered. "The core? What core?" Lanlin inquired, perplexed. "Are you unaware?" Huanglin, standing nearby, expressed his astonishment, having assumed that Lanlin was participating in this mission as an individual. "How would I know? It's already a stroke of luck that I made it in here." Lanlin replied, "Ah, indeed. How did you gain entry?" Linimo suddenly recognized a gap in their understanding. "How else could it be? I simply erased the barrier." However, Lanlin was not at liberty to disclose this information and had to concoct a temporary excuse. "When I arrived, I noticed a considerable number of people standing near Jinglian Mountain, so I stealthily blended in." "Why did you wish to enter?" Linimo pressed further. "Why else? I caught wind that you might be here," Lanlin answered. Although Linimo intended to continue his line of questioning, it was evident that now was not the time for such inquiries. "Let us set off. Otherwise, those students may perish," Jiang Chenmin stated. "Students?" Lanlin was somewhat bewildered, yet it seemed to pertain to Jiang Chenmin and her companion's experiences. Thus, Huanglin promptly dashed ahead, only to be met with an unexpected sight. "How have these fellows grown stronger again?" Huanglin exclaimed, covering his face. Jiang Chenmin scrutinized the current batch of skeletons. Their armor appeared more intact, and their weaponry seemed sturdier than before. Yet now, Jiang Chenmin regarded them with indifference. Previously, their weaponry had constrained her movements. But the circumstances had shifted. These skeletons' murderous intent will invariably target the powerful, and their strength seems to be influenced by the prowess of their intended victims. Jiang Chenmin murmured, "Is that so?" Huanglin was taken aback. If the skeleton strength was indeed contingent upon their target's capabilities, then the formidable strength of this batch must have been derived from Lanlin's own prowess. It was no wonder Huanglin had been so severely beaten. After absorbing Jiang Chenmin's words, Lanlin prepared to engage, but Jiang Chenmin restrained him. "Allow me to further acclimate to this sword," she softly insisted. "Very well," Lanlin acquiesced. Although these skeletons had indeed grown stronger, they paled in comparison to Jiang Chenmin's current capabilities. With a swift motion, she unsheathed the black sword, unleashing several waves of sword energy that shattered the skeletons before her into fragments. She then plunged into the fray, dispatching them with ease. Empowered by the sword, each strike felled multiple skeletons, and within a mere minute, Jiang Chenmin had vanquished the entire formidable horde. Huanglin and the others, witnessing her prowess, felt a chill run down their spines. Had Jiang Chenmin fought in such a manner during her earlier bout of rage, they might have found themselves 6 feet under by now. After dispatching the skeletons, Jiang Chenmin examined the sword in her hand. It was undeniably sharp, capable of cleaving through anything. Furthermore, since wielding this sword, the infernal flames within her had become remarkably subdued, no longer restless as they had been previously. This was all thanks to Lanlin, who, after crafting the sword, had imbued it with his own abilities. In essence, the black sword served as a trigger for annihilation. As long as Jiang Chenmin exerted her full strength, the erasure would activate, albeit its effects were limited to the objects it came into contact with, thus preventing any severe backlash while still achieving a continuous severing effect. Moreover, since Lanlin's abilities transcended all others, the infernal flames within Jiang Chenmin had no choice but to behave, lest they risk being erased themselves, a situation Lanlin had anticipated. Nevertheless, there were repercussions, but they were borne by Lanlin, not Jiang Chenmin, allowing him to gauge her overall condition through the extent of the backlash. How does it feel? This sword is exceptionally useful. Thank you, Jiang Chenmin replied, as long as it serves its purpose. Let us continue our search for the core, Lanlin said. Indeed. Chapter 104. The search for the core for Lanlin. It was a revelation to discover that such barriers possessed a core. He had previously believed that this realm was conjured solely by order through sheer force, only to realize it relied on the existence of a core. Clearly, he had overestimated it. Observing Jiang Chenmin's demeanor, Huang Lin and the others refrained from further comments. After all, this was Jiang Chenmin's own affair. By the way, if you seek the core, why are we heading this way? Lanlin inquired. What? The group was somewhat baffled. Their plan had been to systematically investigate uncharted locations. Yet it seemed that Lanlin possessed knowledge of something more. If we are to find the core, we should proceed in that direction. Lanlin indicated towards their right. How do you know? Huang Lin questioned, puzzled. Intuition. There is a faint but discordant power emanating from that way. Lanlin replied casually. Previously, Lanlin had regarded that power as a somewhat unique energy beast and had not given it much thought. However, upon hearing Jiang Chenmin mention the core, he began to suspect that it might indeed be the core itself. After hearing Lanlin's words, Huang Lin asked, "Is that where we need to go?" The direction Lanlin pointed toward was indeed their next destination. Considering Lanlin's unique capabilities, the group unanimously decided to investigate that area first. Thus, the group traversed the withered wood forest, and after half an hour, they finally reached their destination. However, what they encountered first were not the core but several injured students. I don't know. Let us check it out, Jiang Chenmin said and moved towards the students, who bore significant injuries yet were not in mortal danger. Did they attack you? Jiang Chenmin pondered, confused as to why students would assault their own, wondering if they had succumbed to a similar loss of control. What did the assailant look like? He was wearing a hat and a mask. We couldn't see his face. This was troubling, just as they were on the verge of locating the core. This incident arose, yet they could not ignore it. If we destroy the core, what will happen to the students in the barrier? Will they perish? Lanlin inquired. Then the solution is straightforward. We first dismantle the barrier, then proceed to rescue them, one of the seated individuals interjected. Could you possibly split up? I fear he might kill Renfei. Renfei? Huang Lin exclaimed, surprised, realizing that she was the one sharing a tent with him. Upon hearing her name, Jiang Chenmin deduced who was likely responsible for Renfei's abduction. It stands to reason that Zhang Yang must be the one who took Renfei, Jiang Chenmin concluded. What shall we do now? Lu Zhikeng asked. I still believe we should prioritize destroying the core, Lanlin asserted. However, Huang Lin and the others felt compelled to address Renfei's predicament, yet pursuing them at this juncture seemed impractical. Let us first dismantle the core, Jiang Chenmin concurred. With the two most formidable members of their party in agreement, Huang Lin and the others ceased their protests and resolved to tackle the most pressing issue first. You all rest here. I will construct a shelter for you. Do not worry about Renfei, Huang Lin assured as he erected several earthen walls to shield the injured students. Lanlin, can you sense the core's location now? Jiang Chenmin inquired. Yes, it lies approximately 150 meters directly beneath us. That deep? Lu Zhikeng exclaimed in astonishment. However, for Lanlin, this was a trivial matter. He could simply descend with the most direct and forceful approach. After uttering these words, Lanlin crouched down, placing his palm against the ground. Scatter slash. In an instant, countless slashes erupted from Lanlin's hand, and within mere seconds, the ground before them was cleaved apart, revealing a swift passage leading underground. Let us proceed. Lanlin clapped his hands together. And my goodness, Lanlin, you are becoming increasingly formidable. Huang Lin marveled, feeling as though he were operating on an entirely different plane of existence compared to Lanlin. Yet, Lanlin paid no mind to Huang Lin's astonishment. He prioritized the task at hand. Hey, who are you? Upon descending, Lanlin and his companions encountered several individuals clad in Tianwang uniforms, evidently searching for something. Clearly, they were here to dismantle the core. You are? The lead man abruptly halted mid-sentence as he recognized Jiang Chenmin standing nearby. The Tianwang's exclusive mission briefing had indicated that a member of the Four Blades would be involved in this mission, and it appeared that this individual was indeed Dai Ying. However, he was not entirely certain. He merely sensed that Jiang Chenmin's aura resembled that of the girl who had recently joined Tianwang. Compounded by the circulating rumors of Dai Ying's reappearance after an 18-year absence. Piecing this information together, it seemed highly probable that the girl before him was indeed Dai Ying. Realizing this, the man opted not to elaborate further but felt compelled to introduce himself. Greetings. I am Luo Yizhou, a Tianwang operative for this mission. Those over there are my colleagues. We are on the verge of locating the core, so please bear with us for a moment. We are also here in search of the core. Jiang Chenmin responded, "Is that so? Excellent. Let us join forces. This mission's difficulty is considerable, and we must dismantle the core promptly to prevent further loss of student lives." Upon hearing Luo Yizhou's words, the group wasted no time and began their search for the core's location. Lanlin too initiated his search. Upon arriving, he could sense a potent force but was uncertain of the source's nature or size. However, Lanlin discerned something unusual. Just moments ago, a member of the Tianwang organization had mentioned that the difficulty of this mission was exceedingly high. Yet, compared to the barrier he had inadvertently entered in the K32 area, this one seemed remarkably simpler. Perhaps it was merely his misfortune that led him to stumble into the most challenging barrier on his first attempt. Nevertheless, the Tianwang personnel claimed to have dealt with several similar barriers and had gleaned some experience from them. The reason they classified Jinglian Mountain as a mission was precisely because they, along with the military, had determined from their previous experiences that this barrier posed no real danger. However, the outcome was somewhat askew. They seemed unaware that the strength of the skeletons within the barrier fluctuated with the power of those who entered. Fortunately, this barrier was likely not specially prepared for Lanlin by the order. Otherwise, the instant he exerted his ability to erase the barrier, everyone inside would perish. Chapter 105. The Shattered Barrier, departing from Jinglian Mountain by the way. Do you know if there are any prisoners within this barrier? Lanlin inquired while searching. The casualty rate among students for this mission must have significantly exceeded acceptable limits, correct? How does Tianwang plan to address this? That is not a matter within my purview to decide. Tio put it bluntly, all students who come here have signed contracts. In truth, even if every student were to perish here, Tianwang would bear no legal responsibility. It would merely weigh heavily on their conscience, which is why they offer compensation to the families. As Luo Yizhou remarked, the casualty rate in missions is merely a statistical figure. Neither Tianwang nor the military would incur any legal liability due to an excessive casualty rate. This is a regulation that exists solely among ability users, applicable to both students and seasoned warriors alike. It is indeed brutal. Once those students have died, they become nothing more than a collection of cold numbers. Yet, for some families, this can be a means of financial gain, correct? Lanlin directed this question at Luo Yizhou, yet his gaze fell upon Jiang Chenmin. Classmate, please do not harbor such malice towards this world. Luo Yizhou remarked. Lanlin merely smiled faintly. All right. Approximately 10 minutes later, the group still had not located the core. Luo Yizhou and the others were preparing to change their search location when Lanlin halted them. The core is right here. How can you be so certain? Lanlin glanced at Jiang Chenmin and continued. We have already explored all other locations. They are aware of the locations. It seems that girl is indeed a member of the Four Blades. Having confirmed Jiang Chenmin's identity, Luo Yizhou and his companions ceased to voice any objections. Yet, it was peculiar. Despite the core being nearby, they could not seem to find it. How strange, Lanlin mused, perplexed. No matter how well hidden it was. It should not elude even him, unless, Jiang Chenmin, in previous missions, did the cores always reveal themselves before you? Yes. Then this time may be different. What do you mean? The core is within the second layer of the barrier. Lanlin declared. Luo Yizhou expressed his dissent, as he had never heard of any second layer of a barrier before. Nevertheless, Lanlin was confident in his judgment. If the core resided within this space, he would undoubtedly locate it. The fact that he could not find it merely indicated that the core was not in this space. I never claimed it was a barrier as vast as Jinglian Mountain. Could it not be a smaller one? Lanlin said casually, no longer concerned about Luo Yizhou's potential objections. Instead, he focused intently on locating the barrier's position. Since he could sense the core's power within this space, it suggested that the second layer of the barrier was not solid but rather continuously emanating power. Lanlin's gaze settled on an unassuming wall. Erase. No, That's not right. Initially, he intended to secretly erase the barrier. But upon reflection, he pondered the consequences if this barrier functioned similarly to the one in the K-32 area. The moment he erased it, the Order would surely detect his presence, and the skeletons within the barrier might suddenly become formidable. What if I expand the erasure range and eliminate the core altogether? Lanlin began contemplating a new approach, though it seemed unfeasible. The barrier, while small, was beyond the full extent of his abilities, and his current state likely precluded him from using his erasure power consecutively. How troublesome! Noticing Lanlin's hesitation, Jiang Chenmin approached him. What is it? I know the core's location, but I hesitate to act. Why? If I miscalculate, the students in other areas may perish. Faced with the gravity of life and death, even Lanlin hesitated. However, Jiang Chenmin now exhibited remarkable decisiveness. Act, after all, there are no other choices. If necessary, we can risk their lives to unconditionally assist others. What a remarkable perspective. However, since Jiang Chenmin had expressed such conviction, he decided not to dwell on his apprehensions. Yet, Jiang Chenmin was unaware of his true capacity, so he felt compelled to put on a performance, first, to create a significant distraction with his slashing technique, and then to covertly use his erasure ability. Slash! As Lanlin executed his strike, the surrounding environment began to tremble violently. Erase! Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Lanlin utilized his erasure ability, wagering that this strike would eliminate the core as well. With a resounding crash, the barrier above Jingwu Mountain shattered. Lanlin was fortunate. His strike indeed eradicated the core, and with its loss, the barrier gradually dissipated. What is happening? The barrier has vanished. The students trapped within the cave exclaimed in delight. The disappearance of the barrier signified their liberation from this wretched place. Beneath the surface, Lanlin staggered after erasing the core, surprised by the backlash of such an act. It was likely due to the core's connection to that elder of the order. Are you all right? Jiang Chenmin rushed to support Lanlin. Concern etched across her face. It was the first time she had witnessed him appear so weakened. You just... Jiang Chenmin softly inquired, curious about what Lanlin had done aside from unleashing the slashing technique. She did not believe that a mere slash could dismantle the barrier, and Lanlin's current frail state only reinforced her suspicions. Just now, Lanlin worried that Jiang Chenmin had caught on to his true abilities. Nothing that'll carry you out. Without waiting for Lanlin's response, Jiang Chenmin hoisted him onto her back and began to exit. Huang Lin and the others exchanged bemused glances at the scene, but they still needed to capture the moment. Once outside, I will handle Ren Fei's situation. You just rest well at our base, Jiang Chenmin stated. All right. Having uttered those words, Lanlin succumbed to sleep on Jiang Chenmin's back, and no one was aware that, due to Lanlin's current societal status as deceased, he could not utilize transportation and had to sprint several hundred kilometers to reach Jingwu Mountain. Lanlin had long since reached his limit. However, with the immediate crisis resolved, he could finally afford a good rest. The remaining matters pertained to the personal grievances between Zhang Yang and Huang Lin. After leaving Jingwu Mountain, the group found the surviving students gathered near the base. With Tianwang conducting a tally of the casualties, however, Zhang Yang was conspicuously absent, presumably still within the mountain. Jiang Chenmin carried Lanlin to the tent, preparing to place him on her own bed. Sister, Lanlin murmured in his sleep. Upon hearing this address, Jiang Chenmin paused, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Chapter 106, The Blood-Stained Blacksword. Hunting the prisoners. Are we ready? Huang Lin asked from outside the tent. Yes, he has fallen asleep. Before departing, Jiang Chenmin cast one last glance in Lanlin's direction, feeling as though the entire situation was surreal, yet she had pressing matters to attend to. You all should rest according to Tianwang's personnel arrangements. Jiang Chenmin instructed Huang Lin and the others. How can we not go and make a significant impact? Moreover, it was Zhang Yang with whom I arranged the duel, not you, Huang Lin argued. Nonetheless, Jiang Chenmin continued to oppose Huang Lin joining her. There may be many prisoners within the mountain, and we cannot ascertain whether they have infiltrated the base alongside the students. Now that Lanlin is resting, if they were to launch an attack on our base, your combat abilities are crucial. So you must remain here. Huang Lin hesitated, recognizing the validity of Jiang Chenmin's points. The current generation of Tianwang's prodigies was primarily gathered here, and an assault by the prisoners could indeed pose a significant threat. All right, but you must exercise caution. Seeing that Huang Lin and the others had decided to stay, Jiang Chenmin wasted no more time, grasping her black sword and making her way into the depths of Jinglian Mountain. Deep within Jinglian Mountain, 3 members of the prisoners attempted to ambush the students attempting to flee. However, before they could catch their quarry, they were swiftly cut in half by Jiang Chenmin, who descended from above. Mark the coordinates. Eliminate the 3 prisoner personnel, Jiang Chenmin communicated through her earpiece. Received, came the response from the mission leader over the earpiece. Upon learning that the barrier had been shattered, the Tianwang personnel waiting outside swiftly entered Jinglian Mountain to rescue the surviving students. Jiang Chenmin was among them, but her speed of action was unmatched. She had already entered Jinglian Mountain before Tianwang issued the command. Fortunately, she had kept her earpiece on her person, allowing her to communicate with the outside leader after the barrier's destruction. Butterfly Shadow. Within the confines of the Mirror Mountain, the strength and number of the captives remain shrouded in mystery. Should you venture forth alone, you must exercise utmost caution. After the leader's admonition, Jiang Chenmin resumed her quest to locate Renfei and eliminate the captives. Damn it, I've caught the attention of those in the cage. In a secluded cave, Zhang Yang lamented his predicament. When the barrier shattered, he had intended to escape, but was ensnared by Renfei's abilities, leaving him surrounded by the captives in the mountains. You wretched star. I've exhausted all my strength just to subdue you, Zhang Yang remarked, glancing at Renfei, who was battered and bound. You fiend, it would be a disgrace to die here alongside you, Renfei uttered weakly. Still defiant, Zhang Yang retorted, had you divulged the information about those individuals sooner, I would have concluded this matter without being ensnared here with you. For Zhang Yang, the only means of survival was to wait, whether for the captives to depart or for the Skynet personnel to arrive. Yet, as they waited, hurried footsteps echoed from the cave's entrance. Discovered so soon? Panic surged within Zhang Yang. He was far from confident in confronting multiple captives at once, let alone a single one. It seemed he would have to use her as bait. Zhang Yang contemplated how to leverage Renfei to extricate himself from danger, yet before he could devise a plan, the captives appeared within his line of sight. Run! That woman is terrifying, the captives. Faces pale with fear, rushed deeper into the cave, recalling the last time they were so utterly frightened. It had been over half a year ago on a deserted island. This time, the source of their terror was none other than their previous target. Jiang Chenmin, a monster. That woman is truly a monster, the lead captive stammered. Had he known the cave had no other exit, his insanity would have escalated further. As they fled, the slower captives fell victim to Jiang Chenmin's blade without exception. Yet, Jiang Chenmin's intent was not merely to slay a few. She aimed to eradicate every last one of the captives she encountered, leaving none alive. What? How splendid! There are hostages here. The fleeing captives, seeing Zhang Yang, dashed toward him as if he were a lifeline. Wait, there's another. You must capture him. Before Zhang Yang could finish his plea, the foremost captive subdued him, while the remaining 3 hastened to seize the fallen Renfei as a hostage. Thus, 4 captives and 2 students stood together, awaiting Jiang Chenmin's arrival. Tap, tap, tap. As the footsteps grew nearer, their hearts raced. Moments later, Jiang Chenmin's figure emerged before them, her sword dripping with blood, a chilling aura of oppression radiating from her. Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I will kill him, the captive shouted frantically, eliciting a slight frown from Jiang Chenmin. Zhang Yang? Renfei? After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chenmin continued to approach them. Noticing her unwavering advance, the captive shouted louder, but Jiang Chenmin remained indifferent, simply activating her headset with a cold command. Mark the cave coordinates, eliminate 6 captives. What? The captives exchanged incredulous glances, never anticipating that this individual would attempt to kill both students. But now, belief was irrelevant. They had to make a choice: to kill the students as a sacrificial measure or to gamble that Jiang Chenmin would hesitate. Should they eliminate the students, their own deaths would be assured. Thus, they resolved to take a chance, betting that Jiang Chenmin would not dare to act. Yet, before they could convince themselves, Jiang Chenmin, closing the distance, unleashed a powerful wave of sword energy toward Zhang Yang and the captive behind him, instantly bathing the area in blood. The remaining 3 captives were left paralyzed with fright. This woman meant business. She truly intended to eliminate the students. Realizing their impending doom, the 3 quickly decided to use Renfei as a shield. However, in that fleeting moment of terror, Jiang Chenmin was already upon them, her blade stained crimson before they could even react. After shaking the blood from her sword, Jiang Chenmin lifted Renfei and made her way out. Having received clear directives that rescuing students took precedence, while the elimination of captives was secondary. Moreover, Jiang Chenmin had initially come to find Renfei. Chapter 107. Why have you placed me in her bed? Have I killed innocents once more? But why do I feel no guilt this time? Jiang Chenmin murmured to herself. The instant she witnessed the 4 captives using Zhang Yang and Renfei as hostages. An idea to sacrifice Zhang Yang for Renfei's safety crossed her mind. Yet, she understood this was not in accordance with Skynet's operational protocols. Thus, she had not genuinely activated her headset, merely mimicking the action. She recognized her actions were misguided. After all, Zhang Yang had merely clashed with her at school. While the repercussions for harming Renfei warranted a price, it hardly justified death. Nevertheless, Jiang Chenmin had still taken his life. Since entering Mirror Mountain, she had already slain 4 individuals deemed innocent, her mindset evolving from initial disbelief to present indifference. At this point, I can hardly be considered a member of Skynet. Jiang Chenmin spoke softly, so faintly that Renfei barely caught her words. Yet, Renfei, in a hazy recollection, glimpsed the scene of Zhang Yang's demise. Jiang Chenmin had intended to re-enter Mirror Mountain to eliminate the remaining captives, but was intercepted by the station personnel, who informed her that there were no captives left in the mountain. Further entry would be futile. With this revelation, Jiang Chenmin relinquished her insistence and chose to remain at the base. Did captives attack earlier? Jiang Chenmin inquired. No, they probably refrained from engaging due to the overwhelming presence of Skynet personnel here. Lanlin replied, that's good. How is Lanlin? As before, he sleeps quite soundly. Making it awkward for us to rouse him, Lu Zhikong remarked while munching on a bun, offering one to Jiang Chenmin. She accepted it but did not partake. This mission in Mirror Mountain was genuinely terrifying. I just glanced at the casualty figures from Skynet. Nearly 30 lives were lost within. Lu Zhikong expressed his lingering trepidation. Have all the members in our tent survived? Jiang Chenmin asked. Everyone made it. I just saw Zhang Yifeng and Fang Jia. While I've heard Lin Shui is tending to other injured students, Huang Lin responded. As they conversed, Zhang Yifeng and Fang Jia approached, with Zhang Yifeng rushing over upon spotting Huang Lin and the others. Thank goodness, you're all alive, Zhang Yifeng exclaimed with excitement. What do you mean? Do I look like someone who would easily perish? Huang Lin jested. This mission was truly frightening. The skeletons inside were utterly outrageous. By the end, I could hardly fend off even one, Zhang Yifeng remarked. Were you with others during your escape? Huang Lin inquired. Of course, without collective action, I would have probably found myself on the death list. I am utterly exhausted. I'm off to rest in the tent before coordinating with Skynet's plans, Zhang Yifeng declared, heading toward the tent, with Fang Jia closely behind. Wow, who is that? Zhang Yifeng shouted, equally astonished by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face in Tent 1. He is Lan Yulin, Huang Lin clarified. You all said he was elsewhere. How did he end up in Mirror Mountain? Zhang Yifeng questioned in confusion. We have no idea. He participated in this mission under his personal identity. Had we not encountered him in the mountains, we would have remained oblivious to his presence. Is that so? However, he appears quite fatigued. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sleeping in his sister's bed. Indeed. Yes, haha, thankfully, Huang Lin was quick on his feet. Otherwise, they might have struggled to explain. At that moment, however, Jiang Chenmin decided to drop the pretense and walked in, preparing to reveal her true identity, knowing they would not meet again. Actually, sister. The crowd? Before Jiang Chenmin could finish her sentence, Lanlin suddenly shouted, sitting upright with a start. Huang Lin and the others were bewildered. Did he just hear everything? Was he trying to showcase his acting skills? Yet the sweat on his forehead felt all too genuine. Seeing Lanlin awaken, Zhang Yifeng addressed Jiang Chenmin. Lanlin, your brother has woken up. Lanlin, what nonsense is this? Nevertheless, Jiang Chenmin chose to be forthright, explaining to Zhang Yifeng and Fang Jia that she had used Lanlin's name merely to avoid complications. This revelation left Zhang Yifeng and Fang Jia in a state of cognitive overload. So, he is Lanlin, and you are Jiang Chenmin? You are not actually siblings? Zhang Yifeng exclaimed, utterly bewildered. They are not siblings. Then why did Lanlin just naturally call her sister while sleeping so comfortably in Jiang Chenmin's bed? My head is about to explode. After Zhang Yifeng finished speaking, he clasped his head and exited, realizing that rest was futile. Seeing this, Fang Jie decided to follow him, lest Zhang Yifeng truly lost his sanity. Once the two left, Huang Lin turned to Lanlin and asked, "Why did you shout sister just now? I remember you are an only child." Lanlin discreetly glanced at Jiang Chenmin, noticing she had no reaction, and replied, "I thought I heard you mention I had a sister, so I decided to put on a performance. Your acting is truly impressive. The beads of sweat on your forehead were the perfect touch. Even I was deceived." Huang Lin chuckled. "However, now that you're awake, you shouldn't lie on Jiang Chenmin's bed any longer," Lu Zhikong interjected. "This is Jiang Chenmin's bed?" Lanlin asked, a bit flustered, as he hurriedly scrambled off the bed. "It's merely a temporary sleeping arrangement assigned by Tian Wang," Jiang Chenmin said calmly to it. Can only be said that Lanlin was still quite young. He was in a panic after lying on Jiang Chenmin's temporary bed for just a moment. Unlike Jiang Chenmin, who had slept on his own bed for several nights, and had even removed his outer clothing, using his own blanket. After getting off the bed, Lanlin still nervously asked, "Why did you put me on Jiang Chenmin's bed?" "Well, when Jiang Chenmin carried me, I think I fell asleep. I didn't say anything strange, did I?" "No," Jiang Chenmin replied from the side. "That's good." Chapter 108. "I killed 4 students. If you're rested, let's go eat something. There are buns outside," Jiang Chenmin suggested. "There's food?" Upon hearing this, Lanlin immediately perked up. Although Lanlin usually had a small appetite, being small in appetite and not eating were two different matters. After all, he hadn't eaten much since their journey began, and he was already feeling quite famished. Seeing Lanlin's eagerness for food, the others decided to lead him to eat first. "Right here, just help yourself," Jiang Chenmin said as she brought him to the place where the buns were located. Standing by and watching. For her, Lanlin's well-being was paramount, and she wouldn't leave his side until he fully recovered. "These buns smell amazing, though there's not much," Lanlin remarked as he munched on one at Huang Lin. Noticing Lanlin's state, couldn't help but tease, "I didn't expect you to look like this, as if you hadn't eaten in days." "I really haven't eaten in a long time," Lanlin replied, his mouth full of bun. Speaking indistinctly, Lanlin's admission made Huang Lin feel a pang of guilt, and for some reason, with his cheeks stuffed with bun, Lanlin appeared somewhat adorable. After Huang Lin left, only Lanlin and Jiang Chenmin remained at the bun station. "Aren't you eating?" Lanlin inquired. "I've already eaten," Jiang Chenmin replied. "All right, I'll grab 2 more and eat somewhere else," Lanlin said, quickly taking 2 more buns and walking with Jiang Chenmin into the tent. "How did you obtain this sword?" Jiang Chenmin asked, eyeing the black sword in her hand. She had noticed its peculiarities. Previously, when pursuing the captives in the mountains, she found that as long as she exerted her full strength, the sword's sharpness was astonishing. It could slice through anything, even things that seemed impossible to cut in one blow. "Didn't I mention? I forged it myself," Lanlin said while eating a bun. "You can forge swords? What did you add to it?" "Just a bit of my power. It's that cutting strike. The moment I grasp this sword, I feel the inferno within me calm down. Did you do that too? Who knows? Perhaps my power can suppress the inferno?" Lanlin replied, his words flowing seamlessly. The sword's unbreakable nature could be explained by the cutting strike he had demonstrated, and Jiang Chenmin had witnessed its strength. As she realized she couldn't pry any more information about the sword. Jiang Chenmin changed the subject. "Why didn't you contact us sooner?" "I wanted to, but during the plane crash, my phone and everything else were destroyed. I barely found a house in the mountains, but there was no signal. If it weren't for the kindness of the locals who gave me a set of clothes, I would still be running around naked." "Are you all right?" Jiang Chenmin asked cautiously. "I'm sitting here. How could anything be wrong?" "I meant emotionally," Jiang Chenmin clarified. Upon hearing this, Lanlin paused eating, hesitated for a few seconds before responding, "It still affects me. After all, the others on the plane were innocent, and they lost their lives because of me." Jiang Chenmin looked at Lanlin, regretting having asked the question. She was relieved that Lanlin didn't seem to carry any psychological burden. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to handle it if he were troubled by chaotic thoughts like her. "By the way, have you seen your parents?" "Not yet. Once I heard you might be in Jinglian Mountain, I rushed over. I don't even know how to explain it to them." In Lanlin's mind, for ordinary people, there was no way to explain how someone survived a plane explosion at 10,000 feet in the air. However, Jiang Chenmin held a completely different perspective. "They probably don't care how you survived. They only need you to be alive. True, once this is over, I'll go find them. I wonder if they received my texts." Lanlin, Jiang Chenmin, it's time to collect the mission reports, Huang Lin called from outside the tent. Got it. Since you didn't participate in this mission, there's no need for you to go. I'll handle it, Jiang Chenmin said before leaving. All right, I'll wait here for you. At Tianwang, the surviving students and personnel began reporting their experiences in the barrier. After verification, Tianwang rewarded and compensated appropriately, but the high casualty rate of this mission remained unchanged. Jiang Chenmin, could you share your experiences in the barrier? Although Jiang Chenmin's identity was dying, since they were collecting students' mission information, the person in charge still called her by name. Jiang Chenmin disclosed everything she had done, including killing those 4 students. I killed 4 students. The person in charge was taken aback. What did you say? The recorder could hardly believe what he had just heard. A member of the 4 Blades had killed students during the mission. Did they do something extremely wrong? The person in charge tentatively asked. Yet, unless those students were undercover agents for the captives, Jiang Chenmin's actions could not be excused, as killing students was strictly forbidden by Tianwang. I need to report this matter. Please wait for further notice. The person in charge said. All right, Dado, and I also killed the Black Python. Chapter 109. Sharing a bed. You killed the Black Python? That operative from the captives? The person in charge asked, a bit flustered. Yes, I was fortunate enough to kill him, Jiang Chenmin replied before leaving, as there were other students who needed to report, and she couldn't monopolize the time. Well, it's all been reported. However, I mentioned that the Black Python died at my hands. Is that all right? Of course, that's fine. Besides, he was indeed killed by you. After a brief conversation, the surroundings fell into silence again. To ease the awkwardness, Lanlin took the initiative to break the silence. So, now that the students have finished reporting, they should all be outside chatting, right? Aren't you joining them? I'm not interested, Jiang Chenmin stated calmly. Okay. Just as the atmosphere became awkward once more, Jiang Chenmin chose to speak up again, picking up the black sword and asking Lanlin, does this sword have a name? Lanlin, somewhat puzzled, replied, a name? It's just a sword. Why would it have a name? This was the first gift you gave me. Shouldn't it have a meaningful name? Lanlin had never considered such things. He had been too focused on making the sword more functional to think about naming it, which was truly not his forte. Why not come up with one now? Jiang Chenmin suggested. Now? That's a bit challenging. Lanlin felt put on the spot, but since Jiang Chenmin had brought it up, he couldn't disappoint her. So, he gathered his thoughts and conjured a name. Since I forged this sword, and you have ice abilities, how about a name related to ice? What? Lindu, 0 degree, Lanlin confidently suggested, believing it to be the most poetic name he could think of at the moment. Lindu? Exactly. With Lanlin's power, may it help you through difficult times. Lanlin said with renewed confidence, considering the name quite perfect. How klitsch, Jiang Chenmin replied flatly, but I like it. Really? Ah, that is fortunate. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for names. After settling on the name for the sword, Jiang Chenmin took Lanlin for a leisurely stroll. However, the scenery around Jinglianshan was rather unremarkable. Just as the two were ambling along, Jiang Chenmin's headphones emitted a notification sound, prompting her to open them and discern the matter at hand, likely regarding her act of killing a student. Dying, are you able to hear me? Yes, I can. I primarily wish to discuss the situation concerning those students with you. You need not worry that their affairs will adversely affect you. We have gathered a general understanding of their actions within the barrier. While their transgressions do not warrant death, considering you have also slain the Black Python, Tianwang will offset your merits and demerits. You will continue to be a member of the 4 Blades, understood. Upon concluding her conversation, Jiang Chenmin stowed her headphones and resumed her walk with Lanlin. What was that all about? Lanlin inquired curiously. Oh, nothing much, just a minor issue. In the dead of night, Tianwang continued to process the reports submitted by the students, while those engaged in the mission rested within their tents. Surviving this task was indeed a stroke of luck. And naturally, there was much to discuss among the survivors. What a coincidence. It hasn't been long since we last met, Lanlin remarked, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Indeed. I thought I might never see you again. Renfei exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Hearing the exchange between Lanlin and Renfei piqued Huang Lin and the others' interest, as it seemed there was more to their relationship. Lanlin, how did you come to know Renfei? Huang Lin queried from the side. After Lanlin's explanation, all eyes turned toward Renfei. Yes, quite intriguing. Lanlin, you have only been in Jiangxing for a few days, and already you have made a new acquaintance. Huang Lin teased. Noticing the apparent misunderstanding among those present, Renfei hastily clarified, "Please don't misconstrue things. I merely sought Lanlin's assistance. We aren't particularly close." Her expression indicated her reluctance to utter the last part. Yet Lanlin readily concurred. "Indeed, after I boarded the plane, she kept pestering me, and assisting her subsequently landed me in quite the predicament," Lanlin recounted. "A predicament?" Upon hearing Lanlin's words, Renfei realized that her own capture might have led to Lanlin experiencing a calamity. Causing her mood to dampen slightly. At that moment, Fang Jia interjected. "So it seems that only the two of us have been left in the dark. My primary objective for this mission was to witness Jiang Chenmin's prowess. Yet I wasn't even aware that I was sharing a tent with her and ultimately missed the opportunity to observe her in action." Zhang Yifeng chimed in, "Don't include me in this. I have no interest in such matters." As time passed, the volume of their conversations dwindled, and once they began to feel drowsy, they planned to retire for the night. However, with an additional person present, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "Just lie down," Jiang Chenmin stated calmly. "Oh, that's unnecessary. I'll squeeze in with old Lu. I won't take your bed," Lanlin stammered. "I insist you lie down." "All right, fine. I shall lie down at once." With no other option, Lanlin acquiesced to Jiang Chenmin's insistence. The others observed the scene with expressions of astonishment. The aloof genius girl allowing a formidable young man to rest upon her bed. One could almost envision an entire novel unfolding from this scenario. Zhang Yifeng whispered, his body twisting in amusement. "Exactly, Lanlin, just revel in this. Not everyone is afforded such treatment," Huang Lin added, fanning the flames of intrigue. "You lot?" Nevertheless, Jiang Chenmin remained composed. Once Lanlin settled down, she naturally reclined beside him. However, Lanlin became flustered. As Jiang Chenmin lay down, his face instantly flushed crimson. Jiang Chenmin, perhaps I should just squeeze in with old Lu. I truly cannot sleep like this. What is there to be unable to sleep about? I have placed clothing between us, have I not?" Jiang Chenmin replied softly. "What good does that do?" Lanlin was now entirely unable to sleep, lying next to an ethereal beauty. Who could withstand such proximity? He had intended to seek assistance from Huang Lin and the others, but upon glancing up, he found them engrossed in taking photographs. Meanwhile, Jiang Chenmin appeared to have succumbed to slumber, leaving him unable to create too much commotion. Thus, he could only endure the situation. What on earth is happening here?